Chapter 1. The disappearance of the chairman and the sudden emergence of the will. The chairman of Qingshan Group, Fang Zhengwei, has mysteriously been missing for a week. Presently, Qingshan Group's stock has plummeted, leading to significant internal divisions within the company. Fang Yunqi, with an impassive expression, switched off the television and reclined on the sofa, gently stroking the lazy orange cat, Dian Dian, sprawled beside him. The plump feline stirred slightly, appearing to resist movement yet too lethargic to do so. Yunqi, it has been a week since Chairman Fang's disappearance, remarked a sharply dressed individual beside him, clad in a tailored suit and polished leather shoes, his meticulously styled hair glistening. That he spoke calmly to Fang Yunqi. According to the will, today marks its activation. Wang Lu, why will my father establish a will? He is only 50. Fang Yunqi seemed disinterested in the will. Moreover, the stipulations are rather peculiar. Natural death, illness, accidental death, missing for over a week, loss of consciousness, and brain death. Who would phrase a will in such a manner? Wang Zhining, the chief lawyer of the largest elite firm in Qingshan, had been closely associated with Qingshan Group for many years and also served as Fang Zhengwei's personal legal advisor. He had assisted Fang Zhengwei in transforming an obscure workshop into its current stature, and beyond their professional ties, the two shared a brotherly bond forged through adversity. With such a grave situation at hand, Wang Zhining was understandably distressed. He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Thus, you must now understand who is contending for your inheritance. This matter is of utmost importance. My father is not dead. There is no need to contest the will, Fang Yunqi replied, legs crossed on the sofa, earnestly gazing at Wang Zhining. Lawyer Wang, he was at work every day for the 2 weeks preceding his disappearance. I reviewed the company's surveillance footage and found nothing amiss. Wang Zhining remained silent, observing Fang Yunqi from the sofa. This indicates there's been no reason for him to suddenly vanish during this period. You know, my father and I have always maintained a good relationship. Furthermore, despite having adversaries in business, if it were a kidnapping, someone would have contacted me or the company by now. Yet, there's been no word whatsoever. If someone were to have killed him, we would need to see him alive or dead. What could their motive be? For money? Unlikely, as kidnapping would yield quicker results. If it were related to some company project, they would likely dispose of the body in a place where it could be easily discovered, for the impact of a missing chairman pales in comparison to that of a deceased one. The most perplexing point, which solidifies my belief that my father is alive, is that this will was drafted 6 months ago. It seems he anticipated such a day, hence I refuse to believe he is dead. This leaves us with only one possible cause of death: suicide. Wang Zhining scrutinized Fang Yunqi, exhaling slowly. Yunqi, it is best that you think this way. I was present during the entire process of the will's creation. While I share your doubts, you are aware of your father's character, and I do not wish to pry further. Suicide is also unlikely, given another crucial factor. My father has been preparing for my grandfather's 80th birthday and has promised to accompany him abroad next month for a vacation. You know, my father is a filial man. He would never neglect my grandfather. Thus, this will and his disappearance are likely the result of some coercion, and suicide is out of the question. Otherwise, with the birthday celebration not yet finalized, he would not simply vanish. He is not an irresponsible person. Fang Yunqi spoke softly that I concur. Wang Zhining closed the materials in his hands and set the hardbound folder aside. I will do everything in my power to locate Chairman Su. At present, I share your belief that he has embarked on a matter of greater significance. However, what that matter is remains unknown to us. The most pressing concern now is that you must sign this will. If you fail to do so, even if Chairman Su returns in 8 months, a single day of delay will be regarded as an automatic renunciation of the will. Do you comprehend? Fang Yunqi seemed to await Wang Zhining's words, a calm smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us meet this stewardess. Follow me, Wang Zhining replied with a sense of relief. Fang Yunqi's residence was spacious. After a 3-minute walk, they arrived at the dining room on the first floor, where 7 or 8 individuals were already seated. All were dressed as social elites in professional attire. Only one woman, with her profile turned and head bowed, was engrossed in her phone. She slowly lifted her head as Fang Yunqi entered the dining room. She was youthful and breathtakingly beautiful. This was Fang Yunqi's immediate impression. Her alluring outfit was complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her tall figure was adorned in a delicate black sheer dress, a silver necklace gently resting on her pronounced collarbone. In that fleeting moment, Fang Yunqi surmised why she held the rights to this inheritance. At the western end of the long table sat one individual, while another occupied the eastern end. Fang Yunqi leaned his arms on the table, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, and smiled slightly. "Greetings, my stewardess." The woman smiled alluringly, crossing her slender legs, yet remained silent. According to inheritance law, citizens may draft a will to dispose of personal property and appoint executors. The will takes effect immediately upon its drafting and is deemed valid under inheritance law. The beneficiaries of the will are the testator's eldest son, Fang Yunqi, and the secretary of Qingshan Group, Shun Man. The will becomes effective when the eldest son reaches the legal age of 18, provided both parties are unharmed and retain their consciousness. Should either party suffer an accident, injury, or loss of consciousness, the entire will shall belong to the other party. The reading of the will is complete. Wang Jining presented 2 copies of the will before them. You may review the specific contents regarding assets, debts, and equity information. If all is in order, please sign. Fang Yunqi glanced over it swiftly before raising his gaze to those present. He recognized most of them. Some were his father's old subordinates, holding shares or significant management positions within the family group, while others were from Qingshan law firm. Shun Man wasted no time, signing the document and returning it to the lawyer. She stood up, replacing her glasses with sunglasses, and addressed Wang Jining. "Lawyer Wang, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. There are some matters to attend." To outside. Wang Jining nodded in agreement. Shun Man turned to a nearby servant in the dining room and instructed, "I will return for dinner tonight, remember that." "Yes." The servant appeared somewhat flustered as the rhythmic sound of her high heels receded. A sudden uproar erupted. An elderly man, nearing 60, abruptly swept all the documents from the table, rising to point an accusatory finger at Wang Jining. "How can you call yourself a lawyer? Old Sue is muddled, and you follow suit? How can such a large company be entrusted to a mere girl? I will not discuss his estate. How can the efforts of so many over the years be handed to an outsider?" Wang Jining found himself at a loss for words. "That I do not care how many mistresses or illegitimate children Fang Zhongwei had right now. Finding my father is the priority," Fang Yunqi interjected, recognizing the thoughts of the man before him. He stood up decisively. "Sir, you and my father are brothers. I believe we should search for him. A living man has been missing for so long. And you think he won't be found?" The elder retorted angrily. "Have you found him?" Fang Yunqi asked with a cold smile, placing the sign will before Wang Jining. He tucked his pen into his chest pocket and clapped his hands. "This matter shall not delay you. If I do not locate my father in 8 months, there will be only one successor to the company at this juncture." The elder finally regained his composure and replied slowly, "Yunqi, your meaning is quite clear. Should you require assistance, I shall certainly help you." Fang Yunqi merely offered a calm smile before turning and exiting the dining hall. "Has it been signed?" "Indeed," Shin Man replied, removing her sunglasses and placing them into a nearby case. The driver ahead had already started the engine and was now navigating onto the street. This matter is not so straightforward. The young heir of the Fang family is not to be underestimated. "Exercise caution," the driver advised, gradually rolling down the car window to observe the flowing streets and swiftly retreating crowds. Shun Man suddenly chuckled. "Such matters are hard-earned. It depends on who acts swiftly, accurately, and decisively. The people from Qingshan Group may pose a threat to you should we. They will not be hasty to act. They are seasoned veterans. Do not cling to the conventional tactics of business warfare. It is unnecessary. Our immediate task is to locate Chairman Fang first. Moreover, I sense that this situation is far more intricate than it appears." Shin Man opened the compartment to retrieve some chocolates. Delicately placing one between her crimson lips, she tapped the driver's seat. "Do not forget, that young man is regarded as a genius by Chairman Fang. The head of such a vast enterprise speaks of his son constantly, which signifies his extraordinary nature. I have heard he excels academically and has assisted the municipal bureau in solving numerous major cases. To outpace him, we must bolster our manpower." "I will investigate shortly," the driver replied. "That young man is likely already en route. This will, in my estimation, is merely a facade. There are deeper layers yet to unfold." Shenman remarked, "Fang Yunqi. Quite intriguing. That I hope you remain safe." The driver said quietly that I hope so too. Shin Man mouthed, her voice barely a whisper. Chapter 2. Welcome to my animal world. On the evening of August 23rd, At 5:48 p.m., it marked the 7th day since the disappearance of Fang Zhiwei. A director of the Qingshan Group, Fang Yunqi was dining in the restaurant when an inexplicable set of cutlery appeared before him. He cast an uneasy glance at the maid, Ah Fang, who merely smiled in response. Just as he was about to inquire, he remembered that the new housekeeper was expected back for dinner. His mother had passed away long ago, and his father seldom returned home for meals, leaving Fang Yunqi to dine alone. The sudden presence of another person at the table stirred a peculiar sensation within him, as the sound of high heels echoed against the cold-tiled floor. Fang Yunqi looked up to see Shen Man entering the dining room. She politely nodded and took a seat beside him. "Should I address you as young master or Yunqi?" she inquired. Fang Yunqi remained silent, wiping his mouth with a napkin and leaning back against his chair. "Are you full? Or did you lose your appetite upon seeing me?" Shen Man served herself a spoonful of soup, savoring its taste. This is delicious, far better than the company cafeteria." Observing Shen Man's casual demeanor, Fang Yunqi smiled slightly and asked teasingly, "Aren't you afraid it might be poisoned? Dying in your family's home?" Shen Man chuckled, "To be honest, I don't believe you would dare. What is your relationship with my father?" Fang Yunqi asked bluntly. "We are superior and subordinate," she replied, taking a bite of a green dish and praising its flavor. "Why aren't you having any? Why is there no vegetable on your plate?" Fang Yunqi chose not to address this trivial matter and instead queried, "Do you think these answers will suffice to dismiss me? Will you still be allowed in here next time? Are you planning to leave me homeless?" Shen Man seemed unperturbed by Fang Yunqi's tone. "Shall we proceed through legal channels or settle this privately?" "You may try either," he retorted. In merely 3 bites of food, the atmosphere was charged with tension, leaving the nearby servants feeling uneasy. After finishing her small bowl of soup, Shen Man set it aside and smiled. "Well, the truth is, I have no idea why they will mention me. What is your relationship with my father?" Fang Yunqi reiterated. "It's not what you think." Shen Man turned to face him. "Though my parents have both passed, I know who they were. There is no illegitimate connection. Your father may be wealthy, but he is not desperate enough for me, nor would I seduce him for his wealth. Believe it or not," she added, rather than enticing him. "It would be far more reliable to simply share your bed." Fang Yunqi maintained his composure, glancing at the food on the table. "Have you finished?" he asked. Shen Man nodded. "I'm not yet 18 and don't have a driver's license." He tossed his car keys to her. "Can you drive?" "Yes," she replied, picking up the keys. "Where are you taking me, young master?" Without a word, Fang Yunqi strode out of the dining room. "Wait for me at the entrance in 10 minutes. As he departed, Shen Man smirked quietly to herself. What a little rascal. Everything felt shrouded in mystery as Fang Yunqi, now changing clothes, was perplexed. He could not fathom the implications of the sudden will, but sensed a deep connection between his father's disappearance and this woman. Shen Man undoubtedly harbored many secrets, and to uncover them, he needed to take her to a particular place. Glancing at his watch, the time was 6:30 p.m. Night had fallen. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yunqi forced a smile, uncertain of what she would become. Descending the stairs slowly, the sun had set, and the moonlight illuminated the transition between day and night. During such moments, he always felt a sense of trepidation. His world was beginning to change. On the west side of the first-floor hall stood a shoe wall. Sitting on a small stool to put on his shoes, the maid, Aunt Lin, offered him a bottle of water. When he looked up, he was no longer greeted by the plump middle-aged Aunt Lin, but rather a fluffy rabbit. A rabbit, standing upright in a maid's uniform. Long ears protruded from its white fur, and its blood-red eyes fixated on him. The rabbit's long front teeth nearly jutted out to its jawline, rendering it anything but cute in Fang Yunqi's eyes, especially with its claws awkwardly grasping the bottle of water. "Put that down," Fang Yunqi instructed. This scenario had been his reality since he could remember, as soon as the sun set. Everyone he encountered transformed into such peculiar beings, some bizarre, some terrifying, and even zombies. Zombies that could talk and dance. Thus, when selecting household staff, he endeavored to choose fantastical creatures that would offer him some comfort. For instance, the chef was a zebra with yellow skin and black stripes, a rare sight indeed. The gardener in the backyard was a pink field mouse, frequently wearing a hat, with teeth even longer than that rabbit's. His father's driver was a long-nosed husky, whom Fang Yunqi had distinctively marked with a tiger tattoo on his left shoulder to differentiate him from other huskies. Stepping outside, a pitch-black car awaited him. As long as it's not a bleeding skeleton, Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply and took a seat in the passenger seat, regretting his decision to purchase a car without a back seat. "You're so slow," Shen Man remarked. "Do you have fur?" Fang Yunqi attempted to avert his gaze. When he caught a glimpse of white fur, it at least confirmed that she was an animal and not some extraterrestrial being or zombie. Gradually lifting his head, He noticed the incongruity of her black strap dress draped over her white fur. Shin Man regarded him with a peculiar expression, not yet starting the engine. A fox. Fang Yunqi exhaled, his body relaxing. A long-nosed, clean fox. Although curious about her actions, Shin Man refrained from asking and instead inquired, "Where to?" "I sent you the location," he replied. Lowering the car window, he glanced outside, passing by a skeleton wearing a cap, half embracing a fawn clad in a school uniform. Shortly after, a bespectacled turtle chased a salted fish clutching a basketball. Finally, as he rolled the window up, he spotted a Pomeranian in a dress walking a Pomeranian lying on the ground. The world is broken. It has been broken for 17 years. Fang Yunqi, who had long since come to terms with it, closed his eyes and turned on the car stereo. "I saw you the day before my father disappeared," he said slowly. "Yes," Shin Man replied. "However, we discussed work-related matters concerning a subordinate company called Huiyang, which is developing residential areas." "Is it urgent?" Fang Yunqi replied tersely. "It is pressing. Given the severe nationwide pandemic, the project was halted for a period, and now it must resume. Workers are demanding the settlement of last year's wages. Yet the headquarters has yet to receive funds from the municipal government. Hence we need to cover the costs ourselves," Shin Man explained. "Is the amount substantial?" Fang Yunqi inquired. "Not particularly for the headquarters, but it is significant for Huiyang. There are also issues with the contractors. Consequently, Su Yi entrusted the department manager at headquarters with overseeing the matter. This issue was resolved a few days ago, and the municipal funds will be in place next week." Shin Man remarked that the Qingshan Group has invigorated the entire economy of Qingshan City, and the municipal authorities would not pose difficulties for us. Furthermore, the first phase of this residential development is also a municipal project, merely a formality in the bidding process, with all participating bidders being our subordinate companies. "Anyone can compete?" Fang Yunqi inquired. "For us, yes," Shin Man replied, downplaying the matter with a smile. "Surely you do not believe that the CEOs of the non-bidding subsidiaries have kidnapped Mr. Su, do you?" Fang Yunqi shook his head, asserting, if it were a kidnapping, he would certainly have contacted the company or his family within a week. "Where do you think Mr. Fang is gone?" Shin Man raised an eyebrow. "Guessing is futile." Yunqi pointed toward the nearby building, stating, "You'll know if you go there." As Shin Man halted the car, she lifted her gaze to behold several large characters. Qingshan Library. Fang Yunqi glanced at the little fox beside him, grinning to himself. "Welcome to my animal kingdom." Chapter 3, The Qiqing Library. "Young master, will you take me to read tonight?" Shin Man asked with a smile as she parked the car and placed the keys into her bag. Fang Yunqi did not respond, but glanced around before walking directly into the library. This must be the library funded by the group, co-built with the government. Completed just a year ago. I believe it covers an area of 5,000 square meters. Shin Man followed closely behind him. The four-story library has indeed become a landmark in Qingshan, particularly due to its unique location nestled between Nanjing Provincial University and Qingshan First Middle School, resulting in a substantial flow of students. To facilitate access, there are special entrances for both schools, along with favorable policies for students to apply for borrowing cards. After passing through security checks, the pair entered the elevator. Once Fang Yunqi pressed the button for the fourth floor, Shin Man murmured, "If I remember correctly, the fourth floor features 3 large reading rooms and a CAF, along with a computer section. Do you always talk this much?" Fang Yunqi inquired. "Your father is even more taciturn. No one ever chats with me," Shin Man replied with a smile. Upon arriving at their floor, they noticed a gathering taking place at the nearby school, through the transparent glass room. Shin Man spotted a camera and a group of teachers and students engaged in a lecture. Turning to enter the hall, they found themselves surrounded by independent reading rooms, where advanced technology allows books to be delivered directly to the 4th floor via robotic systems. Shin Man had participated in the initial acceptance of this system, so she was somewhat familiar with it. The two exchanged no words as they navigated through the corridors, eventually arriving at a heavy iron door. Shin Man furrowed her brow. "We didn't check this room during the acceptance test." Fang Yunqi produced a magnetic card and swiped it, causing the iron door to creak open, revealing a dimly lit room. "Close the door," he instructed before turning left and ascending the stairs. Shin Man quickly stepped inside, and the door closed slowly behind her. The lighting in the room was poor, but guiding lights illuminated the floor. After what felt like a lengthy detour, they entered a partitioned area where Fang Yunqi settled onto a sofa, while Shin Man stood beside him. The partitioned door gradually closed. "There is only one sofa. I hope you don't mind standing?" Fang Yunqi's words dripped with provocation. Shin Man merely smiled in response. With a press of a button on the control panel before him, The room burst into brightness, revealing 4 large screens, one in front and one on each side. The control panel featured an entirely touch-sensitive interface, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. Once the startup screen faded, they connected to a video feed displaying 4 individuals, each masked, with their backgrounds consisting solely of white walls. For Shinman, the identities of those on the other side were utterly inscrutable, not distinguishing between male or female. However, for Fong Yunqi, the mask seemed inconsequential as he scanned from left to right. A yellow-spotted dog, a green-skinned saber-toothed tiger, a red-furred lion, and a purple-hued centipede, the latter writhing in motion. No useful information was gleaned from the exchange. One by one, the 4 spoke the same line. Their voices slightly altered but still recognizable as male or female. "Is the exchange possible?" asked Sujiran. "The police are still willing to negotiate." "Under the same conditions as last time," the saber-toothed tiger replied. "If feasible, your credibility could bridge the gap. To my knowledge, the police lack reliable intel on Fong Dong's whereabouts. Any rash attempts may prove futile," the centipede remarked. "Your assistance in the resolution of the March 18th case was invaluable, but I believe it unnecessary now. The current police force will not abuse their power for financial gain. They may merely assist in gathering leads, and within Naching Province and even the northern regions, our information-gathering capabilities surpass theirs," the yellow-spotted dog stated while sipping tea. "But we cannot afford to wait," Fong Yunqi asserted. "I must act swiftly. I heard someone is attempting to divide the inheritance. Is that the reason?" the lion queried. "No," Fong Yunqi replied. "Then we must resort to the police for the exchange. Under certain conditions, they may be more effective and professional than us," the saber-toothed tiger suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Yunqi inhaled deeply. "Conditions? I will make contact." The saber-toothed tiger then deactivated the camera, followed by a ringing phone indicating a connection. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was unaltered, revealing that of a young woman. "Hello?" The saber-toothed tiger's voice remained muffled. "Have you come to a decision?" the woman inquired. "Yes," he responded. "I will send you the case details now. According to the confidentiality agreement, the case information is classified. You both must sign simultaneously." "All right." The saber-toothed tiger agreed without hesitation. "As part of the exchange, you can now directly request the case to be submitted to the headquarters. I will arrange for the officer currently handling this case to investigate Fong Dong's situation, but you must understand that I will be taking significant risks." "I understand," the saber-toothed tiger replied. "I do not wish for troublemakers to be involved in this matter. Furthermore, regarding the apprehension, it must be conducted by our team." The woman emphasized the words "our team" before exhaling slowly. "The Municipal Bureau has conducted thorough investigations and has yet to locate Fong Dong. To hope for this, we must do our best." "Understood," the saber-toothed tiger replied. When the call ended, an electronic version of a file appeared on Fong Yunqi's desktop. Clearly the case documents exchanged earlier. "Examine the file first. I will report the case to the headquarters," the saber-toothed tiger instructed. "All right," Fong Yunqi replied calmly, directing all his focus to the file. At that moment, Shin Man gazed at Fong Yunqi and calmly asked, "Is this your strategy?" "My curiosity does not lie with you," Fong Yunqi remarked while perusing the case documents, "but rather with him." Shin Man looked up, and on the upper screen, a camera angle appeared from the perspective of a car's rearview mirror, revealing her driver and herself seated inside. Shin Man trembled, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "When did you set this up?" "I investigated for quite some time, only discovering that his name is Wang Lin. Beyond that, I unearthed nothing. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. After matching with the police's facial recognition database, we found he was merely a villager from another province." Fong Yunqi chuckled. Ironically, that villager still farms in the nearby urban area. Shin Man remained silent. "I could easily fabricate evidence to detain him for a few days, especially during this crucial period." "You enjoy holding others' secrets over their heads," Shin Man teased. "Are you not the same?" Fong Yunqi scoffed. "Only you would dare to investigate my banking records. When did you start keeping tabs on me?" Shin Man inquired. "Don't forget, I call Wang Jining uncle. When the will was signed 6 months ago, I was aware of you. I merely had no details at that time, just that it involved you. And what have you gained in these 6 months? You are a cunning fox," Shin Man remarked as she sat beside Fong Yunqi on the armrest of the sofa. "You must have tried every possible method to locate Fong Dong." Fong Yunqi pressed a button on the control panel, revealing footage from a security camera. Shin Man recognized the location immediately. It was the surveillance footage from outside the chairman's office at Qingshan Company. "This segment was deleted during my search at the company, and the individual on duty in the monitoring room has since vanished," Shin Man inquired. How did you obtain this? My surveillance equipment retains footage for a mere 15 seconds. And that is precisely all we have, Fang Yunqi replied. It was not merely deleted. The power supply for the entire floor was severed. The backup power for the building takes 10 minutes to activate, resulting in a loss of 9 minutes and 45 seconds of visibility, Shinman elaborated. However, one must understand that even if the power to the 23rd floor was cut, the fingerprint and iris recognition systems for the doors would remain operational, and the records could not have been erased. Hesitating, Shinman pondered, are you implying that the chairman vanished from his office on the 23rd floor? Indeed, Fang Yunqi replied, still engrossed in the documents. No one has accessed the stairwell leading to the 23rd floor, as its surveillance power is on a separate circuit and remains unobstructed. Moreover, the exits of the emergency escape routes on other floors showed no sign of his presence. All other individuals have been thoroughly vetted, revealing no suspicious activity. Could it be? No, Fang Yunqi interrupted her decisively. Since the disappearance, apart from law enforcement and a few high-ranking executives, no one has entered or exited the chairman's office, and the surveillance has remained uninterrupted. Shinman fell silent. You now have two choices, Fang Yunqi said, reclining on the sofa and glancing at the pristine white plush fox nearby. The distance between them was minimal, and the fox exuded a delightful aroma. First, you may leave this place and return the way you came, resuming your own affairs. Second, you may peruse this dossier. I require assistance from your subordinates. A flicker of intrigue crossed Shinman's face as she stole a glance at the file. Is this related to a series of terroristic murders? It concerns cases of animal cruelty and human abuse, Fang Yunqi stated, which I believe will pique your interest. With that, he rose and approached the door of the partition. Turning back to ask, tea or coffee? Is there any cola? Shinman's gaze had already been captivated by the case file. Chapter 4. They all deserve to die. Pushing open a door, Fang Yunqi entered a space akin to his own cubicle, save for the workstation laden with snacks and beverages. A corpulent figure, easily weighing 300 pounds, was sprawled on the sofa. With considerable effort, the hefty individual turned, wiping away chilly oil from the corners of his mouth, and grinned. It was, as one might surmise, a pig. Not the endearing kind, but more akin to Pigsy from Journey to the West, Conquering the Demons. This particular porker was named Lin Musen, and he was one of Fang Yunqi's closest confidants. With a shudder, Fang Yunqi pulled a stool from beneath a nearby desk. Did you find anything? Her voice sprint, irises, and fingerprints are all captured. I just ran a test, and they can be used to bypass your company's security access. No hiccups there. Lin Musen brandished a spicy snack stick, offering one to Fang Yunqi. Fang Yunqi demurred. You enjoy. Any other discoveries? She's stunning, as beautiful as my wife. Lin Musen exclaimed with delight, even snorting a few times. Which wife? Fang Yunqi inquired, perplexed. Her, of course. Lin Musen gestured to a two-dimensional female character on the screen. Last week, it was someone named Ram, and this week it's Misaka? Fang Yunqi yawned. You change wives faster than I change socks. Lin Musen scratched his head, grinning foolishly at the screen for a moment before abruptly turning back. How did you know about Misaka Mikoto? Witnessing the porcine man's indignation, Fang Yunqi recoiled slightly. Let's not dwell on that. Can you perform a comparison with the population database now? Affirmative. Lin Musen immediately reverted to a professional demeanor. He possessed a clear distinction between work and play. When joking around, Fang Yunqi was his cherished brother, and anything could be discussed. However, when conducting business, he was his employer, and only commands were transmitted. Once the Bureau's official hours conclude, I can discreetly browse the database. However, facial recognition will be more laborious. Anything else you need me to investigate? Lin Musen inquired. Can it still be done if the woman is wearing makeup? Fang Yunqi's knowledge of technology was somewhat limited. Certainly, Lin Musen affirmed. The Bureau's current system is quite advanced. It first establishes the ratio of the irises to the cheeks, then constructs a 3D model based on the bone structure. It further considers the skull ratio, hairline, earlobes, cochlea, lateral cheekbone position ratio, zygomatic position ratio, and the coordination of the lips and nose to make a comparison, unless she's undergone facial reconstruction and had bone alterations. Even cosmetic surgery can yield a similarity rating of 80% or higher. And the rest? Fang Yunqi pressed. That's where human intervention comes in. Lin Musen explained. But rest assured, once the data comparison is complete, I have my own methods. After the search, investigate the time frame before and after her disappearance. Examine what all the company's executives were doing, all those at the level of general manager and above. With those words, Fang Yunqi turned and exited the cubicle. Outside, A robot had already prepared 2 cans of soda. Opening the door and placing the beverages on the table, Fang Yunqi inquired, "Will this take long? Who speaks first?" Closing the dossier, Shinman leaned back against the sofa, showing no inclination to offer her young master a seat. The genesis of the matter is a video. Fang Yunqi selected a few cases, and a video appeared on the screen. It was a video posted by a female college student 3 days prior on social media, the content of which was what you were now witnessing. Shinman watched the video impassively. It lasted half a minute and depicted a young Bichon Frise being tossed into a washing machine. The videographer narrated a confession. "This dog, I spent 500 yuan to buy it, and it's nothing but trouble. It's constantly making a mess and barks incessantly while I'm watching shows. I usually hit it when it barks, but today it wouldn't stop, so I cut its mouth with scissors, and it actually bit me. It's filthy and stinky. So I'm going to clean it up." It was evident that the dog had bloodstains around its mouth and various bruises and injuries on its body. 700,000 likes. Shinman noted. The location is traced to the neighboring province. "Why is this case being handled here?" Shinman inquired. "Because the last video posted by the videographer was located in Ching province." Fang Yunqi opened another video. I'm sorry. The video was devoid of people. Only the pristine white Bichon, lying limp on the ground, its eyes drooping. Its left hind leg was visibly splayed at an unnatural angle, while its left foreleg was missing. Wrapped in white gauze. The voice in the video repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry. My previous statements were just to attract attention. I didn't abuse it. It was attacked by stray dogs while playing outside. I thought I could get some attention, but it's turned into this. Putting it in the washing machine was just a filming technique. It wasn't injured." Coercion, Shinman analyzed calmly. "Possibly," Fang Yunqi conceded. "But it's not that simple. You've reviewed the case file. 2 people are already dead. This person is likely to be the third," Shinman stated. A man with the social media handle Tai-O posted 3 videos of cat abuse online. On May 8th of this year, he died outside a tree in the suburbs of Wuxia City, in Ching province, completely naked, covered in black down feathers, and impaled through the body by a massive steel bar. His death mirrored that of the cat he had last posted, which had suffered a gruesome demise. A woman named Telung who can't speak Mandarin initially solicited experimental subjects in an animal abuse group and later posted an experimental video on social media. The video documented how many days a cat and a dog would survive if confined in a house, and it lasted 8 days. In the end, the dog devoured the cat, starving to death in the house, Shinman recounted. On the same day, she was discovered in an unfinished building in Beilun City, in Ching province, completely unclothed, confined in a sealed room, having consumed 8 rats. She contracted epidemic hemorrhagic fever and died of starvation-induced shock. In exchange, "We are to assist in investigating this case," Fang Yunqi stated. "I'm not a police officer, and neither are you." Shinman closed the case file. "I have no obligation or need to waste my resources and time on such matters." "Are you saying you're unwilling to investigate my father's whereabouts?" Fang Yunqi asked. "I'm saying I'm unwilling to investigate this case as an exchange," Shinman clarified. "I'm more inclined to believe that their deaths were accidental." Fang Yunqi gazed at the silver-white fox before him. "You know they weren't." Picking up her handbag, Shinman rose, took a sip of Fang Yunqi's soda, and then smiled as she opened the door. "I'm the secretary of a listed group chairman. I have plenty of time to make money, to live life. Sitting and waiting for 8 months allows me to spend an entire lifetime extravagantly. While I enjoy using my brain to think about things, I truly can't help you with this matter. Walking out of here, you're certain to die sooner than I will," Fang Yunqi stated calmly, his eyes fixed on the alluring fox. Shinman smiled faintly. "It's not that I won't help you, it's just that they—" She glanced at the case file on the workstation. "Deserve to die." Snap. The door closed. Fang Yunqi shook his head with a wry smile, gazing at the lipstick stain on his soda can. "Little fox." "Boss, where to?" Wang Lin, the driver, inquired softly as Shinman entered the car. Shinman remained silent, opening her hand to reveal a small note, still bearing the chill of the iced soda. After a long pause, she raised her head, a sense of wistful contemplation washing over her. "Back to the company. What brings the young scion of the Fang family here?" Wang Lin expressed his confusion. "Is it to investigate me?" Shinman gracefully opened the box containing her contact lenses, placing a delicate pair of colored lenses within. Subsequently, she peeled off an exceedingly thin hand mask from her fingers, revealing a playful spirit within the little rascal. Wang Lin chose to remain silent. Inside the vehicle, an unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 5. The brown bear Zhang Juwen. The night was pitch black, and the clock had already passed midnight. Upon exiting the Qingxing library, Fang Yunqi appeared bewildered. Although he could drive, he found himself unable to do so. Reluctantly, he called for a designated driver and, under the moonlight, ventured onto the airport expressway. Once he reached the parking lot, Fang Yunqi lay alone in the car, contemplating the entire case. Serial murders were rare, and the methods employed in this particular case were quite sophisticated. Neither the car interior nor the surveillance cameras near the residential area or the abandoned building had captured any footage of the victims. The police had already transferred all surveillance information to their subordinates, and the screening had just begun. He was uncertain whether any useful information could be found. The killer seemed to enact retribution on the video poster within a specific time frame after the video was released, which was not very long. The first case occurred within a week, as did the third. However, the second case transpired on the very day the video was initiated. This indicated that the perpetrator was likely someone within the group chat. Suddenly, a noise came from beside him. Through the half-open car window, a brown bear appeared before Fang Yunqi. Amusingly, the bear wore a mask so small that it barely covered its teeth. The bear, with a sense of purpose, opened the driver's door. "You see, you can't even drive without a license. Being a year older has its advantages," it quipped. This brown bear was none other than Zhang Jiwen, Fang Yunqi's childhood friend. They had grown up together, having played in mud and urine, and had attended school side by side, forming a bond akin to brothers. Zhang Jiwen first placed his luggage in the trunk before taking the driver's seat. Instead of starting the engine, he inquired, "So, what do you think about the old man's case? We still have no leads, and we can only wait for news from the bureau. What's your take on this case?" As Fang Yunqi stretched lazily, he replied, "I also believe that the second case is likely related to the group chat. The killer may very well be someone in that chat. However, after this incident, the group has been disbanded, and it's nearly impossible to trace those involved. Does that stump you?" Zhang Jiwen chuckled. "Technical matters are within our grasp. It's not easy to erase digital footprints nowadays." "That's what he said to me," Fang Yunqi responded, "but it will take time." The first case occurred in Wucha City, the second in Beiluan City, and the third was pinpointed on a train entering Nanjing Province. "So, where to first?" Zhang Jiwen asked. "Both Wucha and Beiluan are over 100 kilometers away, but since the second case happened most recently, let us head to Beiluan," Fang Yunqi suggested. The brown bear beside him was an energetic young man, keenly interested in the case. Moreover, Zhang Jiwen's father was the head of the Public Security Bureau in Nanjing Province. Fang Yunqi was a man of few words, and with a bear driving, he was even less inclined to speak. Zhang Jiwen chattered incessantly, offering no substantial comments, merely exchanging casual remarks until they reached the turnoff for Beiluan City on the expressway. When he suddenly asked, "Why do you think it happened here?" Zhang Jiwen slowed down as they exited the highway. "There aren't many people here, are there? It must be convenient for such activities in Beiluan City." Fang Yunqi mused. "I think in the third case, he didn't kill anyone." Zhang Jiwen added, "This time, he only made that girl post an apology video. The criminal methods are evolving. He might want to use his power to effect some change. However, his approach is misguided. Typically, individuals like him come from troubled backgrounds. At least we can deduce he is likely from a single-parent home. He desperately seeks validation, perhaps lacking a father's affection." Fang Yunqi remarked slowly. "Is that so? His motive must be for a pet. He should be quite affectionate." Zhang Jiwen frowned. "On the contrary, it suggests that he had a pet during childhood, one that ultimately perished due to the negligence of his single mother. This could explain his vengeful methods," Fang Yunqi explained. "However, the shift in his approach this time strikes me as suspicious. Could it be that the victim said something?" Zhang Jiwen pondered. "Unlikely," Fang Yunqi shook his head. "Individuals like him tend to envision their targets as reflections of those they despise, so he wouldn't be inclined to heed any explanations. This means that something must have transpired that compelled the killer to change." Zhang Jiwen fell into thought. After passing through the toll booth, the two drove into Jiuzhou County. Fang Yunqi tilted his head to gaze out the window and suddenly asked, "During the previous murders, his methods mirrored those of the deceased in their treatment of pets. What about this time?" At this point, Zhang Jiwen paused. "This time, that dog didn't die?" Fang Yunqi exclaimed. Eyes wide as he looked at Zhang Jiwen. "Are you implying?" Zhang Jiwen furrowed his brow. What could he be planning? He can't possibly intend to release that person, can he? He absolutely will not let anyone go. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. The train. He took out his phone and began searching for the train schedules on that day, focusing on the trains passing through that location. There were only 3 options. The first was a short-distance train, going directly from Nanjing Province to Beijing. The second was an international long-distance train, originating from Beima and crossing into Mongolia before traversing through Nanjing Province to Beijing. The The third was from Chuan Province, entering Neicheng Province via Jiangbei, ultimately heading northeast. Which one do you think it is? Fang Yunqi inquired. With two long and one short, we should choose the shortest? Zhang Jiwen parked in a hotel lot. How would I know? I'll check the videos. The first video of the girl abusing the dog was located in Jiaobei, which seemed highly probable. However, Jiaobei was only a few stops from Yanjing, making it plausible for them to travel to Yanjing by train as well. Is the international long-distance train likely? Fang Yunqi asked. The girl's passport shows no signs of use. Zhang Jiwen replied while checking, without domestic tickets. There's no need for passport checks. Only at the final stop before international travel is there a verification. Fang Yunqi clicked his tongue. However, that route has the best security measures. If any issues arose, the crew or onboard security should detect it, so we can temporarily rule that out. That leaves us with two options. If I had to choose, I'd definitely lean towards Jiangbei, right? As he spoke, Zhang Jiwen hesitated, furrowing his brow again. If I could find a way to sneak someone into any train station without raising an alarm, I would still choose Yanjing. After all, the name itself provides a sense of security. If anyone were to suspect anything, they wouldn't question this place. Wait a moment, there are security checks. It's impossible to hide someone in a suitcase. Zhang Jiwen reconsidered his theory. Things have changed. It's not like before. How could he? They know each other, Fang Yunqi stated calmly. Chapter 6, Beiluan City. After completing the check-in process, the two individuals retired to their respective rooms to rest, having agreed to visit the crime scene early the following morning. The necessary identification had already been transmitted and would be delivered to the hotel at dawn. Jianchelong was brushing her teeth, adorned in a tank top, with a cat ear hairpin perched atop her head. The room, while not particularly spacious, featured a mirror that displayed an array of toiletries. Fang Yunqi merely nodded in response to the photographs from the crime scene. All right, I'll send them immediately. Once Jianchelong dried her hands, she forwarded the images to Fang Yunqi's phone. The first image depicted the victim, whom Fang Yunqi perceived as a black cat. Strikingly similar to the one in her video, its eyes wide open, betraying a sense of despair and a fierce will to survive amidst the brutal struggle of its final moments. Upon closer inspection, a white hair was discernible beneath the victim's armpit. She sent a screenshot to Jianchelong, inquiring about the location of the victim's remains. The coroner has already received them. What is the situation there? Jianchelong asked, puzzled. The hair does not belong to the victim, Fang Yunqi replied. Are your eyes human? Jianchelong countered. I see nothing but darkness. Should I contact the police? Yet, the coroner's findings indicated no DNA from another individual had been detected on the corpse. Regardless of how long the hair had been detached from the body, the police could ascertain the DNA. Send it over. This case is yet to be consolidated with the missing persons report. Indeed, the missing individual merely posted a short video without revealing any signs of victimization. Hence, only a missing persons report was filed. Furthermore, the cross-province nature of this case complicates matters, Jianchelong explained. However, this case is now under local jurisdiction, and with coordination from the headquarters, you can access the coroner's office. It's in your hands, Fang Yunqi. In a daze, Fang Yunqi entered the abandoned building. The surroundings were fraught with crumbling walls, suggesting no work had been done here for quite some time. The plaster was peeling, and tools lay scattered across the floor. On the third floor, the door to a room was firmly shut, yet he effortlessly slipped inside. There, he found a pitch-black cat, its elongated body curled up on the ground, alertly gazing at him. It was evident that the cat was famished, its long coat coated with dust, its unkempt fur lacking luster. Cautiously, it watched Fang Yunqi, its own excrement lying nearby. It seemed to have lost its sense of smell, making no attempt to distance itself. A chain, as thick as a finger, pierced through its collarbone, entering and exiting its flesh, the wound hastily covered with white powder. A crude attempt to prevent fatal blood loss. Fang Yunqi crouched before the black cat, which blinked several times, trembling as it regarded him. Do not be afraid. Fang Yunqi gently patted the cat's shoulder. The cat, curled on the ground, dared not move, shifting its body as close as possible beneath Fang Yunqi, ultimately freezing in place as the chain rattled. It hurts. A woman's voice echoed in his ears. The black cat bore numerous white hairs, not growing from its own body. I cannot identify anyone through this fur, Fang Yunqi mused, picking up the white fluff. It is impossible for the database to contain records of every individual. The black cat lowered its head, licking the back of Fang Yunqi's hand. Bark, bark. The sound of barking startled Fang Yunqi, prompting him to whirl around. Behind him stood a round-headed Bichon Frise, feasting on the remains of the black cat, which was now a mere shell of its former self. The moment the Bichon spotted Fong Yunqi, it lunged at him like a colossal wolf. Upon waking, Fong Yunqi was drenched in sweat. Did you have a nightmare? A voice inquired beside him. Taking a sip of water, he grabbed his phone. The video call had not ended, and the name displayed was Zhou Qiqi. The clock read 6:30. A somewhat haggard young woman appeared on the screen. Did you not sleep? Fong Yunqi asked, glancing at the phone. I forgot to end the video call, she replied. Since you didn't hang up, I didn't either. Zhou Qiqi inhaled deeply, her fatigue causing her eyelids to flutter slowly. Did you have a nightmare? Fong Yunqi shook his head. My phone is dead. I'll charge it for a while. Still pondering the case? Zhou Qiqi queried. Setting his phone on the bedside table, Fong Yunqi stared at the ceiling. What do you think the motive is? He sought to retaliate with violence. That's not right, Fong Yunqi countered. Since it pertains to the WeChat group, there must be more than just these 3 individuals involved. Why, then, are they the only ones implicated? Typically, one would search for commonalities, yet the sole shared element was that group. It cannot be, Fong Yunqi asserted. Repeat to me the details regarding Zhang Yu. All right. Zhou Qiqi retrieved a document, flipping to the section on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu is the victim of the second case, the Black Cat. Zhang Yu, female, 26 years old, lived alone, and had been single for 4 months following a breakup. Her parents are villagers from Xingtai village in Beluan City, who previously made a living through herding. Now, with social security and pensions, coupled with Zhang Yu's income, they can afford to retire comfortably. Reports indicate they seldom visited Zhang Yu, only communicating through calls and video chats. And they were in the countryside at the time of the incident. She is an only child, employed as an accountant at the Beluan City Gas Company for a year. She previously worked at Qingxing City Huitong Construction Company for 3 years after graduating from Nanjing Provincial University at the age of 22. Fong Yunqi found no useful information surfacing in his mind. He took a deep breath and inquired, what about the fat guy? They're currently duplicating the group chat account. Once complete, they will restore the device's records. However, the monitoring of chat devices is quite stringent, making it difficult to breach, so it will take time. A text notification chimed. Fong Yunqi picked up his phone. It was from Shinman. Good morning, sir. After surveying the room, Fong Yunqi replied. It is illegal to privately install cameras in a hotel. I did not, came the swift response. But it seems you should have woken up early if you were out investigating. However, installing them at home is not illegal, Fong Yunqi retorted. She actually did it. The next reply was slow in coming. What is it? Fong Yunqi inquired. Nothing. I'm heading out. I found something interesting that I want to share with you, Shinman said. Proceed. Fong Yunqi replied with a single word. Suddenly, I don't feel like talking anymore. Fong Yunqi, uninterested, sat up and began dressing. Don't you want to ask me? Silence. Hey, it's related to the case. Still no response. They don't just have one group. There is another one that has disbanded. The 3 individuals are all part of it. QR code. Fong Yunqi sent back 3 words. Shinman, can you treat me to a meal? Shinman, hello? Can you treat me to a meal? Shinman, I give up. I'll send it to you. Shinman, oh, by the way, my little sir, you should be cautious when you go out. Don't meet your end out there. Chapter 7 Inference at the crime scene in the pitch-black room. Zhang Lili could only rely on the faint sound of cars passing overhead to ascertain that she was still alive. She had lost all sense of time, unable to tell whether it was day or night, only aware of her intense hunger, the foul odor surrounding her, and the cramped space she occupied. The discomfort was overwhelming. As she drifted in and out of consciousness, the door to the room creaked open. She had become familiar with the sound of the iron door swinging, and as the light flooded in, her eyes felt as though they were being scorched. Instinctively, she reached out to shield her eyes, but her arms remained immobile, weighed down by the tight restraints around her wrists. A figure clad in blue athletic wear entered, head bowed, holding a plate. Please, let me go, Zhang Lili pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. She had cried until her tears ran dry, yet the man before her displayed no hint of compassion, his icy gaze unwavering. He set the plate down beside her and used a key to unlock the chains binding her hands and feet. Eat. This is your meal for today. It's been 3 days. Zhang Lili implored with all her might. What do you want? I don't have much money, but I can give you all I have. I beg you. Whatever you want, just don't keep me locked up. He merely smiled faintly and turned toward the corner of the room where some miscellaneous items lay, mops, brooms, and a few rags. The broom creaked ominously as he turned it over. The man returned, holding a broomstick, squatting before Zhang Lili. What is your puppy's name? Qiqi. I bought it on July 7th. So, it's called Qiqi. She stammered, gripping the bed frame tightly, uncertain of his intentions. He produced his phone and displayed a screenshot to her, saying, "This is your first message. Chi-Chi has been sitting at the door wagging its tail. I can't pull it back. When I go near, it tugs at my pants. If I ignore it, it barks. It's so annoying, right?" Zhang Lili was bewildered, unsure of why he was showing her this, but she nodded vigorously. "This is the second message, 20 minutes later. Your photo," he continued, swiping to the next image, revealing a picture of Chi-Chi whimpering and crawling on the ground, one front leg already raised and immobile. "You expressed, as the ancients say, a dutiful son emerges under the rod. After a beating, it quiets down. Now it doesn't bark anymore, just whines, which is quite bothersome. Am I correct?" Zhang Lili gazed at him in confusion, lost for words. He put his phone away. "Do you wish to go outside?" "Yes. What must I do for you to release me? Please." "I can." Before she could finish, the broomstick sliced through the air, the sound rushing past her ears, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "I want to go out." Each word struck her like a crushing blow. "You want to go out?" A gut-wrenching scream erupted from the depths of Zhang Lili's throat as she fell from the bed, clinging desperately to the man's pant leg, fighting back with every ounce of her strength. Yet, as her right hand reached out, he pressed his foot down on her arm. 3 strikes. The solid iron broomstick twisted and broke. Zhang Lili's arm, too, was fractured. Her throat could emit no sound, her mouth agape, tears streaming down her face, ruining her makeup. The man raised his phone, capturing her image. Indeed, the ancients were wise. A dutiful son emerges under the rod. After a beating, it quiets down. Now it doesn't bark anymore, just whines, which is quite bothersome. His voice was cold, his gaze akin to that of a corpse. Ultimately, Zhang Lili succumbed to unconsciousness. The man kicked the iron rod out of the room, and, after extinguishing the light, the heavy iron door clanged shut once more, enveloping the room in darkness. "Who has been messaging you?" Zhang Jiwen inquired during the drive. "A lunatic and a saber-toothed tiger," Fang Yunqi replied. "A saber-toothed tiger without eyebrows. That's because I'm not wearing makeup." A voice from the phone exclaimed, "Mosquito, mosquito, the young master is bullying me." Zhang Jiwen chuckled. "Chi-Chi, I knew it. You do resemble a saber-toothed tiger, large everywhere, with big fangs, but not very courageous." Humph. Though Shou Chi-Chi was irked. She did not end the call but rather redirected the conversation. "Are you heading to the crime scene now? What's the situation with that unfinished building?" Fang Yunqi asked. Zhou Chi-Chi paused for a moment. "I'll check." The unfinished building lay on the outskirts of the city. It had been contracted by the Huafeng Group. But due to the pandemic, the construction was delayed. The spread of the virus was indeed swift. It had only been a month since the project was meant to be completed, but now they couldn't even proceed with construction. The detective assigned to the case was Sun Ji, a member of the local city bureau. Of course, their meeting was not merely due to a transfer of cases from higher-ups, but because Zhang Jiwen had called his father, who arranged for them to visit, citing it as an educational opportunity, especially since the child was set to enter police academies soon. Moreover, Fang Yunqi had solved a few cases previously, all of which Zhang Jiwen had taken credit for. Now, he was well known as a promising candidate. "Brother, you didn't mention your arrival. Our precinct has arranged for a team responsible for the case to assist you and see if there are any new developments," Sun Ji said as he led them upstairs. "We have already completed the examination of the scene." Sun Ji continued his introduction as they entered the third-floor compartment. "This room is the crime scene." Only Zhang Jiwen entered the room. Fang Yunqi remained outside. Gazing around, Fang Yunqi looked outside. This was the outskirts of the city, indeed sparsely populated. To the west were scattered shops, and to the east flowed a river. It certainly appeared abandoned for quite some time. There were hardly any signs of human presence. The dust on the ground thick except for the path leading to the room, which had been worn away. Spider webs adorned the corners, and mice scurried about. To Fang Yunqi, this place held little value. He turned and descended the unfinished building, arriving at a convenience store, the only one in the vicinity. "Welcome." The mechanical voice of a toy hanging above the store called out. As Fang Yunqi stepped down, a portly middle-aged man emerged. "What do you need?" "A pack of cordyceps." "Please." Fang Yunqi pointed to a medium-sized cigarette pack. The shopkeeper handed it over, 45. After settling the bill, Fang Yunqi did not leave immediately but instead handed a cigarette to the shopkeeper, who accepted it with a grin and lit it. "I'm the only customer today," Fang Yunqi remarked. "Yes, I thought renting a place near a large estate would yield some profit, but who knew the pandemic would disrupt everything? They're not even sure if the community will be completed or not, and the hospital and mall that were supposed to move in have also reportedly canceled plans." The middle-aged shopkeeper scratched his sparse hair and sat back behind the counter. "There have been very few people around lately," Fang Yunqi observed, A few months ago. There were many. The police were running around here. I don't know what happened, but I heard from the guy at the hardware store that there might be plans for further development of the estate. And the police came to help maintain order and clear out the homeless. There are homeless people around here? Fang Yunqi inquired. Yes. The proprietor took a deep drag, reflecting on the recent times when strict pandemic controls had kept patrons at bay. Since April, however, the situation had improved significantly, with no confirmed cases in Beiluan. Businesses had begun to reopen, and even the homeless had gathered, drawn to the abandoned buildings that offered shelter. Fang Yunqi nodded thoughtfully. Have any peculiar individuals visited in May? He inquired. I can't recall, the owner replied, extinguishing his cigarette. Though, there were frequent visits from the police. Perhaps they were searching for the missing homeless? But that shouldn't be the case. There were staff from a shelter who came by, likely taking them away. A shelter? Fang Yunqi asked, puzzled, though he refrained from pressing further. The owner continued. A young man came by, quite capable, who took 3 boxes of bottled water for the homeless. He visited for 2 consecutive days, but I haven't seen him since. Have you reported this to the police? Fang Yunqi probed. I did, the owner responded. He wanted something else, but if he didn't ask, I went to the back to play cards with some friends. Go ahead, Fang Yunqi smiled as he exited. The cheerful voice of a puppet welcomed him once more. The convenience store lacked surveillance cameras and wasn't a chain open 24 hours, making it difficult to glean any leads. However, at the nearby intersection, he spotted a camera. Hello, my car was scratched by a stone at the intersection of Xiongwan Road and Donghai Street on May 7th. May I inquire if the camera at that intersection was operational? He asked. Unfortunately, no, replied the traffic officer. It was vandalized in early April. The only camera in the vicinity is at that intersection, so we have no idea who did it. Probably the local kids messing around. Has it not been repaired? Fang Yunqi held up his phone. After it was reported, repairs were completed by late May. This road's camera frequently malfunctions, usually due to stones or slingshots, the officer explained. Thank you. I suppose I'll await my insurance claim, Fang Yunqi said before ending the call. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the abandoned building. The crime scene was near the eastern lake, an area that seemed challenging to investigate, prompting him to circle to the east side of the structure. The view here was more expansive. To the south of the abandoned building lay a low-rise structure, possibly an independent office or a sales office. Only 5 stories tall and adjacent to a residential complex. However, the complex remained unfinished, and the pandemic had left the area nearly deserted. He had already reviewed the security notes and found no significant discoveries. Approaching the lake, he looked up to finally notice the wall of the crime scene. Its cement color blended seamlessly with the surrounding walls, making it inconspicuous. From this vantage, he could only see a portion of the path leading to the scene. At that moment, Zhang Jiwen and Sun Ji stood nearby, smoking. Hey, Zhang Jiwen waved, calling out to Fang Yunqi. Fang Yunqi ignored him and turned away. The lake was calm, an artificial body of water populated with koi and adorned with lotus flowers and other aquatic plants, although many had perished due to neglect. Before long, Zhang Jiwen and Sun Ji approached. What is the situation? Any findings? Zhang Jiwen inquired. Share your insights, Fang Yunqi replied, glancing at him. The investigation here is thorough. Nearly everything from the crime scene has been sent for analysis. The results revealed no peculiarities, no poison, nor any traces of the assailant. We found a solar-powered camera. And the mobile device was here as well, but it bore no fingerprints, just the owner's SIM card, Zhang Jiwen recounted. The live stream began 3 days after her home broadcast commenced. Sun Ji added. The phone was connected directly to a solar panel charger and set to do not disturb mode, receiving no calls or messages. I tested it. It was completely sealed. No sound could penetrate, so Zhang Jiwen sighed. It seems we are at a standstill. Where's the body? Fang Yunqi asked. At the precinct. I'll take you there, Sun Ji replied, his enthusiasm waning. The trio drove to the Beiluan Municipal Bureau, where an intern led them to the morgue. The family has confirmed the identity. There's no doubt it's her, but we cannot proceed with the burial until the case is closed, Sun Ji stated. Fang Yunqi observed the body, an ordinary-looking woman with long black hair, some strands sticking to the body bag. The chest and viscera displayed a dark red line, a testament to modern forensic techniques that left minimal scarring. Donning gloves, he methodically examined the area beneath her left armpit. Investigate the hair here, he instructed the intern. Huh? The assistant seemed dazed. Not wishing to repeat himself, he removed the gloves and turned to Sun Ji. Thank you. How long until we get results? By tomorrow. Sun Ji replied. What do you mean? Zhang Jiwen interjected, frowning. If the results are accurate, this is not the primary crime scene, Fang Yunqi stated calmly, discarding the gloves into a waste bin. It's highly likely that all the footage we viewed was recorded elsewhere and that the body was only moved here post-mortem. Sun Ji was taken aback. How could that be? We'll know once the report arrives, Fang Yunqi said as he exited the room, unable to endure the scent of death. Chapter 8. Mobile phone password. The results were revealed that very evening. It seemed there was a desire to showcase one's capabilities to the authorities. Otherwise, the test results would not have arrived so swiftly. Sun Ji and Zhang Jiwen gazed in bewilderment at Fang Yunqi, who was seated on the sofa in Zhang Yu's home. After hanging up the phone, Sun Ji offered an awkward smile, revealing that the DNA test indicated the presence of another individual, though their identity remained uncertain. This answer was anticipated by Fang Yunqi. The purpose of conducting the test was twofold: to gain the attention of the local police for greater convenience, and to validate his own deductions. Taking a slow breath, he felt a tinge of anxiety, having never encountered something so colossal. Sun Ji was not particularly short, standing nearly 185 meters tall, while the imposing figure beside him, nicknamed Brown Bear, stood at about 190 meters. Fang Yunqi could accept a 190-meter bear, but a 185-meter rooster was simply beyond his comprehension. Throughout the day, he had limited interaction with Sun Ji, but now, paired with this appearance, it was evident he possessed an exceptionally loud voice, speaking incessantly and high-pitched, truly resembling a rooster. Due to this newly emerged evidence, the task force expressed their sincerity by allowing Sun Ji to take all the belongings found on the deceased Zhang Yu. Fang Yunqi grasped Zhang Yu's phone, pondering its contents. This type of phone cannot be entirely replicated, Sun Ji remarked. Zhang Jiwen, sitting beside Fang Yunqi, observed the Apple device. Realizing that facial recognition was no longer feasible and lacking a fingerprint feature, they were left with a 6-digit unlock code. Have we investigated the deceased ex-boyfriend? Fang Yunqi inquired. Yes, but there were no findings. He was unaware of Zhang Yu's passing and had been in the Huning area for the past few months. Absent during the time of the incident, Sun Ji replied. The phone's wallpaper featured a game poster from Zelda. Do girls even play games? Zhang Jiwen questioned, puzzled. There are plenty of female gamers, Fang Yunqi scoffed. Those who enjoy console and handheld games often have social anxiety. How do you understand someone with social anxiety? Zhang Jiwen asked. By examining their phone and computer, Fang Yunqi responded, moving towards the bedroom. Zhang Yu was a girl with particular tastes. Her room was orderly yet adorned with a plethora of stuffed animals, creating a complex yet tidy atmosphere. Clothes of all sorts, underwear, jackets, skirts, and trousers, draped over 2 chairs. And half of a wardrobe stood ajar, filled with garments. A pink mouse, keyboard, and headphones reflected a youthful spirit. On the desk lay a handheld gaming device, with the game card for Zelda inserted. The computer was unprotected by a password, revealing an array of games on the desktop. Most were downloaded from a single-player gaming platform. Considering her income, acquiring these games posed no challenge, with few being of high difficulty, primarily open-world titles. Look, Genshin Impact. Zhang Jiwen's eyes flared with anger. Don't harbor such resentment. What about her income situation? Fang Yunqi casually opened her account, estimating it to be around 20 to 30,000 yuan in recent recharges. Her monthly income exceeds 23,000, including over 11,000 from her company and an additional 12,000 from a certain platform, Sun Ji explained. We've investigated. It's a short video distribution agency, where she streamed her videos. She began engaging with short videos a year ago, initially just watching them, only becoming a creator in March of this year with her first video, a photo collage. In April, she started posting videos of animal abuse and deleted her own photos. The handheld device had not been charged in quite some time. Using a method of forced power on and charging, Fang Yunqi managed to turn the device on, which contained merely 2 games, Animal Crossing and Zelda. Upon opening Zelda, he noted the save date recorded at the end of March. Have you tried the password? Fang Yunqi asked again, lifting the phone. We've attempted several times without success, Sun Ji admitted honestly. Here, Fang Yunqi inputted a 6-digit code, unlocking the phone effortlessly. The 2 beside him were left in astonishment, gazing at Fang Yunqi. Is this psychology? What was the password? Zhang Jiwen asked. It's 942649, Zhang spelled out. With 94,264 representing Zhang, and the last digit, 9, is the initial of Iwei, her own name, Fang Yunqi began to explore her phone. How could one possibly guess that? Is it really that simple? Why? Zhang Jiwen wondered. It's due to her email's independent password being saved on a web page. I glanced at the password code copied from the web page, Fang Yunqi explained. Noting that this email's password was also 6 digits, the 2 remained perplexed. Unfortunately, The phone's built-in location feature had not been activated, rendering it incapable of recording recent locations. Moreover, any WeChat groups had been entirely deleted, and the photo gallery was devoid of content, indicating that the perpetrator had utilized facial recognition to access the phone and delete everything within. How long ago was this? Fang Yunqi handed the phone to Zhang Jiwen. This bastard has erased everything, Zhang Jiwen remarked, finding nothing left. All notes, recordings, contacts, call logs, messages, and friend lists have been wiped, Fang Yunqi noted. Don't you think that's excessive? How would you know? Wait, friends. Zhang Jiwen opened the contact list of the social media app, discovering that there were indeed no friends present. Oh my, she's deleted her friend circle entirely. What a futile endeavor, Fang Yunqi observed. It seems her social circle warrants further investigation. Could you arrange for us to visit her company tomorrow? Fang Yunqi proposed. Sure, Sun Shi agreed. During the night, Fang Yunqi made the most of his time. After seeing off Sun Ji with Zhang Jiwen, he returned once more to the scene of the crime. A yawn escaped him. Oh, the saber-toothed tiger awakens, Zhang Jiwen teased. Mosquito, upon your return, I shall impoverish you. Shou Qiqi feigned anger. Today yielded several results. I suspect Lin Musen has made progress too. He hasn't contacted me, Fang Yunqi replied. It was evident that Lin Musen had no significant developments, otherwise Fang Yunqi would have received some information. Did you reach any conclusions today? Zhou Qiqi inquired. The perpetrator is likely someone close to her. Chapter 9. The sudden death. When the light shone upon Zhang Lily's face once more, she was nearly dehydrated. Her complexion was a sallow yellow, and the hollows beneath her cheekbones had deepened from a previous slight fullness to a stark gauntness. Her right hand was broken, and in a moment of utter humiliation, she knelt on the ground, using her tongue to lick the remnants of food off the floor. She was too weak to support her own body and lacked the energy to care about what the man entering the room intended to do. The man held a bowl of leftover food, pouring its contents onto the floor, and placed a bowl of water beside it. If you refuse to live like a human being, then you shall experience a different kind of life, he stated. Zhang Lily remained silent, her head slightly turning, her gaze fixed intently on the man. You are dissatisfied, he remarked calmly. She could only muster a faint sound. Days without food or water had rendered the young university student utterly spent. The sole remnant of her spirit was the desire to survive, transforming her once furious eyes into a plea, tears mingling with the grime on her cheeks and the remnants of her makeup. Do not worry, the day after tomorrow, I shall grant you a chance to live, the man said leisurely. Suddenly, his phone rang. He pulled it out, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he turned and exited the room, shutting the heavy iron door behind him. Are you still unwell today? A furious voice resonated from the other end of the line. I'm sorry, supervisor. I just, cough, had a nucleic acid test. The man's earlier indifference vanished, revealing a face marked by humility in the mirror. Wang Ke, I tell you, if it weren't for the confirmed COVID case, you'd better be back at work tomorrow. Fail to show up again, and you need to return. When the call ended, Wang Ke stood frozen in place, oblivious to his surroundings. The clock struck 10. Wang Ke picked up an adorable phone wrapped in a bunny case, unlocking the screen to reveal a photograph of Zhang Lily. As he entered the application interface, he found a group chat. He opened his album, selected a pre-recorded video, and sent it to the group. Mom, Lily, are you all right these days? I haven't seen you on video call. Zhang Lily, I'm fine, just busy with heavy study loads, no time at all. A photo of her dormitory followed. Mom, just focus on your studies. Do you have enough money? Zhang Lily, of course, I don't spend much. Don't worry. The conversation concluded with her mother's smiley face and a good night. Wang Ke shut his phone, donned his coat, and exited the room. The streets led through an old district, where the buildings were dilapidated, walls crumbling, and drunken individuals staggered through the alleys, accompanied by barking dogs. Wearing a hood, he walked until he reached a black car parked at the end of an alley. Where is she? A woman's voice inquired coldly. At home, Wang Ke replied. Why haven't you made your move? She pressed. She has killed Chi. She doesn't need to die, Wang Ke answered earnestly. Chi? That is her dog. But people like her must die. The woman's tone shifted dramatically. They will not change. Chi remains alive only because the time has not yet come. Violence and drug abuse are addictive. They will take inch by inch until they kill it. Wang Ke's expression twisted in rage, his fists clenched, the veins on his neck visibly throbbing as he bowed his head. Yes, they will take inch by inch. They will definitely kill. She must die, for worse people have already emerged. The woman handed her phone to Wang Ke. He gazed at the video displayed on the screen. It featured a young Bichon, its round head and fluffy coat, with bright red eyes staring at the camera, unaware of the impending doom. In the next moment, a hand holding a needle pierced the Bichon's left eye, eliciting a horrific scream as it whimpered on the ground. Reality proved that a dog does not require sight. Even without its eyes, it could still live well. Haraha. The second video depicted the same familiar floor and the same hand adorned with a red ring and a turquoise bracelet, this time captured from above. The woman, in high heels, brutally pierced a short-haired cat's lower body. See, neutering a cat is quite simple. No need to spend money at the hospital or for any bandaging. They will heal themselves, just like stray cats and dogs in the wild. In the next scene, the stumbling Bichon approached the short-haired cat, gently licking its neck. While the cat lay there, bloodied and fading fast, exhibiting unprecedented fear and fury, howling with all its might, yet to no avail. Blood stained the floor. Where is she? Wang Ku's voice trembled with rage. You needn't worry, the usual method applies. I will find the person. And you choose a city you prefer. The woman's tone remained casual. All right, Wang Ku exclaimed. I await your message. Be swift, be swift. The woman smiled in satisfaction, allowing Wang Ku to exit the vehicle. Alone in the darkness, he stood in place, his anger boiling over as he struck the wall with his fist, blood oozing from his knuckles and joints. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die? The chaos of the city never ceased, and neither did the interplay of goodwill and malice. The call records could be easily retrieved. Through police verification, Fang Yunqi had effortlessly obtained the entire contact list of the Bellowing Gas Company. After a thorough comparison, he directly saved these numbers into Zhang Yu's phone. After activating the feature to block unwanted calls and messages yesterday, the results were quite fruitful. Besides 3 scam calls and 6 advertisement messages, Fang Yunqi also received 2 friend requests on social media and a single unfamiliar text message. The first friend request was from Zhang Yu's ex-boyfriend, his message simply asking, "Why did you delete me?" The second request bore no message. And upon checking the information of the abuse victim group, there was no record of this individual. The number was absent from the company's contact list as well. Both friend requests were accepted. However, the unfamiliar text message yielded no identifiable owner, yet its content was intriguing. When will my money be repaid? Logically, Zhang Yu did not require borrowed funds to cover her daily expenses as her bank card contained a substantial balance. She had no need for loans. Seated in a CAF booth, Fang Yunqi watched the video. Zhou Qiqi was communicating with the owner of the strange message via a virtual phone. The call answered after just 3 rings. Hello? A man's voice responded. Hello. I'm Zhang Yu's sister. My name is Fang Ling. Zhou Qiqi replied with a steady demeanor. That woman. Oh, what's the matter? The man seemed unaware of Zhang Yu's demise. Zhang Yu mentioned she owed you money? Zhou Qiqi cut straight to the point, exploiting Fang Yunqi's victim psychology, continuing, she has some funds with me. But she has been dealing with some matters lately and can't find her phone. However, she asked me to help repay you today. Everything appeared to make sense. Oh, the man appeared quite astonished. Why don't you just give me a call directly? I see your phone number is from Beiluan. I wonder if you are currently there. I can hand you the cash, as transferring funds is rather inconvenient for me, and I still need to make a deposit, Qiqi inquired tentatively. That works. Considering it's a substantial sum of 120,000. Let me provide you with my address. 120,000. Fang Yunqi felt a jolt of apprehension. Why would she borrow such a large amount? This surely has no connection to the case, right? Zhang Jiwen queried. Her cause of death should be related to animal abuse. Will investigating her debts yield any significant insights? I am unsure, Fang Yunqi replied. What about the person you arranged to meet? They should have arrived by now. She mentioned she would come over after finishing her shift at noon. It was now 10 minutes past 12, and as if on cue, they turned to see a young woman dressed in professional attire, appearing to be in her mid-20s. She surveyed the surroundings before waving at them and approaching. Hello there. Greetings. I am Zhang Jiwen, he introduced himself, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, I'm Li Chun. And this is? Li Chun took a seat, looking at Fang Yunqi. This is my friend. We have some inquiries to make. Officer Sun has briefed you, I presume? Zhang Jiwen stated. Li Chun nodded. Although I only worked with Xiaya for a year, we developed quite a bond. I often stayed over at her place. No one expected such a tragedy to occur. The incident had transpired a considerable time ago, and the sorrow that should have been present was only faintly visible on Li Chun's face, which seemed entirely normal. Fang Yunqi directly asked, Are you aware if she had any friends? I have never seen any. Li Chun shook her head, and she never mentioned anyone. Do you know why she left her previous job? I am not certain. She once mentioned something about a difference in philosophy, but I do not know the specifics. Li Chun replied, "Do you play video games?" Fang Yunqi inquired. Li Chun appeared startled, shaking her head. "I rarely play. I do enjoy games. But I am not skilled at them, just some simple mobile games. Are you aware of her debts?" Li Chun shook her head. There was little valuable information. A broader search would be necessary. After obtaining Li Chun's contact information, Fang Yunqi and Zhang Jiwen bid farewell to her, who had to return to work in the afternoon. "What do you think?" Zhang Jiwen remarked. "It seems her social circle consists solely of this one person, making it nearly impossible to find others. Should I look for her college roommates?" Fang Yunqi shook her head. "There has been no significant progress. We should wait for that man. We must investigate the debts. There has to be a reason behind such an inexplicable sum. He will arrive shortly." Chapter 10. Mongolian paramour. The visitor, named Mongdu, was a lanky young man. Seated in the CAF, Fang Yunqi offered Mongdu a cigarette directly from his pack. Mongdu, of Mongolian descent and with somewhat halting Mandarin, accepted the cigarette, lit it himself, and scrutinized the two individuals before him. "Who made the call?" "I am Zhang Yu's boyfriend," Fang Yunqi stated candidly. "She owes you money." "Indeed." Unperturbed by the situation, Mongdu inhaled deeply and inquired, "She told you everything?" "The same as she said on the phone, but her friend is a girl, so I didn't let her get involved. It would be more convenient if I handled it," Fang Yunqi explained. "But before that, I need to know the reason for this debt." "She didn't tell you?" Mongdu frowned. "Then I'm afraid I can't disclose that to you. Do you still want the money?" Fang Yunqi asked impassively. 120,000 is no trifling sum. Mongdu extinguished his cigarette. "It is indeed substantial, but I have no need to seek it from you. It would be better to find her. I can wait." With that, Mongdu turned to leave. "What does this signify?" Zhang Jiwen exclaimed. "I've never encountered such an easygoing creditor. This fellow isn't even anxious." Fang Yunqi picked up Zhang Yu's phone and dialed Mongdu's number. Mongdu, who had just exited the CAF, answered the call with a composed demeanor. At that moment, Fang Yunqi surmised that he was unaware of Zhang Yu's demise. "Where have you been? And who's the new boyfriend?" Mongdu inquired directly. "Zhang Yu is dead." Fang Yunqi's 4 words compelled Mongdu to retake his seat, his face now beaded with perspiration. For the average citizen, a death report is less convincing than a photograph. Only after being shown images of Zhang Yu's corpse did he fully accept the truth. "What happened?" Mongdu asked, bewildered. "She died in May, and it's almost September now. 4 months have passed, and you, as a creditor, know nothing?" Zhang Jiwen frowned. "Shouldn't you be the most concerned about her? It's often like this." Mongdu slumped in his chair. "She's often like this, not contacting me for long periods. I'm used to it, so I never considered." "Why did she die?" "She was your mistress," Fang Yunqi stated. Mongdu stared intently at Fang Yunqi, then sighed, shaking his head ruefully. "Yes, this money was for her. But you aren't lacking in funds, so you never asked her for it." "What did that message mean?" Zhang Jiwen was taken aback. "He's married." That message was their code, a secret signal for meeting. Fang Yunqi stirred a packet of sugar into his coffee. But this code wasn't often used. The more common method was a game. "Are you a policeman?" Mongdu guessed. "In a way." Fang Yunqi took a small sip, finding it still too bitter, and added another packet of sugar. "Tell me about these 120,000. "It happened a year ago." Mongdu lit another cigarette. "At the time, she worked for a company called Huitong Construction. I was a contractor, with a crew under me, and I was acquainted with several of Huitong's executives. They would give us projects and receive a cut in return. But the project funds had to go through the accountant, so I knew Xiaoya for 2 or 3 years. There was an unfinished building in the suburbs, where the Huitong Mingyuan residential complex was planned. Our project was that unfinished building. We were going to turn it into a combination gym and sales office. So the workload was quite large." Mongdu reminisced. "The accountant often worked overtime, and since we were together, we simply slept on the construction site. One day, she told me that there was a problem with her project funds. This was a month before she resigned. 20,000 yuan was missing from an account that had already been entered into the system. This money had passed through her hands, and the seal was affixed. If it came to light, she would go to jail. So you helped her cover it?" Zhang Jiwen inquired. "During the time she was with me. She knew I had a family and never said anything, nor did she threaten to take my money or demand a divorce. Since she was in trouble and I had some spare cash, I helped her out. I didn't need her to do anything, just stay with me." Mongdu shook his head ruefully. "She only had 80,000 yuan to her name. She took the money, and I made up the rest. Because my wife usually handles my accounts, I said I was lending money to a friend, and my wife didn't say anything. Later, we used the guise of text messages demanding payment to meet." "What happened afterward?" Fang Yunqi asked. "Nothing special, since the money was covered. Huitong naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her. They simply gave her a severance, paid her several months' salary, and I used my connections to get her into her current gas company. Mangda said, "You didn't investigate the 20,000 yuan matter?" Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. "Of course. I investigated, but there were no leads. None of the executives I knew had any knowledge of it. They all said they didn't know," Mangda said. "What month did this happen?" Fang Yunqi finished his coffee and placed the cup aside. "March of last year," Mangdu stated definitively. "I still have the bank records. I transferred it directly to her." Mangdu was telling the truth. He had no reason to deceive Fang Yunqi. "How did she die?" Mangdu asked. This question would certainly go unanswered. They could not possibly tell him. Zhang Jiwen dodged the question, telling Mangdu that they would contact him later, and they parted ways. As the two sat in the car on the way back, Fang Yunqi was asleep, while Shou Qiqi was applying makeup using the phone stand. "It feels like there are no leads," Zhang Jiwen said as he drove. "This kind of case involves too many areas. It's too much trouble to investigate." "Mosquito, you're really able to buzz. The boss is asleep, and you're still chattering away," Zhou Qiqi complained. "But have you thought about the 120,000? I feel like that direction has potential." "Why?" Zhang Jiwen lit a cigarette and rolled down the window. "She owed money last year. Would someone kill her because of that? That's not it. It just feels like the boss is holding on to this line for a reason," Zhou Qiqi said. "Oh, right, school is about to start. It's time to choose between arts and sciences in the second year of high school. I chose science, and he's in science too, right? You're so ugly." "You must be in science too," Zhang Jiwen said. "You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly," Shou Qiqi retorted. "I signed up for arts. And the boss is in arts too. Aren't you stupid?" "Huh." Zhang Jiwen was taken aback. "Why?" "The boss said that competition for science majors entering police academies is fierce these days. It's much better to go through arts," Zhou Qiqi explained. "Indeed." Zhang Jiwen smiled as he glanced at the sleeping Fang Yunqi. "This guy wants to go to police academy." Chapter 11, Little Wildcat. "I will capture you." The expansive conference room was filled to capacity, an oppressive atmosphere permeating the air, apart from the soft rustle of clothing. The only sounds were the occasional coughs of elderly attendees. 12 individuals occupied the main table, while assistants and secretaries lingered, some standing and others seated on small chairs at the back. The easternmost position at the long table remained vacant, as did the first seats on both the left and right, with occupants only beginning from the second seat. This assembly marked the first shareholders' meeting since the chairman's controversial incident. The speaker was Fang Dakin, who had lost his temper during the signing of the will agreement that day. As the elder brother of Fang Zhuwei, the chairman of Qingshan Group, he was one of the highest shareholders, making his role as host unquestionable. His bald head signified his intelligence, while the wrinkles on his face spoke of his cunning. Within Qingshan Group, his depth of character was unparalleled. His contributions to the group's rise from a collection of small enterprises to an imposing entity were immeasurable, with no record of his actions to be found. Now nearing 60, Fang Dakin was a figure no one dared to cross. "I hope everyone here understands that the plummeting stock of Qingshan Group is a matter that concerns each one of you," Fang Dakin stated slowly, as if each word was meant to resonate deeply with every attendee. "And where is the chairman?" Facing Fang Dakin was another shareholder, Chen Su, an outsider who had invested in Qingshan Group but maintained a good rapport with both Fang Zhuwei and Fang Dakin, founded on mutual profit. However, his current whereabouts were uncertain. "Temporarily untraceable," Fang Dakin replied, his words carrying weight, leaving little room for immediate rebuttal. Chen Su, in his 40s, appeared astute and commanding, the tension palpable as they faced each other. "So, you propose to hold a shareholders' meeting and enact resolutions in the absence of the chairman, the vice chairman, and those with over 30% shareholding?" Chen Su smiled faintly while playing with his metal pen, producing a sharp sound against the table. "I am intrigued to hear your agenda. Regarding the company's next steps, our annual decisions are typically made in early September. I believe it is imperative to elect a chairman and vice chairman of the board." Fang Dakin leaned back in his chair, his languid movements visibly irritating Chen Su. "With Qingshan Group's stock consistently declining, if we do not provide an explanation to the public, the secondary market's performance will tarnish our image. If this cycle continues, our results will linearly decline next quarter, significantly diminishing our market value." Fang Dakin succinctly addressed the crux of the issue. "If this persists, we risk being compelled to delist, at which point you and I will find ourselves sweeping the streets outside the office building." With a stern expression, Chen Su queried, "What are your suggestions and candidates?" Qingshan Group had always been a family enterprise. Even after going public, the Fang family retained absolute control. Currently, the family's shareholding approached 30%, and when excluding dispersed shares, they held nearly 60%. Thus, it was only fitting that either the Fong family or major shareholders oversee the board's supervision and leadership. Fong Dakin picked up a cigarette, and a nearby female secretary approached to light it for him. "This is your private proposal," Chin Su remarked. "In legal terms, this is untenable. By the time your lawyer and mine engage in litigation, the company could very well be bankrupt." Fong Dakin met Chin Su's gaze unwaveringly. "Where's the heir?" Chin Su inquired. "I need the opinions of major shareholders. If what you say is true, Shin Man could easily assume the role of chairman." "Preposterous." Fong Dakin's voice was low but resonated throughout the room, silencing all present. "What did you say?" Chin Su's expression darkened. "I said you were being absurd." Fong Dakin's gaze was frigid. Although Shun Man was a shareholder, her status was defined, and prior to the will's activation, she held no shares. "And what of her shares?" Chin Su smirked. "Her status is set in stone. With the chairman missing, she is entitled to exercise her established rights unless you can legally revoke them. Otherwise, this matter does not require a lawsuit. I can silence you myself." At that moment, the conference room door swung open. As all eyes turned, a woman clad in a white suit and short skirt appeared, gracefully handing her sunglasses to the driver before entering the room. Shin Man strode in confidently, smiling as she acknowledged both Fong Dakin and Chin Su before taking a seat beside Chin Su, occupying one of the 3 vacant chairs at the board meeting. "I could hear your argument from a distance. What is all the fuss about, Fong?" Shin Man's smile was impeccably professional, almost chilling. Fong Dakin extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, a wisp of white smoke dissipating into the air. "You sitting on the board spells disaster for the company. But the truth is, only I can hold a board position." Shin Man leaned back, crossing her slender legs, the black stockings reflecting a golden sheen under the lights, exuding an alluring beauty. "And Yunchi?" Fong Dakin slowly closed his eyes. "Then it is just the 2 of us." Shin Man spread her hands. "I would not mind selling my shares to anyone present. To me, they are merely a windfall, expendable without consequence. Regardless, once I relinquish them, my wealth will last a lifetime." "You are threatening me." Fong Dakin fixed his gaze on Shun Man, the coldness in his deeply set eyes capable of extinguishing life. Shin Man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am threatening you. I could make any one of those present the highest shareholder, provided their shares exceed 5%. Little girl, do you comprehend the weight of your words?" Fong Dakin clasped his hands in front of him, fists tightly bound. Having seemingly achieved her aim, Shin Man turned to address everyone. "While her status is defined, I now possess the authority to allocate inheritance shares. I can fulfill the obligation of convening a shareholders' voting meeting. 1 week from now, Qingshan Group will hold a shareholders' voting assembly to determine the chairman, vice chairman, and supervisory candidates." She directed her gaze at Fong Dakin. "I am granting you just 1 week." The grinding sound of Fong Dakin's teeth echoed ominously. "Qingshan Group will not lose a single shareholder." Chin Su, seated in his office, gazed out at the street. Qingshan was not a grand city, lacking the feeling of holding dominion over the world. "I have no family," Shin Man said, pouring herself a cup of coffee while seated on the sofa. "Nor do I possess any vulnerabilities. You will encounter trouble, whether in financial crimes, scandals, or even accidents." Chin Su warned, "Many are already plotting your demise. I know Fong Dakin's reputation for ruthless tactics." "Huh." Shin Man stood and approached Chin Su, her aura exuding a palpable menace. "Do you know why skyscrapers are necessary?" Chin Su's gaze faltered, the threat emanating from Shun Man palpable. "Because from the 3rd floor, all one sees is trash. But from the 10th floor, one gazes upon a sea of humanity." She placed her lipstick-stained coffee cup on the windowsill. "From the 30th floor." Shin Man closed her eyes, rose onto her toes, and inhaled deeply, savoring the scent that wafted through the air, a scent that was undeniably rich with the essence of wealth. She seemed to lose her balance for a moment, lightly grasping Chin Su's arm, offering him an apologetic smile. Chin Su, pushing his coffee cup aside, stepped closer to Shin Man, their proximity allowing him to sense the intoxicating aroma emanating from her. It was a scent imbued with desire, a visceral fragrance that stirred his very blood, igniting a fervor within him. "I will help you secure the position you covet," Chin Su declared, his voice steady. "As long as you—" "All right," Shin Man replied, her smile unwavering, though her hand intercepted his as it reached for her waist. "But you know I might get into trouble, and I am afraid." "Do not fear, for before you can act, another presence has already departed," he assured her. Undeterred by the challenge, he continued to smile, inhaling the irresistible scent that surrounded them, an aroma that was impossible to resist. "I await your return." Chen Man elegantly sidestepped Chen Su, retrieving her handbag from the sofa, casting a lingering, alluring glance over her shoulder before vanishing through the doorway. Chen Su loosened his suit jacket, grasping the coffee cup adorned with red lips. The fragrance enveloped his senses, and he took a sip, gently licking the lipstick from the rim, as if savoring the essence of the woman etched in his mind. Little wildcat, I shall capture you. Chapter 12. The origins of Huitong Company. The expansive Qingshan Cemetery is known for its high fees. This establishment is a venture of the Qingshan Group, intended to provide a dignified resting place for Fang Zhongwei's wife. When the cemetery was constructed years ago, Fang Zhongwei heeded the suggestions of his 9-year-old son, Fang Yunqi, positioning it near the martyrs' cemetery and investing significant funds into its renovation. At this moment, Fang Yunqi leaned against a gravestone, murmuring to himself, "Another case has arisen. Yet again a manifestation of societal vengeance." Bowing his head, he fiddled with the leaves by his shoes, reflecting, "You have bestowed upon me countless lessons on what it means to be human, yet when the time comes to embody these principles, you are no longer here. The transition from theory to practice is fraught with difficulty, and I long to counter your teachings, though you have not afforded me that chance. I have cultivated relationships with the municipal and departmental offices without involving Zhang Jiwen or his father, as you instructed me to maintain control over every layer of connection." Fang Yunqi continued to whisper, "Your case has only been 5 years since its occurrence. Although there are still no leads, I firmly believe that something will eventually surface. With today's advanced technology and the scrutiny of big data, no one can evade detection. Even in the absence of clues, I will persist in my pursuit." Rising, Fang Yunqi gently touched the gravestone, declaring, "I came merely to visit you. You need not worry about Dad. I will locate him. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that his inexplicable disappearance is intricately linked to you. If only you were still here. I shall become a police officer, and I will undoubtedly find the one who took your life. I will ensure they do not escape unscathed." With his hands in his pockets, Fang Yunqi slowly walked towards the cemetery's exit, vowing that the transgressions committed against him would be repaid manifold. The risks of directly handing the case over to them are considerable. Lu Jianghe, the chief of the municipal bureau, scrutinized the female officer before him. She was a captain he had personally mentored, now flourishing in her career, yet he was filled with ire. "You are also the captain of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Team. Do you not recognize that such behavior constitutes a severe violation of organizational discipline, crossing an impermissible boundary?" Standing resolutely in the office, the female officer replied, "It was the directive of Director Zhang Huayan." Lu Jianghe furrowed his brow. "Why was I not made aware of this directive? The instruction was issued directly to me, indicating that he would dispatch someone to follow up. However, it was feared that you might bear responsibility should anything go awry, which is why you were not informed. We are following an emergency protocol," she stated matter-of-factly. "Comrade Lu Juanrong." Lu Jianghe took a contemplative drag from his cigarette. "Then why are you telling me now? Isn't it because you insisted on knowing? The seriousness of the situation has escalated to a breach of organizational discipline and a crossing of red lines. As a task force leader, I cannot suppress this any longer," Lu Juanrong asserted, lifting her chin defiantly. "No, Juanrong, I trust you. But now that you have disclosed this to me, how can I pretend to be unaware?" Lu Jianghe scratched his head. "I only revealed this because you pressed me. Should anything arise, I will report truthfully to the higher-ups. Since graduating from the police academy, I have never contravened organizational regulations, nor would I engage in any extreme actions that violate fundamental principles." Alas, Lu Jianghe felt overwhelmed. "Juanrong, my dear sister." Sigh. "Never mind. What is the status of the case?" "They visited the site of the second incident yesterday, correlating it with some evidence we provided. Although there has been no substantial progress, a new lead has emerged." Lu Juanrong sat discontentedly on the sofa, revealing that the victim had incurred a debt of 120,000 in the year preceding their death, attributed to a company named Huitong Construction. "Not that," Lu Jianghe countered. "It pertains to Chairman Fang's case." Lu Juanrong's expression dimmed. She shook her head. "The 3rd and 2nd teams have merged for this investigation, and as of now, there is not a single lead. We have combed through surveillance and every conceivable route into the Qingshan building, yet Chairman Fang has vanished without a trace. Is there truly no other avenue to explore?" Lu Jianghe inquired once more. "Indeed," Lu Juanrong affirmed, "there is no way out, unless..." "Unless what?" Lu Jianghe sat up attentively. "Unless Chairman Fang can fly." Lu Juanrong chuckled awkwardly. Lu Jianghe pondered for a moment before responding. "Keep an eye on both cases. Investigate the motives behind Chairman Fang's disappearance. We cannot allow those two youngsters to solve the case while we flounder about like headless flies. If Director Zheng questions us later, I may have to take an early leave. I'm going shopping with my sister-in-law tomorrow. Lu Jiwenrong's eyes darted mischievously. You mustn't speak carelessly. Lu Jianga gritted his teeth. Upon returning home, Fang Yunqi lay alone on his bed. The investigation of the first crime scene had reached a standstill, leaving him without a clear plan for the next steps. It seemed inevitable that he would need to revisit the first crime scene. Huidong Company is a subsidiary of the Qingshan Group. Suddenly, his phone buzzed beside him. Oh? Fang Yunqi paused. Does that mean the unfinished building project was managed by Qingshan? Indeed, Zhou Qiqi confirmed. It appears you must personally conduct the investigation. All right. Fang Yunqi nodded, promptly ending the video call and dialing another number. Shenman, hello? Young master, what prompted you to call? Are you familiar with Huidong Company? Fang Yunqi was disinclined to engage in lengthy conversation. I believe I've heard of it. Let me check on that for you. Shenman hung up without further ado. Sitting up, Fang Yunqi moved to the adjacent room where Zhang Jiwen was engrossed in a video game. He plopped down beside him, seizing a controller to join the game. You cannot defeat me, Zhang Jiwen declared, selecting a burly character adorned with a military cap. Meanwhile, Fang Yunqi chose a martial artist clad in a white GI. Huidong Company is a subsidiary of Qingshan, Fang Yunqi remarked. This information is easily accessible, even if the police cannot unearth it. I possess ways to uncover the reasons behind it. But what use is that knowledge? I suspect this debt is unrelated to the case at hand, Zhang Jiwen replied. Wait. How did you connect so quickly? It was just a seamless connection. You died at 38. Fang Yunqi continued to fixate on his white-clad martial artist. Whether or not there is a connection will be revealed in due time. I feel an intense premonition. What kind of premonition? First, this situation is likely more complex than it appears, Fang Yunqi stated. And the second? Zhang Jiwen inquired. Second, you definitely cannot defeat me today. The martial artist on the television screen once again brought the general to the ground, and the words K.O. flashed across the screen. Chapter 13, Reminiscence initially. The two intended to head directly to the first crime scene for a closer inspection. However, the site had already been thoroughly cleaned. The first incident had occurred outdoors, and the continuous downpour in Wucha City over the past few days had washed everything away completely. Shortly after 7 in the evening, Shenman appeared in the restaurant, her high heels clicking against the floor. Zhang Jiwen had not returned home for several days and needed to gather his belongings, as the new school term commenced the following day. Thus, he did not stay for dinner. Young master, Shenman greeted Fang Yunqi with a smile. Fang Yunqi did not lift his gaze, engrossed in the news on his phone, searching for information about Huidong Company. A silvery foxtail swayed nearby, exuding a bewitching fragrance that seemed to pierce through the air, prompting Fang Yunqi to sneeze. Could you refrain from wearing such overpowering perfume in the future? Shenman pouted but did not respond. The people from Huitong have arrived. Do you intend to meet them? I sent my subordinates to Beiluan, and they have brought over everyone related to this matter. They are still our outsourcing company, and we have the power to determine their fate in Nanjing province with a single word. What time will they arrive? If all goes as expected, they should be here shortly. I instructed them to wait in the conference room. Is that acceptable? Shenman inquired. Fang Yunqi nodded. After quietly consuming a few bites of his meal, Fang Yunqi abruptly asked, why did you suddenly decide to assist me? Because I uncovered some information that has led me to redefine everything you have done, as well as gain a preliminary understanding of Fang Dong's disappearance, Shenman replied. Fang Yunqi remained silent, raising his bowl to finish the soup. All of this traces back to the arson case from 9 years ago, does it not? Shenman questioned. Are you not afraid of provoking my anger? Fang Yunqi asked. Since you could bring your friend to the cemetery, it is evident that you do not wish to conceal a part of your history, Shenman stated. I leveraged connections to investigate the arson case from that year. Initially, I did not find anything particularly special, but ultimately, I discovered significant inconsistencies that have prevented the case from being solved to this day. Please, enlighten me, Fang Yunqi replied, displaying no reluctance, despite the fact that his mother was a victim of that very arson. The mall 9 years ago was not particularly well equipped for evacuation. In the event of a fire, escape would indeed be quite difficult, Shenman elaborated. When the power supply on the 5th floor short-circuited, flames erupted from the electrical system, engulfing the entire ceiling. The thick smoke rendered everyone incapable of basic movement, and the escape routes were obstructed by piled goods. Those near the windows could barely survive, while a mother with her daughter could only seek refuge near the children's playground, a place devoid of windows and ventilation. Ultimately, the mother collapsed in front of her daughter, with the most terrifying aspect of a fire being the inhalation of excessive smoke, leading to intermittent unconsciousness. The girl did not run away, naturally remaining by her mother's side. And in doing so, she witnessed a few individuals. No one would believe the words of a 5-year-old girl, nor would they accept that someone could appear in such a blaze and smother her mother. Thus, everything was deemed an accidental death. Furthermore, the family was reluctant to have the deceased's body autopsied, leading to a swift conclusion that it was merely an unfortunate incident, Shin Man explained. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. So, this is your reasoning for concluding that Fang Dong did not perish. It is tied to this case, Shin Man inquired. Fang Yunqi nodded. The reason my father has achieved what he has today is that he has constantly sought vengeance for my mother. He must find those responsible and uncover how they appeared in the fifth floor mall. His recent disappearance is likely connected to my mother's case. This involves a publicly listed conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, Shin Man remarked with a smile. Is that probability substantial? You cannot fathom the weight of familial bonds in my father's and my heart's, Fang Yunqi retorted, rising from his seat. Do not presume to comprehend others with your own intellect. It is beyond anyone's capacity. The swaying tail of the little fox came to an abrupt halt as she gazed at Fang Yunqi with evident surprise. Whether it was her driving, Fang Yunqi's vehicle, or that captivating fragrance, he rolled down the window of the passenger seat. I have changed my perfume and taken a shower. Is it still unbearable? The little fox, Shin Man, inquired. I have rhinitis. Unfamiliar scents are undoubtedly uncomfortable, Fang Yunqi replied, staring out the window. You are the first person in my family to wear perfume. Shin Man paused, a hint of delight surfacing on her lips. In truth, Fang Yunqi had not visited Qingshan Group frequently, unlike Shin Man, who had been working there consistently and was well acquainted with the place. Fortunately, it was after working hours, and the security guard only inquired briefly before respectfully granting them entry. The two ascended to the conference room, where several individuals were already seated. In the center sat a balding middle-aged man, accompanied by a young woman who appeared to be quite inexperienced, her head bowed as if unfamiliar with such a setting. Upon seeing the two enter, the group quickly rose to greet them, smiling as they shook hands with Shin Man. The middle-aged man, introducing himself, stated, Director, you summoned me. I am Niu Hansheng, the owner of Huidong Company. Please, have a seat. Shin Man gestured for everyone to sit before taking her place opposite Fang Yunqi. The purpose of your invitation today is that the company has reviewed several quarters of reports and found them favorable. We are here to discuss the next steps in our joint trade endeavors. Shin Man had already conducted her research on this company and was aware of their keen interest in collaborating with Qingshan Group on trade. This initiative involved establishing trade cities in every region, complementing the construction of residential complexes, and creating a commercial hub that would include hospitals and residences. In Bailuan, they had yet to choose a secondary construction partner, making this a highly competitive stage. Upon hearing this, Niu Hansheng's eyes widened with excitement. However, before we finalize this matter, I would like to inquire about certain past events, Shin Man stated with a smile, extending her hand towards Fang Yunqi. Fang Yunqi intertwined his fingers, surveying the individuals before him before speaking slowly. I would like to know who among you remembers an accountant named Zhang Yu, who worked at your company a year ago. Niu Hansheng immediately turned to the bespectacled individual beside him. His focus was on the joint trade matter, and he was willing to go to great lengths to achieve this goal. You oversee human resources. Please share your insights. Chapter 14. A curious sensation. Niu Hansheng, true to his name, resembled a yellow ox adorned with horns, possessing nostrils as large as light bulbs and a gaze that could be quite intimidating. His focus was directed at a weasel with a black tail named Zhou Tong, the vice president of Huidong Company, responsible for human resources and finance. Zhou, the relatively young and bespectacled, exuded an air of scholarly charm. If encountered on the street, Fang Yunqi appeared somewhat concerned about the possibility of sharing a philosophical discourse with him. Allow me to jog your memory. Fang Yunqi stated directly, last year around this time, an accountant named Zhang Yu, who had been with your company for 2 to 3 years, suddenly faced a discrepancy in the accounts, resulting in her owing the company 200,000. Does that ring a bell? The weasel, Zhou Tong, visibly hesitated before glancing awkwardly at the hulking figure of Niu Hansheng beside him. After adjusting his glasses, he replied, Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall. I was involved in handling that matter. Why do you ask? Is she still with your company? Fang Yunqi shook his head. Not quite. There are certain matters related to her that I need to inquire about. Oh, Zhou Tong laughed awkwardly. What matters are those? The whereabouts of the funds and the reasons behind her indebtedness. Fang Yunqi presented a friendly smile. This is a matter internal to our company, isn't it? I believe there's no necessity to disclose that information. Zhou Tong's perspiration was evident as it trickled down his temples, and he wiped his brow while adjusting his glasses. As a parent company, it's only natural for us to understand and investigate certain financial conditions, wouldn't you agree? The little fox beside them could no longer contain herself, sensing that Zhou was concealing something. What matter? Is it inconvenient to discuss? Niu Hanxing turned his head to inquire. Not exactly, Zhou Tong stammered. Based on my understanding and conjecture, this matter is not overly complicated. It merely depends on whether Mr. Zhou wishes to disclose it himself, or if I should elucidate it for you. Fang Yunqi remained calm, adding, however, I must clarify that there is a significant difference between my revealing it and your own admission. At this moment, Zhou Tong was drenched in sweat, never having anticipated that this situation would involve him. Observing Fang Yunqi's demeanor, he was uncertain of the latter's intentions, but he certainly understood the consequences of full disclosure. Yet, even in this predicament, he found himself trapped. The other party had clearly prepared for this encounter, and he could not easily extricate himself from the situation. Let us do this. I will first explain the distinctions to Mr. Zhou. Fang Yunqi was in no rush. Breaking into a person's psyche required numerous steps. If you speak now, only those present in the meeting room will hear it. However, should I choose to speak, I will do so at a deliberate pace, as Qingshan's lawyer is already en route. Upon finishing this statement, he turned to the astonished old bull, remarking, there are many subordinate companies of Qingshan and Beiluan, and many have been abandoned. I trust Mr. Niu does not wish for our joint venture to be hindered by such matters, as it would be a considerable loss for you, for Qingshan, and for Huitong, would it not? Upon hearing this, the old bull was incensed. Rising to reveal his imposing physique, clad in a t-shirt that did little to conceal his muscular build, he turned to the weasel, gritting his teeth. Brother, we have worked together for so many years, there is no need for pretense. Just speak plainly. This joint venture is not insignificant. The 20,000 is a serious matter. If we are at fault, we shall admit it, and I will cover the cost. Zhou Tong clenched his fists, casting an awkward glance at Fang Yunqi, realizing the gravity of the situation. Of course, it is of great importance. Otherwise, I would not have summoned you here. Fang Yunqi replied, if it is inconvenient to discuss, there are private spaces available. May I speak privately? Zhou Tong stood up. Shin Man attempted to follow, but was halted by Fang Yunqi, who assured her, I can handle this. You should stay with Mr. Niu. Very well. Shin Man smiled slightly. Fang Yunqi led Zhou Tong into the reception room, which boasted spacious sofas and ample space. They settled into their respective seats, gazing at one another. Fang Yunqi extended his hand. May I speak now? That sum of money was accounted for by me, Zhou Tong began. Are you implying that you orchestrated this? Fang Yunqi inquired. Indeed, Zhou Tong admitted. Fang Yunqi frowned. I fail to understand how, in this day and age, you could so carelessly place a debt of 200,000 upon a young woman. Even if she were foolish, she would not willingly repay you. I had control over her, Zhou Tong explained. Previously, I had been safeguarding her accounts. Of course, I was the one who instructed her in falsifying the accounts. How much in total was involved? Fang Yunqi asked calmly. I cannot recall the exact figure, but it should not exceed 300,000. Oh, I refer to the amount she received. The accounting figures are far too complex. Zhou Tong sipped his tea before continuing. Afterward, I collected all her records to use as leverage against her, to make her my mistress and continue maintaining the accounts. As expected, Fang Yunqi smiled. Recalling Zhang Yu's photograph, such a woman could indeed evoke a strong possessiveness in men. But why this time? Why specifically 20,000? Because I required 20,000 to pay my housing expenses, nothing more. Zhou Tong stated. Due to issues with advance payments, my funds were tied up in construction costs, and I could not retrieve them. At that time, the funds for the unfinished building had yet to materialize, having been delayed for several months. I had even been involved in a few lawsuits, and several lives were lost. I could not afford to let the payments linger, so I resorted to manipulating the accounts. When did this occur? Fang Yunqi immediately pressed. What lawsuits and lives? Regarding the unfinished building, Qingshan Group was to receive the construction funds in 6 months, but Huitong, eager to commence operations, concealed this from the foreman and began work. As a result, payments could not be settled, leading to unrest among the workers. This unrest escalated into tragedy when a worker, whose wife was gravely ill, received nothing. She suffered for over 2 months before passing away. This incident drove him to hang himself within the unfinished building. In the partition on the 2nd floor of the unfinished building, Fang Yunqi pressed, furrowing his brow. How do you know this? Zhou Tong exclaimed, startled. He had not adjusted his glasses for quite some time. Fang Yunqi pondered for a moment before continuing. What was the name of the deceased? I do not know. However, due to this incident, Huitong faced numerous lawsuits, which ultimately went unresolved. It was because of this death that the company and the police began to investigate, leading me to expel Zhang Yu under the pretext of the 20,000. And afterward? Fang Yunqi inquired. After that, I had no contact with her. I heard that part of the 20,000 she obtained was from a contractor, money meant for the workers. I was told that later, someone sought her out regarding that sum. Beyond that, I am unaware. Zhou Tong adjusted his glasses. Fang Yunqi rose, expressing his gratitude. Clearly, none of this was coincidental. The location of the deceased and that of the prior worker were in the same room, and now, considering Zhang Yu's demise, it bore an unsettling resemblance to hanging, with an iron chain passing through the collarbone, reminiscent of past punishments. The entire situation exuded an air of peculiarity, lending credence to Fang Yunqi's suspicions. Zhou Tong appeared weary. He had endured a harrowing ordeal and, after a long silence, asked, "What else would you like to know?" Fang Yunqi, finding Zhou's demeanor amicable, did not wish to press him further. For now, this would suffice. If I have more questions, I shall reach out to you. And this matter? Zhou Tong hesitated. Could we keep it from them? Fang Yunqi merely offered a smile before turning and exiting. How could you possibly associate this with those matters? On the way back, Xin Man, gripping the steering wheel, turned her head to inquire. You can actually take a shower at the office? It seems the surveillance isn't as comprehensive as one might think. Fang Yunqi pondered. Is it possible that there are now shower facilities in the office? Absolutely. Not only showers, but the 6th floor also boasts a spa and foot massage area. Xin Man replied, curling her lip. And the basement has a swimming pool. It's surprising that, as the largest shareholder of this company, you remain oblivious to so much. As long as someone is in the know, that's sufficient, Fang Yunqi responded nonchalantly, gazing out the window. Did you all argue during today's board meeting? Not exactly. Your uncle was so intimidating that it nearly frightened me to death, Xin Man pouted. When you pass away, it's best to do so outside. I don't want any blood in the house. The car had already halted at the entrance of their home. As Fang Yunqi exited, he was called back by Xin Man. Hey. She stepped down as well. You still haven't answered my question. What? Fang Yunqi was swiftly responding to messages on his phone. How did you come to think it was related to Huitong? Intuition, he succinctly replied before returning home. Chapter 15. A new case. Things were peculiar. Fang Yunqi sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to recall the entire series of events. Was her death truly unrelated to animal cruelty? The saber-toothed dragon, Zhou Qiqi, had her mouth slightly agape, her large fangs threatening to pierce through her nostrils at any moment. I'm uncertain. But I suspect it is far more likely to be related to the 200,000 than to animal abuse. Fang Yunqi gazed out at the moon, pondering that animal cruelty could indeed serve as a direct motive for her murder, a motive that could not be overlooked. At that moment, a phone rang. Zhou Qiqi was calling. Hello? Her expression was far from reassuring. After a brief conversation, she hung up, her face a mask of terror as she looked at Fang Yunqi. On Huainan Road, in Zhuhai Community, District 7. A new victim has been discovered. Fang Yunqi sprang up from the bed, his heart heavy. He did not bother with a coat, nor did he put on socks, simply grabbing a pair of shoes and rushing to Xin Man's room. Xin Man looked at him, alarmed. Something has happened. Let us go. Without caring about her current state, he added, I'll be waiting at the door, leaving Xin Man, still in her undergarments, behind. Qing City was not large. Huainan Road was merely a 20-minute drive away. Given that it was night, they arrived at the scene in under 10 minutes. You stay here, Xin Man said, remaining in the car. Fang Yunqi ignored her, striding directly into the community. Where are you? Came the voice of Zhang Jiwen over the phone. Fang Yunqi turned to see a massive bear-like figure standing there, hands on hips, smoking. I see you. After a brief exchange, Fang Yunqi received a police access badge, necessary for entering the crime scene. Zhang Jiwen, the young master, had no trouble acquiring such things, especially in Qing City. What is going on? Fang Yunqi inquired as they entered the elevator together. Zhang Jiwen, keeping his composure, replied, I don't know. I just arrived, but I've heard that the condition of the body is quite grim. Prepare yourself. Fang Yunqi donned a pair of gloves. And as the elevator reached the 8th floor, they stepped out. The hallway was bustling with police officers hastily moving about. Fang Yunqi was nearly overwhelmed, startled by the array of uniforms around him. Just then, a pink three-eyed tyrannosaurus passed by, followed by a two-headed lizard clutching a notebook. This was far more exhilarating than a typical crime scene. This is it, room 809. He pointed at the door, but it was evident that entry would not be granted anytime soon, as a throng of officers blocked the entrance. Nodding slightly, Fang Yunqi retreated. This was not a residential complex, but an apartment building adjacent to the community, resulting in the presence of 9 rooms. The police had already searched the area, and since all rooms on the 8th floor were vacant, they had summoned the property management to open the unsold units for on-site investigations. The two made their way to a less crowded room, 802. This location was distant from the crime scene, with few officers present. Only an elderly macaque sat on the floor, assembling a makeshift bed and preparing tools. "Hey," Zhang Jiwen greeted, finding 2 stools for them to sit on. He turned to the elder macaque. "Xinggu, you're busy." The elder macaque chuckled. "What brings you here?" "Learning the ropes," Zhang Jiwen replied with a smile. "How come you're here? Aren't forensic experts seldom on site?" "They called me in. I was about to turn in for the night when team leader Liu and director Liu kept calling, so I came." The elder macaque scratched his head. "You all go about your business. I'll catch a nap. At my age, I can't keep up." Glancing at the clock, it showed just past 11. "After searching for ages, how did you end up here?" A voice floated in, and a llama clad in a police uniform entered. The llama appeared composed, as if seasoned by experience, and Fang Yunqi deduced from her rank that she was the team leader. "Team leader Fang," Zhang Jiwen stood up. "What is the situation? We haven't been allowed in. There are so many people, we didn't dare disturb you." "It's fine," the llama said, hands on her hips. "I'll be here while they report. You might as well listen in." The case was not overly complex. A woman had met a gruesome demise in her home. Her death exceedingly brutal, her uterus and fallopian tubes excised, her eyes pierced with needles, and her mouth sewn shut. The motive appeared clear, encapsulated in a video. The video revealed a pair of long legs clad in black stockings and a short-haired cat lying on its back, mewling softly. When a high-heeled shoe appeared before the cat, it reached out with its tiny paws to grasp it, but in the next moment, the heel pierced through its body. A whimper echoing as the little cat ceased to move. Then appeared a peculiar bichon frise. Initially thought to be clumsy, it became apparent upon closer inspection that the dog was blind. It stumbled to the cat's side, licking it, and upon sensing no response, whimpered softly. A woman's voice echoed from the video. "You stupid dog, what are you licking? It's already dead. I've pierced your eyes. Do you really need your mouth sewn shut too?" The bichon frise hung its head, trembling. "Just wait, I'll sew it up for you. Those who wish to see, contribute 2 rockets." The video concluded. "A case of retaliatory murder," the llama summarized. Zhang Jiwen frowned. "Yunqi, what do you think?" "Hey." He had walked away. The llama gestured towards the door. Fang Yunqi stood beside the corpse, this being his first time at a crime scene. Before him lay a wholly green pig. The pig's upper half was clad in lingerie, the prominent bosom far less alluring than he had imagined. Below, its legs were adorned with black stockings and high heels. Its abdomen had been brutally opened, blood spilling profusely. Nearby, a forensic mouse had commenced a preliminary examination of the body. Upon noticing Fang Yunqi, the mouse asked, "Which department are you from? I don't believe I've seen you before." "Mother Mouse," Fang Yunqi replied without lifting his head, "from the 3rd Criminal Investigation Team. Have you discovered anything unusual at the scene?" "What constitutes unusual?" The mouse adjusted her glasses. "I wasn't involved in the autopsy of previous cases. But this body is quite peculiar." "Peculiar in what way?" Fang Yunqi queried. "Indeed," the mouse affirmed. "It is very professional, yet lacks a certain finesse. It doesn't resemble a physician's incision, but it manages to accurately target the desired areas," Fang Yunqi noted. "If you say so. I'll believe you're from the 3rd Criminal Investigation Team," the mouse replied with a hint of humor. Fang Yunqi did not engage further, instead focusing on the body. He reached out to collect several strands of white hair from the corpse for examination. "Is this the victim's hair? Does it require testing?" Though she asked. The mouse placed the hairs into an evidence bag. Fang Yunqi refrained from explaining that he was looking at a fully green pig, adorned with white hair, a statement that could easily lead to his immediate detainment. Instead, he inquired, "What about the dog?" "What?" The mother mouse looked puzzled. Fang Yunqi entered the bathroom, where 2 individuals were taking samples. Glancing down, he noticed the bichon frise trembling in the corner. The gray bichon frise, its fur undoubtedly not its own, lifted its head with a pitiful whimper, gazing at Fang Yunqi. Its mouth was smeared with blood, yet it remained tightly shut, emitting a choked sound from its throat. Squatting down, Fang Yunqi observed the bichon and gently cast a spell upon it. Startled, the dog was oblivious to his actions. It yelped in fright, urinating on the floor and dropping something from its mouth. Reaching out, Fang Yunqi grasped the grotesque, bloodied object. after handing it to the mother mouse. He dusted off his hands. Are you leaving just like that? The mother mouse inquired. What else is there to do? Fang Yunqi replied, casting a final glance at the green pig and the small mouse. Aren't you going to investigate the scene? The mother mouse seemed astonished. Fang Yunqi shook his head, stating, There's nothing left to investigate. I already have most of the answers, such as, everything that needed to be examined has been examined. So, what do you wish to ask? Fang Yunqi yawned. Can you tell me when she died? The mother mouse pressed, unwilling to concede. Exactly 24 hours ago. At this time yesterday, Fang Yunqi replied as he turned back. The mother mouse huffed. What about the cause of death? Drowning, Fang Yunqi stated. There should be water in the lungs, and the death likely occurred in the bathtub. Incorrect, the mother mouse smiled faintly. It was asphyxiation, but not due to drowning. She was suffocated. Really? Fang Yunqi frowned and stepped into the bathroom, noting the water stains in the bathtub. How could it not be drowning? There are even strands of hair here, clearly from. Wait. He realized he had overlooked something crucial. The green pig had green hair. Approaching the bathtub, he noted. She indeed soaked in the tub for an extended period before her death. But she truly is not, the mother mouse interjected. This is undoubtedly the primary crime scene, Fang Yunqi declared. Of course, it is the primary crime scene, the mother mouse said, furrowing her brow. Seemingly perplexed by Fang Yunqi's statement. Just then, Zhang Jiwen entered the room. What is going on? He asked, looking at Fang Yunqi. Fang Yunqi grabbed Zhang Jiwen, declaring, This is where Zhang Yu met her demise. Zhang Jiwen looked bewildered. Huh? Fang Yunqi immediately recognized the object in the bathtub as fur from Zhang Yu's black cat, which might not even be hair. He extracted the fur from the tub and presented it to the mother mouse for comparison. If the DNA matches, I may have a clearer understanding of the situation. The mother mouse, momentarily stunned, wasted no time and quickly placed the fur into an evidence bag. We can only await the results. Fang Yunqi spoke solemnly. What does that mean? Interjected Captain Liu, the llama, who had accompanied Zhang Jiwen. His voice was filled with astonishment and urgency. Who reported the case? Fang Yunqi asked. The property management of this apartment, the llama replied. When they came to inspect, they detected a putrid odor, knocked on the door with no response, and saw water flowing out. They forcibly entered and discovered the body. Where are the property management personnel? Fang Yunqi inquired. I'll take you to them, the llama said. The individual who found the body was a donkey with long ears that seemed to brush against the ceiling. When Fang Yunqi questioned him about the scene, he hesitated before responding. I was truly terrified. I've heard that the 8th floor is haunted. If it weren't for the property security, I wouldn't have gone up. Did you see anyone suspicious? Fang Yunqi pressed further. Officer, let me tell you. I didn't see anyone suspicious, nor even a ghost. This woman was quite chaotic. She often brought various men home. The security guards mentioned she was quite indiscreet, seemingly earning a living that way, but I haven't seen her for the past 6 months. No idea where she is. The donkey shook his head. So, she hasn't been around for quite some time? Fang Yunqi confirmed. Indeed, the donkey nodded affirmatively. As they exited the property management office, the llama queried, Can you share your thoughts now? I can speculate freely, but for you investigators, what you need is evidence. If my deductions are correct, once the test results are in, you will easily apprehend the culprit, Fang Yunqi replied, waving his hand. That will be all for today. Once the results come in, the conclusion will be nearly at hand. Pondering the situation, Chun Juanrong watched Fang Yunqi leave and asked, Is this the impressive detective you mentioned? Indeed, Zhang Jiwen replied. He also has another identity. He is the son of Chairman Fang, whom you are still investigating. Oh, so he is Fang Yunqi, Chun Juanrong nodded. I had planned to inquire about him in a few days. It seems after the results come out tomorrow, you'll be accompanying me to visit him. Sure, no problem. Zhang Jiwen responded with a smile. I know his family quite well. That's good. Tomorrow, I'll bring the report to fetch you. This young man is rather intriguing. I like him, Qin Juanrong remarked. Him? You might want to reconsider, Zhang Jiwen chuckled. Let us just say tomorrow morning is out of the question. It's the first day of school for both of us. If you wish, feel free to visit him at school. He wouldn't mind being escorted out of the classroom by the police on the first day. Chapter 16. New clues. The commencement of classes at Qingqing No. One high school was notably delayed, attributed primarily to the prior outbreak of the pandemic within its premises, which necessitated extensive inspections by health authorities. Additionally, the renovation of dormitories further complicated matters, leaving several boarding students unable to occupy their accommodations. Consequently, the school held its opening ceremony at the end of August. Having already entered his second year of high school, Fang Yunqi bypassed all the tedious enrollment procedures and directly proceeded to his new class. From this moment forth, he was to prepare for the impending college entrance examination. As his homeroom teacher, Brother Gun, aptly remarked, the days of leisure were now behind him. As his former students had begun their diligent studies around this time, no one dared to challenge Brother Gun's assertions, for he had personally nurtured 18 exceptional students who had secured admission to Tsinghua University. Given that Qingqing province was a city where one could expect a Tsinghua enrollment each year, he was undoubtedly regarded as the finest homeroom teacher. Little did Brother Gun anticipate that the moniker Gun Ergu would follow him, a delightful nickname bestowed upon him by the ever-creative Zhang Jiwen. Fang Yunqi arrived early at the school on the first day of term, not out of a desire to impress the teachers, but rather to secure a favorable seat. In a class of over 60 students, the choice of seat would significantly influence his life for at least the next 4 months. It was imperative to avoid any unruly characters nearby. He chose a seat by the window in the last row, accompanied by Zhou Qiqi, who also arrived early. The notorious dead mosquito was unlikely to arrive at such an hour. Merely showing up in the morning was already a considerable concession to Brother Gun. As Zhou Qiqi organized her backpack, she extracted her textbooks and presented Fang Yunqi with his, neatly wrapped in a blue cover, while hers was adorned in pink, each labeled in exquisite calligraphy. Have you had breakfast yet? Fang Yunqi inquired as he hastily shoved his books into the desk compartment. Not yet, Zhou Qiqi replied, unfolding a chaotic array of study materials that cluttered their shared desk. Let us go, Fang Yunqi said, gesturing towards the exit. I'll take you to eat. Zhou Qiqi nodded, completely unprepared for the unexpected escapade of skipping class on the very first day of the new term. She had assumed that a quick trip to the school gate for a pancake would suffice. But Fang Yunqi had whimsically transformed it into a breakfast at the Qingqing Grand Hotel. Skipping class on the first day? Zhou Qiqi exclaimed, her face a mixture of astonishment and concern. She had never defied Fang Yunqi's commands and felt uneasy about the potential wrath of Brother Gun. Just eat, Fang Yunqi said, pushing a pastry towards her. We still have things to do afterward. The agreed time was set for 8:30 in the morning, and remarkably, 2 individuals appeared. This marked Fang Yunqi's first encounter with the police as he collaborated on a case, and Zhang Jiwen seemed to sense the subtle tension, waking early to accompany Lu Juanrong. Hello, Lu Juanrong greeted the duo. They both stood in respect, and Fang Yunqi invited them to help themselves to whatever they desired. Seated together, Lu Juanrong presented the inspection report. You guessed correctly. The first report confirmed that the hair sample you found belongs to the same individual as the one from the fish tank, Zhang Yu. The second report pertains to this. Lu Juanrong continued, gesturing to an object on the table. A toy? Zhang Jiwen pondered, recalling the gruesome sight from yesterday. Would you take a toy with you when committing murder? Fang Yunqi responded, a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhang Jiwen acknowledged this with an O, resuming his meal. Lu Juanrong clarified, it's a keychain with a key attached. The surveillance footage can help identify the individuals who entered the 8th floor. There are not many. There are 16 individuals, Lu Juanrong stated. Why so many? Zhang Jiwen questioned, perplexed. Fang Yunqi chuckled. If you were to commit murder knowing there were cameras, what would you do? Zhang Jiwen's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. It implied that the perpetrator had enlisted accomplices to obscure his tracks. Have they been located? I have faith in the police's efficiency, Fang Yunqi remarked. Not yet, Lu Juanrong replied, shaking his head. All 16 have been investigated. The key does not unlock their doors. And there have been no discernible movements. Each of them claimed they were there to deliver takeout, using unregistered phones for orders and prepaid payment methods. The restaurant staff reported that some children came to deliver the orders, using handwritten notes for the addresses. The addresses were in the children's notebooks, Fang Yunqi noted. Indeed, Lu Juanrong affirmed. Do you have a list? Fang Yunqi inquired. Lu Juanrong placed a list of the 16 individuals on the table, detailing their occupations and relevant personal information, including family members and work hours. Zhou Qiqi, seeing that Fang Yunqi did not immediately take it, tucked the documents away. The group boarded a police vehicle, as Lu Juanrong was tasked with returning the 3 students who had legally skipped class. On the way back, Fang Yunqi stated, I cannot disclose how I discovered this, but I can assure you that when Zhang Yu died, she was indeed in that bathtub, and the person who watched her was the murderer. The surveillance footage is only retained for a month, Lu Juanrong noted. This implies that the deceased was connected to the murderer, Fang Yunqi stated. Investigations are necessary. Yet I have a nagging feeling that the cruelty towards pets is merely a fade. There exists a deeper motive behind this, likely intertwined with Huidong Company's outstanding debts. Why are you so certain? Lu Juanrong asked. Because of this, Zhou Qiqi interjected, producing materials and handing them to Lu Juanrong. Officer, you might want to review this. It contains information about the deceased, Yu Min, including her disputes with Yuehai Real Estate. What does this imply? Lu Juanrong inquired, furrowing her brow in confusion. Yuehai Real Estate, like Huitong, is a subsidiary of a company in Qingqing. It was where the deceased, Yu Min, was employed a year prior. Her situation was not dissimilar to Zhang Yu's. However, her role was not as an accountant, but in quality inspection, specifically for buildings 28, 29, and 33 of Zhuhai. Zhuhai is at the site of the incident? Lu Juanrong confirmed. Indeed, she replied. The reason no one resides there is twofold. First, the fire safety regulations were inadequate, and second, there had been fatalities there. Prior to the inspection, a careless oversight led to leaving 4 sleeping workers inside a room. Due to the pandemic, the entire building was sealed off. And the malfunctioning electrical equipment, along with the lack of water supply, ultimately resulted in the tragic deaths of the workers confined within. Chapter 17. The farce in the classroom. Under the escort of Officer Lu Juanrong, several individuals were successfully led through the entrance. Returning to Class 20 of the second year amid the terrified gazes of several teachers from the political education office. The homeroom teacher, known as Brother Gun, was in the midst of a lesson when he observed the police returning the 3 students. After they settled back into their seats, he gazed in bewilderment at Lu Juanrong, cautiously probing into what wrongdoing the children had committed. However, before he could finish his inquiry, a tremendous uproar erupted within the classroom. Standing in place, Fang Yunqi and the bewildered Zhou Qiqi witnessed 2 slightly disheveled classmates occupying their seats. Not only did these intruders hurl their books and study materials to the ground, but one of them also carelessly stepped on Zhou Qiqi's stack of books. Move aside, Zhou Qiqi shouted defiantly. The students outside cast a cold glance at Zhou Qiqi, dismissively uttering the words, "Fool, get lost." Zhou Qiqi's voice rang out with authority. In an instant, not only did the 2 intruders stand up, but a third student in front of them also rose, fixating their gaze on Zhou Qiqi. The one closest to her retorted, "Shut your mouth, fool. What do you think you're doing? Want to fight? Come on." As soon as the words left his mouth, a punch was thrown, not by Fang Yunqi or Zhang Juwen, but by Lin Muzhen. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, Lin Muzhen exuded an intimidating presence. Yet, surprisingly, the opposition showed no sign of fear. Despite one of their own being struck, the remaining 2 charged at Lin Muzhen. Being the clever individual he was, Lin Muzhen shouted and charged forward, bracing himself to absorb a punch, which sent him staggering backward for several steps. Whether it was sheer force or mere theatrics, it was hard to tell. At this moment, Brother Gun and Lu Juanrong entered the classroom to witness the unfolding chaos. "What are you doing?" Brother Gun exclaimed in fury. In that instant, the once dominant Lin Muzhen stumbled to the ground, furiously pointing at the student who had struck him, shouting, "You hit me. You hit me. I'll kill you." He attempted to rise to retaliate, mere steps away from Brother Gun, who immediately intervened, demanding, "What is going on? They took our seats and hit us." Zhou Qiqi rushed to report. Brother Gun furrowed his brows, recognizing that every class had its share of problem students, often admitted through connections. Seizing this opportunity to discipline them, he declared without hesitation, "You lot, come with me to the political education office." Before he could finish, Lu Juanrong, catching Zhang Juwen's eye, stepped forward. Instead of addressing the students, she approached Lin Muzhen. "Police officer, I want to file a report. They hit me. Ouch, my waist. My face." Lin Muzhen wailed. The 3 intruding students were taken aback. Was the police response this swift? "Are you certain you wish to report this? It could escalate to a criminal case." "Did you retaliate?" Lu Juanrong inquired. "No." Lin Muzhen's large face remained unperturbed as he lied, his facade unwavering. The 3 students grew frantic, insisting he started it. "Not true." Lin Muzhen clutched Lu Juanrong, bursting into tears. Snot and tears streaming down his face as he rolled on the ground like a child. "Teacher Li, it seems I must escort these 3 students for further questioning. Please contact the teachers at the political education office. If the involved parties wish to report this, it complicates matters," Lu Juanrong stated while summoning assistance. Brother Gun was left bewildered. He had merely intended to reprimand these students, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. Noticing Brother Gun still contemplating, Fang Yunqi gently patted Zhou Qiqi's back, prompting her to rush to her backpack, exclaiming in astonishment, "Where's the 3,000 yuan in my bag? That was for my dance class application." "Well, I can't let this slide," she resolved. The 3 students, clad in trendy shoes and modified trousers, departed under Brother Gun's watchful gaze, accompanied by the police car awaiting downstairs, a scene they had never envisioned. As Lin Muzhen was involved, He accompanied Zhou Qiqi to file a report, ensuring protection for themselves if the intruders dared to retaliate. Zhou Qiqi would see to it that the matter was pursued to the end. Among classmates, the absence of evidence meant that once accused of theft, even an innocent party bore the burden of suspicion, a label that could linger for years if brought up. Once the ordeal concluded, Fang Yunqi returned to his seat, while Zhang Jiwen, who had been seated in front of him, moved to a nearby desk. Hey, if we have leads, shouldn't we investigate? Already on it. I haven't enlisted the police's help. My father's case has hit a stalemate, Fang Yunqi replied, laying his tablet on the desk, covered with notes prepared by Zhou Qiqi. What progress have you made? Zhang Jiwen inquired. We should see results soon. Fang Yunqi indicated the 16 suspects' profiles already stored on the tablet and pointed to one, asking, What do you think about him? Wang Ke, 32 years old, 18 centimeters tall, a delivery worker, living alone without family. Zhang Jiwen scrutinized the profile but found no red flags, looking at Fang Yunqi in confusion. Fang Yunqi yawned. He used to be a truck driver. His father abandoned the family, and his mother passed away 6 years ago. This fits my criteria. While others also come from single-parent homes, their parents are still alive. Switching to a black interface of a social media platform, he typed, Investigate the cause of Wang Ke's mother's death and the relationship between mother and son. Starting with him? Zhang Jiwen asked. Very likely. If it aligns, we could have a breakthrough. Fang Yunqi contemplated before adding. However, based on his statements, he lacks motive and opportunity. And he has been consistently working as a delivery driver without out-of-province records. Then your suspicion seems unfounded, Zhang Jiwen chuckled. What if there were two individuals involved? Fang Yunqi leaned against his head, gazing out at the empty playground. What if one was responsible for delivering the victims into Qingqing while the other executed them? Is that a possibility? Don't forget, there are no records of exiting the city. Zhang Jiwen frowned, contemplating the implications. Chapter 18, Trespassing. The morning lesson swiftly elapsed. And by noon, Lin Muzin and Zhou Qiqi returned to school. Fang Yunqi resided in a modest villa near the school, located in Xian Garden, arranged for him by his father. He had acquired this house when he was still in elementary school, and now, with the soaring property prices in the school district, the value of his residence had escalated to an astonishing 50,000 per square meter. During his first year of high school, a few friends would often gather at Xian Garden for lunch during their breaks, and if evening study sessions extended late, they would also dine there. The household employed 3 cleaners and a chef specifically for the academic term. During the holidays, they would return to assist at Fang Yunqi's original home. Welcome. Wu Ma, who had worked for the Fang family for over a decade, opened the door. She had watched Fang Yunqi grow up, and their relationship was quite amicable. Where is Lao Lu? Fang Yunqi inquired, changing his shoes upon entering. Is he not cooking today? Lao Lu's child is ill, Wu Ma replied. Her smile warmed despite the circumstances. We haven't been able to reach him for several days. I've prepared a few home-cooked dishes for you. Despite the fact that Wu Ma's culinary skills could not compare to those of a professional chef, Lao Lu's wages were already on par with those at a star-rated hotel. And with only 2 meals a day to prepare, the workload was quite manageable. Fang Yunqi acknowledged her with a nonchalant "oh," while Zhou Qiqi quickly chimed in. Home-cooked meals are delightful. Wu Ma's cooking is quite good. After their meal, the two took a moment to rest. Fang Yunqi accompanied Zhang Jiwen outside, as per usual, with Zhang Jiwen driving. Some of my subordinates have found that Wang Ke worked as a slaughterer before driving a truck. He is currently employed at a funeral home. With food delivery as his main occupation, Fang Yunqi stated. He's already in the interrogation room. Everything aligns, Zhang Jiwen replied as he drove. However, he lacks an alibi, which you must carefully consider. There is no alternative, Fang Yunqi responded. My advantage lies in my ability to enter others' homes freely without a search warrant, allowing for effortless investigations. Yet, without evidence, it is impossible to make an arrest at this moment. We must still seek proof. Zhang Jiwen paused. The navigation you provided doesn't lead to the precinct. Of course not, Fang Yunqi affirmed. We cannot question him directly in the interrogation room. Without evidence, inquiries would merely serve to buy time. Then we should go to his home, Zhang Yunqi decided, making a brief phone call before hanging up. Following the navigation, they arrived in the old city, where parking was nearly impossible, forcing them to leave the car roadside. The ancient alleys of Qingqing still exuded charm, reminiscent of the rural landscape from the early days of the Republic, with distinctive architectural styles harmonizing with the sounds of barking dogs, creating a pleasantly nostalgic atmosphere. Occasional cats traversed the walls, while street vendors pushed their carts along the pathways. Before them stood a grand estate, its crimson gate adorned with two menacing beast head knockers. This was once a prominent family residence, Fang Yunqi remarked. The property was purchased 20 years ago by a man named Wang Yongxing, likely Wang Ku's father, who once thrived in business but later fell into misfortune and madness, vanishing after leaving home, leaving only his wife and child behind. And what of his mother? Did you uncover the cause of her death? Zhang Jiwen asked, lighting a cigarette at the entrance. They lingered outside, pacing the surroundings instead of rushing inside, aware that entering without permission could be deemed trespassing. I found it, Fang Yunqi said, handing his phone to Zhang Jiwen. Zhang Jiwen accepted it, his expression puzzled. What does this mean? The police concluded that the victim suffered a fatal blow to the back of the head, leading to excessive blood loss and intermittent shock. Fang Yunqi explained. However, Wang Ku's initial testimony claimed that the deceased fell and struck her head on a coffee table. Fang Yunqi grimaced, recalling that Wang Ku's mother had a history of mental illness and often abused him. Domestic violence, Zhang Jiwen contemplated, observing Fang Yunqi thoughtfully. Fang Yunqi offered no response. After a leisurely circuit, they found the area empty and, seizing the opportunity, climbed over the back fence. The front yard was expansive, ample enough to accommodate 4 vehicles. They did not hasten to descend, but instead surveyed the area from the eaves. Fang Yunqi pointed toward a corner of the yard. Look, a tombstone? Zhang Jiwen squinted. What is this? Little 7S tomb? It's likely a pet, Fang Yunqi surmised. Someone has visited here recently. The ground has been swept, as if to obscure footprints, and the soil's hue differs significantly, indicating an attempt to conceal something. Let us go down and investigate, Fang Yunqi urged. They leaped down into the dwelling. This was not a traditional courtyard. Rather, it was a simple house with an adjoining yard, comprising a small living room, 3 bedrooms, and a kitchen. The kitchen, connected to the living room, was equipped with outdated appliances and furniture that had not been replaced in years. After a thorough inspection, they found nothing amiss. A wasted trip, Zhang Jiwen remarked. At least We've confirmed he has accomplices, Fang Yunqi replied. We've gathered quite a bit. How can you be sure? Zhang Jiwen asked, puzzled. Would you cover up all the footprints in your yard upon returning home? Fang Yunqi queried. He does not wish to be discovered, yet he is also concealing something else. It seems the items we sought have already been removed. What could they be? Zhang Jiwen pressed. I cannot say, Fang Yunqi sighed, sensing it must be of significant importance. Aside from collecting some evidence, he struggled to comprehend why the individual had been so cautious in visiting Wang Ku's home. The color of the soil in the corner starkly contrasted with that of the center, seemingly not from this year, littered with debris and scraps of paper. While the central area exhibited fresh soil, undoubtedly disturbed today. Let us head to the police station, Fang Yunqi declared. As they departed, they remained oblivious to the hidden corner of the house, illuminated by a faint red light. To Fang Yunqi, the entire situation appeared exceedingly perplexing. Why had Wang Ku placed Zhang Yu's body in Yumin's bathtub? Why had Yumin acquiesced to such an arrangement? And why were the hairs in the bathtub left untouched for so long after Zhang Yu's demise? Furthermore, what was the true motive behind the cruel treatment of animals to mask one's real intentions? Wang Ku seemed to hold the key to unraveling this mystery. Yet no viable evidence existed to pursue. He required proof. Chapter 19. Interrogation. Wang Ku had already spent 3 hours in the interrogation room. Unlike a typical interrogation setting, this was merely a simple chamber equipped with a camera, devoid of the oppressive atmosphere and darkened glass that often characterize such places. A police officer sat across from him, cheerfully engaging in casual conversation. Officer, when can I leave? Wang Ku, hunched over, rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat anxious. The officer endeavored to soothe his nerves, aware that orders from higher-ups had yet to arrive, and his authority to release him was limited. At that moment, Fang Yunqi entered the room alone. Lu Juanrong outside had handed over the officer. Now, only 2 individuals remained in the room, Fang Yunqi and Wang Ku. Fang Yunqi walked straight over, switched off the recording device, and took a seat opposite Wang Ku. I heard the company has assigned a lawyer to assist you, Fang Yunqi stated directly, reclining in his chair. I didn't know. Wang Ku appeared somewhat dazed, yet his eyes conveyed to Fang Yunqi that he was no ordinary individual. No typical person would remain inexplicably confined in an interrogation room for 3 hours, only to encounter someone who wasn't a police officer, calmly turning off the camera. That gaze was telling. We shall wait for your lawyer to arrive before we continue our discussion, Fang Yunqi replied calmly. What is wrong? Wang Ku queried. They said I haven't done anything wrong. Indeed, you have not erred. There is nothing amiss. However, you are involved in a criminal matter, and as law enforcement, We require your cooperation to dispel any suspicions towards you. Given the sensitive nature of the case, we must wait for your lawyer to arrive. Making the process easier to handle, Fang Yunqi elucidated. Wang Ke merely acknowledged this with a soft "oh" and fell silent. The lawyer arrived swiftly, appearing at the door within mere minutes. Good day, officer. I am the legal consultant for the delivery group in the region of Qing province. My name is Uxin. I've already had my lawyer credentials checked at the entrance. Would you like to verify them again? The woman spoke fluently, appearing to be in her 20s, and made a very positive first impression. Fang Yunqi nodded. Since you're here, please take a seat. Lawyer Uxin settled beside Wang Ke. Please, if you have any concerns, feel free to share them. If an employee has violated any regulations, it is best to clarify with the company. On May 13th, at 7 p.m., where were you? Fang Yunqi inquired, noting that this date marked the time of Zhang Yu's confirmed death. I was working, Wang Ke replied. I remember that day vividly. I was delivering food to a client at the Meidong International Building and was late, which resulted in a complaint. Fang Yunqi nodded. What about April 27th? Where were you at 8 p.m.? This date was significant as it was when the first victim had died. April 27th. Wang Ke pondered for a moment. I should have been at home. Fang Yunqi, satisfied, continued his inquiries. And the night before last, where were you? I recall delivering food at 7 p.m., but then I felt unwell and returned home. Later, at around 11 p.m., I felt so ill that I went downstairs to the pharmacy for some medicine and even took a nucleic acid test. By the time I returned, it was nearly midnight. Wang Ke recounted. Fang Yunqi smiled slightly. Please hold on for a moment. He stepped out of the room, having obtained the information he sought. Returning to Lu Jiwenrong's office, Zhang Jiwen was already waiting there. The two had been monitoring the interrogation through the surveillance and had seen everything unfold. Fang Yunqi's previous actions had all been a ruse. How did it go? Is the suspicion cleared? Zhang Jiwen asked with resignation. Wang Ke, what were you doing on June 18th? Fang Yunqi suddenly posed a question. Zhang Jiwen frowned. Huh? How would I know? June. It's been 3 months. I should have. Indeed, 3 months have passed. He only hesitated for a second when I asked him, Fang Yunqi noted. Lu Jiwenrong chuckled. But he was reported, even if there is no record. Other details would still surface. That day, nothing significant happened to me, Zhang Jiwen insisted. Is that so? Lu Jiwenrong yawned. That day was your father's birthday. You were supposed to cook, but ended up causing an explosion in the kitchen, which led to a fire. That's far more serious than a mere complaint against a delivery person, isn't it? Was it that day? Zhang Jiwen exclaimed in disbelief. You might forget the director's birthday. But as an invited guest to the family gathering, I certainly remember, Lu Jiwenrong remarked. This is a significant inconsistency. If a delivery worker could remember the days they were shortchanged on wages, the discrepancies surrounding the night before last become even more puzzling. Zhang Jiwen was still confused. I believe he made no mistakes. Then let me ask you, what happened at 7 p.m.? Fang Yunqi pressed. At 7 p.m., that is when it began. Oh. Zhang Jiwen seemed to recall something. At 7 p.m., you men must have already been apprehended. And at midnight? Fang Yunqi grinned. Midnight. That was when you men died. Zhang Jiwen confirmed. Fang Yunqi nodded. I did not emphasize those 2 time points, yet he confidently stated where he was at both times, attempting to bury the truth. Yet we still lack evidence, Lu Jiwenrong sighed. Even if we pinpoint him, we cannot prove he committed the crime, and he has an alibi. We are at a complete loss. You have no way, but we do. Fang Yunqi stood up. Now that we've identified the person, the rest is up to me. I will find a way to unveil his true nature. Zhang Jiwen stood as well. Where to? To expose him, Fang Yunqi replied. Zhang Jiwen looked awkwardly at him. You seem foolish. I have class this afternoon. I'm off to attend that. The entire case remained unresolved. And Fang Yunqi had no idea how the suspect had constructed an alibi. Overturning it might require additional assistance. Yet he was certain that this individual was the perpetrator, without a doubt. However, Wang Ke was undoubtedly being manipulated. Fang Yunqi was at a loss as to who was behind him, but he knew one thing. After this interrogation, Wang Ke would inevitably reveal his flaws. Chapter 20. The charming brother Bao. On the way back to school, Fang Yunqi was engrossed in fiddling with his phone. Zhang Jiwen, a representative of simple-minded, yet physically strong enthusiasts of mystery, adhered to his principle of ignorance by asking a barrage of irrelevant questions, which continued until they parked once more in the Xian Garden garage. However, after only a few steps, his unremarkable mouth opened again. What were you doing fiddling with your phone all this time? Handling significant matters, Fang Yunqi replied without a moment's thought. What sort of significant matters? Zhang Jiwen inquired. This time, Fang Yunqi chose not to respond. He simply made a phone call. We've arrived. Come down. Who is it? Coming down? Chi-Chi? Or who? Who are you talking to? Zhang Jiwen continued with his incessant questioning. Fang Yunqi cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing a sympathetic expression. What does that look mean? Zhang Jiwen asked. Mosquito, came a bright shout from behind as Zhou Qiqi and Lin Muzhen approached. Zhang Jiwen glanced at his watch. With a class at 2:30. Why are you still here 20 minutes late? Big brother asked us to wait for him. Zhou Qiqi replied with a playful smile, casting a curious look at Fang Yunqi. This time, Zhang Jiwen refrained from further chatter. The four of them walked together in the direction of the school. The school gate was nearly deserted, with only a few tardy students running inside. However, as the trio passed by a milk tea shop, a cold voice halted them. Hey! A group of over a dozen individuals emerged from the shop. Among them was none other than Wang Shuo, a classmate who had been educated at the police station earlier that day due to Lin Muzhen's acting. Wang Shuo, don't you ever quit? Zhou Qiqi frowned, showing no fear towards the person before her, but rather a sense of annoyance. Meanwhile, Lin Muzhen and Zhang Jiwen had begun to flex their joints, gazing greedily at the group. Although Qingcheng No. 1 High School was one of the top schools in Qingcheng, it was situated in an old district plagued by rampant crime. Each year, there were various incidents involving students fighting, some resulting in severe injuries or worse. Fang Yunqi had come prepared for such encounters. As the group of students and social outsiders emerged from the milk tea shop, the sound of approaching vehicles could be heard around the corner, their engines roaring and brakes screeching, causing the oncoming crowd to halt in their tracks. 3 sports cars showed no sign of slowing down as they barreled towards the group. Instinctively, they recoiled. At that moment, Wang Shuo had no inkling of the tumultuous life that awaited him in the 2 years leading to his graduation. His fate had irrevocably altered the instant he stepped out of the milk tea shop. After evading the cars, 3 vehicles positioned themselves between Fang Yunqi and Wang Shuo's groups. 6 individuals emerged from the cars. One man, clad in sunglasses, nodded at Fang Yunqi, addressing him as young master. Fang Yunqi acknowledged with a slight nod, turning to return to his phone while strolling towards the school. Who would dare to obstruct him? Wang Shuo stood dumbfounded, observing the unfolding scenario. The individuals stepping from the vehicle were not merely armed with playful batons or wooden sticks, but wielded axes and machetes. The man in sunglasses approached Wang Shuo, who could clearly see the tiger tattoo on the man's shoulder, imposing and fierce. Fang Yunqi settled into his seat, and shortly after, Wang Shuo called for a report. The teacher, unaware of the commotion, only noted the swollen cheeks of 3 students. The assailants had been Brother Bao, Fang Yunqi's father's driver, who was relatively well known in Qingcheng. Various local thugs recognized him, and he had a few loyal subordinates. Having been by Fang Zhengwei's side since childhood, he was devoted to the family. Despite lacking formal education, his sense of loyalty and street smarts had earned him respect, and he had never faltered in his duties. Now, as he established his own family and career, he owed much of his success to the Fang family, leading him to regard Fang Yunqi with both reverence and affection. He understood the gravity of the situation. The machete was merely intended to intimidate these children, a slap to remind them of the boundaries they should not cross. Evidently, the effect was quite pronounced. As Wang Shuo entered the classroom, hardly daring to glance at Fang Yunqi, and instead chose an empty seat. The afternoon comprised 3 classes, with a break lasting an hour. By the time classes ended at 5:15, it was time for evening self-study in the 2nd year of high school. Typically, these periods were commandeered by the subject teachers. But given the nature of evening self-study, Fang Yunqi could opt not to attend. By 5:30, Fang Yunqi was already in the car with Brother Bao. Did you not bring that kid? Brother Bao asked as he started the engine. Didn't he bring him? Sometimes, handling matters alone is more convenient than doing so with company. Fang Yunqi yawned. How's the situation with Director Fang? Brother Bao inquired. Your close associates have no leads. I won't be able to resolve this anytime soon. Fang Yunqi gazed out the window. In retrospect, Director Fang likely intended to send me away. Brother Bao continued, typically when delivering items to the old man. It's scheduled for weekends. Yet that day was a Wednesday, and Director Fang suddenly requested that I deliver something to Yanqing. I was initially taken aback, but thought little of it. Fang Yunqi remained silent, calmly nodding as his gaze fixated on his phone, where a message from Lu Junrong awaited him. The DNA comparison with Wang, who has confirmed it, is the same individual. You must establish a definitive source for that DNA to provide testimony, Fang Yunqi remarked. That's straightforward, but the issue lies in the lawyer's involvement. His alibi can resolve many problems. We need evidence proving he was present. Otherwise, a single hair means nothing, Fang Yunqi locked his phone and reclined in the passenger seat. "What is bothering you?" Brother Bao asked. The quickest route from Zhuhai to his home took nearly 20 minutes, yet the individual appeared composed on camera, purchasing medicine and exiting at 11:58, while the confirmed time of death was between 11 and 12. It was impossible for him to have committed murder during that time. How could he have managed that? Fang Yunqi's expression was grim. Brother Bao shook his head. Such cerebral tasks are beyond me. However, if I were to kill someone, even with careful contemplation, I wouldn't do it personally. That's you would never act directly. Yet those without your status and strength would undoubtedly take matters into their own hands, Fang Yunqi sighed. Unless. His expression tightened. Unless. What's wrong? Brother Bao had never seen the typically composed Fang Yunqi display such a demeanor. Let us go. To the library, Fang Yunqi instructed. Chapter 21. The beautiful rabbit goes fishing. The Qingqing library remained as tranquil as ever. Fang Yunqi sent Brother Bao away, as he truly could offer no further assistance. Stepping into the elevator that would take him directly to his office, he glanced once more at his phone. He had been mingling in the group for quite some time. This WeChat account had been specifically crafted for him by Shou Qiqi, complete with an avatar and moments that portrayed him as a young woman. In the group, all the videos he shared were synthesized, created by Lin Muzin's subordinates using highly professional techniques, depicting a myriad of animal cruelty. Within this circle, he was merely a newly joined university student with a penchant for such horrors. Having already grasped some clues regarding Wang Ku, Fang Yunqi spent the entire day devising ways to approach her. Just moments before entering the library, he had accepted Wang Ku's friend request. A decision spurred by a sharing of a video showcasing the brutal killing of a golden retriever. Wang Ku's first message was a simple inquiry about his origins, accompanied by a smiling emoticon. Entering his dimly lit office, he cast his gaze at the nameplate on the door before stepping inside. The clock had just passed 6:30. Inside, a rabbit turned its head, its delicate long ears and large eyes catching his attention, adorned in a flowing dress and white stockings that concealed most of its rosy fur. Fang Yunqi felt no thoughts of beauty or ugliness. Instead, he felt discomfort, particularly as strands of fur peeked through the seams of the stockings. From Qingqing, Nanjing province, Fang Yunqi remarked to the rabbit, which initially appeared astonished. Upon glancing at the phone screen he presented, the rabbit smiled gently and, with a voice that was exceptionally soft and sweet, replied, "Yes, I am from Qingqing, Nanjing province." This sent chills down Fang Yunqi's spine. As he awaited her response, he asked, "Today is the first day of school. Didn't you choose the liberal arts? Aren't you attending classes?" "I completely forgot. I've been so busy lately with an overwhelming number of tasks. I haven't even finished reviewing the company's reports, and there are still numerous cases to handle," the rabbit explained. Fang Yunqi merely nodded, uninterested in the affairs of others. Just as he lowered his head, Wang Ku replied, "What a coincidence. Smile, I'm also from Qingqing. I haven't encountered anyone else from there in this group." Fang Yunqi, in his unembellished manner, responded, placing his phone before the rabbit again. "Is this Wang Ku?" the rabbit inquired. He nodded in affirmation. "Are you fishing?" the rabbit pressed on. "I have a feeling that if I manage to hook him, he might come to kill me," Fang Yunqi stated. "I've discovered some clues. If I'm not mistaken, the dog from his childhood, named Xiao Qi, is the golden retriever. Well, that is not difficult to handle. Just provoke him," the rabbit analyzed. "It's not that simple. You carry the weight of 3 lives. How could you be so careless as to fall into someone else's trap? Besides, the police have already seen him and will undoubtedly tread carefully. This trap might be hard to navigate," Fang Yunqi replied. "What do you intend to do?" the rabbit asked. At that moment, it was a game of seduction, Fang Yunqi said, chuckling suddenly as he looked at his phone. The rabbit sprang up, her fragrance faint, a mere hint of shampoo rather than overpowering perfume. She read the text aloud. "It seems you despise golden retrievers as well." Fang Yunqi handed her the phone. "Anyone who can enter his library is certainly not a mere triviality, so there's no need for alarm." They switched places, with Fang Yunqi taking her seat. He heard her voice, sweet and teasing. "Oh dear, you have no idea. The golden retriever is my least favorite creature. Don't be fooled by its friendly facade. Who knows what it truly thinks? Such duplicitous beasts should be eradicated." She grasped the essence of seduction perfectly. Fang Yunqi noticed the pink keyboard cover and a mirror. Every beauty has her mirror. There were also snacks and a tablet, which he refrained from touching, as it clearly belonged to her. The girl behind him wrapped her arms around his neck in an intimate manner, leaning in closer. "What is the plan?" Fang Yunqi did not resist. He had been subjected to similar advances by numerous women. The words on the screen were uncomplicated. "I plan to organize a large-scale extermination event. to eliminate all these detestable creatures. Are you interested? Fang Yunqi scoffed softly, declining her proposition. The rabbit was initially taken aback, but quickly remarked, "Those detestable creatures deserve to be eliminated, but I'm not in a position to do so right now. My parents are away, and I'm the only one at home looking after my grandmother, who is now quite confused and can neither hear nor see well enough to go out. Isn't that a perfect opportunity to hook him? Why decline?" The rabbit queried after sending her voice message. "It's a mutual test. You'll understand once you grow up," Fang Yunqi retorted, snatching the phone back. The voice messages had nearly concluded, and it was time to switch to texts. The rabbit pouted slightly, appearing a bit disheartened. "Oh, such a prominent beauty should be attending class." With that, Fang Yunqi exited the room. At the door, an elderly gentleman stood, dressed in a suit and polished black shoes, waiting respectfully. "Young master." "Yes." Fang Yunqi nodded at Lao Huang. "What brings you here?" "The master's affairs have yielded no breakthroughs. I am at a loss." Lao Huang's demeanor was somewhat gloomy. "Do not fret," Fang Yunqi reassured him. "Have you uncovered the information I requested?" "I have. Just as you guessed, the first victim was a man known online as Taio, whose real name is Zhao Kai. 35 years old, a vice president at a real estate company. A year ago, during a project with Hui Tong, an accountant under him embezzled 380,000 and fled, leaving no trace. Ultimately, the delay in payment led to the deaths of 3 individuals. Those 3 must be connected to the Qingshan group, Fang Yunqi deduced. Indeed. Those 3 were dispatched personnel from the Qingshan group. They were originally responsible for the preparation of the Qiqing Juhai project but were reassigned, Lao Huang confirmed. Thus, they are linked to the 3 individuals behind the Juhai wall, Fang Yunqi concluded. The 6 of them were comrades, he stated. Chapter 22. The eerie soil. What are the odds of a pair of brothers perishing at the hands of a single individual? The likelihood is astronomically low, perhaps several billion to 1, unless it is an act of vengeance. But from where does such animosity stem? Fang Yunqi reclined on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the large screen before him. The only plausible explanation I can conceive is indeed one of vendetta, he mused. It does not seem to be the case, however. Their untimely demise is undeniably peculiar, yet I do not believe it to be a case of retribution. In this information age, if they bore enmity towards anyone, the remaining 3 would certainly have been on guard, preventing a scenario where 6 individuals were divided and met their ends. Lao Huang, a golden retriever, lingered in Fang Yunqi's thoughts. He pondered what Lao Huang would think if he were aware of his current state and viewed the video in his hand. Listening to Lao Huang's analysis was not without merit. Fang Yunqi lifted his gaze to the screen, contemplating for a significant time before inquiring. After the death of these 6 individuals, will anyone benefit? I'll look into it, Lao Huang replied as he turned to exit. Fang Yunqi scrutinized the surveillance footage from the pharmacy entrance, comparing it with the photograph of Wang Ku in his possession. The black rural dog had a curved spine. It is the same person, without a doubt. This alibi is irrefutable, impossible to dismantle. Yet, his suspicion looms large, at least in Fang Yunqi's eyes. Standing up, Fang Yunqi made his way outside. To his surprise, he encountered Xiao Tuzi, who promptly pulled him into the room. "Where are you off to?" she asked. The corridor is off limits for conversation, a rule set by Fang Yunqi himself. With 32 rooms here, everyone is obliged to comply. "I'm just going for a stroll at the scene," Fang Yunqi replied. "The scene? Juhai?" Xiao Tuzi tilted her head inquisitively. "Indeed. Shall I accompany you?" she offered with a bright smile. Fang Yunqi settled into the crimson Audi Q5 driven by Xiao Tuzi. His classmates were all a year his senior, including Shou Qiqi and Lin Muzhen, who called him Big Brother, that were still older than him. They all could drive, while Fang Yunqi could not. "Thanks to you, I have finally purchased a vehicle," Xiao Tuzi said, her fluffy fist gripping the steering wheel. Fang Yunqi remained silent, engrossed in browsing the web. "Have you not continued your conversation with Wang Ko?" Xiao Tuzi queried. "You seem quite unhurried. Impatience reveals flaws. Have you ever encountered a girl in a rush?" Fang Yunqi chuckled. "Girls ought to maintain a measure of reserve." Xiao Tuzi pouted. "Classes resume tomorrow. Shall I come to pick you up?" "No need. I will take the bus," Fang Yunqi replied. "Our boss squeezes onto the bus daily while we drive nice cars. Doesn't that seem inappropriate?" Xiao Tuzi teased. "Who is to blame if the boss cannot drive?" Fang Yunqi laughed. As Xiao Tuzi's vehicle came to a stop, she remarked, "Boss, you truly are quite ungrateful. We have to protect you at school. They must be scratching their heads, unaware of who you really are. I prefer to remain low profile." Fang Yunqi said as he exited the car, waving goodbye to Xiao Tuzi. Without looking back, he strode directly into the community. The environment of Zhuhai's residential area was quite pleasant. However, the two apartment buildings outside had yet to sell even a quarter of their units, which troubled the developers. Upon reaching the base of the apartment complex, Fang Yunqi noted that most of the police had withdrawn, leaving only a few forensic officers. Wearing the badge given by Zhang Jiwen, Fang Yunqi easily entered the room. The alpaca was still present. "Ah, if it isn't the famous detective," the alpaca exclaimed, rubbing her eyes. "You weren't wearing glasses last time." Fang Yunqi donned a pair of rubber gloves. "My observations are rather meticulous. How do I differ from our last encounter?" Ying Tuo tilted her head. "You yawned last time, and today you're in green socks, yet your underwear is red. You must be single, living with your mother." The alpaca's face flushed with embarrassment. "It seems you've hit the mark," Fang Yunqi said as he stepped into the room. The alpaca followed, indignant. "You can't investigate any further. You're far too grown to throw a tantrum," Fang Yunqi advised. "Have there been any new discoveries since our last meeting?" "Indeed," the alpaca replied, teasingly prolonging the suspense. "But don't change the subject. I know you're not part of the police force if I inform them. They'll surely expel you. What do you gain from that?" Fang Yunqi surveyed the walls around him. "However, if you wish to stay, you must treat me to milk tea." The alpaca grinned mischievously. "The first cup of milk tea this autumn." Fang Yunqi, unsure of her meaning, casually agreed. "All right." The alpaca beamed, saying, "I found some soil." "Soil?" Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. "Yes, this soil is quite intriguing," the alpaca continued. "It was discovered next to the toilet in the bathroom. Initially, it was just a routine check, but now we've detected something exceptionally interesting. Can you guess? Soil, could it be non-local soil?" Fang Yunqi inquired. "Bingo." The alpaca struck a pose that was both awkward and triumphant. "The soil analysis suggests it originates from a coastal city, specifically from the southeastern coastal region. The results will not be available until tomorrow or the day after." Fang Yunqi's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, followed by a smile. "Impressive work, little alpaca. Your diligence is commendable. My master demands thoroughness, so I must comply." The alpaca shrugged, her actions slightly awkward. In that moment, Fang Yunqi fell into deep thought, contemplating everything before him. After a brief silence, he slowly stated, "I believe I understand the implications now." He produced his phone and sent a WeChat message, feeling quite down today. "Encountered a neighbor's golden retriever on the road, barking incessantly. I'm considering administering some poison. Do you have any?" He bid farewell to the alpaca and exited the room. The night unfolded in myriad forms for Fang Yunqi. It was an odd tapestry, compelling him to tread cautiously in all matters, for even the appearance of a stranger could send a shiver down his spine. As he stepped out of the apartment building, a figure obstructed his path. Startled, Fang Yunqi recoiled a few steps, confronted by a hunched wolf, its coat a filthy white. Clad in tattered rags, it smiled faintly and asked, "Brother, do you have a light?" Despite his inner revulsion, Fang Yunqi retrieved a lighter from his pocket. Though he did not smoke, he often carried cigarettes and a lighter. After igniting the flame, the individual coughed a few times before turning to leave. Fang Yunqi paid little mind and strode purposefully out of the community. Chapter 23. Is the real killer someone else? Heavy breaths emerged from Zhang Lily's lips. Her strength waning to the utmost, it seemed that any slight blow could extinguish her life. Yet, even in her frail state, Wang Ke showed no mercy. Gripping her hair, he dragged her several steps backward until they reached the wall, where he released his hold. Why are you doing this to me?" Zhang Lily stammered, spitting out water, her voice trembling. Why? Ask yourself," Wang Ke replied. "What wrong did they commit that warranted such treatment? Did that corgi deserve it? Did it? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, I'm begging you. I'm sorry." Zhang Lily knelt, curling her body into a ball, her exhausted form unable to withstand further torment. Her tear-streaked face bore no more tears. "Did the corgi plead with you?" Wang Ke asked, his expression devoid of emotion. "How many times did it beg you, its legs crossed in desperation? Did you ever forgive it? Do you know what it feels like to confine it in a washing machine?" Zhang Lily sobbed, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Wang Ke seized her again, revealing a washing machine lurking in the corner, a stark resemblance to the one into which the corgi had been cast. What are you going to do?" "I merely wish for you to experience everything he endured," Wang Ke bellowed. "But I'm human." Zhang Lily was paralyzed by fear, allowing Wang Ke to throw her into the washing machine. Before she could continue to plead, the machine roared to life. At the instant the noise reached her ears, Zhang Lily let out a piercing scream, her mind racing until an overwhelming pain coursed through her lower body, followed by a metallic taste in her throat, and then a loud crash. "Don't move." Raise your hands. For Fang Yunqi, sleep was a terrifying prospect. Since he could remember, there had not been a single day of restful slumber, nor had he ever managed to fall asleep before midnight. He envied Zhang Jiwen for one reason alone. No matter the hour, this elder brother could sleep whenever he pleased. He had counted sheep, hundreds, even thousands of them. Closing his eyes and wishing for nothing, he would return home at night and collapse into bed, yet sleep eluded him, leaving him fatigued and uncomfortable. At that moment, a phone call jolted him from his overwhelming weariness. We captured Wang Ke, Zhou Qiqi's voice announced. Wasn't he at home all this time? Fang Yunqi asked without opening his eyes. Charges of illegal detention and premeditated murder have been confirmed, Zhou Qiqi continued. The police staked out near his house. In the dead of night, he brought a new washing machine into a hidden basement. The police heard cries for help and discovered Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili? She's still alive? Fang Yunqi's first reaction was disbelief. Isn't it a good thing that she's alive? Zhou Qiqi asked awkwardly. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. I cannot definitively say whether her survival is good news. For her, it surely is, but for the true killer, it is a tremendous stroke of luck. Huh? The real killer? Isn't it Wang Ke? Zhou Qiqi was taken aback. Indeed. Fang Yunqi smiled softly, but also not quite. Fang Yunqi did not head directly to the police station. Instead, he went to school, where Zhou Qiqi also arrived. The two seemed unconcerned about the situation, even with the police having apprehended the perpetrator. In contrast, Zhang Jiwen was fervently engaged, actively participating in the interrogation at the police station. Why didn't you go? Zhou Qiqi inquired, puzzled. What could I possibly uncover? Why bother? Fang Yunqi chuckled. This isn't a confession matter. Illegal detention and premeditated murder, what can that determine? It only confirms one thing. He is not the killer. Why? Why has Zhang Lili survived to this day? Fang Yunqi countered. If he intended to kill her, she would have perished long ago. Her survival indicates he is not the murderer. Then why do you claim he is the killer? Zhou Qiqi asked, bewildered. Of course, he is the killer. However, the victims we know are not those he has slain. Thus, he possesses an impeccable alibi, not due to his cunning, but because he was never present. Fang Yunqi smirked. I have a strong inkling of the truth. I merely require an opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity to find a shadow of him. Such prospects are elusive, yet it seems I have discovered one. Fang Yunqi's suspicions indeed caught Lu Jiwenrong's attention, leading to the deployment of additional police resources near Wang Ke's residence. This was to ensure he did not flee or engage in any extreme actions, as well as to monitor his activities. Remarkably, they did observe his movements and ultimately rescued Zhang Lili. Such a turn of events astonished Lu Jiwenrong, as it not only brought a resolution to the series of cases, but also saved a victim, a rare occurrence in typical cases. She could not help but admire Zhang Jiwen for his astuteness, deepening her respect for him. In the interrogation room, Zhang Jiwen and Lu Jiwenrong observed the notorious criminal through the glass, yet he revealed nothing. I will not say a word until my lawyer arrives, Wang Ke repeated, a mantra he had recited countless times. The detectives were at a loss, as the current era did not permit the use of forceful interrogations on such heinous offenders. Thus, even with knowledge of his deeds, without new evidence, he could only be charged with premeditated murder and unlawful detention. This was far too lenient for him. By the time lawyer Uxian arrived, it was already afternoon. She appeared well prepared for her visit to the police station. She was greeted by the case's team leader, Lu Jiwenrong. The two took their seats in the visitor's room. By regulation, there were no listening devices or cameras present, and Lu Jiwenrong understood that Uxian wished to meet the suspect, Wang Ke. I am here on behalf of the company, not as his personal representative. I have stated that should he engage in any illegal activities that harm the company's image, I will promptly issue a responsibility statement, Uxian declared. My stance on this matter is clear, and I will not defend him in court. However, before that, I must meet with him privately. Such a request was entirely reasonable, both legally and procedurally, and Lu Jiwenrong had no grounds to refuse. Very well, Lu Jiwenrong acquiesced. Please proceed. She stood and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, the police escorted Wang Ke inside, though his handcuffs remained affixed. What if they both cause trouble? It is unwise to confine them together, Zhang Jiwen remarked. I will take responsibility, Lu Jiwenrong responded tersely. The verdict was swiftly reached. Wang Ke was dismissed from the company, which would pay him his wages but deduct penalties for breach of contract. I sincerely appreciate your cooperation. As Uxian exited the room, the unmistakable glimmer of joy and happiness in Wang Ke's eyes was evident. Their conversation extended beyond mere words. However, Lu Jiwenrong found no grounds to doubt Uxian. Lacking any evidence, When Yuxin departed in her high heels, the clock struck 6. Upon reaching the doorway, she encountered Fang Yunqi. Came to make cuts, did you? Fang Yunqi jested. Indeed, he violated company regulations and broke the law. This is the consequence, Yuxin replied with a smile. Fang Yunqi nodded. Are you aware that your actions are quite suspicious? As Yuxin took her seat in the driver's seat, igniting the engine and lowering the window. She looked at Fang Yunqi and remarked, if I recall correctly, you are the heir of the Fang family. It appears your interests extend beyond takeout. Fang Yunqi was not taken aback, for many aspired to become legal advisors for his family. I have numerous interests, such as your family's company and your father's whereabouts. Yuxin stated, handing him her business card. I do not require a legal advisor, Fang Yunqi replied. Yet, one day, you shall need me, Yuxin insisted, as he accepted the card. Farewell, young master. Watching Yuxin fade into the distance, Fang Yunqi and Zhou Qiqi turned and entered the police station. At that moment, the precinct was shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. Wang Ke sat in the interrogation room, refusing to discuss anything beyond the details of his imprisonment of Zhang Lili. Fang Yunqi stood beside Lu Juanrong, inquiring, what did he say regarding the kidnapping? He claimed to have lured Zhang Lili to Qingcheng via social media, Lu Juanrong responded. And how did he explain her disappearance on the train? Fang Yunqi pressed. He did not, Lu Juanrong replied. What about Zhang Lili's injuries? Fang Yunqi asked. Her family has arrived and is currently at the hospital. The doctors have diagnosed her with permanent disability in both legs and a deep coma, compounded by a prolonged lack of food and water, which may lead to extended shock or even inhumane abuse. Even if she awakens, she may remain unconscious for a long time, Lu Juanrong explained. Did you contact the individuals I instructed you to? Fang Yunqi queried. I did. They are currently searching. Why? Does that person have a connection to this case? Lu Juanrong asked, puzzled. Between last October and this January, 6 individuals died in Fuzhou, Fang Yunqi suddenly stated. Fuzhou? That's a considerable distance away. Even by plane, it would take over 4 hours, Zhang Jiwen interjected. Why are you suddenly researching the Fuzhou case? Lu Juanrong remained silent, her experience as a seasoned detective prompting her to contemplate Fang Yunqi's intentions the moment he spoke. I wish to enter, Fang Yunqi declared, taking Zhou Qiqi's laptop and turning to Lu Juanrong. You will accompany me. Lu Juanrong nodded. When they sat across from Wang Ke, Fang Yunqi offered a smile. We meet again. Wang Ke said little, his hands trembling as they rested on his legs, the metal of the handcuffs clinking with each movement. I wish to share a story with you, Fang Yunqi declared, positioning the tablet toward Wang Ke. Wang Ke regarded him with indifference. 26 years ago, a child was born in a mountain village in Biluan, Inner Qing province, into a family of modest means. Both parents were farmers. Due to their financial circumstances, the child fell gravely ill, confined to bed and unable to walk or even muster the strength to grasp anything. In a desperate attempt to finance treatment, the child's father sold one of his kidneys for 10,000 yuan, which ultimately saved the child's life. At this juncture, Wang Ke slowly raised his head. To ensure the child's healthy and joyful growth, when he turned 4.5, his father brought home a beautiful golden retriever puppy from a friend's recent litter, which became the child's companion. However, fortune was fleeting. The father's health deteriorated due to the absence of a kidney, and the family lacked the funds for medical care. Fortunately, the child gradually recovered from his illness. It was during this time that, after much deliberation, the parents sold all of the father's remaining organs for over 50,000 yuan, an amount that allowed the child to relocate to Qiqing, the largest city in Inner Qing province, for a better education and upbringing. The mother, with her savings, opened a small business, and over time, the restaurant flourished, providing her with some stability. But soon, the once thriving Qiqing was plagued by crime, and the mother's restaurant became a target for extortion. In search of help, she sought out a local thug, paying him a portion of her earnings for protection. Yet, he was nothing more than a common criminal who, upon discovering her wealth, began to extort her relentlessly, ultimately draining her savings and leading her to addiction. The mother, consumed by her addiction, spiraled into madness, repeatedly abusing her child and the golden retriever. The boy, now in junior high, was oblivious to the nature of drugs. He only understood that his mother was hurting him and his beloved dog. Desperate to reclaim his childhood, he felt utterly powerless. One fateful day, after yet another violent episode, the boy, curled up in his blanket, remained unaware that his mother had exhausted her funds to feed her addiction and chose to dismember the dog. Wang Ke's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed intensely on Fang Yunqi. Witnessing the horrific scene of bloodshed and his mother seeking gratification amidst chaos, the boy, in a moment of sheer instinct, grasped a rock and struck his mother. At that moment, he understood nothing. He merely wished to protect the only companion he had. His mother perished, and panic ensued. Yet in that instant, he chose to call the police, claiming she had fallen. The authorities, through blood analysis, uncovered her drug use, concluding she had succumbed to her vices. The boy narrowly escaped punishment, but harbored a deep-seated hatred for all who abused animals. In pursuit of vengeance, he infiltrated groups that discussed animal cruelty, growing up isolated, devoid of academic success or meaningful friendships. After several jobs, he dedicated himself entirely to punishing those who mistreated animals. It was during this period that he met a companion who shared his disdain for animal abusers. Last year, they reached a consensus and devised what they deemed a flawless plan to eliminate all those around them. This scheme involved traveling from Fuzhou by land, leaving no trace, to execute their plans in Inner Qing province. The boy, having only the slightest connection to the victims, could easily establish an alibi, rendering himself blameless. However, this arrangement necessitated the boy's involvement in Fuzhou, prompting him to first journey there, ultimately taking the lives of 4 men and 2 women. The police found themselves powerless, as the sole individual with motive and suspicion possessed an ironclad alibi. The plan was flawless. Wang Ke's eyes were about to burst with rage as he fixed his gaze on Fang Yunqi. However, the boy made a grave error by taking matters into his own hands. He never anticipated encountering a girl who was cruelly mistreating animals on his way back. The girl boasted about her actions over the phone, and the boy heard every word with clarity, leaving him in a state of utter frustration, unable to contain himself. He impulsively abducted the girl, using a coal truck to smuggle her away to Qiqing, well acquainted with every vehicle's route. He jumped out of the truck at the toll gate before entering Qiqing, proceeding to walk along the national highway into Nanjing province. After alighting from the national road, he took her back to his home. It wasn't that he lacked the courage to kill the girl. Rather, he could not afford to do so, as it would implicate him and lead to his discovery, a prospect that filled him with dread. Yet, he could not suppress the malevolence within him. Whenever he witnessed acts of cruelty, he felt compelled to punish that girl, which over time became a sickness. They deserved to die. Wang Ke clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. This tale is not lengthy. Fang Yunqi opened his tablet and presented a photograph before Wang Ke. One thing that perplexed me is this. Are you aware that your taciturn colleague, Cui Tong, has divulged everything about you in Fuzhou? He claims you taught him how to do everything, that you coerced him into coming here, and threatened him that if he did not comply, you would shift the blame for your actions in Fuzhou onto him. He lies. Wang Ke stood up, exclaiming, he is deceiving you. He is the one threatening me. Fang Yunqi furrowed his brow, then smiled and asked, so, who is lying? Who is truly in control of this situation? It's him. Wang Ke insisted, demanding, give me my phone. Lu Juanrong handed him his phone, and he frantically searched, finally locating a contact on a social media platform. Look, this is him. He is blackmailing me. He knows I killed my mother. Fang Yunqi scrutinized the social media account on the phone, and he was certain of one thing. This was not Cui Tong's account from Fuzhou. Gradually rising to his feet, Fang Yunqi stepped back and out of the room. Was it a mistake? No, the case was indeed correct. However, the only perplexing detail was why were all these deceased individuals in Nanjing province connected to the Qingshan group? Could there be some underlying reason? Or was it merely coincidence? It was not coincidence. Absolutely not coincidence. Chapter 24, A Story, Part 1. Confusion is an inherent companion throughout one's life. Until one comprehends a particular matter, they remain in a state of bewilderment, possibly forgetting it, yet unable to fully escape its grasp. Solving a case, for the police as well as for Fang Yunqi, is a highly unpredictable event. With each case that arises, their primary objective is to resolve it as swiftly as possible, yet the randomness involved means that after much effort, the outcome remains uncertain, even in a seemingly ordinary theft. It is impossible to ascertain the true culprit with absolute certainty. This is the intriguing aspect of deduction. When they exited the police station, it was already past 9 in the evening. The police department of Fuzhou had sent a letter, and both criminal investigation teams had meticulously exchanged all pertinent details. Based on Wang Ke's testimony, they apprehended Cui Tong, who was situated 1,000 miles away. However, this individual, initially tight-lipped, ultimately crumbled under pressure in an instant. The information provided by him corroborated Fang Yunqi's deductions. The social media accounts they had both added were not their genuine profiles, but rather the identity of a singular individual whom both the police and Fang Yunqi were investigating. As Zhang Jiwen handed over a bottle of cola, he inquired. You seem rather downcast. The issue remains unresolved, Fang Yunqi replied with a hint of frustration. However, the case had indeed been cracked. Lu Juanrong managed a strained smile. Many cases are like this, filled with inexplicable motives and circumstances. Yet, capturing the perpetrator is already a significant victory. Motivation, Fang Yunqi remarked. After years of silence, what could have provoked them to suddenly commit murder? The individuals present could not provide an explanation. At that moment, both Fang Yunqi and Lu Juanrong's phones chimed simultaneously. And Fang Yunqi glanced down to see a voice message from Lin Muzin. Boss, I checked Zhang Yu's gaming account chat records and discovered something peculiar. I'll send you the information. Below was a screenshot. The screenshot was from a social media application, complete with the profile picture and number. Indeed, it was that person, the very individual who contacted Cui Tong and Wang Ku. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, Lu Juanrong activated the speakerphone and addressed the person on the line. Thank you. Thank you. This collaborative effort has yielded remarkable results. Thank you, Captain Wang. The other party, the captain of Fuzhou's criminal investigation team, responded courteously. It is still thanks to team leader Lu's staunch assistance that we were able to apprehend the suspect so swiftly. We had significant doubts regarding Cui Tong. His profession allowed him proximity to the crime scene, complicating our investigation further. Moreover, he lacked a clear motive. And the alibis were irrefutable video evidence, making it difficult to make an arrest. After exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. Fang Yunqi and Lu Juanrong bid farewell and departed the police station with two others. Throughout their journey, Fang Yunqi wore a troubled expression. Both companions recognized the reason and refrained from disturbing him, knowing that during such times, their interference would only aggravate him. Upon returning home, Fang Yunqi settled onto the living room sofa, and a servant promptly brought over a steaming cup of tea. Young master, the servant announced. Fang Yunqi merely nodded in acknowledgement. The other two individuals donned their Bluetooth headsets and powered on the PS5. Fang Yunqi fell into a deep slumber on the sofa, undisturbed even when Shinman returned home. What is wrong with him? Shinman inquired. The two gamers turned to look, recognizing Shinman, but surprised to see her for the first time. They paused the game and stood to face her. You are young master's friend? Shinman asked. They nodded yes. What happened to him? Shinman asked, a hint of concern in her voice. He's just a bit tired, lost in thought, Zhang Jiwen replied candidly. Shinman nodded. Oh, all right. Then you may continue. She was about to ascend the stairs when Fang Yunqi suddenly sat up, furrowing his brow in surprise as he gazed at Shinman. She was taken aback, staring at him. Did you wake up confused? Quick, we need to go, Fang Yunqi exclaimed, seizing Zhang Jiwen's hand and sprinting out. Zhang Jiwen, bewildered, was dragged to the garage. What is going on? He asked, astonished. Once seated in the car, Fang Yunqi quickly dialed a number, only to find it switched off. He immediately called Lu Juanrong, who answered, her voice indicating she was still in slumber. What's going on? Lu Juanrong asked sleepily. I understand what is happening. Where are you? I will come to get you, Fang Yunqi insisted. I know, she replied. Zhang Jiwen made a U-turn, heading in the right direction. What on earth is happening? Lu Juanrong pressed. First, ask the captain in Fuzhou what Cui Tong's profession is. We will discuss it when we arrive at your place. Fang Yunqi abruptly hung up, repeatedly attempting to reach Lin Muzin, but the phone remained unreachable. That fat pig, Fang Yunqi exclaimed in frustration. They soon arrived at Lu Juanrong's residence, where she, dressed in her formal police uniform, greeted them. Fang Yunqi anxiously sank into her couch, dialing Lin Muzin's number again and again, but still receiving no answer. Lu Juanrong placed cups of tea before them and asked, what is going on? Did you find anything out? He.s. a food delivery worker. Fang Yunqi slammed his fist onto the sofa, breathing heavily. Is she? Who? He? Who? The two looked at Fang Yunqi, perplexed. Suddenly, Fang Yunqi appeared to recall something. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a business card, promptly dialing the number printed on it. The call connected. I thought you wouldn't call me, came the sultry voice. It was her. It was you, Xin. Fang Yunqi gritted his teeth. Where are you? I'm already on the plane, my little young master, Xin replied with a smile. You were rather slow to catch on. I hardly know how to express my feelings toward you. What have you done to him? Fang Yunqi demanded. You mean that little chubby one? He's rather adorable. I suspect he is sound asleep in the restroom right now. Let's not disturb him, Xin chuckled. Are you seeking revenge on the Qingshan group? Or is it someone else? Fang Yunqi inquired coldly. You still haven't figured it out, have you? Xin sighed in exasperation. Well, I must be off. Perhaps we'll meet again next time. Oh, Regarding your father's matter, someone might inform you, but you may never see me again. Dream on. Chapter 25, A Story, Part 2. In order to ensure the healthy and joyful growth of his child, the father procured a beautiful golden retriever puppy from a friend's recent litter when the child was 4.5 years old. This dog accompanied the child through his formative years. However, this blissful period was short-lived. The father's health deteriorated due to the absence of a kidney, leading to a severe illness. At that time, the family lacked the financial means for treatment. Fortunately, the child gradually recovered from his childhood ailments. It was during this trying time that the parents decided to sell all of the father's organs, fetching over 50,000 yuan, an impressive sum 2 decades ago. This enabled the family to relocate to the largest city in Inner Qing province, Qiqing, where the child could receive a good education and nurturing. The mother was also able to open a small shop with her savings and sustain a modest business. After several years, the restaurant began to thrive, allowing the mother to regain some stability. However, prosperity was fleeting. The mother's restaurant frequently fell victim to bullying and unpaid debts. In search of assistance, she sought out a local thug known for his influence, paying him a portion of her earnings in hopes of safeguarding her establishment. Yet, these ruffians, aware of the mother's financial situation, resorted to extortion, ultimately draining her meager savings. Driven to desperation, the mother experienced the tumultuous ups and downs of life, spiraling into madness. She began to lash out at her child, physically and verbally abusing him, and her anger extended towards the golden retriever, subjecting it to cruelty alongside her son. The boy, now in junior high, was bewildered by his mother's behavior, unable to comprehend the reasons behind her torment. All he knew was that his mother was hurting him and his beloved dog. In a frenzied attempt to reclaim his lost childhood, he found himself powerless. One fateful day, after yet another brutal assault, the boy curled up under his blanket, unaware that his mother had exhausted her finances in pursuit of her own desires. In her derangement, she resorted to a horrifying act, dismembering the dog. With a grim expression, Wang Ke fixed his gaze upon Fang Yunqi. Witnessing the gruesome scene of his beloved pet and the mother seeking twisted satisfaction, the boy's heart hardened. He picked up a nearby stone and struck his mother, driven solely by the instinct to protect his only companion. With his mother dead, panic ensued, yet in that moment, he chose to report that she had fallen to her demise. The boy narrowly escaped justice but harbored a profound hatred for all who mistreated animals. In his quest for vengeance, he infiltrated various groups that discussed animal abuse. As time passed, he grew up isolated, lacking academic success or close friendships. Immersed in his mission to punish the perpetrators, he met a like-minded friend who shared his disdain for animal abusers. Last year, they devised a seemingly flawless plan to eliminate those who perpetuated such cruelty. Their scheme involved traveling from Fuzhou, utilizing freight trucks to leave no trace, and executing their plot in Inner Qing province. The boy, connected to the victims through even the slightest association, believed he could produce alibis to absolve himself of any wrongdoing. However, the plan was not without its flaws. The boy also needed to carry out similar acts in Fuzhou to demonstrate his commitment. Thus, he first ventured to Fuzhou, killing 4 men and 2 women. The police were powerless, as he was the only suspect with a solid alibi. Wang Ke's eyes blazed with intensity as he stared at Fang Yunqi. Yet the boy made a critical misstep. He became personally involved. He never anticipated encountering a girl who abused animals on his return journey. She boasted about her actions over the phone and unable to contain his rage. He kidnapped her from her province, smuggling her back to Qingcheng in a coal truck. Familiar with every route, he exited the vehicle at a toll plaza before the city, traversing the national road to return home. He refrained from killing her, fearing the consequences of being implicated. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his inner darkness. Each instance of cruelty he witnessed fueled his desire for retribution against her. The narrative is not lengthy. Fang Yunqi opened a tablet, presenting photographs to Wang Ke. One thing puzzles me, he said. Your tight-lipped colleague, Cui Tong, has divulged all your actions in Fuzhou. He claims you taught him everything and coerced him into coming here, threatening to pin your deeds on him if he refused. He's lying, Wang Ke exclaimed, rising to his feet. He is the one who threatened me. Fang Yunqi furrowed his brow before smiling and posing a question. So who is truly lying? Who is the mastermind behind this? It's him, Wang Ke insisted, reaching for his phone. Give it to me. Lu Juanrong handed him the device, and he frantically searched his contacts until he found a name. Look, this is him. He's blackmailing me. He knows I killed my mother. Fang Yunqi scrutinized the social media account on the phone. Certain of one thing, this was not Cui Tong's account from Fuzhou. Slowly rising, he stepped back. Is there a mistake? The case is indeed correct. But the peculiar connection remains. Why do all the deceased in Inner Qing province have ties to Qingshan Group? Could there be a deeper reason? Or is it mere coincidence? It is not mere coincidence. Absolutely not. Chapter 27. Future friends, it was confirmed that the flight was headed to Qingchuan City with a scheduled landing in 3 hours. Time was ample, and preparations were abundant. However, Fang Yunqi remained restless until Lu Juanrong presented him with video surveillance confirming that Yuxian had boarded the plane, and that the aircraft's doors had closed and it had departed. Lin Muzin had been located in the women's restroom at the airport. Devoid of any threats to his life, he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness and was now en route to the hospital, where he was expected to awaken shortly. Lu Juanrong inquired. Now, can you tell me why? The matter was firmly in Lin Muzin's possession. Fang Yunqi echoed. He has never felt so defeated before. He was utterly toyed with. Manipulated as if he were a mere pawn. This sensation, unfamiliar since childhood, ignited within him a seed of hatred. Zhang Jiwen and Lu Juanrong had never anticipated witnessing such a state of disarray in Fang Yunqi, nor could they fathom the reasons behind it. At that moment, the phone rang once more. The familiar number was etched in his mind, yet all three were taken aback. She should be on the plane. No. She must be on the plane. She cannot be anywhere else. Yet the reality loomed over them like an ominous cloud. Yuxian, Fang Yunqi pressed the speakerphone button. The voice on the other end chimed in, a delicate, melodious laugh accompanying her words. I always thought treating you, this innocent child, in such a manner might be a tad harsh. After all, you were just an ordinary boy, and your father is but an ordinary man, correct? Fang Yunqi remained silent. But his heavy breaths betrayed his agitation. Let us strike a bargain. If you recount the entire sequence of events surrounding this case, I may consider revealing your father's whereabouts. Yuxian's voice rang bright and cheerful, yet Fang Yunqi clenched his fists in frustration. What do you think? She teased. It was you who contacted them. That social media account belongs to you. You orchestrated the entire affair. Fang Yunqi retorted. That is quite evident. Share something that those two beside you are unaware of. Yuxian replied. Lu Juanrong suddenly jolted, rushing to the window in search of something, but the voice on the line interrupted. Don't bother. You want to find me. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. Your target is Qingshan. I know exactly who you are. Who am I? Yuxian inquired. You are the adopted daughter of those 6 men. Fang Yunqi asserted. Surprisingly, after this declaration, Yuxian merely chuckled indifferently. Those 6 men? Which 6 men? Wang Dehai, Zhao Yingqing, Wang Su, Yimuchan, Liao Yong'an, Liao Tong'an. Fang Yunqi enumerated. You are the foster daughter of their brotherhood. Clearly, it was not just Zhang Jiwen and Lu Juanrong who were caught off guard. Yuxian's voice trembled as she asked, You actually know? I certainly do. I am privy to many things, including your affairs. Fang Yunqi gazed at his phone, which displayed Lin Muzin's responses. He merely needed to recite them. You are astute. You have spent a year preparing for revenge. Fang Yunqi continued. During this time, you became a lawyer, even working pro bono for a delivery company, all for this moment, to instill a singular idea in those two. Those who abuse animals must perish. I initially believed it to be mere coincidence that all 6 men were involved, that it was an oversight, that they all mistreated animals, that they had connections, that the 2 perpetrators converged fortuitously. Everything seemed to align seamlessly. However, upon reflection, not a single step was coincidental. You meticulously selected these 2 criminals. Both had wretched childhoods and despised animal abusers. They harbored malice, feeling rejected, and were not merely seeking to retaliate against society. Rather, you manipulated them into incurring insurmountable debts, rendering them incapable of repayment. You lured them with promises of financial assistance while simultaneously applying pressure to ensure they felt the weight of their circumstances. Pressure must be released. And the outlet you provided allowed them to witness the horrors inflicted upon helpless creatures. You coaxed them to recall their own tragic pasts, convincing them that even the murder of their parents could be justified. Through gradual indoctrination, you transformed them into instruments of your vendetta. The initial test was their first act of violence, their inaugural kill. You had them eliminate 2 exceedingly vulnerable individuals within a controlled environment, ensuring that even if they faltered and exposed themselves, it would not implicate you. As long as you retained their debts over them before their confessions, you could rest easy, as any connections merely existed on a legal level. The second and third acts were the focal points of your scheme, targeting those who shattered your family due to their negligence, leading to a series of tragic events culminating in the simultaneous demise of 6 individuals. Despite months of investigation, you uncovered no enemies or adversaries, attributing their misfortunes solely to bad luck, thus channeling all your wrath onto them. Consequently, your quest for vengeance appeared justified to outsiders. You are quite clever, Yu Xian acknowledged. But you are rather foolish, Fang Yunqi smirked. Yu Xian chuckled. I dislike your manner of speaking. I have told you. There are no coincidences. Moreover, in this case, there are no coincidences. Fang Yunqi stifled a yawn. The deaths of those 6 men were not coincidental. What did you say? Yu Xian's voice trembled with surprise. Their deaths were not mere happenstance. They were orchestrated. I have retrieved the bodies. Would you care to see? Fang Yunqi grinned. What are your terms? Yu Xian inquired. Tell me where my father is, Fang Yunqi demanded. After a moment of silence, Yu Xian refrained from responding, and instead, another voice gradually emerged, a young man's voice. Fang Yunqi, I know you. I wish to provide you with a piece of information. I wonder if you can locate your father using your own abilities. If so, I will refrain from divulging any further details. Who are you? Fang Yunqi squinted. I am your future friend. Chapter 28. Moriarty and Holmes. Lu Juanrong shook her head, hanging up the phone with a resigned glance at Fang Yunqi. The Public Security Bureau of Qingchuan City had sealed off the entire runway and boarding gate before the plane landed. However, upon arrival, there was no sign of Yu Xian. The flight attendant vividly recalled Yu Xian, not only for her tall stature and delicate, charming features, but also for her professional attire and exceptional demeanor. She had traveled in first class, and nearly all the passengers remembered her. Yet, she had truly vanished from the aircraft, due to her incitement of crime. There was indeed substantial evidence against her, and Qi possessed enough proof to demonstrate that she had lured others to their deaths. The authorities in Qingchuan City did not take this lightly, arranging thorough searches. All individuals present were reputable citizens, and there was not a single suspect or criminal record among the passengers. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward, and ultimately, silence enveloped the room. Zhang Jiwen remained uncharacteristically sullen throughout the night, his arms crossed, lost in contemplation. Even as news of the incident broke, he remained unfazed. Fang Yunqi felt exhausted, having barely slept for over 2 hours in the last 2 days. He lay limply on the sofa, on the verge of sleep. Yet the sight of the imposing figure beside him kept his drowsiness at bay. Lu Juanrong appeared somewhat downcast, her spirits low. In the end, the 3 of them could not fathom how the other party had executed such a disappearance, mirroring the mysterious vanishing of Fang Yunqi's father, Fang Zhiwei. There seemed to be no exit. Jumping out of a window was impossible, and no escape route existed. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lu Juanrong emitted a startled gasp, her expression tense as she turned to face the entrance. Without uttering a word, she slowly retrieved her phone and activated the surveillance footage, revealing 3 figures clad in black, holding umbrellas. In the dead of night, under a clear sky, they stood with umbrellas. A chill ran down her spine. Fang Yunqi glanced at Zhang Jiwen, signaling for him to approach. Zhang Jiwen nodded and moved toward the door, with Lu Juanrong closely following. Knowing she could not allow him to confront the situation alone, gripping her firearm at her waist, she prepared herself. With a soft click, the door creaked open. Fang Yunqi peered outside, uncertain of what awaited him, as if the world had transformed into something foreign. Put the gun down, a male voice commanded, producing a badge that appeared to be a police identification. Good evening, sir, Lu Juanrong saluted, promptly lowering her weapon. Was the cold response from the leading man as he strode in, taking a seat directly across from Fang Yunqi. Unfamiliar with this individual, Fang Yunqi could only assess him by appearance, noting he resembled a hippopotamus, very rotund indeed. Beside him stood a golden-furred leopard and an eagle whose beak seemed almost to touch its own mouth. The hippopotamus lit a cigarette and turned to Lu Juanrong with a smile. I hope you don't mind. She dared not object and hurried to fetch an ashtray from within. You are Fang Yunqi? The hippopotamus inquired, his voice slow, exuding a sense of assurance, albeit gravelly, typical of an older man. His gaze was calm, yet conveyed a terrifying steadiness. Yes, Fang Yunqi replied, unperturbed by the man's imposing presence. I have several questions for you. I expect clear answers, the hippopotamus stated leisurely. Why? Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Because. Before he could finish, the leopard interjected. I advise you to adopt a more agreeable demeanor. You would do well to, Xiao Huang. The hippopotamus barked, raising his voice an octave. The leopard fell silent. With a slight smile, the hippopotamus continued, because collaborating with me will yield many of the things you seek, such as the whereabouts of your father, the cause of your mother's death, and much more that piques your interest. Fang Yunqi remained composed, nodding slightly. Go ahead and ask. What color were the high-heeled shoes worn by Shin Man when you first met her? The hippopotamus queried. Red, Fang Yunqi answered without hesitation. What did I eat today? The hippopotamus pressed further. Fang Yunqi frowned, then chuckled softly, for he could distinctly see a green chive leaf stuck between the hippopotamus's teeth. Chives. The hippopotamus chuckled in return. What color socks is this officer named Wang wearing? Both Zhang Jiwen and Lu Jiwenrong were taken aback, for the hippopotamus appeared more like a kindly elder. His mouth slightly ajar, concealing his teeth. The leopard stood rigidly, his black trousers draping down over his shoes. Yet in Fang Yunqi's eyes, the vibrant yellow fur beneath the leopard's legs and the striking green socks were unmistakable. Green, he stated. The hippopotamus reclined, grinning widely. Now tell me, is this officer beside you male or female? Fang Yunqi found it difficult to discern the eagle's gender, but he deduced based on physical characteristics, the downward indentations on its shoulders, the absence of marks on its feet, and a slight bulge at its chest. Female, he replied. It seems you cannot ascertain gender at first glance, the hippopotamus remarked, but you possess the ability to notice details that others overlook. Fang Yunqi's expression tightened, surprise flickering in his eyes as he regarded the hippopotamus. What are you implying? I possess knowledge of certain matters that you and your associates are unaware of. While these concepts may be complex, I believe your intellect will allow you to grasp them. However, I must encourage you to explore these truths on your own. I cannot divulge them too readily. I hope you understand, the hippopotamus explained. Do you know who was on the line with you earlier? He inquired. Fang Yunqi shook his head. Uxin is someone we have pursued for quite some time. That is not her true name, but rather a code name. She associates with a highly influential criminal, whose activities are shrouded in secrecy. We do not even possess a single photograph of him, the hippopotamus elaborated. What crimes has he committed? Fang Yunqi asked nonchalantly. By legal definition, he has merely incited crime. He has never personally taken a life and possesses no apparent motive. Yet, in our eyes, he is heinous, for even without direct involvement, he is stained with the blood of countless victims. The hippopotamus continued, lighting another cigarette. Do you understand? Moriarty. Fang Yunqi grinned. The hippopotamus burst into hearty laughter. Am I to understand that I am in the presence of Sherlock Holmes? Perhaps, Fang Yunqi replied. Chapter 29. Is it truly an ordinary world? As Lu Jiwenrong stood before Lu Jianghe to deliver her closing remarks, the atmosphere in the Qingqing City Public Security Bureau was heavy with tension. The director's face was grim, and Lu Jianghe felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and shock. A sensation he had never experienced before, neither in his prior cases nor within the files he had perused. What, then, is the significance of the 6 individuals mentioned by Xiao Fang? Lu Jianghe inquired after reviewing the case files for the 3rd time. No comment, came the terse reply. What does he mean by suggesting it is not mere coincidence? Lu Jianghe pressed on. The most sinister aspect lies in the fact that Zhang Yu and Yu Min, as the last 2 victims, cannot simply be dismissed as coincidental casualties. They were not the instigators of animal cruelty. Rather, their interests were cultivated over the course of this past year, Lu Jiwenrong explained, pausing to sip her water. Are you implying that this individual named Uxin deliberately instigated their inclination towards animal abuse, thereby rendering them victims in this case? Is such manipulation likely to succeed? What if it fails? Lu Jianghe queried, his confusion evident. If it fails, they can be turned into temporary abusers. This aligns with my and Yunqi's perspectives, Lu Jiwenrong replied, her demeanor casual as she took another sip. Let us set that aside for the moment. I must ask, how did Uxin manage to escape from the airplane? Lu Jianghe looked at Lu Jiwenrong, perplexed. I am equally baffled, she admitted. I believe her method of disappearance bears similarities to that of the chairman of the Qingshan Group. Could there be a connection? I am uncertain, Lu Jiwenrong replied, but Director Qi has already addressed this issue and has proposed several theories regarding Chairman Fang's disappearance. Director Qi is a National Deputy Bureau Chief. How could he suddenly appear here without any forewarning? Lu Jianghe remarked. Earlier today, I was informed by Director Zhang that Qi had unexpectedly arrived in Neiqing Province, and it seems he is now at the bureau, delivering a report. The 2 exchanged glances, both remaining silent. Meanwhile, Fang Yunqi had taken a deep slumber, and despite the incessant ringing of his phone, he remained undisturbed. Upon awakening, he discovered that it was already afternoon, the time difference having disoriented him. As he yawned and glanced at his phone, he noted over 30 missed calls. It was 5:30. Groggily, he picked up his phone. The first number was unfamiliar, lacking any location information. The second was Zhou Qiqi's. After dialing, he heard her voice on the other end. Hey, she began, sounding as if she were in class. Fang Yunqi responded, his tone low. Gunnar said if you don't answer his calls today, he will contact your father, Zhou Qiqi whispered. If he finds him, good for him. Fang Yunqi retorted nonchalantly while hastily throwing on a clean shirt. We should perhaps assign Gunnar to a detective unit. He seems well suited for that role with his secretive demeanor. A soft chuckle escaped Zhou Qiqi. By the way, have those people reached out to you? Not at all, Fang Yunqi replied. Also, you should call your housekeeper. Zhou Qiqi suggested quietly. What is the matter? Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. When I came looking for you at noon, she had called you multiple times. Zhou Qiqi's voice grew softer. Fang Yunqi glanced at his reflection in the mirror, noticing that besides the shirt he had hastily grabbed, he was left with only his undergarments. He frowned but refrained from asking further, simply saying, "Got it." "Okay," Zhou Qiqi replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. After ending the call, Fang Yunqi did not immediately reach out to Shen Man. Instead, he scrutinized his reflection. The inexplicable appearance of the hippopotamus was none other than Qi Feng, the deputy minister of the Yanjing Public Security Bureau, responsible for criminal investigations and cases. His sudden emergence suggested that there were numerous matters Fang Yunqi had yet to comprehend, also adding a layer of mystery to the enigmatic figure who had communicated with him through Yuxian's phone. With his father's information seemingly in their possession, Fang Yunqi refrained from approaching them with a sense of urgency, for he understood that even his own inquiries would yield clues. The direction of the investigation had already been established. If they too possessed leads, there was no need for him to bow to their authority and engage in their power games. He despised the feeling of being beholden to others. The situation was undoubtedly complicated. The method of Yuxian's disappearance from the airplane eluded Fang Yunqi, especially given the prevalence of surveillance worldwide. Their ability to manipulate events in such a manner could not be commonplace, and with Qi Feng's keen perception, he easily discerned the distinctions between Fang Yunqi's perspective and that of others. Could this be the threshold to a new world? And what of that mysterious individual? The instigation of crime, what purpose did it serve? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Yunqi reluctantly dialed Shen Man's number. Awake? After a few rings, Shen Man's languid yet commanding voice came through. Yes, I found something intriguing. Would you like to come see? She asked. What is it? Fang Yunqi yawned. I dislike riddles. Do you believe in the cat-faced old lady? Shen Man suddenly inquired. Are you referring to the one from the northeast? Fang Yunqi was taken aback. Yes. Shen Man replied with a cheerful laugh. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Are you a staunch believer in science then? She probed further. Fang Yunqi nearly laughed aloud. The people he observed were hardly human in his eyes, so how could he consider himself a scientific purist? I simply enjoy reading the three-body problem. Do you believe that some individuals possess extraordinary abilities? For instance, could someone be spirited away from tens of thousands of meters in the air? Or instantaneously relocated from the 20th floor to another place? Shen Man asked tentatively. Fang Yunqi straightened in his seat, a frown creasing his forehead. What do you mean? If you believe, I can come pick you up now. If not, I'll investigate on my own, Shen Man teased. Fang Yunqi remained silent, absorbed in the message from Lu Jiwenrong on his phone. The autopsies on the 6 bodies have been completed. The report will be ready in an hour. Would you like to come? Meet me at the city bureau, Fang Yunqi replied curtly before hanging up and heading out to hail a taxi. Chapter 30. Peril in the mountains. When Fang Yunqi arrived at the police station, Lu Jiwenrong was already waiting for him. She had not summoned Zhang Jiwen, but instead called for Fang Yunqi alone. Has the mosquito not arrived? Fang Yunqi immediately noticed this discrepancy. He went with the department head you met yesterday. He will surely be busy for the next few days, so let us not disturb him. Lu Jiwenrong led Fang Yunqi into the forensic office. Inside, 2 young women were seated at their desks, one clad in a lab coat and the other in a police uniform, conversing in hushed tones while enjoying their meals. A young officer, sweeping the floor, bore the insignia of a recent graduate. The room was filled with the soft sounds of snoring. Upon their entry, the girl in the lab coat quickly rose, placing a finger to her lips to signal them to be quiet, and whispered, "The master has just fallen asleep. Waking him would lead to a torrent of complaints." "This is Yang Jingrui, and the one in uniform is Yang Jingyu," Lu Jiwenrong introduced. "This is Fang Yunqi. You've likely met him before." Fang Yunqi was momentarily puzzled. He had indeed encountered the 2 forensic experts, a little mouse and a little alpaca. Reflecting on their names, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you sisters?" "Indeed." "Little detective," Yang Jingrui replied with a cheerful smile. "You don't remember me?" Although Fang Yunqi could not place her, he understood one undeniable truth. The offspring of a mouse and a mouse would not produce an alpaca. They bore little resemblance to each other. Another case solved. Lu Jiwenrong continued. "This is a newly returned trainee, likely to be officially recognized next year. He has been assisting in forensics during this period. His name is Chen Peng." Lu Jiwenrong greeted the newcomer, and Fang Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement. "What about the bodies?" Lu Jiwenrong asked directly. We are already familiar with the reports, Yang Jingyu stated. Let my sister explain it to you. I have a meeting this afternoon, and the instructor will not attend. Which means I must go. Very well, you can leave, Lu Juanrong nodded, indicating for Jingrui to guide them. Entering the morgue, they found numerous metal drawers, evidently. There were many deceased. Each was marked with labels. Their purpose for being here was not to view the bodies, but to examine the reports. A substantial stack of documents lay before Fang Yunqi, and Yang Jingrui cheerfully remarked, "Little detective, take a look for yourself. Feel free to ask me if anything is unclear." Fang Yunqi was disinterested in the papers and promptly inquired, "How did they die? Can the time of death be determined?" "Based on the case. It aligns precisely with the report. It should match your estimated time," Yang Jingrui replied, albeit with a hint of resignation. However, the 3 bodies found in Qingsheng can only have their ages inferred from their skeletons, and they appear to be the same individuals you deduced, but without facial features. As the bones have been severely fractured, we can barely assemble 3 corpses, yet their faces cannot be reconstructed. Fang Yunqi nodded. What about the 3 bodies in Beiluan? Those 3 are indeed confirmed. They are intact and well-preserved. They were initially intended for cremation, but for some reason, they remain in the morgue. I am not aware of the specifics, Yang Jingrui said while casually munching on a biscuit. What are you hoping to learn? What I intend to know, I already do. Fang Yunqi replied, glancing at the report in his hands. These 3 individuals are not the ones we are seeking. What do you mean? Yang Jingrui's brow furrowed slightly. First, it is unnecessary, Fang Yunqi stated. Even if these 3 were to be concealed behind walls, there would be no reason to mutilate their faces in such a manner. This is evidently the result of a blender or other heavy machinery. Moreover, if heavy machinery was involved, why are the bodies in such good condition? It is clear that someone is tampering with the evidence. Secondly, this is a conspiracy. These 3 people are likely not dead. Fang Yunqi narrowed his eyes. Why does your world brim with conspiracies? Yang Jingrui scoffed. Life is not that dark. There is much light in the world. I believe these 3 individuals simply had the misfortune of bad luck. There is no vendetta or revenge involved. Bad luck that resulted in all 3 having their faces smashed? Fang Yunqi was taken aback. Did you graduate from Fairy Tale Kingdom University? What are you talking about? Yang Jingrui exclaimed. Are you implying I am just a little girl? Are you trying to court me? Fang Yunqi, flustered, quickly retreated. At that moment, Shinman arrived at the entrance. You took my car without my permission. Fang Yunqi settled into the passenger seat. Shall we take a taxi then? Shinman grinned broadly. Let us drive, Fang Yunqi replied, uninterested in further discussion. Shinman mused. Do you truly believe in this? Fang Yunqi yawned. Seeing is believing. Your words are insufficient. I would rather witness the truth with my own eyes. I must say, you are the most intriguing person I have encountered, perhaps due to your youth, as your manner of speaking is rather bold, Shinman chuckled. I rather enjoy this style of conversation. What is our destination? Fang Yunqi inquired. A rather fascinating place on the eastern outskirts. You will understand once we arrive. Shinman said as she drove Fang Yunqi onto the elevated highway, leading them out of Qiqing. As they traveled, the clock struck 7. Unbeknownst to Fang Yunqi, Shinman had transformed into a pristine white fox, her plump paws gripping the steering wheel, adorned with red nail polish. After passing through the toll booth, they continued along the national road, with Shinman navigating confidently without the use of GPS. After traversing a village, they arrived at a steep cliffside. Qingsheng is nestled against the majestic Chilean mountains, characterized by its steep terrain and strewn with rocks. Approaching the mountainside, there were no proper roads. The only route available was the perilous path they were currently navigating, with lush greenery and dense forest below. The vehicle crept forward, with no guardrails or divided lanes. Only 2 narrow paths existed, where only one car could pass in tighter spots. Suddenly, a military green truck appeared on the opposite side, barreling towards them at an alarming speed. Estimated at 70 miles per hour. Stop! Fang Yunqi's brow furrowed. Shinman had already begun to decelerate, yet the oncoming vehicle showed no signs of slowing down. Get down! Fang Yunqi shouted, flinging open the passenger door. But Shinman? She had no time to evade. In an instant, their vehicle was violently struck, tumbling down the cliff. In that fleeting moment, Fang Yunqi caught a glimpse of a gray parrot seated within the military green vehicle. Chapter 31. The world seemed frozen in time. Everything around was enveloped in silence. An anxious, saber-toothed tiger gazed at him, its eyes filled with sorrow. It appeared to be speaking, yet Fang Yunqi could not hear a sound. He could only see its mouth moving, trembling but silent. It felt strangely cold, yet oppressively hot. A sense of weakness permeated his limbs, spreading throughout his body. Clad in a white coat was a colossal caterpillar, diligently examining a syringe, attempting to devise a method for spraying. "Hey!" A disembodied voice resonated from nearby. Fong Yunkai attempted to turn his head, but his body betrayed him, refusing to respond. "You can hear me, yet you cannot speak or move," the voice continued. Confusion enveloped him. It was as if he were caught in a dream, vivid, tangible, yet stifling. "How intriguing," the voice mused, "but I wonder if you can truly hear me." Surely, he thought, he could. Life here was dreadfully monotonous. People came and went. Some revived while others succumbed to death. "Who are you?" Fong Yunkai pondered, though he remained unable to articulate his thoughts. "Oh dear, this one is about to leave," came the voice again. "You are the one departing. Your entire family is leaving," Fong Yunkai retorted angrily. "Hiss, no, you cannot leave. This young girl is remarkably beautiful," the voice remarked, growing increasingly impure. This was not an operating room, but a ward. The young girl must be Shin Man. And perhaps there was a fellow patient nearby. Something felt amiss. Shou Qiqi's words were inaudible to him. Fong Yunkai longed to rise. Yet his sensation was not one of mere exhaustion. It felt as though someone was exerting control over him, pressing down on every joint, every inch of skin. This indescribable discomfort, akin to being punished, was nauseating. Even with all his strength, he was utterly immobilized. He took several deep breaths, yet felt no rise or fall of his body. Had his soul left his body? The thought perplexed him. The incessant voice chimed in once more. "Oh dear. This one is dying, while that one is living. What a hassle. I've guessed everything wrong." Fong Yunkai accepted the grim reality. Musing that he knew someone who loved to chatter just like this voice, he would introduce them if ever the chance arose. "Are you speaking to me?" the voice inquired. Perplexed, the response took Fong Yunkai aback, furrowing his brow. Could this being truly hear his thoughts? "Who are you talking about?" Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized beside Shou Qiqi, a child, not very old, with a dark face marred by mottled marks, resembling peeling paint. Fong Yunkai had grown accustomed to such sudden appearances. He was unfazed, for he had encountered far more terrifying entities over the years. "How ugly," he scoffed. "Who are you calling ugly?" The boy climbed onto Fong Yunkai's abdomen and delivered a punch to his head. Although he could not move, the pain was undeniable. The blow nearly sent him into unconsciousness. He screamed, "Can you hear me?" "Of course," the boy declared, arms crossed, glaring at Fong Yunkai, his small fist raised threateningly, as if poised to strike again. Fong Yunkai felt as helpless as meat on a chopping block. "Oh, just wait until I can move," he growled. "You miserable wretch." The boy swung another punch. Fong Yunkai attempted to evade, but it was futile. Another blow landed, igniting his fury. "Who are you? Have the audacity to let me move." "I am Shou Qi. Your inability to move is of no concern to me. That is your own issue." The boy laughed triumphantly, revealing patches of skin hanging loosely from his face, exposing flesh and bone beneath, causing Fong Yunkai to gasp in horror. "How is this not related to you?" "What am I then?" Fong Yunkai demanded. "Naturally, it is due to your injuries. Based on my extensive experience here, I deduce that you are dying," the boy replied. "One is dying and one is living. There are only two people in this ward, and that young girl is truly beautiful." "Young girl? You should call her Auntie," Fong Yunkai scoffed. But then asked, "How do you know I am dying? Did the doctor tell you?" "That doctor is full of nonsense. No one listens to him. His words are devoid of truth." Shou Qi spat disdainfully. "Let me tell you, I have been in this hospital for quite some time. I have never guessed wrong about who lives and who dies. The lady on the second floor and the gentleman on the fifth frequently challenge me. Yet they can never match my predictions. Guessing is it?" Fong Yunkai sighed. "Humph. Out of more than 300 people, I have never been wrong. Yet you dare to look down on me," Shou Qi retorted. In this exchange, neither party held the other in esteem. Fong Yunkai, weary of the child's antics, merely wondered why this boy could see him while he could not perceive the others nearby. At that moment, a doctor entered the room, seemingly speaking. Fong Yunkai could sense everything around him, yet his gaze could not focus, rendering him unable to decipher the doctor's lips. It felt like an endless dream, where he struggled to concentrate on any singular task. After a while, Shou Qiqi began to weep. Zhang Jiwen also cried. The room filled with numerous visitors, each placing gifts at his bedside, coming and going. Even his family's caretaker arrived, diligently attending to him, wiping his sweat, adjusting his pillows, and bringing fresh clothes and a basin. It seemed they intended to stay for an extended period. "You have many family members," Shou Qi remarked, somewhat touched. "I have seen so many people, but none have such a large family as yours. You have been here for quite a while, haven't you?" Fong Yunkai smiled faintly. Yes. It has been decades, I believe, Xiaoqi chuckled. Fong Yunkai dismissed him, and suddenly Shou Qiqi approached, wiping his face with a towel. The more she wiped, the more he felt something was amiss, until he finally realized what was wrong. Shou Qiqi was not a saber-toothed tiger. The caretaker was not a three-lipped rabbit. Zhang Jiwen was certainly not a bear. But Xiaoqi, the boy with a shattered face, the one who revealed flesh and bone. Now, it was daytime. Chapter 32. We believe in the law. A sudden tremor coursed through Fong Yunqi, accompanied by an overwhelming shock. He scrutinized the figure of Xiaoqi before him and realized that the peculiar aspect was that he could only discern Xiaoqi's face and form, even his lips and fingers, yet the individuals nearby remained obscured. At that moment, Fong Yunqi comprehended that he had indeed approached the precipice between life and death. The mere fact that he could see Xiaoqi suggested he was on the verge of death. Despite this revelation, he did not succumb to panic or raise his voice in despair, nor did he express any cynical grievances. He remained tranquil, gazing steadily at Xiaoqi, and mused. I suppose I can trust you now, can I? Xiaoqi beamed innocently. I would never deceive you. You are truly a good child, Fong Yunqi thought, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. So, does that mean I am destined to die? Xiaoqi pouted. Well, I've never been wrong before. He perched himself on the edge of Fong Yunqi's bed, yawned, and basked in the sunlight that graced his face, presenting the image of a charming little spirit. Is death truly that terrible? What is life like after death? Fong Yunqi pondered with a smile. It's quite dreadful, Xiaoqi lamented with a sigh. You cannot leave this place, nor can you engage in the things you desire. There are no classmates or teachers, and you cannot see your parents. Indeed, Fong Yunqi reflected. His own parents seldom visited him in the hospital. They would place the body of their deceased child in a cemetery for reverence and keep the ashes at home. Considering that Xiaoqi had mentioned he had been dead for over 30 years, it was likely that finding his parents now would be quite a challenge. Do you wish to see your parents? Fong Yunqi contemplated. Of course, Xiaoqi replied. I wonder how they are. My mother, being so fond of beauty, cried inconsolably when I left, without even applying her makeup. The focus of a child is indeed extraordinary. Is your father handsome? Fong Yunqi inquired. Absolutely. He is the most handsome father in the world. He would play games with me and help me with my homework. My mother has a bit of a temper and often scolds, but my father always tells me that as long as we quietly do our own things, she will stop after a while. As Xiaoqi reminisced about his parents, his eyes transformed from a vacant stare to a vibrant gleam as he gazed outside. Ah, if only I could stand up, I could help you meet your family. Fong Yunqi sighed. But soon I shall become a ghost like you. There is nothing I can do. Oh, Xiaoqi exclaimed suddenly, a spark of realization brightening his face. You can hear me and see me. Then I can have you help me find my mother. Indeed, but alas, I too am destined to be like you, Fong Yunqi lamented. However, is it true that only those on the brink of death can communicate with you? Not at all. I told you, you are the first, Xiaoqi said, his eyes darting as if struck by inspiration, and he leaped down, tilting his head as he dashed out. Fong Yunqi, uncertain of Xiaoqi's destination or the events that would unfold, could only lie quietly on the bed, watching Shou Qiqi weep in distress. The surrounding individuals had departed, having merely come to pay their respects, and no one had roused from their slumber, rendering the time spent here a futile endeavor. In the not-so-large financial sphere of Qingsheng, the time of these individuals equated to vast sums of money, making it unreasonable to squander it. It would be inappropriate to describe the world as cold. Rather, it was a matter of insufficient emotional investment. Shou Qiqi had been incessantly murmuring, and Zhang Jiwen had also been chattering on. Fong Yunqi had no desire to know their discourse. He merely felt a sense of melancholy and solitude. According to Xiaoqi, he was the one destined to perish, while the nearby Shen man was to survive. At this moment, he refrained from reminiscing about the details of his life, considering he was on the verge of death, a state he had never before experienced. It was indeed a peculiar sensation, akin to the weight of a ghost pressing down, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Yet, there was no experience of the soul leaving the body, nor any notion of rebirth in a city of cultivation. This feeling was inexplicable, yet his heart bore no trace of sorrow. Rather, there was a tinge of regret. He wondered if he might encounter his mother in some corner of the underworld, queuing for reincarnation. Given the current pace, it seemed exceedingly rare for anyone to be reborn without traversing through hell. They likely had long since taken their places in line. No one could be seen. He found it amusing that he had departed before his grandfather. I too left before my grandfather. Suddenly, Xiaoqi's voice echoed in his ears. And Fang Yunqi felt a surge of joy, though he sensed he could not even manage a smile. "Ah, this lad is quite handsome." A woman's voice emerged. "This girl is stunning. Look at this one. Look at this." A youthful voice exclaimed. "Do not touch." The woman admonished sharply. "Xiao Qi, is this the big brother you mentioned?" An elderly voice inquired. Fang Yunqi was anxious, entirely oblivious to the source of the voices. They surrounded him, yet remained unseen. "Can you hear me?" An elder approached. This time, Fang Yunqi discerned clearly that the old man was quite aged, with wrinkles nearly enveloping his eyes. His face bore no apparent injuries, appearing to be an ordinary person. "I can hear you," Fang Yunqi thought. "Ah, you can indeed hear me." The woman laughed heartily. "That makes things much simpler. Who would have thought, Xiao Qi? Impressive. I've already settled in the storage room, and you managed to find someone like this?" The young man expressed with astonishment. "Then shall we?" The woman mused. The elder nodded. "Young man, I need to speak with you. Make it quick, or we will have to wait for the next wave of souls to arrive." Fang Yunqi thought helplessly. "If we can restore you to life, you must assist each of us with one task," the elder stated. "What task?" Fang Yunqi, being of a patient disposition, was in no hurry to acquiesce. He pondered that if they required something of a living person, a pure maiden or youth, he would be unable to fulfill it. "That is not the case," the elder replied. "We are not the sort to demand such things. We find no necessity for rituals. We merely wish for those who have wronged us to receive their just punishment." "I shall not take a life," Fang Yunqi contemplated. "We believe in the law," the elder proclaimed. This was perhaps the most disheartening realization, that these resentful spirits before him placed their faith in the law. What manner of world was this? It was a world that had long ceased to resemble the one he once knew. From the very first glance at the spectral creatures, he recognized that this was no longer the world he had once inhabited. Chapter 33. A Call to the Hippopotamus. The midnight hour holds different meanings for everyone. Those engaged in work revel in their own world, while others indulge in aimless revelry. Some wander through life in a state of mere survival. And there are those plagued by insomnia, suffering in silence. The exception lies with those who have just awakened, some stirred by duty, others by the demands of life, some by ambition, and some simply by the fact that they are still alive. Fang Yunqi is one of those who remain alive, as well as one of the sleepless. He is uncertain how he has regained consciousness, and even more so about the events he has endured. In a daze, the echoes of several voices linger in his mind, both reminiscent of a distant past and akin to a fleeting dream. It seems he has forgotten something, or perhaps missed something significant. Yet, he can at least affirm that he is still alive. The room is spacious. It is a VIP intensive care unit, and it is quite ordinary for someone of his status to reside here. Glancing around, he observes that Zhou Qiqi is asleep beside him, while Zhang Jiwen has presumably returned home. Outside the partition on the left side of the bed lies an abundance of fruit baskets, enough to sustain the Fang family's servants for a month. It appears that Shun Man is not present. Could that young man pass through walls? Fang Yunqi chuckles to himself as he rises from the bed. This place resembles a two-bedroom apartment. The hospital room and the accompanying space are equipped with a bathroom and shower, and beyond the door lies a living room, as well as a kitchen. The facilities are state-of-the-art, with safety buttons for emergencies conveniently located throughout. Surely, there must be nurses on duty around the clock at the entrance. He picks up the medical record and glances at it before turning to leave. Upon exiting the corridor, he indeed finds a nurse in the duty room. These 20 VIP intensive care units share a single duty room, which is some distance away. Given that it is already past 4 in the morning, it is quite normal for no one to notice his departure. Taking a detour, he reaches the emergency exit, yawning as he enters. After closing the corridor door securely, he sits on the stairs, gazing at the moon outside. It is already mid-September. As the 15th day of the 8th lunar month approaches, the moon grows increasingly full. The empty corridor is chilled by a gentle breeze. Though he is not warmly dressed, his wounds do not ache. I reviewed the medical records. Severe impact. I cannot possibly recover this quickly, Fang Yunqi murmurs. I do not know what means you employed, but I assure you that what I promised will not be abandoned. Who speaks first? Silence reigns. No sound breaks the stillness, save for the wind's whisper, clouds drifting lazily, and the moon gazing vacantly. If you do not speak, I cannot assist you, Fang Yunqi declares. Yet still, there is no response, no movement. Perhaps it is an illusion, merely a fleeting moment of clarity, or a hallucination before death. With a long sigh, Fang Yunqi opens the door, intending to return to his room, but suddenly, a gust of wind propels him into the corridor. This wind conveys everything. Misfortune seldom arrives alone, and fortune rarely comes in pairs. Following the chairman's disappearance, Qishan Group did not receive good news. Instead, half a month later, they faced a second severe blow. Both Chairman Fang Yunqi's son and the chairman's secretary encountered calamities, with Fang Yunqi nearly losing his life. Furthermore, the revelation of a will led to 3 consecutive days of plummeting stock prices, with daily limits reached. The stock was now perilously close to its issuance price. Qingshan Group is experiencing an unprecedented financial crisis. If this continues, not only will the entire board rise in revolt, but the entire corporation teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. Additionally, the arrival of this crisis has prompted government accountability measures. Such scandals cannot be allowed to unfold unchecked before the public. To address the negative public sentiment surrounding Qingshan Group and the various internal issues, government agencies and the Public Security Bureau have formed a joint supervisory team to investigate the corporation, focusing on commercial financial crimes and the chairman's disappearance, as well as the accident. They hope to unearth useful clues from within. The scene of the accident was promptly examined by the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, who, upon reviewing footage, determined it to be a straightforward case of hit and run. The driver was located within 3 hours, found to be driving under the influence, and was subjected to administrative penalties. However, this sequence of events raised suspicion in Lu Juanrong, who had been at Fang Yunqi's side throughout. This suspicion, coupled with the recent turmoil at Qingshan Group, prompted her to contact her brother, Lu Jianghe, to devise a plan to enter Qingshan Group under the guise of inspection. While genuinely investigating, during the 3 days that followed, she visited Fang Yunqi daily, but since his awakening, he has remained at home recuperating, speaking little of the case, merely exchanging pleasantries. This scenario has cast a shadow over both Zhang Jiwen and Lu Juanrong. Such doubt is a natural inclination toward crime sensitivity, rooted in substantiated concerns. They are convinced that Fang Yunqi's situation is neither a sudden occurrence nor coincidental, but rather a premeditated accident that touches upon issues of deliberate murder and hired assassins. This matter cannot be resolved merely or lightly. It entails numerous complications and severe consequences, and any developments could lead to an investigation that results in their immediate detention. The impact on a corporation in such a predicament is unprecedented. The two dare not be complacent. No room for error exists in this matter. Shall I speak with him? Zhang Jiwen inquires. Very well, Lu Jianrong replies calmly from within the police car, nodding. Go ahead. Inform me immediately of any developments. If you can persuade him, it would be best for him to join us in the investigation. It would also aid in the case of his father's disappearance. Zhang Jiwen nods and exits the room. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Fang Yunqi gazes down below, his silent expression revealing traces of sorrow. Seated in a wheelchair, his hands rest limply at his sides, while Shen Man gently strokes his shoulder. Young master, such matters are difficult to navigate. If you wish for safety, it may be best to avoid engaging with them. Fang Yunqi does not respond, merely stating with an air of indifference, prepare a meal. Understood. Shen Man turns to leave. Beneath Qingsheng, a veil of mist hangs, distinct from London-esque gloom or Yanjing-esque haze. This shroud rests atop the truth like steam, impervious to rupture or dispersal. To break through this barrier, only a torrential downpour could suffice. Fang Yunqi retrieves his phone and dials a number. The person on the other end is the hippopotamus. Chapter 34. A new objective. Have you come to a realization? The hippopotamus inquired. I have merely contemplated, Fang Yunqi replied, taking a deep breath. What have you contemplated? The hippopotamus asked, his voice heavy with confusion. I have pondered many matters, such as the possibility of our collaboration, Fang Yunqi stated. Elucidate your demands, the hippopotamus said. Lighting a cigarette. I require a meeting, Fang Yunqi declared. I shall arrange it, the hippopotamus affirmed. When Zhang Jiwen entered, he found Fang Yunqi alone in the room. What's wrong? Have you succumbed to despair? Zhang Jiwen remarked, turning to face Fang Yunqi, who was slumped in a wheelchair. People are taking advantage of you. This is not the person I know. Fang Yunqi yawned and maneuvered his electric wheelchair closer to Zhang Jiwen. I have stated that it is unnecessary. Why abandon hope? I truly do not understand. Zhang Jiwen exclaimed, nearly at his wit's end. He had never witnessed Fang Yunqi in such a state. Where is your fighting spirit? What is amiss with you? If you can investigate, then do so. Why must you involve me? My mobility is limited, Fang Yunqi replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. Moreover, I have already reported this matter to the police. It is fundamentally your concern, yet you insist on dragging me into it. Zhang Jiwen scrutinized Fang Yunqi closely. You have a problem. You are not entirely foolish, Fang Yunqi remarked. Indeed, I comprehend now, Zhang Jiwen chuckled. You have more pressing matters at hand. Fang Yunqi nodded in agreement. His thoughts were straightforward. Zhang Jiwen, at the very least, represented a semblance of normalcy in this chaotic world. He wished to prevent Zhang from becoming too deeply entangled, for he had no experience in such affairs and felt uncertain. The identities of the four individuals were shrouded in mystery. Were they monsters or merely manifestations of some magnetic force? There was no definitive answer. Yet Fang Yunqi understood the peril inherent in the situation. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Jiwen departed. Based on his years of understanding Fang Yunqi, he recognized that since there were matters of greater magnitude than his own predicament, he would serve as the most steadfast support, ensuring that when Fang Yunqi rose again, he would be the first to confront the captured adversary. Once seated in the car, Zhang Jiwen shut the door. From your expression, I cannot discern whether you have succeeded or failed, Lu Jun remarked, perplexed. Ha! Let me assure you, my good brother undoubtedly has more significant matters to attend to, Zhang Jiwen declared confidently. Thus, we should refrain from disturbing him. He will reach out to us once he has completed his tasks. More important than his own life. Lu Jun queried, increasingly bewildered. Who can say? Zhang Jiwen himself was uncertain, yet he regarded the task entrusted to him by Fang Yunqi with utmost seriousness. In his eyes, it was a mission bestowed by the most intelligent person in the world, a profound act of trust. He could not betray that trust. Nor could he allow the instigator of this situation to slip through his fingers. Clenching his fist, he vowed to Lu Jun, I will personally resolve this case. No nefarious individual shall evade justice. I concur with your perspective, yet I believe we must remain grounded in reality, Lu Jun cautioned. Uncertain of what had provoked such fervor in Zhang Jiwen, he sought to temper his enthusiasm, not wishing to inflate his pride excessively. At the First People's Hospital of Qingqing City, the ward was a cacophony of voices, with 3 hospital beds amidst the chaotic scene. Doctors assessed injuries while relatives of patients quarreled over matters of inheritance. Zhang Lili lay in bed, overwhelmed and weakened. The past few days had rendered even the simplest bodily functions a challenge. Were it not for her parents' attentive care, she might have lost the will to endure. This morning, the doctor had visited to discuss the traumatic aftereffects, reciting an array of medical jargon that Zhang Lili struggled to comprehend. She only grasped that her recovery would be lengthy and fraught with complications, and that the hospital fees were exorbitant. This was the crux of the issue. Her family had accrued debts exceeding 200,000 yuan for surgical and medicinal expenses, yet mysteriously, this sum had been settled without explanation, leaving the family bewildered. Her parents were now intent on investigating this matter, temporarily leaving Zhang Lili's side. At that moment, a woman clad in black and wearing high heels entered, gliding over to Zhang Lili and gently caressing her face. Are you feeling better? She asked. Zhang Lili, unfamiliar with the woman who had just removed her sunglasses, gazed at her in confusion. I am feeling a bit better. Oh, I have taken care of your hospital fees, the woman stated, taking a seat on a nearby stool, her presence quieting the surrounding commotion. She smiled softly. Hello, Lily. My name is Uxian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Zhang Lili hesitantly nodded, unaware that danger was drawing ever closer. Chapter 35, Bewitching Hearts Indeed, she is a well-behaved child. Uxian's smile radiated warmth. Women often evoke a sense of reassurance, and beautiful women, in particular, seldom elicit any negative thoughts. Uxian embodied this essence. Not a soul would harbor suspicion towards her, nor would anyone conceive of her as malevolent. A beautiful visage serves as a key to others' hearts, particularly when paired with an amiable demeanor. Zhang Lili offered an awkward smile. Unable to move, she gestured towards Uxian, urging her to indulge in the fruit. No, you should have some, Uxian replied, encouraging her. At that moment, the crowd's gaze shifted from Uxian's alluring form to the exquisite gift box she held. This box was unlike the usual flower or fruit baskets brought to patients. It was a luxurious gift, a rarity that only the affluent could present. Upon opening, it revealed an array of delights, gourmet pastries, meticulously sliced fruits, and finely crafted supplements. I. Zhang Lili stammered, her embarrassment palpable as words escaped her. Try this, Uxian offered, extending a single, large grape towards her, feeding her with gentle care. Are you feeling any better? Zhang Lili chewed slowly, then shook her head. Such wounds were irreparable, and healing would not come swiftly. She could only bear the weight of her painful past, while smiling hopefully at the present. She was uncertain how long she could endure. But she understood that if she succumbed, the couple in her hometown who had toiled their entire lives would lose all hope. She could not give up. She had to persevere. Is it all right? Seemed to be the only phrase she could muster. Uxian, with a smile that appeared capable of healing all worldly suffering, replied, "Everything will be all right." Ah? Zhang Lili was puzzled by this optimism. "You were once an ordinary student, were you not?" Yu Xian continued. "Your grades were unremarkable. Your school hardly prestigious. Upon graduation, you would have seemed to achieve nothing. Are you content to seek a mundane job in that ordinary city to confront this complex society? Or do you wish to forge a different path?" A different path? Zhang Lili's trust in Yu Xian stemmed from her assistance with medical and hospital fees, compounded by her appearance and eloquence that belied any malice. With her guard lowered, she inquired, "What path?" "A path of vengeance," Yu Xian grinned. "By choosing this route, you can not only acquire limitless wealth but also exact revenge on those who have wronged you. This world is inherently unjust. Why squander your time and energy as a victim?" Such words might fall on deaf ears in the absence of context. Yet Zhang Lili, freshly wounded by Wang Ke's betrayal, harbored vulnerabilities that even her parents cautiously avoided mentioning. There were myriad ways to mend her heart's wounds, but only one could wholly heal her and enable her to stand tall again: vengeance. Only by inflicting upon others the same pain she endured could she find release, solace, and peace. Yet, Zhang Lili was still a student, unaccustomed to contemplating the choices life might present. However, this consideration was akin to a proclamation of success for Yu Xian. "There is no yet," Yu Xian asserted. "Those who have wronged you will eventually pay for their misdeeds. Wang Ke's torment inflicted upon you is not without cause. It is far preferable for him to perish by your hand than by another's. He must die at your hands. Only then can you find closure and restore tranquility to your life." Observing Yu Xian's fervor, Zhang Lili felt lost, struggling with her thoughts before asking, "But Wang Ke? He has not yet received a death sentence. Whether the evidence is irrefutable or the facts undeniable, he has yet to enter prison. He remains in custody. Until he is sentenced to death, he will not be moved to a cell," Yu Xian explained. "You still have ample time and opportunity." A flicker of hope ignited within Zhang Lili, her gaze shimmering with an unprecedented light. In that moment, Yu Xian's words rekindled her fragmented future, piecing it back together, perhaps even rendering it stronger than before. This was not merely a reconstruction, it was a rebirth. This is what you need. For the next few days, follow my guidance." Yu Xian instructed as she departed, leaving Zhang Lili with a card. "How can I contact you?" Zhang Lili asked. "I will call you," Yu Xian smiled faintly, disappearing around the corner of the ward. When Fang Yunqi was pushed down the stairs by the little rabbit, it was already past 7 in the evening. In the dining room, 2 individuals appeared unexpectedly. Fang Yunqi recognized them. One was his uncle, the elder brother of his father, Fang Dakin, a shareholder of the Qingshan Group, who was casually munching seeds, using his hoof to grasp them, a mystery that eluded Fang Yunqi. The other shareholder was a southerner named Chen Su, who was engrossed in his phone, his demeanor becoming increasingly obscure, a true chameleon. The 2 men exchanged glances, seated comfortably at the long dining table. Upon Fang Yunqi's arrival, they both stood in respect. "Allow me," a familiar voice called from behind. Fang Yunqi knew it was Brother Bao, perhaps one of the few in this house who genuinely wished for his survival. Lying comfortably in the wheelchair, he felt assured with Brother Bao present. Upon entering the room, Fang Yunqi politely addressed the 2 men, "Please, take a seat." Only then did they settle down. Fang Yunqi occupied the left-hand seat at the main table, a position he had dined in for years. Even with his injury, Shinman could not overstep, so she took her place opposite him, at the next seat down. "Let us eat," Fang Yunqi suggested. When the bowls and chopsticks arrived, the others noticed something amiss. Only Fang Yunqi and Shunman had their meals served. No dishes were brought for Fang Dakin and Chen Su, leaving Chen Su bewildered. "Is this how the Fang family treats their guests?" he inquired. "My apologies, sir," replied a housemaid, the little rabbit approaching Chen Su. "The guest dining area is on the other side. If you are hungry, I can escort you there." Chen Su fell silent, while Fang Dakin's face turned crimson with anger. "Yunqi, why not dine here?" he suggested with a forced smile. "My father is not deceased, and our family's rules remain unchanged. If you wish to eat, I can accompany you both to the guest area, but here, my father stipulated that only family may dine," Fang Yunqi declared. The 2 men rose and exited. "Is this your way of asserting dominance?" Shinman queried. Fang Yunqi continued to eat in silence, unperturbed. Chapter 36. The disappearing patient Brother Bao was invited to the dining table, but this man of considerable pride had no intention of joining, considering the presence of the butler. Instead, he dined in a secluded area before steering Fang Yunqi towards the reception room. 2 elderly gentlemen were already waiting there, sipping tea and attending to their own affairs. devoid of any interaction, much like two strangers seated together in an airport terminal. Shinman strode in, seemingly unscathed by the recent car accident, which had only resulted in minor abrasions. Fang Yunqi had already reviewed the photos of the totaled vehicle, though the left side was well equipped with safety measures. After all, it was a product of a reputable manufacturer. The unfortunate positioning had rendered the passenger side nearly obliterated. Thus, Fang Yunqi's survival was nothing short of a miracle. To the average observer, a miracle is an enticing notion. However, to those whose minds are consumed by wealth, it is merely a trivial concept. They are solely concerned with profits and figures, having long since grown indifferent to the idea of miracles. Consequently, Fang Yunqi's existence or demise held little significance for them. What truly mattered was how his fate would impact his fortune, which was their primary concern. The two men maintained a facade of civility. Their previous discomforts swept aside in the adult world, where a single word could dissolve the awkwardness. When the eldest son of the Fang family was presented before them by his father's driver, Brother Bao, he immediately inquired, "This is about the board meeting, isn't it?" Although Fang Yunqi had never attended a meeting and had not visited the company recently, he remained well informed about its affairs. Following the board's recent decision, he was aware of the tensions brewing between Chun Su and Fang Dakin, which had become a hot topic within the company. Indeed, Fang Dakin stated directly, "I need you to attend the board meeting and reassure all shareholders about the company's future plans and developments. Otherwise, we risk intervention in our stock prices and potential bankruptcy." Fang Yunqi shook his head. "I am injured and cannot attend the board meeting." Chen Su rose and circled Fang Yunqi, gently resting his hand on his arm. "Xiao Fang, I understand that you may not grasp the complexities of corporate matters, despite your years of exposure. When it comes to implementation, it can be quite overwhelming. Why not simply sign a power of attorney? That way, many issues will no longer trouble you, and I can handle them for you. What do you say? Delegate to you?" Fang Yunqi asked with a smile. "Of course," Chen Su replied. "On what basis?" Fang Yunqi retorted, revealing a grin. Chen Su's face soured, akin to someone who had tasted something foul. He stood there, humiliated by Fang Yunqi's words, particularly with Shun Man nearby, an essential figure he sought to impress. He crouched beside Fang Yunqi and coldly remarked, "Do you know? I have numerous methods to bring Qingshan Group to its knees, and I can make your life a living hell." The chameleon-like expressions on Chen Su's face made Fang Yunqi feel uncomfortable. Weakly, he said, "I am not feeling well and require rest. As for the board meeting, you may make the decisions." With that, Brother Bao wheeled Fang Yunqi out of the reception room. "What are you thinking?" Brother Bao inquired, puzzled. "After all, that was your father's hard work. Do you not wish to pursue the business path? One does not choose their path. No one in this world can dictate the course they take. At best, one can only select their preferences. Are you and I not in the same boat?" Fang Yunqi chuckled softly. "Though my father has departed, he was not irresponsible. The current state of Qingshan Group is not significantly tied to me. I will tend to my own affairs. If his departure necessitates a price for Qingshan, it is a burden neither you nor I can bear." Brother Bao said nothing further, merely escorting Fang Yunqi back to his room. After closing the door, Fang Yunqi answered a call. Shou Qiqi sat in a dark room, her head bobbing like a saber-toothed dragon. "Hello," Fang Yunqi called out coldly, startling Zhou Qiqi into composure as she quickly smiled at him. "Boss, what is it? What is the matter?" Fang Yunqi inquired. Their established protocol dictated that if Shou Qiqi had something significant to convey, she would denote it with a mouse emoji in her messages, allowing Fang Yunqi to recognize the urgency of contacting her. Given that his entire information network was built around this young lady and Lao Huang, both were indispensable. After much contemplation, Fang Yunqi opted to liaise directly with Shou Qiqi, primarily because her presence was less conspicuous and unlikely to arouse suspicion. We live in an era rich with information. The most significant difference between now and 20 years ago is the ease of access to data. However, the downside is the overwhelming volume of information that requires considerable effort to process. In his quest to aid his father, Fang Yunqi had invested heavily in this information network. With information comes power. Zhou Qiqi, having composed herself, spoke earnestly. "Zhang Lily has vanished. What happened?" Fang Yunqi feigned surprise. "She met someone," Zhou Qiqi replied, pulling up surveillance footage on Fang Yunqi's phone. The individual wore a wide-brimmed hat and a mask, obscuring their features, but based on the physique. "I determined an 87% resemblance to you, Xin. Zhang Lily," Fang Yunqi murmured, recognizing that the young girl had likely stabilized emotionally. Yet the ordeal had left her with a severe psychological scar. Now would be the simplest time to breach her mental defenses. Initially, They covered Zhang Lily's surgical and hospitalization costs to gain her family's trust before approaching her. I didn't expect her to agree so quickly, Zhou Qiqi continued. Could they take any drastic actions? Uncertain. However, for now, their actions appear to be mere cross-criminal activities. Their methods lack sophistication, merely exploiting the first suspect's alibi. Yet they have overlooked one crucial point. The first suspect remains just that, and even with an alibi, the motive for the crime is paramount. Establishing a motive simplifies confirming the crime itself. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. It's merely a trifling skill. Chapter 37. Cooperation. The night in Qingcheng was peculiar. A surreal world in the eyes of Fang Yunqi. The Fang family estate had a small back door, which Fang Yunqi had secretly opened. It was discreetly located behind a storage room, obscured by a metal rack, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discover. Even Brother Bao, a seasoned veteran, had overlooked it during his previous visits to the storage room. Are you going alone? Brother Bao inquired. Isn't it unsafe? Clearly, the last incident was aimed at you. Actually, it's safer for me to go out alone now, Fang Yunqi replied. Someone is definitely watching. No one knows about this exit, nor would they expect me to show up at this time. As long as I don't reveal my identity, I should be fine. Just be careful. If anything happens, call me immediately, Brother Bao advised. Having experienced Brother Bao's resourcefulness, Fang Yunqi had no doubt that any situation he encountered could be resolved. He nodded and bid farewell to Brother Bao. With both Shen Man and himself under scrutiny, Fang Yunqi had begun to formulate a theory regarding the source of the threat. The number of individuals wishing to see him dead was staggering. However, if someone from the board were to kill him, it would require considerable effort, likely necessitating the elimination of dozens before it reached him. Thus, it was prudent to focus on the primary beneficiary, which would reveal much. A black car awaited him 5 streets away. The young master, donning a hood to conceal his features, listened intently through his Bluetooth headset. 3 individuals on the left. Turn right into the second alley, the voice instructed. Fang Yunqi immediately set off, wearing black-framed glasses, striving to maintain a natural gait. Following Zhou Qiqi's guidance, he walked for a while before speaking once he reached the designated spot. Is it clear? Yes, they only assigned a few people, Zhou Qiqi responded. Are you truly going to collaborate with them? It's not a collaboration, merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. They will assist me in resolving my issues, and I will, in turn, help them with theirs. It's simply a matter of reciprocity, Fang Yunqi explained. Musen's constant scrutiny of police records worries me. Complications might arise. If we can secure the authority directly, future endeavors will be far more straightforward. Zhou Qiqi understood that these were the results of Fang Yunqi's careful consideration. So she refrained from arguing, though concern lingered in her voice. When will you return to the library? After I finish this matter, I need to take a call. Fang Yunqi replied, answering Lao Huang's call directly. What is the situation? He inquired. We've investigated the scene, the individuals involved, and the location, Lao Huang reported. I've sent you the images and information. Understood. Fang Yunqi observed his phone. With no one monitoring him now, he felt no urgency and stood still, watching the investigation footage of the accident scene. There was only one camera on that stretch of road, and it failed to capture the moment of impact. This was the location where the individual fled after the incident. There was a 10-minute gap between their arrival and the accident, Lao Huang elaborated. The person appeared panicked, claiming they were merely checking on your situation before fleeing. That's a lie. It wasn't him, Fang Yunqi asserted, clearly recognizing the driver's silhouette, which belonged not to the grizzled parrot, but to an exceptionally unattractive bulldog. Locate that vehicle. Understood, Lao Huang replied, continuing to analyze the footage. They identified locations previously visited by Shun Man with relative ease. It was a modest residence inhabited by a simple couple. According to Lao Huang's report, these individuals had never encountered Shen Man and were unaware of any events. I'll address it upon my arrival, Fang Yunqi mused, uncertain of Shun Man's intentions. Her behavior had dramatically shifted post-incident, leaving him with an unsettling impression, as if she had intentionally led him into peril. The likelihood of such a scenario was slim. No one would recklessly drive off a cliff, and such a drastic exchange was unlikely for someone poised to inherit a substantial fortune. After hanging up, Fang Yunqi walked a considerable distance before reaching the edge of the community. A black Audi awaited him. He entered the vehicle, where he was greeted by Hippo. As Hippo smoked, the window was slightly ajar, allowing for a moderate exchange of air within the car. Speak, Hippo said directly. I have limited time in Qiqing. I require a privilege, Fang Yunqi stated candidly, specifically, access to directly consult the database. This privilege will grant you an insider in the Qiqing Bureau for your demolitions. but it won't provide direct access to the database itself. Do you understand? Hippo clarified. Furthermore, there's that kid in the dark web network who has been browsing profiles of underage girls after 7 p.m. You'd best ensure he behaves. I've tolerated his antics for far too long. Fang Yunqi stifled a yawn. All right, but I need this person on standby. I'm aware of your connections within Qingqing's information network and the various dealings you've engaged in. However, I must insist you respect my limits and the law. Hippo warned. The privilege I grant you is not to be exploited for personal gain or illicit activities. Should I discover any suspicious affiliations, I will revoke your privileges and initiate an investigation. Reclining against the seat, Fang Yunqi acknowledged Hippo's seasoned demeanor. I'm merely establishing the ground rules. Our future interactions will be pleasant. If I don't set boundaries now, our discussions may turn contentious later, Hippo said. Now that we've addressed that, feel free to present any additional requests. I need a month to clarify several matters, Fang Yunqi replied. That's too long. You have 10 days, Hippo countered. Agreed. Fang Yunqi conceded. A teenager, standing before absolute power, had no choice but to comply. What do you need? Hippo inquired. That will suffice, Fang Yunqi responded. Oh. And one more thing. Please take me to a specific location. Where to? The Qingqing Library. Fang Yunqi smiled innocently. Oh, by the way, I remember you're from Qingqing too? Indeed, Hippo replied. What's on your mind? Your surname is Li. Your daughter must share the same surname, yet she doesn't study in Yanjing. So, I believe I may have deduced who your daughter is. Hippo chuckled heartily. Are you planning to spend a few days in jail with Lin Muzin? You should steer clear of such dubious schemes. It wasn't my initiative. You were the one who placed her in my vicinity, Fang Yunqi replied, steadfast. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how Hippo managed to produce offspring. Chapter 38. I will certainly help you find them with a thunderous roar. Fang Yunqi yawned as he gazed at Lin Muzin, who was staring wide-eyed at his phone. Accepting the high Lego drink handed to him, he tilted his head and remarked, Don't push me to curse at you. Lin Muzin appeared both astonished and embarrassed, hastily inviting another participant into the video call, followed closely by the bewildered Zhou Qiqi joining the conversation. Zhou Qiqi, dressed in her school uniform, likely attending classes, timidly retreated to a secluded corner before furrowing her brow and inquiring, What's the matter? Muzin, have you angered the boss again? You called him, you explain. Fang Yunqi replied, taking a sip of his drink and starting to eat a sandwich before Lin Muzin lamented, who knew the oversight office would be so stringent. Besides, I was merely investigating. That girl looked suspicious, all right? She's always lurking around, and it seems she's not a decent person. Mind your words. Zhou Qiqi interjected, having noticed Fang Yunqi's displeased expression, indicating something troubling had occurred. If not, then it was likely related to last night's encounter with Qi Xiaoyu. Regardless, Lin Muzin had certainly erred. Why investigate her? Fang Yunqi pressed further. It was purely based on her suspicious demeanor. I have no ulterior motives. Boss. You know I have plenty of women. I wouldn't be interested in such trivial matters, Lin Muzin scoffed. Fang Yunqi nearly spat out his drink, coughing a few times as a notification chimed on his phone. Upon opening the news push from the Qingqing Daily, before he could even read the article, a phone call interrupted. Hello? Zhang Jiwen's voice was urgent and low. What are you doing? Just woke up, having breakfast, Fang Yunqi replied, still engrossed in the news. Did you see it? Zhang Jiwen asked, referring to the incident involving Huishang. I did. Fang Yunqi's expression darkened as he could almost instantly ascertain who was behind it. Huishang was under the Qingshan group, and such an incident could significantly plummet Qingshan's stock value. A corpse had been discovered at the entrance of the Huishang shopping plaza. Isn't it concluded as a suicide? Fang Yunqi queried. For now, yes. But there are numerous discrepancies. I believe further investigation is necessary. The body has been deceased for over a month, and upon checking the missing persons database, we couldn't find her, Zhang Jiwen sighed. Are you not attending your internship? Fang Yunqi expressed his annoyance. Once the holiday is over, it's midterm exam time. You push me to attend school. Whether you can take the exam is another matter, Zhang Jiwen chuckled. Just pay attention to this matter, all right? As the call ended, Fang Yunqi's video chat resumed. Boss, Lin Muzin stated, the matter is resolved. Go on. Fang Yunqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was genuinely interested in this matter, after all. It was a promise. He wasn't overly concerned about ghosts seeking vengeance. Rather, he worried about his reputation. If there truly was an underworld, what if they spoke ill of him there? This is the list of boys who passed away at Qingqing First People's Hospital 30 years ago. Take a look. The list reached Fang Yunqi, comprising 60 names. 60? Lin Muzin confirmed, taking a sip of water. Fang Yunqi scrutinized the list, noting that most were from families of modest means. Lin Muzin had leveraged his connections to gather extensive information on the relatives, including their occupations and assets, all meticulously annotated. While there were numerous leads to locate Xiaoqi, the workload was daunting. First, the cause of death. Regarding this, I can only probe based on my thoughts. Fang Yunqi reflected. He recalled the peeling skin on Xiaoqi's face, which should have been the cause of his demise. Yet, in a half-dreaming state, he couldn't quite remember if that face had been burned or had suffered from drowning-induced swelling. So, we can filter out those who died naturally, right? Zhou Qiqi inquired. Logically, yes. Fang Yunqi began sifting through the names, leaving 27 remaining, but some could be dismissed outright, such as the case of the twins, if it were truly twins. He would have heard about his brother repeatedly, not just from the parents. Then we can disregard that one. The body was found 3 months later, Zhou Qiqi remarked. By the time they found it, it was already decomposed. You mentioned it wasn't this decayed initially, only the face seemed problematic. How could it be missing for 3 months? Parents nowadays are increasingly neglectful of their children. My cousin stayed at my house for a week, and they forgot about her. Had it not been for the parent-teacher meeting, they might have genuinely forgotten they had a daughter. They're off enjoying themselves while traveling, Zhou Qiqi stated. Impossible. Lin Muzin exclaimed in disbelief. If I'm gone for a day, my mom would call me 20 times to check on me. I'm different. My parents are busy. If I go out and tell them I'm away for a month, they wouldn't even inquire, Zhou Qiqi retorted. This one can also be dismissed. The child had cancer and died at 6, with no previous surgeries on the face. That leaves us with 7. Fang Yunqi promptly shared the revised list in the group chat. All remaining matches shared common traits, impoverished backgrounds, only children, facial injuries, some with burn scars. Others who had undergone surgery, and those who died in accidents or were murdered. In any case, they shouldn't differ too much. Have the team below visit and cross-reference with hospital records to identify any unique characteristics. Understood, Zhou Qiqi nodded, promptly arranging it. Despite her youth, she was far more reliable than many in their 20s or 30s, and her management skills were exceptional. Fang Yunqi trusted her completely. As Fang Yunqi pondered over the list, he found himself lost in thought. He couldn't recall any significant words from Xiaoqi. It was like a dream, elusive yet vivid. As if he remembered yet could not quite grasp it. He seemed to recall that delicate yet humble child pleading for something. Alongside memories of joyfully running outside to seek others. Loneliness, yet happiness. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yunqi smiled earnestly. I will certainly help you find them. Chapter 39. The shadow in the restroom. Due to his inconvenient condition, Fang Yunqi was unable to venture outside, to the outside world. It appeared as though his injuries had yet to fully heal, and he relied on the wheelchair for his own protection. The 7 families selected for interviews were all parents over the age of 50. Some had welcomed new children, while others had only each other for companionship in their twilight years. Regardless of their circumstances, the loss of a child was a profound sorrow that marked their lives. Though Fang Yunqi could not truly comprehend their pain, he could discern it through the audio in his headphones. Zhou Qiqi sat on the sofa, observing the weary expressions of the couple before her. After a moment, she stood, offered an apology, and exited. This was the second time she had encountered such a heart-wrenching scene that day, leaving her spirit utterly deflated. Once outside the corridor, she wearily remarked, "What should we do now?" "There is nothing we can do," Fang Yunqi replied in a calm demeanor. Such tragedies occur daily, and every family faces their share of misfortune. This is the stark reality of society, which we must accept, whether we like it or not. Zhou Qiqi had grown accustomed to Fang Yunqi's lessons on the harsh truths of life, so she refrained from further comment. Nevertheless, she felt a profound sense of desolation. After a brief pause, she rallied herself and inquired, "What should we do moving forward?" We haven't made any progress with Lin Muzin's contacts. And now the last lead has also been eliminated. What are our options? Fang Yunqi pondered in silence for a moment, unsure of where things had gone awry. However, it was impractical to risk his own well-being merely to catch a glimpse of Xiaoqi. Moreover, it seemed unlikely that a visitor from the underworld could return. After much contemplation, he concluded that he should instruct Zhou Qiqi to return to school while he devised another plan. He had indeed considered a rather rudimentary approach, to search for each individual listed on the form one by one. If all else failed, this would be the only recourse. Finding the boy seemed the simplest option. Although he could not recall the boy's appearance, the age bracket made identification easier. In contrast, the hospital was rife with women, men, and the elderly, and without any distinguishing features to aid in recognition. Fang Yunqi found himself at a loss. Another day passed in the confines of his home, where he lay in a state of ennui from day to night. This tedious existence offered a peculiar comfort, allowing him to disengage from all responsibilities, akin to a lifeless corpse. Shall I check again? Fang Yunqi inquired. Do you know any psychics? Spiritual mediums? Zhou Qiqi responded, her expression one of confusion. Are you referring to the fortune-telling grandmas, or those who summon spirits to wreak havoc? Or perhaps you mean the martial spirit, Qiao Yanbing? Get in touch with the Jade Emperor, Fang Yunqi replied tersely. There is no signal up there, Zhou Qiqi lamented. All right, I'm not sure about my peers, but Qi Xiaoyu and her friends often enjoy filming such things. Should I ask them? Ask. I'll do it, Fang Yunqi stated. Okay, Zhou Qiqi nodded. Without ending the video call, she immediately dialed a number, and the voice on the other end belonged to Qi Xiaoyu, the girl known for her artistic flair with stockings. She was also the belle of Qingqing No. 1 High School, a dreamlike figure among her peers. Hey, the voice on the line was buoyant, accompanied by the distant sound of music. Fang Yunqi promptly ended the call. After a prolonged wait, no one returned his call. At that moment, the normally harmless youth revealed the cold, detached gaze of a dictator, causing Zhou Qiqi to shiver involuntarily. His first rule for his subordinates was to abstain from alcohol. The second was to respond to calls. Breaching either rule meant dismissal, and there was no room for negotiation. After another minute, just as Fang Yunqi was about to instruct Lao Huang to terminate someone's employment, he received a video call. The video call signified the termination of Zhou Qiqi's call. Hey, no matter how beautiful and charming she was, even with a blush gracing her cheeks. In Fang Yunqi's eyes, Qi Xiaoyu was merely the pink-eared rabbit again. Her lips were painted a bright red, and she gazed intently at the camera, her breath uneven, seemingly in a restroom where the raucous sound still echoed. It's nothing, Fang Yunqi muttered, preparing to hang up. Wait, don't know my dad is here. Qi Xiaoyu's voice trembled. I didn't work today. I took a leave of absence. I still have my time off. Fang Yunqi turned his head. Working in the library was relatively easy, and due to the prolonged periods spent in such secluded spaces, it could be quite stifling. Generally, he paid little attention to what transpired within the rooms. His 30 subordinates were all quite young, the eldest being university students. Their lives were quite regimented, and they rarely requested leave unless absolutely necessary. Over time, he had forgotten the rules. After a moment of reflection, Fang Yunqi replied, if Lao Huang granted you leave, he should have confiscated your phone. Why do you still have it? Return it tomorrow. Because I knew you would look for me. You don't have my phone number. I was afraid you might not be able to find me. Qi Xiaoyu's tone was soft and gentle. In Fang Yunqi's eyes, there was no softness, only the image of a female rabbit writhing on the toilet. Let me know when you're awake, he said. About to end the call, when he suddenly noticed something amiss in the background. Was that a person? He furrowed his brow. What is that behind you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a chill ran down Qi Xiaoyu's spine. This was a restroom stall, and she was seated on the toilet. Fang Yunqi would never joke about such matters. Her first thought was that someone was filming her without consent. However, 10 seconds after his inquiry, she hesitantly asked, Are you still there? Yes, Fang Yunqi replied, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the ominous presence behind her. What have you attracted? I hope that when you arrive. I am still alive, Qi Xiaoyu nearly sobbed. I don't know. In that instant, the entity behind her vanished, and her phone slipped from her grasp, pointing upwards. With a muffled sound, a dark figure glided past, halting abruptly before the camera. It was the visage of a woman, one that appeared hauntingly sorrowful. Her gaze fixated on Fang Yunqi, her long hair obscuring her face, revealing only a portion of her features, a grayish-black countenance with pupils devoid of whites, staring intently at him. If I don't send you the directions, can you find me? Fang Yunqi concluded the video call without hesitation. He then donned his coat and exited the room. Chapter 40. Countdown to death in the depths of the night. Fang Yunqi traversed through the traffic. The driving husky, perplexed, remarked, You never visit nightclubs, do you? Have you ever seen a ghost, Brother Bao? Where in this world are there ghosts? You're just rambling. However, Director Fang has often posed this question to me. Brother Bao chuckled, recalling half a year ago when he accompanied Fang to the First People's Hospital, where the same inquiry arose. Did he fear ghosts? What did you say? Fang Yunqi inquired. I said I've never seen one, so I certainly don't fear them. If ghosts truly existed, they must be afraid of humans. Otherwise, why don't they roam about during the day? Humans can commit any deed. Upon death, do they become constrained? They would undoubtedly act without restraint. Brother Bao laughed heartily, lighting a cigarette. Human nature is inherently evil, without the constraints of law. Who knows how depraved people can become? That's quite a novel theory. Fang Yunqi replied with a smile, yet a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned Brother Bao at this hour. Glancing at his phone, he noted the unchanging location. How bizarre. Having lived in this world for over a decade without ever encountering a ghost, he pondered whether his near-death experience had somehow granted him the ability to perceive the unusual. Yet, he questioned if this newfound sight was indeed due to impending death. Speak up, what's the matter? Should I be cautious? Does black donkey hoof work? Or should we procure something like chicken blood? Brother Bao sensed the underlying concern in Fang Yunqi's words, his unease growing. After all, none had witnessed such phenomena, and their nature was unknown. Do you also read Ghost Blows Out the Light? Fang Yunqi chuckled. Both men felt increasingly anxious. Upon arriving at Box, the largest nightclub in Qiqing, a hub for wealthy second-generation elites and nouveau riche, they paused. The entrance was a spectacle of luxury cars, a vibrant array of sports vehicles. In contrast, Fang Yunqi, one of Qingqing's richest heirs, was seated in a mere Audi A6 worth only 500,000. The security guard merely acknowledged the presence of someone inside, allowing them entry without a second glance. As they exited the vehicle, Fang Yunqi shook his head in resignation. This was one of the 3 reasons he despised nightclubs. Individuals emerging from here often felt the world belonged to them, each person acting as if they were the rulers of the earth, burdened with endless trivialities that were better left unaddressed. What about the other 2 reasons? Brother Bao inquired. Too noisy, Fang Yunqi replied. As they approached the entrance, the booming bass of the music assaulted his eardrums. He quickly inserted noise-canceling earbuds to avoid being overwhelmed and asked Brother Bao, "Where do we enter?" Before Brother Bao could respond, 2 men in suits emerged. One wearing an earpiece and holding a walkie-talkie, projecting an air of professionalism. He bowed and shook Brother Bao's hand, saying, "Brother, if you wanted to come earlier, you should have let me know. I made arrangements for you." "All right." Brother Bao nodded, expressing his gratitude with a mere gesture, and led Fang Yunqi past security straight inside. "The ladies' restroom," Fang Yunqi stated. Without hesitation, Brother Bao seized the manager by the collar and declared, "Take me to the ladies' restroom." The manager, taken aback, complied, calling out a few instructions on his walkie-talkie. Fang Yunqi's head nearly exploded from the cacophony, making it impossible to discern the chatter. Shortly thereafter, a woman in professional attire approached, conversing with the manager before stepping inside to oversee the situation. Within minutes, several tall figures were obstructed at the entrance. Once the last restroom patron exited, the manager, with a stiff demeanor, led the 2 men inside. Fang Yunqi finally removed his earbuds. "How could you not have called Little Fatty for this?" Brother Bao chuckled, offering a cigarette to the nearby manager. "Little Fatty has too many wives. He doesn't care for such ephemeral beings," Fang Yunqi replied, pushing open stall doors until he reached the final one, which was jammed shut. "What?" The manager was stunned. The ladies' restroom had been recently renovated. It was impossible for anything to be amiss. "Don't come closer," Fang Yunqi warned. "I fear I might scare you to death." The manager stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. He scrutinized the glass mirror door, confirming it was made of thick, reinforced, soundproof glass. The clever design acknowledged the reality that men entering women's restrooms or vice versa typically had a purpose, given the limited facilities available. The door was locked from the inside. Unyielding. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yunqi asked, "Is there a key?" The female manager approached confidently. She understood that a person capable of securing a DJ booth next to the box was no ordinary individual. Thus, she handed over the key to Fang Yunqi. As he opened the door, Fang Yunqi felt a weight lift from his heart. At least the hippo wouldn't come looking for him regarding his daughter's predicament. Qi Xiaoyu was breathing steadily, evidently having fainted from sheer anxiety. A few beads of sweat lingered on her brow, and her attire appeared proper. Upon examination, there were no signs of struggle or harm. Fang Yunqi hoisted her onto his shoulder, declaring, "Let us go. Zhou Cheng is waiting at the entrance." Waving his phone, Brother Bao confirmed, "Zhou Cheng is Doctor Hu's chief disciple, a PhD from the Inner Qing Province Medical University. Both are practicing at the First People's Hospital in Inner Qing Province. Dr. Hu Yunfei is a highly regarded medical doctor in the country with remarkable skills. He is also a close friend of my father, Chairman Fang Zhengwei, having previously sent his top disciple, Zhou Cheng, to assist at Fang Zhengwei's side for 3 years. Thus, Zhou Cheng and Fang Yunqi shared a strong rapport. Zhou Cheng examined Qi Xiaoyu in the vehicle, while Brother Bao conversed with a portly middle-aged man outside, who appeared humble, with several managers behind him hesitant to speak. Clearly, he was the owner of the nightclub. "How is she?" Fang Yunqi hurriedly inquired, as Zhou Cheng finished packing his equipment. "She is fine, just fainted from fright. No need for hospitalization." Zhou Cheng packed away his stethoscope and shrugged. "Yunqi, while she won tea come to harm. I still can't fathom how you managed to scare a girl into fainting in a nightclub." Fang Yunqi grimaced. "She is the daughter of the deputy director of the Ministry of Public Security. Let us admit her. I'll check her again." Zhou Cheng's demeanor shifted. Retrieving his equipment. "The hospitalization fee will be charged to your card." The ambulance transported both Qi Xiaoyu and Zhou Cheng, which meant Fang Yunqi owed yet another favor. Dinners were inevitable. Zhou Cheng was a friend, not merely an employee. Such debts must be repaid. Contemplating his next move, he dialed a number. "My brother said you nearly scared Qi Xiaoyu to death at the hospital," Zhou Qiqi remarked. "Only you would believe your brother's words." Fang Yunqi retorted as he settled back into his car, intending to investigate Qi Xiaoyu's recent whereabouts and associations. "Any leads?" Zhou Qiqi inquired. Fang Yunqi sent a photograph, the restroom stall, where a note was affixed to Qi Xiaoyu's collar with a stapler. The note bore only 2 characters, 29. Into Volume 1, Chapter 41. The information of the employee Li Mingyao. There exists no greater embarrassment or annoyance than having to seek assistance from someone one detests. Such a task was certainly not destined for Fang Yunqi, thus it fell upon the unfortunate shoulders of Zhou Qiqi. The beleaguered woman sat at her desk, tilting her head to observe Wang Shua, who was dozing not far away. He appeared to have either spent the previous night engrossed in a game or had simply not rested well. "You are overthinking it," Lin Muzin assured her from beside Zhou Qiqi. "He merely sleeps as soon as class begins. With the separation of arts and sciences, I had thought there would be more girls than boys in the arts stream. Yet it seems there are so many boys now," Zhou Qiqi murmured. "Even mosquitoes are enrolling in the arts." "Naturally, there are more boys," Lin Muzin replied, reclining against the back wall of the classroom. "I have heard that at the police academy, they no longer differentiate between arts and sciences, and most art students are aiming for security positions. Who wouldn't want a stable job? Are you not enjoying your own stable job?" Zhou Qiqi retorted, pursing her lips. "Contracts here begin at 5 years, and renewals are for 10. You've been at Qingshan for 15 years. Isn't that a stable job?" "Qingshan." Lin Muzin shook his head in resignation. "I could very well work my entire life with my boss, but I am uncertain if I can remain at Qingshan for a lifetime." "Humph," Zhou Qiqi scoffed, eagerly awaiting the end of the school day to confront Wang Shua. She had rehearsed her words in her mind numerous times and had even enlisted the assistance of Lin Muzin, who was capable of both acting and fighting. If all else failed, they could resort to force or deception. After all, they were seasoned in the ways of the world and were not afraid of this scoundrel. "Don't you find it odd that so many people have been absent from class recently?" Zhou Qiqi scanned their classmates, noting several missing faces. "Our class has 58 students in total. Aside from the boss and the mosquito, only 2 others are absent. One is said to have been in an accident, and the other has a cold, or so the leave notes claim." Lin Muzin pondered for a moment, uncertain of the truth. Zhou Qiqi merely responded with a non-committal "oh," struggling to recall who was missing. At that moment, a notification appeared on her phone. Report number 49, inquiry results regarding Qi Xiaoyu. With her impending discussion with Wang Shua on the horizon, she had no time to delve into these matters and promptly forwarded the message to Old Huang, annotating it with, "Uncle Huang, I'm on a mission, please inform the boss." Old Huang replied succinctly, "Okay." Approximately 10 minutes later, Fang Yunqi, engrossed in battling monsters, received a call. "Regarding Qi Xiaoyu?" he inquired, puzzled. "All right, have her come to my house." "Understood." Old Huang was aware of the young master's limited mobility, rendering a trip to the library impractical. "I've sent her the address and asked Mei Jie to meet her at the entrance." Fang Yunqi hung up, not giving the matter another thought. He had already established that among those who frequently interacted with Qi Xiaoyu was Wang Shua. Thus, he believed that once he gained Wang Shua's cooperation, the rest would follow without issue. Earlier that morning, Zhang Jiwen had also contacted him, still fascinated by the case of the girl who had died behind the billboard a month prior. Initially, the conclusion was that she had succumbed to accidental death due to intoxication, much to the chagrin of the deceased family, who were reluctant to allow the police to perform an autopsy, leading to a stalemate. Having finally defeated the formidable boss before him, Fang Yunqi set down his controller just as Aunt Mei appeared at the door, knocking gently. "Young master, dinner is ready. Also, the person Old Huang mentioned has arrived." "Oh, take her to the dining room," Fang Yunqi replied. Aunt Mei maneuvered the wheelchair down the stairs. At first glance, he spotted the girl in the corner. The dining room was expansive, with over 60 square meters designated for dining alone, making it difficult to find a corner, yet this young girl was indeed nestled in one. She was of considerable height, approximately 1.7 meters, with thick, medium-length hair obscuring her face, rendering her eyes invisible. Fang Yunqi sent a message to old Huang requesting a photo. As the wheelchair slowly approached its destination, Aunt May called out to the kitchen, "The young master has arrived." The kitchen began to serve the dishes. Typically, Shinman would be present at this hour, leaving Fang Yunqi to dine alone. "Have you eaten?" Fang Yunqi suddenly inquired. The food smelled delightful, the chef's skills impressive. The girl, with her head bowed, surely caught a whiff of the aroma. If she hadn't eaten, she must have been quite hungry. "Take her to the dining area for a bite," Fang Yunqi instructed. "No." The girl's voice was loud, startling at first, but then dwindled to a whisper. "And no, it's all right. I'm not hungry." Fang Yunqi turned to look back at her, curious. She remained hunched over, avoiding eye contact, yet her slightly inward-turned feet betrayed her shyness and anxiety. She did not say she had already eaten, but rather, "I am not hungry. Sit down," Fang Yunqi commanded, his tone slightly firmer. The girl hesitated, ultimately taking a seat at the spot Fang Yunqi indicated. Aunt May, quick to respond, placed a dish of food in front of her. "Once she finishes, bring her here," Fang Yunqi added, then instructed, "First, take me to the living room." Observing the girl's reluctance to touch her food, he spoke to Aunt May, who understood the young master's intent and pushed him away. Let her finish before bringing her over. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Fang Yunqi returned to his game in the living room. The most skilled fabricators of tales in the world, aside from the politicians delivering speeches on YouTube, were Zhang Jiwen, who was engrossed in his case. In the span of a single meal, the mosquito had sent over 30 voice messages. As he watched the 60-second audio clips accumulate, Fang Yunqi responded with a simple mm. Soon after, another series of lengthy voice messages followed. "Finished eating, young master," Aunt May announced as she returned with the girl. "Make yourself comfortable." Fang Yunqi replied without turning around. The girl settled onto a nearby sofa, her head bowed, clutching her phone tightly. "Speak up, what have you discovered?" Fang Yunqi paused his game and turned to face her. The girl opened her phone. "I discovered that 3 people have mysteriously died, and 2 have been seriously injured, all related to Qi Xiaoyu," Fang Yunqi interjected. Yes, Qi Xiaoyu." The girl clenched her fists tightly, adding, "They have a cup of tea. I have difficulty moving, so I cannot pour it myself." Fang Yunqi gestured to the teapot nearby. "Do you know how to brew tea?" I don't." The girl inhaled sharply, on the verge of tears. "What is your name?" Fang Yunqi maneuvered his wheelchair closer to the tea table. "Li Mingyuan. Did you forget to bring your medication when you arrived?" Fang Yunqi inquired further. At this, Li Mingyuan lifted her head, her crystalline eyes blinking rapidly, tears streaming down her face. Just then, Zhou Cheng entered through the living room door, having removed his coat. "Hello. I am a doctor from the First People's Hospital of Nei Qing Province and a good friend of your boss, Zhou Qiqi. My name is Zhou Cheng." "You." "Hello," Li Mingyuan stammered. "Do not be afraid. Remain at ease. Whenever you need us, both I and your boss will be here," Zhou Cheng said with a reassuring smile directed at Li Mingyuan. Fang Yunqi grinned at Li Mingyuan. "Do you like Jay Cho?" "Yes." This time, her response was swift and emphatic. Chapter 42. The Discourse of Materialists on a Unique Occasion. Zhou Cheng and Fang Yunqi elucidated the concepts of depression and autism. The distinction between the two is apparent to patients and those familiar with these conditions, yet it remains elusive to outsiders. Autism manifests as a profound inability to communicate, with severely restricted linguistic capabilities and a lack of emotional connection with others. Thus, individuals seeking assistance due to familial survival issues would not be classified as autistic. From my understanding, when faced with difficulties, those with autism often resort to impulsive actions, including self-harm. In contrast, depression is characterized by an overwhelming and inexplicable despondency. For instance, one might experience a sudden emotional plunge after enjoying a roller coaster at Disneyland. While those around them remain exuberant, this reflects a profound sense of insecurity. Individuals suffering from depression often lose interest in all pursuits, experiencing heightened anxiety and forgetfulness. What distinguishes the suicides of depressed individuals from those with autism? Are they simply unable to cope? Fang Yunqi inquired, perplexed. No, the suicide of a depressed person frequently arises from a moment of clarity. Upon articulating this thought, Zhou Cheng found himself before Li Mingyuan. She slightly lifted her gaze, though most of her features remained obscured by her long hair. Zhou Cheng smiled at her, scrutinizing her for a moment before concluding that she was suffering from depression. Fang Yunqi spoke with unguarded normalcy, reassured by Zhou Cheng's presence. knowing he would support him should the need arise. Share your findings, Fang Yunqi prompted. Li Mingyuan's hand, which clutched her phone tightly, rose slowly. 3 deceased classmates. Wang Ran from the 2nd year at Qingcheng Experimental High School, Cui Yijie from the 3rd year at Qingcheng No. 9 Middle School, and Zheng Hao appear from the community. The severely injured include Zhao Yanan from Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School and Lin Yi from our class. What activities did they engage in together? Fang Yunqi pressed. They were all of similar age, indicating the presence of a special organization. They must have participated in something recently that precipitated these tragic events. They visited. 32 days ago, at the end of July, Li Mingyuan's voice trembled, not from fear of what was to come, but from growing anxiety. Take your time, there is no rush, Fang Yunqi reassured her gently. Why not have some tea? This blend is delightful. He gestured towards the incense burner beside the tea set, which wafted a serene fragrance. Zhou Cheng nudged a teacup towards Li Mingyuan, encouraging her to sip. She accepted the cup, took a delicate sip, and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor, prompting her to drink more. She was striving for survival. Worried that her report might anger her superiors, which contributed to her distress. Living cautiously stemmed from the fear of sudden calamities overwhelming her. Above all, she wanted to continue living. The Nanjing Provincial Hospital. After finishing her tea, Li Mingyuan finally articulated these 5 words. Surely they did not go there for treatment. Fang Yunqi concluded. They went to the 3rd building of the annex, that is, Building 6. These youngsters are dreadfully idle, Zhou Cheng interjected, unable to suppress his irritation upon hearing about Building 6. Is it haunted? Fang Yunqi speculated, sensing a connection. I cannot attest to its supernatural occurrences. But I do know that building has an unsettling reputation. The 1st and 2nd floors used to house obstetrics and gynecology, while the 3rd to 5th floors were intensive care units, and the basement served as a morgue. Zhou Cheng elaborated, quickly adding, however, I am a materialist and do not believe in ghosts. I simply find the atmosphere there uncomfortable. Due to renovation, the departments had relocated, and it was rumored that it would be repurposed for maternal and child health services. Fang Yunqi nodded. I, too, am a materialist, yet why were the ICU, obstetrics, and morgue situated together? I cannot say. Zhou Cheng radiated the essence of a materialist, despite sharing a materialist worldview. Fang Yunqi recognized that Zhou Cheng's perception of reality diverged significantly from that of those around him. Indeed, he inhabited a realm that was anything but ordinary. And then? Fang Yunqi inquired. Then, they stayed there overnight, and the following day, issues began to arise. The first was Zhao Yanan, who was involved in a car accident and remains hospitalized. The second, Cui Yijie, was found dead behind an advertisement at Huaishang Plaza. The third, what? Fang Yunqi's expression was one of disbelief. Another incident involving your family's enterprise, Zhou Cheng summarized. This revelation astonished Fang Yunqi. He never anticipated such a serendipitous connection, linking this case to Zhang Jiwen's investigation in such a dramatic fashion. No wonder Zhang Jiwen had pursued the matter for 3 days without resolution, only to succumb after visiting the hospital. The truth seemed elusive indeed. Given the gravity of the situation, Fang Yunqi felt compelled to engage further. Reports indicated that Qi Xiaoyu, while no longer in immediate danger, remained in a comatose state, likely related to the 4 individuals in question. It appeared that Fang Yunqi would need to undertake this investigation himself. Please send the materials to my phone, Fang Yunqi instructed. Have you been absent from class these past few days? I took a leave of absence, Li Mingyuan stammered. Why is that? Fang Yunqi probed. Due to family illness, requiring medical expenses, Li Mingyuan replied. Fang Yunqi nodded. Could you assist me in delivering this? Zhou Cheng readily agreed. Of course. As the two departed the room, Fang Yunqi immediately dialed Zhang Jiwen's number. The latter answered breathlessly, damn it, the family refuses to consent to an autopsy. I can't deal with this chaos anymore. I have a lead. An autopsy might yield results, Fang Yunqi succinctly stated. Wait. You're telling me you can solve a case while sitting at home? Are you Agatha Christie? What are you, writing murder on the Orient Express? Dream less. And you'll achieve more. Come secretly to fetch me tonight. I'll take you somewhere interesting. Sounds good. After ending the call, Fang Yunqi placed another call. Please help me connect with the administration of Nanjing Provincial Hospital. New investments are worth considering. Chapter 43. The care for depression. Horror films possess an undeniable allure, captivating individuals in various ways. Some revel in the visual, auditory, and sensory jolts they provide, while others, though filled with trepidation, cannot resist the urge to peek through their fingers, from the edges of their blankets, or through squinted eyes. Each person's perspective varies. For some, it serves merely as a temporary distraction, while others avoid them altogether. Some require the companionship of friends to muster the courage to watch, and a few are so enthralled that they wish to invite a ghost into their home for daily company. Qi Xiaoyu and her companions exemplify this obsession. They feel a profound sense of discomfort when deprived of such thrilling stimuli. This compulsion propels them towards the ominous building, eager to explore its mysteries. As Fang Yunqi stands before the eerie structure in the dead of night, he is acutely aware of its sinister reputation. Surely, he does not intend to embark on a similar adventure as the others? Zhou Qiqi trembles, her thoughts racing. Mosquito, I have so much life ahead of me. With ample time and youth. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. What? You've never had a boyfriend? Zhang Jiwen stares at Zhou Qiqi, momentarily taken aback. Exactly. Zhou Qiqi's legs begin to quiver as she swallows her fear. Can you discuss this with the boss? I'm not entirely comfortable with this. I still don't understand whether the Jade Emperor holds more authority than Jesus. Can I please not go in? You're so beautiful and have never had a partner? Zhang Jiwen's incredulity lingers. Zhou Qiqi, slightly irritated, realizes that this individual is her sole bargaining chip with the boss. She must keep her temper in check and calmly guide him through this psychological counsel. Look, I can't afford a partner. What is the point of seeking one? In this day and age, you just need to change into a dress and wear stockings after school, and you'll be the belle of the ball. You're no less than Qi Xiaoyu, Zhang Jiwen remarks. Zhou Qiqi shakes her head defiantly. I'm not interested in such things. Mosquito, you really need to talk to the boss. I can't go in. I'm terrified of what might follow me. While I trust the boss implicitly, you know how fleeting these encounters can be. I don't want to end up as a spectacle on a billboard. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Bao Gu and Fang Yunqi appeared, the former wielding a flashlight. The sight of Bao Gu, burdened with a backpack, nearly brought Zhou Qiqi to tears. She dashed to Fang Yunqi's side. Are you here to resign? Fang Yunqi cuts to the chase. No. I just meant if the boss is going in. I can't let him go alone. Just provide me with some settling-in funds. Zhou Qiqi stammered, her tears threatening to spill. Did you think I came here to film a horror movie? Fang Yunqi asked, intrigued. Can we skip the theatrics? In that instant, the darkness before them illuminated magnificently. Zhou Qiqi spun around, astonished to see the once foreboding building now aglow. Approximately 200 laborers, armed with shovels and various tools, began to enter. A foreman donned in a white helmet approached, inquiring, who is in charge? I am, Bao Gu replied. You're with Qingfa, right? Yes, indeed. Your approval process is the fastest I've ever seen. Leave this renovation project to us. I assure you we will demolish everything within 3 days, the foreman boasted. The crew has rested well today. Just watch us work. Let us head inside, Fang Yunqi suggested. With 200 workers leading the way, if there are any ghosts lurking, they'll take a while to reach you. Zhou Qiqi, overwhelmed with gratitude, felt tears of joy welling up. It was clear that Fang Yunqi, despite his own fears, orchestrated this grand endeavor not out of extravagance, but out of genuine concern for practical matters. While he may lack expertise in strategic business development, he excels in rallying public support for his enterprise. This marks the beginning of his plan. As they entered the spacious room, a vast foyer typical of a hospital greeted them, its dilapidated state evoking terror in the dark. Yet now, illuminated, it resembled a playful spectacle. Just as they stepped inside, a sound of hurried footsteps reverberated behind them. Zhang Jiwen turned first to see a girl in a school uniform. Li Mingyuan. Fang Yunqi was surprised. She was an endearing figure, a dolphin, albeit with her head bowed and cheeks slightly flushed, clutching her clothes nervously. Upon seeing Fang Yunqi and the others, she resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, rendered speechless. Ah, you're here. Fang Yunqi smiled warmly. Come in. We just arrived. Dolphin Li Mingyuan responded awkwardly, pulling out a rather unremarkable thermos, a plain stainless steel one wrapped in red yarn, seemingly to prevent burns. After taking a large sip, she steadied her breath and hurried to follow Fang Yunqi. He ignored her and said, lead the way. Oh, okay. In Fang Yunqi's eyes, she was akin to a dolphin waddling along, amusingly clumsy. Jiangqi and Husky followed closely, while Big Bear leaned in to whisper, where did this treasure come from? Depression. Fang Yunqi sighed. She's in our class, just like you and me, 17 years old. Really? Zhang Jiwen, an inherently gentle soul, whose kindness stemmed in part from his father's influence, felt a wave of empathy wash over him. Realizing Fang Yunqi's intention, he asked, you plan to help her? Why not? Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. She's our classmate and an employee of mine. Given the gravity of the situation, as her employer, should I not take responsibility? You're right, Zhang Jiwen acknowledged. But at this age, it's often familial issues at play. Look at her water bottle. What era are we in? Who still uses such a thing? It's not like girls are afraid to carry cute items anymore. It's 11:30, and she is still in her school uniform. Her family must be struggling. Then let us find a way to improve things. Fang Yunqi pointed ahead. They've discovered something. Improve? Only you could articulate that so well, Zhang Jiwen reflected. Chapter 44. The girl at night. The room was not particularly spacious, and as they walked through, nothing of significance caught their eye. The details of the case lingered in Li Mingyuan's mind, and the others did not rush to inquire, following her at a leisurely pace. While the adorable dolphin was preoccupied with her phone, studying the route. Is the surveillance working here? Zhang Jiwen inquired. The power has only been restored for a few minutes. Why would you assume the surveillance is operational? Zhou Qiqi regarded Zhang Jiwen as if he were foolish, adding, honestly, your intellect seems ill-suited for detective work. Perhaps you are better suited to napping and eating. Zhang Jiwen, adopting an air of superiority, turned to Fang Yunqi. Without cameras, how can we ascertain what transpired that day? Before he could finish his statement, he noticed Fang Yunqi and Li Mingyuan examining something on her phone. Leaning in to take a look, he saw Qi Xiaoyu comforting a sobbing female classmate, the surrounding environment cloaked in darkness. It must be here, Li Mingyuan remarked, scrutinizing the decor and circumstances around her. She turned to Fang Yunqi. Boss, this room is undoubtedly the one. Look, Fang Yunqi took the phone, confirming it was indeed the site of the incident. After glancing at the room number upon entering, they could ascertain its identity. However, upon viewing the footage, it was clear that many discrepancies existed. For instance, a black frame was visible in their video, yet it was absent in the current room. After circling back, the differences between the rooms were stark. Each room bore distinct decor. This one was the most fitting. It seems they did nothing at all. Zhou Qiqi observed the image on her phone, noting that the girl appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. Could it be that there are truly ghosts? Zhang Jiwen raised an eyebrow. Something feels off. They encountered this situation only after the game, right? As for the supernatural, its authenticity is beyond anyone's assertion. Fang Yunqi remained silent, contemplating the situation, before exhaling in resignation. Shall we head back? Today's hopes seemed dim. In Qingcheng, certain alleys were deemed too perilous to traverse after school. In the underdeveloped districts, dilapidated passageways existed, devoid of light, foot traffic, or residents. Only a dark corridor remained. A dark figure slinked into the passage, enveloped instantly by shadows, and faintly, one could hear the sound of muffled sobs, not tears, but a wail emanating from deep within. As he took a few steps, the moonlight fell at an odd angle, casting a dim glow on the path ahead, where an inexplicable silhouette appeared. Wang Shuo trembled as he faced the figure, a voice of anguish escaping his lips. Why you? Go away. Just go away. The figure remained motionless, standing still. Please. I beg you. Wang Shuo cried out. Don't come closer. Don't. He collapsed to the ground, his desperate pleas piercing the night. As if he had encountered the most terrifying sight in existence. Moonlight slowly illuminated his face, revealing terror and despair. When the moonlight reached the visage of the figure opposite him, a horrific countenance emerged, a deep scar running from the left corner of her eye down to the middle of her mouth. Blood dripped from her gaping lips, and various wounds adorned her shoulders, confirming her identity as a woman by her long hair and the white spaghetti strap dress she wore. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Please, I beg you, spare me. Wang Shuo's voice echoed in the surroundings. At that moment, one of the woman's hands slowly extended towards Wang Shuo, her voice trembling as she said, You must die. A ghastly scream erupted as Wang Shuo lay motionless on the ground. In an instant, the wind howled. A cold breeze brushed against a yellow monk's robe, a golden staff protruding prominently before the youth. Is this your chosen ally? Fang Yunqi stood at the alley's entrance, staring in astonishment at the husky beside him. The dog revealed its tattooed skin for reassurance, nodding calmly. This is the abbot of Dazhao Temple, known as a living Buddha. Do not underestimate him. See how the malevolent wind has ceased. Brother Bao was undoubtedly confident, yet Fang Yunqi perceived his lack of assurance, for the old abbot faced Wang Shuo, exuding righteousness. Though he appeared handsome, the terrifying figure loomed behind him, and he showed no awareness of it. Can you see that girl? Fang Yunqi asked. Girl? Brother Bao was taken aback. Confirming he could not see her, Fang Yunqi stepped into the alley. Hi, monk, Fang Yunqi called, standing beside the old abbot. Upon recognizing Fang Yunqi, the abbot's expression shifted immediately. Benefactor, you must leave quickly. The atmosphere is laden with malevolence. If danger arises, I cannot protect you. No need for that. The young lady seems harmless. She likely means no harm. I shall converse with her, Fang Yunqi replied with a smile. What young lady? The old abbot was taken aback. Fang Yunqi turned to glance at the girl, who, while possessing a terrifying appearance, still bore a semblance of beauty. She did not resemble a malevolent spirit, but rather someone who seemed to frighten. Forget the young lady. Brother Bao is waiting over there. I will check on my classmate and ensure he reaches the hospital safely. At that moment, Brother Bao stepped in to mediate. Master, please, allow me to escort you back. I wish to discuss the temple's construction with you. This is our boss's wish. As he watched the two depart, Fang Yunqi approached Wang Shua's side. Checking for breath, he was merely unconscious. Can you see me? A calm voice inquired. Yes, Fang Yunqi smiled. Not only that, but I seem to have unraveled many mysteries. What? The girl furrowed her brow. You should also belong to that hospital, for it is what they did that allowed you to emerge, Fang Yunqi explained. The girl nodded. Who are you? I have never encountered anyone who could see me. I have never seen you either. It is just that recently. Fang Yunqi smiled. Are you planning to kill me? Logically, yes, but I sense a familiar essence within you, the girl replied evenly. Then it is settled, Fang Yunqi grinned. I am here to assist you. Chapter 45. Are you not afraid? Are you not afraid? The girl sat beside Fang Yunqi, while Wang Shua continued to lie on the ground. Fang Yunqi and she sat at the corner of the alley. What is there to fear? Fang Yunqi inquired. Me. The girl replied candidly. Do I not appear frightening? Well, Fang Yunqi pondered for a moment. I suppose you are somewhat unsettling, but in my world, it is not particularly terrifying. Your world? Yes, that is one way to comprehend it. Fang Yunqi realized he struggled to articulate his thoughts. It's akin to a paradox. They say if from birth you perceive the color of the sky as green, yet everyone insists it is blue. You would eventually accept that green is blue and live a life akin to theirs. Do you grasp my explanation? I do not, the girl responded. I feel rather dim-witted. Your words are too profound for me to understand. Fang Yunqi decided to abandon this method of communication. Think of it this way. I can see you, while others cannot. Do you understand? Only in my world can I perceive you. In others' worlds, you do not exist. Oh, I think I understand now, she said. But in my world, I can also see myself. Does that imply that we exist in the same realm? Fang Yunqi realized that further discussion would only confuse her. So he shifted the topic. Why are you searching for him? He provoked me. Should I not confront him? The girl rolled up her sleeves, her demeanor fierce. How did he provoke you? Fang Yunqi asked, perplexed. He cannot see you. He has no idea where you are. How could he have upset you? I too am puzzled. Several of them came to my house, set a fire without a word, and then brought in a peculiar plate, claiming they wanted to play a game. I found it intriguing and approached to see what they were doing, the girl recalled. Are you referring to when Qi Xiaoyu and the others visited? Fang Yunqi inquired. Oh, you know about that. She looked at him with a strange expression. Of course I do, he replied, somewhat exasperated. If the perpetrator were indeed this girl before him, he would struggle to explain her existence to Zhang Jiwen. How could he account for someone who could not be restrained by handcuffs? And then, he pressed. You approached them. How did they provoke you? Oh, the girl pouted. They were engaged in some bizarre ritual, invoking various deities, which left me utterly bewildered. And most importantly, they began asking questions, several of them holding a pen, inquiring about my name. And then that pen started to move. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed. Is there a ghost in this world? Why did the pen move? It began to spell out a name, something like. Regardless, I forget, she reiterated. But I assure you, it moved on its own, not due to those 6 individuals. Fang Yunqi found it hard to fathom that this girl seemed genuinely frightened by what she described. So, you intend to kill them? He asked, bemused. What? Do not slander me. I do not wish to kill them, she protested. I merely intended to frighten them. Generally, once they admit their wrongdoing, I pay no further attention. After all, they were engaging in such nefarious activities at my residence, which I found quite displeasing. Her justification seemed reasonable, yet Fang Yunqi felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. You have no intention of killing them? He asked incredulously. Yet some among them have indeed perished. The girl looked at him quizzically. Which ones? He produced 3 photographs. Do these ring a bell? Raising an eyebrow, she replied. Of course, I remember this girl vividly. I was the second to bully her. Although I despised her, I never intended to kill her. I merely locked her in the top floor of Huishang and left after securing the door. He had no doubt she was being truthful. He inhaled deeply. And you simply left? Indeed, she affirmed. I have no reason to deceive you. Were it not for your ability to see me, I would not bother conversing with you at all. Fang Yunqi found this assertion undeniable. Tilting his head, he inquired, and the second individual? The male? She recalled. I remember forcing him into a restroom and cutting off the electricity. He was clueless, kneeling and pleading with me. I realized he was genuinely remorseful. So I chose to ignore him. Thus, I have a clearer understanding, Fang Yunqi said as he rose, brushing off his trousers. What about you? Do you intend to continue frightening others? Indeed, she proclaimed resolutely. Oh, by the way, I have yet to ask your name. Me? Fang Yunqi introduced himself. The girl sighed. Thank you. It has been ages since someone accompanied me in conversation. I had nearly forgotten what people looked like. Oh, by the way, Fang Yunqi added. Do you know a boy named Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi. She shook her head. I have no recollection. Why do you ask? Nothing of consequence. As the sound of an ambulance faded into the distance, Fang Yunqi dialed Zhang Jiwen's number. The three homicides bear no relation to these events. Let us examine the connections between them. We can now proceed with filing a case, he stated. What is it? The family refuses an autopsy, making it impossible to ascertain the cause of death. Zhang Jiwen's voice rose with urgency. Do you have any new information? Please share. The first case involved a fall from a height. The second occurred in a bar restroom due to excessive vomiting, leading to asphyxiation. And the third was a fatality from a collision. All three cases appear to be suicides. It is entirely reasonable that no one consents to an autopsy. Wishing to bury their loved ones quickly, Fang Yunqi elaborated. Indeed, Zhang Jiwen concurred. And what about the three unexpected individuals? Fang Yunqi inquired. The first was locked on the school rooftop overnight and suffered from hypothermia. The second was involved in a car accident but survived, while the third is. Qi Xiaoyu, Zhang Jiwen seemed to recall something. Now we have a fourth incident, Fang Yunqi remarked, in a dark corridor. A young man was terrified to the point of near collapse. Are you suggesting? Zhang Jiwen's hair stood on end. There were a total of 8 individuals present. Yet only 4 are connected. Indeed, Fang Yunqi confirmed. Of those 4, 3 have died, while the remaining 4 have sustained injuries, but are not in critical condition. I understand. Zhang Jiwen shouted before abruptly ending the call. Chapter 46. The terror of night. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yunqi prepared to return home. After all, there were still eyes watching him from the outside, and any slip could lead to dire consequences. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression tightened as he dialed the number again. Hello, hello. The voice on the other end was cautious. Li Mingyuan seemed to still be in the hospital. What about the others? Fang Yunqi inquired. They have all left. It's just me. I'm all alone. Li Mingyuan replied. Tell me, of the 8 people, who is unscathed now? Fang Yunqi pressed. Unscathed? No one. Wait. There's one. Wu Wentao from our neighboring class. He was the last one who wasn't injured. Find out where he is, Fang Yunqi commanded. Li Mingyuan took a deep breath. Fang Yunqi was puzzled. After a brief pause, Li Mingyuan continued. He is Zhao Yanan's boyfriend, the one who was hit by a car before. He should be at. Which hospital? Fang Yunqi interrupted. The affiliated hospital. Before Li Mingyuan could finish, Fang Yunqi abruptly ended the call. Surprised for a moment, Li Mingyuan hurriedly rushed out. Zhao Yanan lay in a hospital room. She was a student from out of town. Her parents were busy during the harvest season, and upon hearing the news of their daughter's accident, they immediately sought out Wu Wentao, her childhood friend from the same village. Wu Wentao and Zhao Yanan's families had known each other for generations, and both students were the pride of their respective families. They shared a deep affection for one another, and now, after the accident, Wu Wentao remained by her side in the hospital, steadfastly supporting Zhao's elderly parents. Fortunately, Zhao Yanan had awakened. Yanan, Wu Wentao exclaimed with joy, quickly pressing the hospital call button. The doctor arrived immediately. Zhao Yanan appeared dazed, although her eyes were open. She exhibited no awareness. Even when Wu Wentao called her name, there was no response. What's wrong? Wu Wentao asked anxiously. Why isn't she reacting? Is she in a vegetative state? That's unlikely, the doctor replied, examining the patient's chart. She's merely in a phase of traumatic recovery. Although she can open her eyes, her brain is still in a state of unconsciousness. Awakening is a gradual process, and the anesthetics from the surgery have yet to fully dissipate. Oh, how long will it take for her to recover? Wu Wentao inquired. It's best to gently wipe her body with a damp towel and engage in some physical rehabilitation. There's nothing else to particularly worry about. You can prepare what's needed, the doctor instructed. Wu Wentao nodded and exited the room to gather the necessary items. In the quiet of the hospital at midnight, footsteps echoed down the corridor, enveloping Wu Wentao in a sense of solitude. He pressed the button and awaited the arrival of the elevator. Ding! The lights gradually brightened. And as the elevator doors opened, it was empty. Wu Wintao stepped inside, took out his phone, and began to scroll through a short video app, shattering the silence. The inpatient department was on the 7th floor, and there was no elevator service at night. Inside the lengthy elevator, there was only a solitary stool and Wu Wintao, who lowered his head, oblivious to the floor numbers above. Hearing the doors open, he stepped out. At that moment he put away his phone. Confusion washed over him. He turned abruptly, but the elevator had vanished. It was pitch black. He could not see his hand in front of his face. Quickly, he turned on his phone's flashlight. Confirming his surroundings were still within the hospital, yet not a single light was illuminated, nor was there any moonlight. 1301, 1302, 1303, the room numbers all began with 13. But he knew there was no such floor in this hospital. His heart sank. Wu Wintao shouted, "Is anyone there? Hello?" His voice echoed, reverberating through the silence, sending chills down his spine. He hastily dialed his phone, pressing 3 digits. 110. The familiar melody played, but the connection faltered after a pause. "Hello, hello?" Wu Wintao exclaimed anxiously. Yet, there was still no answer on the other end. "Respond," Wu Wintao shouted. "Why are you so anxious?" A strange voice whispered from beside him, startling Wu Wintao, who immediately dropped his phone. The light from the device faded, plunging him once more into darkness. "Ah!" he screamed. Turning back, "Who are you? What do you want?" Do you not remember?" "It's still me," the eerie voice echoed in his ears, right behind him. Wu Wintao spun around. Darkness. But he knew someone was there. There had to be someone. He quickly retrieved a lighter from his pocket. Click. Nothing. Click. Still nothing. Click. 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 After several attempts, it finally flickered to life, but only briefly. Wu Wintao's trembling hand released the lighter. In that instant, he caught a glimpse of what lay before him. He could not be certain if it was human. He only recognized a pool of blood. Blurred blood. There was flesh. Bones. Everything. And a smile. He trembled all over, shrieking as he stepped back. One step, another. He seemed to touch something. Soft, yielding. A hint of coldness. A hint of moisture. His hand became coated with a viscous substance. He clawed at it, his heart sinking. "What do you want? Please, I beg you." Wu Wintao cried out. "Have you forgotten what you did?" The eerie voice taunted, blowing softly behind him. Wu Wintao, like a startled bird, stumbled forward and fell to the ground, curling into himself, paralyzed by fear, shouting, "No. No. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. Go find them. They did this to you. They. Is that so? Was it not you?" The voice persisted. Wu Wintao opened his mouth wide, scrambling forward, crying out, "It was me. It was me. Songwen. It was me. I beg you. It has nothing to do with me. It was Wang Ran. It was Cui Yijia. It was Zheng Hao. They were the ones who hurt you. I had nothing to do with it. What then did you do?" The eerie voice tightened its grip. I just watched. I didn't dare. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." After uttering those words, Wu Wintao lost consciousness. Chapter 47. Strange Tales from the Hospital. When Wu Wintao returned to the hospital, he had assumed a new identity, transforming from a caretaker into a patient. In contrast, Zhao Yanan had transitioned from being a patient to a caregiver. Li Mingyuan and Fang Yunqi stood outside the ward, which had been entirely taken over by the first investigative team. As the second team leader, Lu Juanrong was currently conducting an inquiry within the Qingshan group. It was the captain of the first team who had arrived. The captain bore a face marked by yellow spots, his stature modest, and he was accompanied by a charming schnauzer that seemed to possess an air of sophistication. His eyebrows appeared to stretch towards his shoulders, broadening the width of his face, while his curly hair and elongated visage lent him an appearance that was both formidable and amusing. He intended to project an image of seriousness before Fang Yunqi. "I am Kong Lianxing, the captain of the first investigative team," he stated, extending his hand to Fang Yunqi in a gesture of respect. Clearing his throat, he continued, "You are the eyewitness, correct?" Fang Yunqi was not a legendary figure within the police force. Such accolades were typically associated with Zhang Jiwen, the prominent son of a powerful family. Therefore, it was understandable that Kong Lianxing did not recognize Fang Yunqi. After scrutinizing Li Mingyuan and Fang Yunqi, he said, "Let us proceed with the statement." There was no reason to refuse cooperation with the police investigation, and Fang Yunqi was a law-abiding citizen. He accompanied Li Mingyuan into the office. Two detectives activated the recording device, directing it towards Fang Yunqi and Li Mingyuan as Kong Lianxing began his inquiry. "What brings you here?" he asked, adjusting his glasses. "We are classmates from school. We came to check on her," Fang Yunqi replied. I beg to differ. Upon your arrival, you did not speak a word to her. While I acknowledge that you discovered the injured party, there was no interaction between you, correct? Kong Lianqing stated. I checked the victim's phone. There is not even a contact number for you. Fang Yunqi smiled, recognizing the captain's astuteness. We are indeed classmates, albeit unacquainted. Zhao Yanan is in fact my classmate. Very well. Please tell me the purpose of your visit and the circumstances that led to Wu Wentao's unconsciousness in the hospital corridor. Kong Lianqing inquired. I do not know. Since our classmate failed to attend school, we merely intended to check on him. As for his fainting, you may review the surveillance footage. We did not even touch him before he collapsed, Fang Yunqi explained. Kong Lianqing nodded slightly. To him, they were simply two high school students. Even if there were a connection, they would not flee. Thus, he did not wish to waste time. A murder case involving 3 lives loomed before him, and these 2 students were his final leads. It was imperative to ascertain their situation promptly. Fang Yunqi and Li Mingyuan exited the hospital. Once outside, they entered Baoga's car. Li Mingyuan retrieved her phone and handed it to Fang Yunqi. Lin, Brother Lin has found the surveillance footage. Here, take a look. Fang Yunqi accepted the phone, scrutinizing the images displayed. The footage showed the corridor outside the ward. At 1:48, the door stirred, revealing Wu Wentao emerging with a dazed expression and sluggish steps, reminiscent of a famished individual stumbling from a room. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. The sound of his distress prompted Zhao Yanan to rush out of the room. Yet, as she approached Wu Wentao, his face contorted in terror as if he had encountered something ghastly, and his cries grew more frantic. Please, no, I beg you, don't. His piercing pleas echoed throughout the corridor, coinciding with Fang Yunqi and the other's entrance. Fang Yunqi positioned himself between Wu Wentao and Zhao Yanan, after which Wu Wentao succumbed to unconsciousness. Is that all? Fang Yunqi sighed, shaking his head as he returned the phone to Li Mingyuan. She received it, contemplating, actually. Fang Yunqi tilted his head, intrigued. There are still many things worth noting, she continued. It seemed that after spending several days together, Li Mingyuan's hostility towards him had diminished, and her demeanor was no longer as timid. This was a positive development. Fang Yunqi recognized that understanding her was a necessary process. What do you mean? Tell me, he prompted. Li Mingyuan swallowed hard before pointing at the screen. I don't know why, but something about this person seems peculiar. The way he left and how he apologized do not seem like words exchanged between a couple. If they were indeed in a romantic relationship, it would not be like this, would it? Fang Yunqi remained silent, uncertain about the dynamics of romantic relationships. So, the person he saw at that moment could not have been Zhao Yanan. Yet this raises further questions. Unless he was experiencing some sort of hallucination or similar condition, it remains difficult to explain, Li Mingyuan mused, casting a puzzled glance at Fang Yunqi. However, what you have done in recent days, I find somewhat confusing. Confusion is preferable, Fang Yunqi replied. Understanding may still pose problems. Li Mingyuan, bewildered, pouted before continuing. Regardless of the nature of this situation, I find it exceedingly dangerous. If our adversary is someone beyond our control, we must refrain from acting recklessly. With the police present, we have no need to rush. Li Mingyuan's reasoning was sound, and Fang Yunqi had no intention of intervening. However, Qi Xiaoyu, who lay unconscious in the hospital, remained a concern. If there were potential dangers tied to her, the consequences could be dire. Numerous questions lingered, such as the whereabouts of Xiao Qi and others. Finding them depended on Qi Xiaoyu. This was a matter of reciprocity. If he failed to resolve the issues concerning her, it was uncertain whether she would be willing to assist him in the future, especially after having suffered such a significant loss. How could she possibly aid him without cause? After all, even when discussing matters within a hierarchical context, if the other party was unwilling, it was unlikely any binding agreement could compel subordinates to assist their superior in dubious endeavors. Fang Yunqi had never engaged in unlawful activities. Chapter 48. 40 seconds is sufficient in the grand scheme of things. This matter is not particularly difficult. However, it is indeed peculiar. The peculiarity lies in the fact that Fang Yunqi can perceive individuals invisible to others and communicate with them, a feat unattainable by anyone else. This presents a considerable challenge in solving the case. He finds himself unable to share this predicament with anyone, leaving him to vent his frustrations by playing video games at home. At 3:30 in the morning, with no hint of fatigue, he stared at the screen, where Takuya Kimura was energetically vanquishing the villains on his face, while Fang Yunqi wore a frown of despair. Suddenly, the phone rang. Fang Yunqi furrowed his brow. At this hour, It was improbable that anyone would call him without a pressing reason. It was an unfamiliar number. He connected his Bluetooth headset, paused the game, and reclined on the sofa. A breathy sound followed by a malicious chuckle filled the air. It was a woman. A fleeting memory of her voice stirred within Fang Yunqi. While the police take 1 minute and 35 seconds to identify a person, I only require 1 minute. Fang Yunqi was forthright. Regrettably, that burden falls upon you. The voice belonged to none other than the woman who had escaped from him. Uxian. Little brother, the things you perceive must be numerous, right? Uxian's laughter was reminiscent of a charming young girl. Fang Yunqi remained silent. The shock she evoked seemed to eclipse his current circumstances. It was at this moment he realized that his entire experience may not be as singular as he had once believed. The world he saw was not utterly unique. Little brother, what you see may be real or perhaps an illusion. However, I must share something that might be difficult for you to accept. You have long departed from your previous self. The person you are now is entirely new. I know a peculiar uncle has already found you, but I hope you do not let your past thoughts blind your eyes. Are you suggesting I abandon my life to follow you? Fang Yunqi found the notion amusing. Do not presume that your current understanding can grasp the world you face. It is not a simple matter, Uxian retorted. You may attempt to resolve this situation and then seek me out. I will provide you with a satisfactory conclusion. With that, the call ended. The timing was impeccable, 47 seconds. A few more seconds, and Fang Yunqi could have pinpointed her location. He inhaled deeply, gazing at the screen which had transformed into a blinding white expanse, reminiscent of a television devoid of signal, filled with static. Without realizing it, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Qi Xiaoyu had returned. This was the news Fang Yunqi received early in the morning. She had merely been unconscious but underwent various physical examinations upon awakening, showing no issues. The hospital released her, and she went directly to school without resting. Thus, a breakfast appeared on Fang Yunqi's desk. Isn't it strange? The school bell presents you with breakfast in front of everyone, Zhang Jiwen remarked, turning to Fang Yunqi. This must have caught you off guard. Not really, Fang Yunqi replied, opening the lunchbox which seemed hastily purchased rather than meticulously prepared. Well, Zhou Qiqi gasped. Observing the heart-shaped fried egg, I sensed the scent of love in the air. Fang Yunqi ignored her as he began to eat. How is your investigation progressing? I thought I might see you at the hospital last night. I would have gone, but I don't have much rapport with Captain Kong and didn't want to leverage connections with him. Instead, I relied on Sister Lu's help to review the reports at the bureau, Zhang Jiwen explained. I saw the surveillance footage. Could you recount the situation for me? There wasn't much to it, Fang Yunqi replied, shaking his head in resignation. I still need to investigate the 3 deceased individuals. I doubt Qi Xiaoyu and the others have any pertinent information. I spoke with Qi Xiaoyu. She accompanied her friend out of interest in such matters. She knows nothing about spiritual communication, but she did make some observations. After all, Wang Shuo is pursuing Qi Xiaoyu. If you could persuade her to inquire. Those close to Wang Shuo might have something to share, Zhang Jiwen speculated. Why should I be the one to investigate? Why not you? Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Isn't she your employee? Zhang Jiwen paused, taken aback. She hasn't signed any contract with me, Fang Yunqi replied, perplexed. There is no need for her to follow my every command. Seeing he had no choice, Zhang Jiwen awkwardly conceded, fine, I'll ask her myself. After finishing their meal, class commenced officially. Zhao Yanan and Wang Shuo had yet to arrive at school. If they wished to delve deeper, they would need to continue engaging with them. Fang Yunqi sat in class, distractedly playing on his phone while listening to the lecture. The National Day holiday was approaching, followed by examinations. Shortly after, the head of the Academic Affairs Office, sporting a receding hairline, approached the door of Class 10 and knocked. The animated lecture came to an abrupt halt. Please call Fang Yunqi to the front, the head of the Academic Affairs Office requested. The instructor merely gestured in compliance. The two remained silent until they entered the office of the head of the Academic Affairs Office, where a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure awaited him. A competent-looking man stood up upon seeing Fang Yunqi, first thanking the head of the Academic Affairs Office before closing the door, leaving only the two of them. Hello. It's our second meeting. The voice was familiar. Fang Yunqi immediately recognized him as the leopard next to the hippo that day, Golden Leopard, if he recalled correctly. Hello. Fang Yunqi nodded politely. What brings you here? Last night, we monitored your phone. Someone made a call to you, Golden Leopard stated. Uxian, Fang Yunqi replied without hesitation. Golden Leopard crossed his legs. What did she say? She mentioned that my current world is different from the past and urged me to contemplate seriously. Fang Yunqi explained as he took a seat. And your response? I told her I need only 1 minute to locate her, Fang Yunqi asserted. Golden Leopard's expression brightened slightly. I hope your future conversations with her are recorded. Why is that? Fang Yunqi inquired, puzzled. I can trace her location through subtle clues, Golden Leopard explained. I can tell you, she is in Qingqing. Fang Yunqi smiled. How do you know? Clasping his hands together, Fang Yunqi replied earnestly, because she called me. Just from a phone call? Golden Leopard was baffled. You haven't pinpointed her exact location, but I heard it. Just 40 seconds. Yes, those 40 seconds are all I need. A confident smile graced Fang Yunqi's face. That was sufficient. Chapter 49. Just 40 seconds. What leads you to believe you know her whereabouts? The leopard-eyed Huang, puzzled, could scarcely accept everything Fang Yunqi had asserted, and his mind raced to decipher the technological means by which the other had ascertained Yuxian's location. This matter was of utmost significance to him. It is evident that you are eager to know. Fang Yunqi produced his phone, directing its screen towards the leopard-eyed man. However, there are certain matters I can assist you with, and others I cannot, such as this one. I genuinely wish to help you. He amplified the volume to its maximum, and the recording of his conversation with Yuxian from the previous night resonated in the air. The two maintained absolute silence as they absorbed the entirety of the 40-second dialogue. Upon concluding, Fang Yunqi stowed his phone, observing the bewildered expression on Huang's face. Rising, he declared, my positioning system is directly linked to the Beidou satellite system. Thus its speed and programming differ remarkably from the ordinary. It first narrows down to the provincial level, pinpointing by latitude and longitude with negligible variance. Approaching the direction of Yinjing, the distance is merely 300 kilometers. So you knew from the very beginning? No, I only discovered it after our call ended. Fang Yunqi approached the doorway, asserting that he had listened only once. Just as Huang had. If you cannot glean any useful information from this, I am under no obligation to instruct you. With that, he strode out of the office. Hello, Bureau Chief. Huang picked up the phone in his hand. Do you understand? Huang Tao, the voice of Chief Chi seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Lightly chuckling, this lad has analyzed a great deal in just 40 seconds. Tell me, what did you hear? Huang Tao, with a tinge of bitterness, replied. I heard the sound of car horns, a cacophony of noises, and I also heard. After carefully retracing his thoughts, Huang Tao frowned in concentration. Struggling to discern what exactly he had heard. The sound of wind, Chief Chi interjected. Yes, Huang Tao exclaimed, but what does the sound of wind prove? Are there places in this world where the wind does not blow? Since we are already within the bounds of Nanjing province, and have identified a location merely 300 kilometers from Yanjing, the presence of car horns, multiple instances, indicates an urban environment rather than a rural or village setting. Thus, only 3 prefecture-level cities and 5 county towns fit this description, Chief Chi summarized. Following this line of reasoning, it seems plausible. Yet how do we ascertain it is Qingqing City? That is where the process of elimination comes into play. The 5 counties lack airports. Your so-called noise is the sound of aircraft taking off, which means we must be in a place where planes are landing and taking off, leading us to conclude it is within one of 3 cities, and one of those cities is experiencing rain, Chief Chi explained. As Huang Tao checked his phone, he confirmed the truth of this deduction. Thus, only Jiuyuan City and Qingqing City remain as possibilities, Chief Chi stated. What method of elimination can you propose? It is. Huang Tao fell silent. The timing of aircraft takeoffs and landings. During that period, Jiuyuan has no flights. Even military and cargo planes are absent due to the current pandemic, as most flights are now concentrated in Qingqing City, Chief Chi chuckled. Are you still underestimating this young man? Huang Tao exhaled deeply, acknowledging his own inferiority. Not only that, Chief Chi continued, he provided me with an essential lead. What? Huang Tao queried, perplexed. He supplied me with the surveillance footage from Qingqing Tower, and sure enough, I located that woman, Chief Chi stated. Qingqing Tower? Huang Tao gazed outside. Qingqing Tower is the landmark of Qingqing, soaring over 200 meters high, symbolizing the steadfastness of the north. From its heights, one can survey the entirety of Qingqing City and the surrounding steppes. How did you deduce that? Huang Tao questioned, utterly baffled. What he told me was that the first word Yuxian uttered was a singular syllable, not in a teasing tone but one of exhaustion. It was, huff. Chief Chi burst into laughter. Huang Tao's expression turned cold as he quietly remarked, I am increasingly inclined to believe your judgment of character is indeed superior to ours. You, my boy, should simply acknowledge it, Chief Chi replied, satisfied as he ended the call. Unbeknownst to Fang Yunqi, Huang Tao's perspective of him had undergone a complete transformation. After exiting the office, he made his way to the small shop adjacent to the school playground. The shop, modest in scale, offered beverages and snacks. Having purchased 2 bottles of cola, Fang Yunqi perched himself on the railing beside the playground, with the basketball court to his left and the 400-meter running track to his right. Aside from the first period, physical education classes filled the remaining time, ensuring a steady flow of students. Before long, the bell rang and a throng of students surged forth from the teaching building like a horde of zombies. Fang Yunqi promptly yielded his spot, as the railing was a common thoroughfare for those cutting in line. As he stepped aside, he spotted the sluggishly approaching Li Mengyuan. With only a 15-minute break, her pace guaranteed she would arrive too late to purchase anything. Fang Yunqi waved her over, and she joined him at the railing. Here. Fang Yunqi extended the cola that originally belonged to Zhang Jiwen towards Li Mengyuan. I don't drink that, she quickly declined. Oh, Fang Yunqi responded. Then why did you come over? Cola is bad for your health. Li Mengyuan paused. Boys should drink less of it. Fang Yunqi chuckled. Good. I didn't sleep well last night, lost in thought, and I didn't even have breakfast today, which made me late. Li Mengyuan sighed. I'm off to buy something to eat. Fang Yunqi nodded, feeling gratified that Li Mengyuan was now willing to share some thoughts with him, a sign of progress. These were lessons imparted by Zhou Cheng. The best method to engage with others is to become a non-threatening friend, allowing Li Mengyuan to trust him. This is the most effective means of communication, and only after establishing such rapport can he truly assist her. Never allow her to perceive your approach as mere charity. Oh, I see you found yourself a little girlfriend after just a few days. Qi Xiaoyu approached. Fang Yunqi once believed that standing at the school shop's entrance would allow him to encounter the whole world. Feeling better? Fang Yunqi inquired. Hiss. Qi Xiaoyu tilted her head, gazing at Fang Yunqi. Her slender trousers hugged her exquisitely long legs, the zipper positioned enticingly, while her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, pouting adorably. I have a premonition. You seek something from me. When I was cornered in the past, you never came to my aid. What has caused this change of heart? Aren't you going to tell me what you encountered? Fang Yunqi pressed. Qi Xiaoyu immediately shook her head, refusing. So, if I don't treat you well, how will you be inclined to assist me? Fang Yunqi lamented. It's quite simple. Qi Xiaoyu replied with a charming smile, be my boyfriend. Her voice was soft yet audible amidst the throng of onlookers, many of whom had long harbored fantasies about her. Chapter 50. The duel in the alley. Instinctively glancing back, Fang Yunqi felt a shiver run down his spine. Are you planning to have me lie in your hospital room for a few days? You'd better hurry. My scent must still linger on the pillow, Qi Xiaoyu said with a casual grin. Fang Yunqi wore an expression of helplessness. He was uncertain about the proper demeanor when seeking assistance from others. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of not opposing the desires of his companion. Your request is a bit abrupt, and the one to suffer will ultimately be you. Besides, at our age, this doesn't hold much significance. Perhaps you could propose another request, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Haha. Qi Xiaoyu was no fool. She seized an extra bottle of cola from Fang Yunqi's hand. I don't have any particular demands at the moment. We can discuss it when the time comes. Aren't you currently investigating a case? I've heard the police have intervened. Would you mind sharing the details? Why are you pursuing this case? Fang Yunqi took a generous sip of cola and grimaced. I can see those whom you cannot, such as the deceased. Do you believe in that? Others might doubt, but I certainly do, Qi Xiaoyu replied with a laugh. Her expression suddenly turned serious. However, I will believe what you say. Fang Yunqi nodded earnestly. That is correct. After my car accident, I nearly met my end. It was those whom you cannot see, but I can, who aided me, and thus I survived. As Qi Xiaoyu munched on a bag of chips, she listened intently, resembling a little girl captivated by a story. Her legs were casually positioned, leaning against the wall. Upon awakening, I promised to assist them in uncovering the cause of their demise, yet I have been unable to contact them. Hence, I turn to you for help. Inadvertently becoming entangled in this case, I approached you with the intention of addressing your challenges in return for your assistance. Fang Yunqi was forthright, revealing his thoughts without reservation. Qi Xiaoyu smiled, gazing at him as they conversed amidst a sea of onlookers in the bustling playground. You should be quite versed in the ways of the world. Why does it seem you're at a loss this time? Is it because I hold a special place in your heart? Perhaps. Fang Yunqi admitted with a hint of resignation. His reasoning stemmed from the influence of the higher-ups, particularly the formidable department head, who was now his collaborator. Respect was essential, especially considering the emphasis on his daughter's safety. Their conversation, although not entirely synchronous, did not hinder Qi Xiaoyu's determination. She clicked her tongue playfully. That is splendid. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you. However, you must keep your word and help me resolve this matter. No backing out. Fang Yunqi nodded in agreement. fully aware of his obligation to resolve the issue, having already become involved. All right, share what you know so that I may. Great, Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Let us find a time to discuss it thoroughly. Oh. Fang Yunqi felt momentarily flustered. I'll look for you after school. I promise I'll behave and attend classes diligently every day, Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed as the school bell rang. Waving goodbye to Fang Yunqi, he reciprocated the gesture before making his way back to class. However, he was soon intercepted. 3 upperclassmen in school uniforms blocked his path. 1. Sporting a stylish Casio watch, appeared particularly cool in a red outfit adorned with a large logo. Kid, you've got some nerve, one of them said, grabbing Fang Yunqi's shoulder and shaking him playfully. Campus violence was rampant at Qingcheng, where most young students had matured quickly, boys towering at heights of 1.7 to 1.8 meters were commonplace, and with the ethnic diversity, strong and imposing figures were ubiquitous. In this age of blurred societal concepts, their methods were refreshingly straightforward, brutal, and direct. Thus, encounters rarely unfolded like tales in novels. If there was a cause, a slap would suffice. If not, it was often merely a matter of disliking someone. When Fang Yunqi felt the grip on his shoulder, he understood the predicament he faced. Naturally inclined to foster camaraderie, he instinctively joined in with the upperclassmen, only to be pushed back several meters by their sheer force. He took off running. The trio immediately shouted a few expletives and chased after him. Turning past the small shop, they entered a narrow corridor where 3 could walk side by side. As the upperclassmen reached this point, Fang Yunqi had not fled far. Instead, he stood confidently in the passageway, hands tucked into his pockets, grinning at the 3 before him. Where do you think you're going? The first one yelled as he swung a punch. Fang Yunqi swiftly ducked, then swiftly countered with an elbow strike to the attacker's chest. Aspiring to join the military, he had trained in various martial arts from a young age. With just a single move, he incapacitated the classmate. Maintaining his smile as he assessed the one with the red Casio watch, stepping onto the fallen student as he leapt into the air. As Fang Yunqi emerged from the alley, 2 classmates bore the unmistakable imprint of his shoe on their faces, still cursing but devoid of any fighting spirit. Such altercations would not easily conclude. Those who suffered would seek revenge. Thus, most students typically chose to endure a little bullying and let it go. However, Fang Yunqi was not one to back down. His mundane life craved excitement, and the stagnant investigation combined with sleepless nights provided him with an outlet for his frustrations. These 3 upperclassmen became his targets for release. Did you get into a fight? Shou Qiqi raised an eyebrow, eyeing Fang Yunqi's reddened knuckles. Just a friendly spar with a few upperclassmen, he replied nonchalantly. Did you turn them into mincemeat? Zhang Juwen in the front row looked taken aback. Fang Yunqi remained silent, while Shou Qiqi grew anxious. I saw you talking to Qi Xiaoyu outside. It's probably those upperclassmen again. Anyone who speaks to Qi Xiaoyu ends up getting bullied. They rely on their connections to intimidate others. As she spoke, she hastily made a phone call. Fang Yunqi paid her no mind, pulling out his own phone. A message appeared on the screen. I've uncovered some information related to you, and your recovery seems rather swift. The message was signed Lu Jiwenrong. Chapter 51. The problem solver in this world. No one can escape responsibility for their actions. If you harm another, punishment is inevitable. Such is the nature of existence. And Zhou Qiqi has always held this belief. Therefore, the 3 individuals who had engaged in a confrontation with Fang Yunqi were destined to face retribution for their impending aggression. Those who frequently traverse perilous paths cannot expect to remain unscathed. As school dismissed, Zhou Qiqi resolutely positioned herself in front of Fang Yunqi, grasping his arm as they ventured outside. The entrance of Qingcheng High School was grand and imposing, a sight to behold. At precisely 5:40 p.m., as dusk began to settle, hundreds, if not thousands, of students from grades 1 to 3 surged forth, creating a spectacle akin to the throngs at the Bund during National Day celebrations. It was nearly impossible to discern any individual amid such a crowd. Yet, within this world of chaos, there are always those with cunning intellects. For instance, Brother Casio had sent a message to Qi Xiaoyu even before the final bell rang. Hey, Xiaoyu, what was the name of that young lad I chatted with you about this morning? Who are you? Qi Xiaoyu replied. It's Gao Yuguang. The speed with which Brother Casio typed was remarkable. Please tell me which class he belongs to, and I'll treat you to bubble tea. Seated in her classroom, Qi Xiaoyu disdainfully gazed at the words on her phone before recalling something of interest. He.S. in class 10 of the first year. Thanks. Gao Yuguang made his way towards class 10. Aware of the difficulty in locating someone unfamiliar at dismissal, he decided to seize the opportunity at its source. He peered through the window and quickly spotted Fang Yunqi still seated, awaiting the end of class. He refrained from acting hastily, knowing his acquaintances from outside were waiting at the school gate. To make a move too soon could result in a setback. Hence, he resolved to follow closely. Thus, he trailed Fang Yunqi all the way to the entrance of the school. Fang Yunqi showed no intention of fleeing, ignorant of the ambush that awaited him. Amidst his covert glee, Gao Yuguang made a phone call. "Hello? Are you there? We're already here. Where are you? Just wait for me at the bubble tea shop. I'm tailing this guy," Gao Yuguang confidently assured, but upon hanging up and looking up, Fang Yunqi had vanished. Zhou Qiqi remained. Yet Fang Yunqi was nowhere to be found. Gao Yuguang rushed forward, navigating through the crowd, only to feel a grip tighten around him, lifting him off the ground. "Is this the so-called hero?" a cold voice inquired. Zhou Qiqi scoffed beside him. Gao Yuguang found himself face to face with a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, who yawned lazily. Lin Muzin, though portly, bore an oddly charming doll-like visage, at least the upper half. His large, round eyes paired with slanted phoenix eyes lent him an endearing quality. However, the lower half of his face, with its pronounced cheeks and oversized mouth, detracted from his overall appeal. Such a visage was not intimidating, rather it possessed a unique sort of unattractiveness. Despite the bustling crowd, a small space had formed around them. Lin Muzin crouched, observing Gao Yuguang with an amused smile. "Are you part of the underworld?" "I'm your father," Gao Yuguang retorted. A crisp slap echoed in the air. "When I'm asking you a question, you'd best respond properly," Lin Muzin said. Although he had an age advantage, he knew that physically he held the upper hand. And should they come to blows, Gao Yuguang would be at a significant disadvantage. "If you have the guts, come out with me," Gao Yuguang shouted defiantly. "Are you part of the underworld or not?" Lin Muzin reiterated. Gao Yuguang sneered. "You'll find out once we step outside. Just don't run away." "All right. But heed my warning. If you try to escape, the consequences will be far worse than if you stay put." Lin Muzin seized his arm and escorted him out of the school gate. Throughout the journey, Gao Yuguang did not relent, scanning for his friends, hoping for a miraculous rescue that would leave Lin Muzin battered. However, even upon arriving at the bubble tea shop, he found no sign of his companions, causing a surge of panic. "Call them. Let me call," he shouted, exasperated. "Just let me call." "Fine. Go ahead," Lin Muzin replied, releasing his grip. "Just don't have a heart attack here." In a frenzy, Gao Yuguang dialed, and the call was answered almost instantly. "Where are you?" I'm in the alley. Just come over," the voice stammered. Confused, Gao Yuguang pondered the situation. Although he understood that being taken from the bubble tea shop typically meant being dragged into an alley, did they even know that guy? Despite his doubts, he proceeded into the alley. What he encountered left him dumbfounded. A dozen individuals squatted with their heads down, casting furtive glances in his direction. Behind them stood 6 men, all clad in black suits and white shirts. High school students had never encountered such a sight. Gao Yuguang felt his legs weaken as he awkwardly glanced at Lin Muzin. "I asked you if you were part of the underworld," Lin Muzin reiterated, "but you refused to answer. Then you summoned my boss, who claimed you were a hero. How am I to choose? I can only respect you. Here's the deal. Pick someone for a one-on-one duel. If you win, you can leave." Gao Yuguang's face was a portrait of terror as he regarded Lin Muzin, visibly distressed. "Please, don't let anyone get killed." Zhang Jiwen, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in resignation. The two had already settled into the car. Fang Yunqi had previously stated that he would not squander his time on such matters. But these issues must be resolved, which is why he had dispatched Lin Muzin. "Old Six?" Fang Yunqi inquired, bewildered. "Who is Old Six?" "Lu Jianmu," Zhang Jiwen explained. "I thought the name was too lengthy and lacked flair, so I changed it to Old Six." Zhang Jiwen meticulously catalogued everyone's nicknames. "You know, Old Six is quite an interesting character. He appears adorable, but when it comes to business, his demeanor bears an intensity that is quite extraordinary. From now on, steer clear of Old Six." "Yes, Old Six. Just avoid him. I've entrusted him with the entire security system." "Your company S?" Fang Yunqi asked, disinterested. "The library S," Zhang Jiwen replied. "I'm leaving now." "Where are you headed?" Zhang Jiwen queried. "Aren't you going to the criminal investigation team to review the case?" "Not today. I have an appointment. If anything arises, just inform me. Also, Sister Lu has made progress. I'll reach out once I'm done." "All right." The two parted ways. At that moment, Fang Yunqi received a message on his phone. "Chicheng Hotel, room 2908. Awaiting your arrival." Chapter 52. Urban Legends donning the mask of suffering. Fang Yunqi traversed through the realm of demons and specters. At that moment, should someone wish to harm him, they would undoubtedly succeed, for he could not discern whether they were human or ghost. The Qingshan Grand Hotel, a venerable establishment, stands apart from the modern luxury hotels. It was primarily developed to bolster the tourism industry of the grasslands. Although its rates are generally in the mid to upper range, they become exceedingly reasonable when booked through tour groups, only slightly higher than ordinary budget hotels. However, this observation applies solely to the floors below the 20th. The upper levels are replete with suites and other upscale accommodations, where prices remain exorbitant, resulting in fewer visitors. Seated on the stairs with a family of 3 and 2 ragdoll cat sisters, an unusual scent compelled Fang Yunqi to stifle several sneezes. He found the aroma emanating from the woman intolerable, but fortunately they had exited the elevator early, leaving him alone to ascend to the 29th floor. Each hotel typically reserves a fine room for the number 8, and each 8th room on every floor is commendable. Upon reaching the corner, Fang Yunqi knocked on the door only to discover it was unlocked. A sense of unease enveloped him. The suite was expansive upon entering. He was greeted by a vast living room where a massive sofa languidly sprawled across the floor, and next to the television lay a handheld gaming console, its controllers strewn about. Turning past a folding screen, he encountered a large bed, covered with a heap of women's clothing, with a distinctly wrinkled school uniform prominently displayed atop the pile. The wardrobes surrounding the bed stood ajar, each of the 6 cabinets brimming with garments. To his left was a bathing area and restroom, while to his right was a partially open door. Lacking any sense of curiosity, Fang Yunqi settled onto the sofa, refraining from glancing toward the slightly ajar door, and retrieved his phone to respond to messages. Lu Juanrong had sent him a text while he was in the elevator, which he had yet to read. Upon opening it, he found a lengthy message resembling a short novel. I have scrutinized the structure of your company and uncovered something intriguing. The inheritance your father bequeathed to you and Shun Man is quite fascinating. Combined, it could elevate one to the position of the largest shareholder of Qingshan Company. Without a doubt. Yet, he retained a portion, meaning that regardless of who among you benefits, neither can hold dominion over the company. From this, I surmise the direct beneficiaries must be the 2 of you. Whether you kill her or she kills you, as long as one of you perishes, the other will ascend to the chairmanship. However, further investigation led me to an even more intriguing revelation. If both of you were to die simultaneously, the sole beneficiary would be your uncle, Fang Daqian, for only he is entitled to inherit your fortune. Thus, it is unnecessary to consider the individual named Qian Su as a suspect. Rather, the focus should shift to Fang Daqian. Yet, upon reflection, something feels amiss. I examined Chairman Fang's will and consulted a lawyer. For instance, if Shin Man were not deceased but incapacitated or immobile, she could still bequeath her inheritance to another. Therefore, killing you and controlling Shin Man would be the optimal course for Chun Su to reap the benefits. After reading the message, Fang Yunqi replied, based on your final assertion, anyone could be deemed a suspect. It seems so, Lu Juanrong responded, but let's set that aside for now. Zhang Jiwen is bothering me. Switching pages to peruse the news, Fang Yunqi abruptly noticed Qi Xiaoyu seated nearby, clad in a nightgown that scarcely concealed her form, tilting her head as she regarded him. The earnest expression of a man can indeed be captivating. Qi Xiaoyu settled onto a nearby sofa, maintaining a respectful distance. Is this rented by your father? Fang Yunqi inquired. Yes, she replied. The hotel, according to surveillance, is undoubtedly secure. There are security personnel at the entrance, and the police station is not far downstairs, Fang Yunqi analyzed. But isn't he aware of how you're dressed? What's it to him? He hardly has time to monitor me. He left me in Qingshan for a year, and I scarcely see him. My mother is even busier, barely visible. Please, spare me from discussing them. It's driving me mad. It's you who? Sigh? Fang Yunqi shook his head. Speak. What do you know? I need to tell you. Qi Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. That person didn't give you any trouble after school last night? I didn't even see him. He probably encountered Lao Lu, Fang Yunqi responded. Who is Lao Lu? Qi Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Lin Musen. Zhang Jiwen updated my contact for him, Fang Yunqi said, moving towards the refrigerator. Upon opening it, he found it stocked with mineral and soda water. He turned to her. What would you like? Just plain water will suffice. Qi Xiaoyu smiled faintly. He unscrewed a bottle and placed it before her. After taking a sip, Fang Yunqi sat across from Qi Xiaoyu, crossing his legs. I've completed the tasks you requested. Now it's your turn to speak. Then you must assure me that you haven't deceived me. Qi Xiaoyu took a deep breath, placing her delicate legs across the sofa. Fang Yunqi chuckled in exasperation. He indeed lacked the disposition for social interactions. Were it anyone else, he would have left by now. But the circumstances warranted humility. I assure you, I have not misled you. If all goes well, I can arrange a meeting with them for you. Let us not go that far. Chi Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. I merely wanted to convey that the matter I investigated is quite serious. The source. I discovered it in my father's work journal. Work journal? Fang Yunqi exclaimed, realizing the potential. She had ample opportunities to access high-level information. Perhaps while visiting her father's office during meetings. I once had a computer malfunction and covertly used his, which is when I stumbled upon it, Chi Xiaoyu explained. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but the terminology intrigued me. They referred to them as spiritual entities. Fang Yunqi gazed at her as if watching a science fiction film. They don't seem to be caused by magnetic fields, but the precise reason remains undetermined. Are you familiar with urban legends? Such as the cat-faced old lady, the 375 bus incident, and Jingqing 81. Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. I sense you are imparting unhealthy notions onto me. Let us set those aside. I wish to share what I witnessed at the affiliated hospital. Chapter 53. Chi Xiaoyu's memories 2.5 months prior. On a certain evening during the holidays, everyone was ensconced in their own social circles, liberated from the incessant chatter of teachers and parents. Each day was filled with carefree play, basking in the untroubled joys of summer. Chi Xiaoyu had initially intended to visit a bar and decided to call her dear friend Zhao Yanan. Their friendship often astonished others. One was the undisputed belle of Qingqing No. 1 High School, while the other was a simple girl from the mountains. Her appearance starkly contrasting with the conventional standards of beauty. Zhao Yanan was even somewhat awkward in her Mandarin, yet their bond flourished remarkably. Hello? What are you up to? You haven't answered my calls all morning, Chi Xiaoyu yawned. You called? I was busy all morning. You've been snoozing like a pig in the hotel while I tried to reach you 3 times. And now you come to me with a complaint? Zhao Yanan retorted. Giggling, I was just checking to see if you missed me. Chi Xiaoyu admitted, stretching languidly. Where are you now? Where could I be? I've been working a summer job for over a month. You asked me where I am. I have about half an hour left before I finish. Come pick me up. Zhao Yanan replied with a hint of irritation. All right, Zhao Mama. Chi Xiaoyu exclaimed, springing to her feet. Where did you put my clothes? I've told you hundreds of times. Check the labels on the wardrobe. I've marked them for you, Zhao Yanan said before hanging up. After getting dressed, Zhao Yanan returned to the hotel. I'm coming to pick you up. Chi Xiaoyu called out as she grabbed her bag. I'm all set to go. It's barely 7:30. 7:30. I finished work at 5:30. You've dawdled for a full 2 hours. Zhao Yanan sighed, accustomed to Chi Xiaoyu's tardiness. What are your plans for tonight? Stretching playfully, Chi Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Let us go dancing. Are you in? A flicker of melancholy crossed Zhao Yanan's face as she pondered. Do you think my boyfriend is a bit off? It feels like folks from your village lack common sense, Chi Xiaoyu mused. Always so tense. Just a bunch of iron rods. Oh, except for you, Zhao Mama. Cut it out. Zhao Yanan scoffed. They're heading to the affiliated hospital tonight. Who are they? Are your countrymen really planning to dine on hospital food? Chi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. That mouth of yours, Zhao Yanan sighed, shaking her head. No, they said they're going to an abandoned building at the affiliated hospital. They want to play some spirit summoning game or something. I'm not sure. I take that back. Your countrymen not only lack sense, but seem to have some psychological issues. What kind of society is this? Out all night surfing the web and clubbing, then off to chase ghosts? Chi Xiaoyu could hardly fathom the situation. But Zhao Yanan tilted her head. It seems significant to them. I'm not entirely certain why, but it appears to involve a girl from home. Is it another case of youthful ignorance bullying a girl, and now she is seeking revenge after accumulating grievances? This sort of drama belongs in a low-budget horror film. Chi Xiaoyu thought, shaking her head. What is the point of summoning spirits? Is it to invoke harm, or simply stir anxiety? He insists I go, Zhao Yanan said. Looking troubled. He.S. waiting downstairs. I'll go with you. Chi Xiaoyu felt a surge of bravery, turning towards her bedroom. Wait a moment while I change. You should do the same. After more than 20 minutes, the 2 young women made their way downstairs, where they found 2 young men smoking beside a hotel flower bed. The taller, darker-skinned fellow was Zhao Yanan's earnest boyfriend, Wu Wentao, while the other was a guy named Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao, embodying the demeanor of a socialite, approached Chi Xiaoyu for a handshake, but she ignored him, pulling Zhao Yanan along as they headed outside. How are we getting there? Let us hail a cab. Wu Wentao quickly responded. Instead of heading directly to the abandoned building at the affiliated hospital, they first gathered at a rundown diner not far from their destination. 4 individuals emerged, apparently part of the same group. Chi Xiaoyu recognized 2 of them. The boy in the red jacket was Wang Shuo, a classmate from her own school, accompanied by his classmate Yilin, who seemed quite close to him. After introductions, everyone was acquainted, including two girls from Chicheng Experimental High School, Wang Ran and Cui Yijiath, both second-year students. Qi Xiaoyu wondered why these girls seemed unfazed by the eerie nature of the evening. It appeared none were afraid. The 6 individuals, cloaked in secrecy, entered the abandoned building of the affiliated hospital at 11 o'clock. Qi Xiaoyu and Zhao Yanan lingered at the back of the group, each armed with a flashlight as they navigated the darkened corridors, the chill of the night air palpable. As they approached the entrance, Qi Xiaoyu grasped Zhao Yanan's hand tightly, the unsettling draft mingling with the musty odor of neglect and the antiseptic scent of dust, making her feel queasy. She was unaware of the reason for the building's abandonment, yet the atmosphere left her utterly uncomfortable. Where exactly are you all headed? Qi Xiaoyu asked in confusion. No one answered, but Wang Shuo returned from the front, approaching Qi Xiaoyu. He kept a respectful distance, lowering his voice to inquire, "Why did you come?" "I came to accompany Yanan," Qi Xiaoyu replied. "What kind of mysterious organization is this?" "Huh." Wang Shuo chuckled, offering no clarification. "If you're scared, just stick close to me. I'll keep you safe. If anything happens, you can just stand back and stay out of it. It's not your concern." Surprised by his words, Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, her expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. They halted in a room, and suddenly a voice from the shadows declared, "Let us begin." Chapter 54. Are you still not a man? The moonlight cast a slanting glow upon the floor, where a circular arrangement had already been made. And they had all come prepared. Qi Xiaoyu and Zhao Yanan stood in the back, staring blankly at the scene before them, filled with trepidation. Nonetheless, Qi Xiaoyu, adhering to her lofty ideals and the belief she held dear, felt untroubled by the potential outcomes, although the undercurrent of fear was undeniable. "What are they doing?" Zhao Yanan inquired. "They're playing the pin spirit game," Qi Xiaoyu replied. "You wouldn't happen to be unfamiliar with it, would you?" "How peculiar. I seldom use pins," Zhao Yanan remarked. "Is it akin to those sword or knife immortals from the tales of the Xinxia genre?" Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback, gazing at the somewhat bewildered Zhao Yanan, furrowing her brow. "How should I explain this? It's essentially a spiritual game where a group gathers to commune with this spirit, which then answers various questions. It's quite similar in nature, addressing matters like studies or careers. Why here of all places? Can't we do it at home?" Zhao Yanan tilted her head in confusion. You do realize this thing is a ghost, right?" Qi Xiaoyu probed. "I don't understand," Zhao Yanan replied earnestly. "Let me put it this way. If you don't conduct the ritual properly, like just tossing the pin aside, it will latch onto you, bringing its little friends to torment or even harm you." Qi Xiaoyu elucidated. "Ghosts are terrifying. Haven't your parents told you any chilling stories from the mountains when you were young? About the old corpse in the village, the cat-faced old lady, or the big bad wolf?" "I know the big bad wolf. It always fails to catch rabbits." "Not the one from the cartoons," Qi Xiaoyu sighed, uncertain how to enlighten the young girl. Then, a thought struck her. "Oh, remember the movie Sadako we watched not long ago? That is what I'm talking about." Zhao Yanan's face filled with astonishment. "So it's like her?" "Not exactly her, but similar, definitely not benevolent spirits," Qi Xiaoyu asserted. At that moment, the 6 individuals began to converse. Previously, their voices had been hushed, but now they spoke more audibly, allowing the 2 girls to hear them clearly. The 6 were all grasping the same pen, pointed downward, chanting in unison. Pin spirit, I am yours." The eerie chant sent shivers down their spines, and they trembled slightly. "Shall we step outside?" Zhao Yanan whispered. "I feel quite unwell." Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. As they turned to leave, a dark figure suddenly burst forth from the room, her boyfriend, Wu Wentao. In a frenzied state, he seized Zhao Yanan by the arm. "You must come back." Had he called out calmly, the 2 girls might have returned. After all, the corridor was pitch dark, and this was the only place with any light. However, his frantic tone suggested dire consequences. In this tense atmosphere, Qi Xiaoyu swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen, shielding Zhao Yanan. "What are you doing? You, come back." Wu Wentao, now seemingly possessed, stepped back only to seize Zhao Yanan's shoulder. The initial kick had taken him by surprise, allowing Qi Xiaoyu to withstand his assault momentarily. Yet, this boy, raised on a farm, was surprisingly strong. Qi Xiaoyu found herself unable to hold her ground, stumbling against the wall as Wu Wentao pulled Zhao Yanan into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Qi Xiaoyu pounded on the door, shouting, but all that echoed back was Zhao Yanan's voice, with no other sounds to be heard. In desperation, Qi Xiaoyu called the police. When the police arrived, they found nothing amiss. The 6 individuals had vanished. Gone. Fang Yunqi was taken aback. "What does that mean?" You were right at the door the entire time. And what about Zhao Yanan? Did she see anything? I was at the door. I lost my flashlight. And in the pitch darkness, I could only use my phone for illumination. So, I decided to wait outside, thinking they were safe inside. I didn't want to put myself in danger, Qi Xiaoyu explained. Fang Yunqi nodded. And Zhao Yanan? What did she say? She mentioned that once she was pulled in, Wu Wentao held her tightly, leaving her frozen on the ground. She could hear voices around her, some whispering, and felt frightened, unable to discern what they were saying. Only catching fragments of a conversation mentioning someone named Tang Xiaowan. Qi Xiaoyu exhaled slowly. I don't know anything more. They all simply vanished. And after that, did Wu Wentao say anything? Fang Yunqi queried. As they were a couple, they were in constant communication. Naturally, I asked him, but the answers were unsatisfactory. I recall that it was early in the morning during summer break, and since Zhao Yanan couldn't stay in the dorms, I invited her to stay with me. Wu Wentao was frequently visiting her. That morning, I heard them arguing, but once I stepped out, the commotion ceased. Wu Wentao then left. And I saw he even brought breakfast, seemingly unprepared for any trouble. When I asked Zhao Yanan about it, she claimed Wu Wentao had no recollection of dragging her into the room, only that she had tea left his side. Qi Xiaoyu pondered thoughtfully. Oh, there is something else that struck me as strange. After school started, I encountered Wang Shua, and when I inquired about the situation, he appeared flustered and dashed away. If you wish to delve deeper into this matter, it may be wise to start with him. Indeed, it seemed that Qi Xiaoyu and Zhao Yanan were not directly involved. They were merely witnesses to that eerie night. To uncover the truth, Wang Shua was the key. All right, I understand. Thank you, Fang Yunqi replied. Regarding my own situation, I can help you reach out to someone. You're correct. I know individuals in that realm, but whether it proves fruitful remains uncertain. You know well that trust is scarce in this world. Qi Xiaoyu shrugged. I'm willing to proceed because he assured me it wouldn't be an issue. Very well. Fang Yunqi turned to leave, but someone called out to him from behind. Hey, seriously? You're leaving now? Are you still not a man? Chapter 55. Night shift taxi. Fang Yunqi stepped out of the hotel and soon received a song shared by Qi Xiaoyu. What kind of man? He pressed his forehead, not wanting to dwell on it too much. After all, serious matters were what truly mattered, and such trifles could be set aside. Besides, he had no inclination towards a pink little rabbit. As for his family, his father had always warned him since childhood. There will surely be someone who wants to sleep with you for the sake of my fortune. If not with me, then with you. Therefore, one must be cautious about such matters. Perhaps his father had suffered losses, for he uttered such words during his 12th birthday banquet. At that time, Fang Yunqi was bewildered. What could a 12-year-old possibly understand? The 40 or so tables below erupted in laughter. Reflecting on it now, perhaps it was indeed his father's character that contributed to his own slightly introverted nature. The streets were desolate under the cold night wind, and Fang Yunqi, clad only in his school uniform, felt the chill. He rubbed his arms, exhaled, and then rubbed his hands again, noticing a taxi approaching. He boarded, but the driver's raucous demeanor drained his energy. Just stepping out of a rabbit hole, he now faced a foul-smelling old goat. Where to? The driver spoke in the local dialect. To Feiyang Internet CAF, Fang Yunqi replied, checking the location on his phone. The old goat started the car without turning back. Fang Yunqi kept his head down, cracking open a window. He preferred to freeze than endure the pungent odor. The journey was lengthy, taking over half an hour, but Fang Yunqi did not urge the driver. Instead, he focused on the arrangements in his phone. Among many groups, only 3 people were in the main group, Zhou Qiqi, Lin Muzin, and Old Huang, who had already planned the night's events. Zhou Qiqi and Zhang Jiwen were at Feiyang Internet CAF, while Wang Shua was online. Zhou Qiqi, I think that guy was just pretending that night. Who can recover so quickly? Look at Zhao Yanan. She was in a coma for over a week before waking up. Lin Muzin, whether he is pretending or not, we'll know when the boss arrives. Don't rush, Sister Qiqi. If that guy runs away, we'll have to chase him like mosquitoes. And if he ends up dead, it would be a loss. Mosquitoes are fragile, a little bump, and they shatter. Zhou Qiqi, hee. Fang Yunqi, pinpoint my location. Lin Muzin, 1, Zhou Qiqi, I'll contact Brother Bao. When Fang Yunqi glanced out the window again, the vibrant lights had vanished. Given Qingqing's usual nature, it was impossible for such darkness to prevail at this hour. Clearly, they had strayed off course. Driver, if you take such a long route, I want to pay you. Fang Yunqi stated calmly. I'm not taking a detour. This is a shortcut. Once we're out of this small district, we'll arrive, the old goat replied, maintaining his composure. The power supply in the East District has been unstable lately, and several roads have been dug up, severing electrical circuits. You need not worry. I'm an experienced driver. Indeed, he was an experienced driver, though not in the taxi business. Fang Yunqi continued to stare at his phone, pondering why. After missing an excellent opportunity to eliminate him last time due to negligence, the driver now displayed such glaring flaws. He didn't seem like a killer, but more like a truck driver. Was he seeking vengeance for his fallen comrade? Silence enveloped them, marked by an icy detachment. Fang Yunqi smiled wryly, shaking his head slowly. Your brother attempted to kill me, but failed. Now you intend to finish what he could not, right? If you let me off now, I'll consider it a turn of fortune, and I won't hold it against you. The old goat slammed on the brakes, halting the car. The trunk likely contained tools. Drivers of larger vehicles often had their habits. Fang Yunqi heard a metallic sound from the bag in the passenger seat. Likely a weapon. You must strike swiftly. Otherwise, in this confined space, you'll lose the upper hand, and your success rate will diminish, he said. Still gazing at his phone, his tone unruffled. The old goat remained silent, his chest heaving as he breathed heavily, his mouth agape, reeking of odor. If you don't act soon, my people will arrive. Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow, and you'll have no chance left. The old goat's hand rested on the bag. The tension hung in the air, palpable. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto the car's hood, and a dozen men surrounded the vehicle. Brother Bao glared menacingly at the driver, barking. You, drop your hands. Someone was already yanking at the car door, but it remained locked despite the jostling. The old goat showed no signs of compromise. How much to run me over? Fang Yunqi suddenly inquired. The old goat seemed stirred, his body trembling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yunqi pressed on. Did no one tell you I'm the son of the chairman of Qingshan Group? I possess over 8 billion in assets. This time, the old goat truly faltered. 8 billion could buy several luxurious apartments in the best districts of Qiqing, afford cancer treatment for an entire community, and even secure the finest burial plots. Should it come to that? Stop, he interrupted. I need money. The old goat's words were blunt. How much? Fang Yunqi responded plainly. 300,000. My mother is ill, the old goat stated firmly. Fang Yunqi nodded. I have conditions too, but obtaining this sum will surely be simpler than coaxing it from them. The old goat inhaled deeply, still clutching his bag tightly. You have 1 minute to consider. Fang Yunqi took a deep breath. At least he understood he had evaded danger. With the other party now contemplating, he needn't fear violence. He knew that the contents of that bag were not iron rods or axes. All right. The old goat finally relented, unlocking the car door. Fang Yunqi stepped out. The aftermath was gruesome. As Brother Bao's men swiftly subdued the old goat with a flurry of blows. What did you say? Brother Bao inquired. I promised him 300,000 to assist me. Fang Yunqi yawned. Send it to Sister Lu. She'll know what to do. Very well, Brother Bao nodded. Where to next? I'll drive you. Chapter 56. The clue is broken upon arriving at the Feiyang Internet CAF. Fang Yunqi let out a long sigh. The room was filled with an array of monstrous characters, their exuberant howls resonating amidst the smoky, chaotic atmosphere, leading Fang Yunqi to momentarily believe he had entered a den of ghosts. Zhou Qiqi dashed over, confirming that Fang Yunqi's limbs were intact before inquiring, Are you all right? With Brother Bao around, there's nothing to worry about, Fang Yunqi replied. He did not dwell on why the driver had appeared outside the Kixie Hotel. The possibilities were too numerous to consider, and addressing the immediate situation was far more pressing. Where is everyone? He asked. Zhang Jiwen, engrossed in a game while smoking, responded, Just wait a moment. I'm about to reach the high ground. Fang Yunqi tilted his head. Why are you going to the high ground? Aren't you being too conspicuous? You know nothing. I'm contributing to my teammates, letting them unleash their fury. I've absorbed hundreds of skills for them, Zhang Jiwen defended, oblivious to the captivating dialogue unfolding in the lower left corner of the screen. Ultimately, the opponent's base was destroyed, and he immediately adopted an imposing demeanor, pressing the enter key. Are your mothers wholesale? Why are you arguing with me? He typed furiously, producing several hundred words in a minute. All right, enough showing off. People are leaving, Zhou Qiqi interjected, patting Zhang Jiwen. Coming back to reality. Zhang Jiwen sat up and noticed Wang Shua engaged in conversation with Fang Yunqi. With just a glance, Fang Yunqi signaled for Wang Shua to follow him away. Wang Shua told his friends, You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. Wang Shua had changed his attire, while Fang Yunqi still wore his school uniform. They sat in Brother Bao's car, who was outside the CAF, smoking with Zhang Jiwen, while Zhou Qiqi stayed inside to avoid the cold. You seem to know I was coming to find you, Fang Yunqi remarked, intrigued by Wang Shua, who had been fixated on the computer screen without playing until Fang Yunqi's arrival. as if he had foreseen Zhang Jiwen and the others. Indeed, Wang Shuo sighed. I knew you would come looking for me after you sought out Wu Wentao. The police have also spoken to me. What exactly did you all do? Fang Yunqi pressed. I have no idea, Wang Shuo replied, meeting Fang Yunqi's gaze with calmness. You may be disappointed, but I must tell you that I was called by Zheng Hao to assist, and at that time, my girlfriend was Cui Yijie. She is dead. Have you not pondered why? Fang Yunqi asked, furrowing his brow. I dare not think about it. You have faced similar experiences, ever since that day. I have been on the verge of collapse. Damn it. Wang Shuo spat out in frustration. Had I known, I would never have gone. He did not mention Cui Yijie's situation, revealing that high school relationships were indeed unreliable. Fang Yunqi chose not to pursue that line of questioning and instead asked, what did you encounter that day? It was terrifying. Wang Shuo's face twisted slightly as he spoke, his tone laced with a hint of savagery. You cannot imagine what I saw. At the moment Zhao Yanan was dragged into the room, Wang Shuo's flashlight was knocked from his hand by an unknown force. He immediately sought it, chasing the light to find a metal rack, which flickered with a faint glow beneath it. Initially thinking it was his flashlight, he bent down only to be utterly stunned. Throughout his life, he had embodied a reckless spirit, unafraid of anything. However, when he beheld that face with blood-red eyes and a decayed visage, he learned the true meaning of fear. He retched, experiencing a wave of nausea for the first time. His stomach twisted in agony, as if gripped by iron claws, a visceral terror welling within him. That face imprinted itself in his mind like a photograph, its haunting features forever engraved in his heart. A crimson left eye, a shattered nose, a split lip, desiccated bones, a face infested with crawling insects, blood oozing in thick clots, and the sound of wild shrieks. It was a tormenting nightmare, one that he could not escape. In that instance, his complexion paled as he leaned against the windowsill, gasping for breath. It was a long while before he registered the sound of shattering glass, jolting him back to reality. Upon turning, he heard shouts from outside. The police are here. The police are coming, hurry. Wu Wentao was at the windowsill, helping Zhao Yanan jump out. Possibly due to their awkward positioning, he broke the glass before leaping out. As Wang Shuo attempted to rise, his body weakened, collapsing once more to the ground. It was not until the police knocked on the door that he mustered the strength to leap through the window and find a corner to sit down. Fang Yunqi refrained from further inquiries, recalling the first time he encountered his altered father, a fear that resonated deeply within him, now somewhat alleviated. The distinction being that he had moved on, while Wang Shuo was still grappling with the past. After that, I left. On my way home, I called Cui Yijie, but her mother answered, saying she was unwell and had gone to bed, her tone quite curt, Wang Shuo recounted. Fang Yunqi was taken aback. The clue had shattered. Initially believing that the two individuals involved were outsiders, it turned out they had no significant connection to the incident itself. Out of the 8 who entered, 3 were dead, leaving 5, Zhao Yanan, Xiu, and Wang Shuo, none of whom were related. The only individuals tied to the event were Wu Wentao and Lin Yi, who still lay in a hospital bed, nearly frozen on the rooftop of the teaching building. Is it just Lin Yi left? Fang Yunqi pondered the intricate web of relationships, realizing this might be the sole avenue left to explore. As a classmate, he was familiar with Lin Yi, a girl known for her trendy style. Rumored to have multiple tattoos, frequenting bars and karaoke joints, and dating a wealthy boyfriend. Her academic performance was subpar, but her social prowess was undeniable. However, beyond these rumors, he knew little and dared not pass judgment. It must be so, he concluded. In that moment, Fang Yunqi grasped a vital truth. If no leads could be found with Lin Yi, he would need a quicker method to clarify the case's trajectory. He turned to Wang Shuo and asked, could you do me a favor? Speak up, Wang Shuo replied without further inquiry. Help me prove that those 3 were murdered. Chapter 57. The discovery on the rooftop. When a beam of light streamed into the room, Fang Yunqi realized he was once again late. The incessant ringing of his alarm clock had persisted for 2 hours, while the equally ineffective Zhou Qiqi had called him 8 times. It was only after the final call at 7:12 that she resigned herself to defeat. The hour hand had already pointed to 8, dragging his weary feet downstairs. He pondered the absurdity of the first class starting at 7:10 in high school. Why must the morning self-study begin at 6:30? Such a schedule was not one he adhered to. The alarm was merely a last act of respect for Brother Gun, who could not hear it anyway. Shin Man was already dressed, enjoying a bowl of porridge. Fang Yunqi ignored her, with 2 ants frequently rotating between home and Xian garden. He could hardly keep track of who was where. He simply recognized Mei Yi as Mei Yi and Lin Yi as Lin Yi, finding these 2 ants far more akin to the caretakers of his household than Shin Man was. Why are you still at home at this hour? Shinman asked, surprised. Because I was sleeping, Fong Yunqi replied, indulging in his penchant for pointless banter. Shinman looked at him disdainfully. If you overslept, just admit it. Adults can understand a child's mistakes. Were you out partying last night? Without lifting his eyelids, Fong Yunqi responded, I was working late at the office. Just as Shinman was about to speak, Fong Yunqi picked up a pair of torn stockings. It's not what you think, Shinman said, exasperated. Well, okay. I just snagged them on the way out. They're ruined. You put them in the washing machine? Fong Yunqi tossed them onto her desk. You put them in my washing machine? After Aunt Lin washed them, she just left them in my room. I doubt she even knew where to put them. Suddenly, Aunt Lin emerged, waddling like a freshly hatched goose. Young master, I thought they were yours. Indeed, Fong Yunqi remarked, twisting his neck. Who would have thought that the secretary of a major corporation would wear white stockings? What are you doing? Cosplaying? Or have you developed a penchant for JK? Shinman chuckled. You seem to know quite a bit, Fong Yunqi replied, munching on his breakfast. If it's not cosplay or any other fashion style, who else could pull off white stockings? Are you not heading to class? Shinman asked after finishing her meal and placing her bowl and chopsticks down. I'll give you a ride. As they got into the car, Fong Yunqi yawned. My car is totaled, right? Due to a traffic accident. But there's no need to discuss compensation. You know why they came. The insurance claim process will take time. What are you planning to do? Shinman inquired. I suppose I'll have to buy another one, Fong Yunqi mumbled. I like that car. All right, I'll contact you when I do, Shinman said. You need to reconsider the board matters. Without your influence, they won't be able to make any arrangements. I will think it over, Fong Yunqi replied. By the way, where were you last night? What? Starting to doubt me? Shinman said with interest. You nearly died, so it's my fault? I merely wish to ascertain who has been tailing me. After much contemplation, it can only be you, Fong Yunqi remarked, gazing out the window. What sort of agreement have you struck with someone? Or are you planning to engage in some transaction at the expense of my activities? You truly have a vivid imagination. Perhaps you should watch fewer movies, Shinman replied, halting the car at the entrance of Qingxing No. 1 Middle School. Life in our city and society isn't that complicated. Think a little simpler. Is that so? Fong Yunqi replied with a silly grin as he exited the vehicle. From inside the car, Shinman murmured, watching Fong Yunqi walk toward the school gate, and dialed a number. Hello, boss. The voice on the other end was steady. It was her driver, Wang Lin. Stop following him. He is already suspicious. Withdraw everyone. Understood, Wang Lin replied, sounding somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, Shinman froze, turning sharply to find Fong Yunqi standing outside her window. The 17-year-old, clad in his school uniform, was innocently tilting his head, grinning as he tapped on the glass. As she lowered the window, Shinman complained, You're creeping me out. Want some? I really like this bread, Fong Yunqi offered, extending a piece toward her. Shinman accepted the bread. The company has a cafeteria, and you have Aunt May. Why eat bread all the time? I need to maintain my figure. The best remedy for overeating is drinking cola, Fong Yunqi said, handing her a can, just as she took it. He leaned into the window, his face close to hers, and whispered, You should keep Wang Lin away from me. Next time I see him. I want to be so courteous. With that, he stepped away from the car. Shinman immediately started the engine, not lingering at the spot. While waiting for the traffic light to change, she took a big gulp of cola, feeling much better afterward. Such encounters were something only a girl could experience. She scoffed, muttering, That kid is no good. Fong Yunqi did not enter. The time of 9:30 was significant, as all students were gathered outside the teaching building doing morning exercises. Late again? Security guard Zhang greeted Fong Yunqi with a cheerful smile. Handing him 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes, Fong Yunqi settled onto a bench. What a hassle. Have you eaten yet? Yes. You keep bringing us 2 pounds of xiaomai. We can barely handle it. The cafeteria food is hard to get used to. One of the uncles named Zhao chuckled. Yunqi, I've been working security here for years, and you're the first student I've seen like this. Truly remarkable. I foresee great things for you. Fong Yunqi, aware that he could not speak ill of himself while smoking his Chinese brand, asked, Has the discipline office been around today? Of course. They come every day, always catching people. You just missed them, Zhang replied. Can I take a look at the surveillance footage? Fong Yunqi inquired. Feeling a bit more at ease, knowing the teachers had just left. Engaging with the guards was far preferable to dealing with the teachers. Sure. Just don't delete anything from the archives, Uncle Zhao said as he rose from his chair. What is the matter? Is some girl causing trouble? Not at all. Fong Yunqi sat in front of the computer. Lin Yi was a boarding student, and he hoped to uncover some clues from there. Fong Yunqi did not watch the footage directly. His information department had more people to handle such matters, so he merely waited. After connecting his phone to the computer, the rest was up to Lao Huang. Though Lao Huang was not particularly old, merely in his 50s, he excelled at non-physical tasks, proving far more reliable than Lin Muzin. After waiting a while, Lao Huang announced, "Transfer complete." Only then did Fang Yunqi rise. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao." "No trouble at all. It's no big deal," Uncle Zhao replied, eagerly offering Fang Yunqi a cigarette. I don't smoke," he laughed, declining the offer. By then, it was already 10 o'clock. The third period began at 10:15, and the entire campus was in a post-exercise atmosphere, perfect for an infiltration at that moment. After making quite a show of his arrival, Fang Yunqi tilted his head to survey his surroundings. To the right of the entrance stood 3 dormitory buildings, each representing a different grade of high school. Each building comprised 2 units that were not interconnected. The left unit was designated for boys, while the right unit was for girls, separated by a considerable distance. The doors of the stairwell swung open east and west rather than north and south. After observing the stairwell for a moment, Fang Yunqi appeared to have an epiphany and picked up his phone. "Do you have the access card for the dormitory?" Fang Yunqi inquired. "Yes, do you need it?" "Wait, are you here? Where are you?" Zhang Jiwen bombarded Fang Yunqi with a flurry of questions, causing him mild irritation. Below the dormitory, he replied curtly before hanging up, still able to hear echoes of the conversation in the receiver. After a brief wait, Zhang Jiwen arrived, running up to Fang Yunqi. "What's the matter? Class is about to start, and the dorm supervisor probably won't let you up, right? If you want to go up, you'll have to find a way. But remember, don't let them find out our names. If the discipline office traces the keys back to us, we'll be in for a scolding. You weren't here this morning. Brother Gun wants to have a word with me. He said he couldn't reach your dad by phone and is going to look for him. He'll be lucky to find him," Fang Yunqi muttered, acutely aware of how sensitive he was to the notion of parental involvement at his age. They proceeded onward. The dorm supervisor, an elderly gentleman who perfectly matched the girls' dormitory environment, appeared at the entrance. A few security guards were seated inside, their dormitory also situated nearby. The school maintained a policy of providing accommodations for responsible staff, ensuring a good welfare system. 2 of the security guards were napping, clearly on good terms with the old man. Upon hearing the beep of a card being swiped, Zhang Jiwen and Fang Yunqi stepped into the dormitory. The supervisor glanced at them and asked, "What brings you back during class hours?" "I forgot to grab my book," Zhang Jiwen replied instantly, as if he had rehearsed this scenario countless times. It was evidently the perfect response he had anticipated. "Please register your dorm number, class, and name," the supervisor said, handing them a roster. Zhang Jiwen confidently wrote down 319, Class 2, Chen Yuliang. Then he glanced back at Fang Yunqi with a sly look, writing 319, Class 2, Morong Fu, before passing the roster back. The supervisor didn't even glance at it, tossing it onto the table as he resumed watching Demigods and Semi-Devils. Do those who watch Demigods and Semi-Devils not recognize Chen Yuliang and Morong Fu? Fang Yunqi queried. "Who cares? If he recognizes me, I'll just say it's a coincidence. My dad likes Chen Yuliang, after all," Zhang Jiwen replied cheerfully. "Let me tell you, I've thought this case through thoroughly. Based on our analysis, I believe the case revolves solely around those 3 individuals, with no connection to anyone else. We've already ruled out Zhao Yanan, Wang Shuo, and Qi Xiaoyu, and I doubt Lin Yi holds much significance. Our primary focus should be on Wu Wentao. He must be hiding something crucial." While Zhang Jiwen rambled on, his words were largely inconsequential. The 2 ascended the stairs, with Zhang Jiwen continuing his monologue. "But this guy has to be tight-lipped. From what I've gathered, the case has likely been stalled by those parents, and the bodies are still stored in the cold cabinet without any documentation. Even if the team leader wanted to conduct an autopsy, they couldn't do it without the necessary permissions. Without proper examination, we can't determine if it was poisoning or something else. There's no way around it. Hey, where are you going? What's up?" Fang Yunqi had reached the emergency exit and examined it closely, noting that there was indeed a way to ascend. The issue, however, lay with the surveillance cameras. "Old Lin?" Fang Yunqi dialed Lin Muzin's number. "Huh." Lin Muzin yawned lazily, sounding as if he were reciting a requiem. "What's up, old man? Is it possible to install surveillance in the sophomore dormitory?" "Sure." Suddenly, a high-pitched, adorable shout erupted from Lin Muzin's end. "Oh my gosh!" followed by laughter from the entire class. "The old man can't handle it anymore. You should talk to old Huang." The teacher is looking at me. Lin Muzin hastily ended the call. With a sigh, Fang Yunqi lamented that this was less reliable than the chubby guy. There was no way to infiltrate the system quickly, and old Huang was preoccupied with other matters, which would undoubtedly cause delays. Disregarding the situation, Fang Yunqi pulled out the fire escape ladder and ascended, with Zhang Jiwen following closely behind. They climbed to the rooftop of the 4th floor, securing the fire escape ladder to conceal their presence. A gentle breeze flowed as Fang Yunqi gazed out, taking in half the campus. Although the girls' dormitory was not connected to the boys' dormitory, they could navigate across the rooftops. This place has definitely been cleaned, Zhang Jiwen remarked. There won't be any clues left. I ask you, how did you notice this? Fang Yunqi inquired, puzzled. When we came up from the fire escape, the boys' dormitory was covered in dust, yet look here. He pointed to the fire escape location, which bore no signs of having been opened. More than a month had passed, and dust had settled everywhere. A mere brush would reveal a thick layer. Someone discovered it so early the next day? Fang Yunqi chuckled. I find that implausible. With that, he began to open the fire escape. What are you doing? Zhang Jiwen asked, taken aback. I'm going to check her dorm. Chapter 58. Infiltrating the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory, much like the ladies' restroom, is an enigmatic realm. Of course, it possesses a profound aura of mystery solely for 2 boys who are not yet 20. The dormitory building remained as quiet as ever, and the 2 boldly made their way to the stairway. Here, one could find the assigned dormitory for each resident, facilitating the duty of the dormitory supervisor and aiding those who might have forgotten their assigned rooms, especially since school had only begun less than a month prior. The 2 split up, eventually spotting the name Lin Yi from their class on the 2nd floor. They stood before room 221. The door was unlatched. With a gentle push, they entered, only to be rendered speechless by the sight within. This was a woman's a female student's dormitory? Zhang Jiwen found himself momentarily dazed. Surely, there had been no recent reports of theft at the school, or so Fang Yunqi was convinced. Surveying the chaotic mess of discarded items and clothing strewn across the bed, Zhang Jiwen pondered, I've seen a few girls' dormitories, but none resembled this way. When have you ever seen a girls' dormitory? Let us not dwell on that. I've discovered something far more alarming, Zhang Jiwen murmured, gesturing subtly. Fang Yunqi noticed a girl sleeping on the upper bunk, when suddenly, footsteps resonated from below. The 2 swiftly took refuge within the dormitory. Let go, the girl, whose mouth Zhang Jiwen had covered, struggled indignantly upon the bed. But she was no match for the towering figure of a 160-pound bear. Naturally, she was firmly subdued, albeit in a rather compromising manner. Fang Yunqi, seated calmly atop the iron table in the center of the room, crossed his arms and stated, Calm down, and I shall let him release you. After a few deep breaths, the girl glared fiercely, gritting her teeth before nodding reluctantly. Just as Zhang Jiwen loosened his grip, she opened her mouth to scream, but Zhang, ever aware, promptly covered her mouth again. What a fickle little thing you are, he whispered. The girl shook her head continuously, yet pinned to the bed. She found herself powerless to resist. After a prolonged standoff, she finally succumbed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pleaded. Please don't record this. The 2 boys felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. We've come to investigate. Fang Yunqi cleared his throat, regarding your roommate Lin Yi. Huh? What? No? The girl babbled incoherently. Fang Yunqi quickly gestured for Zhang Jiwen to release her. Once his hand was removed, Zhang Jiwen wiped his palm on her blanket and inquired, Why did you spit? You've knocked my retainer, ask you. She retorted, clearly displeased. After seemingly adjusting her retainer with her tongue, she relaxed slightly, tilting her head to scrutinize the 2 boys before pointing at Zhang Jiwen. I recognize you, the rich 2nd generation. Zhang Jiwen. Indeed, Zhang Jiwen hailed from a well-to-do family. His father's high-ranking salary ensured a life of privilege, with classmates often aware of his status. However, to label him merely as a rich kid in the presence of the chairman of Qingshan Group was somewhat absurd. Zhang, feeling slightly embarrassed, explained, Isn't my fame merely a result of my dashing looks? While you are undeniably handsome, if you directly confessed your feelings, I might consider leaving my current partner for you. However, isn't it a tad inappropriate to find yourself on my bed like this? She replied with a sigh, pulling up her blanket, and I'm not even dressed. The boys sighed in unison. The astute Fang Yunqi promptly declared, You must take responsibility, Mosquito. Zhang Jiwen was bewildered. Turning to Fang Yunqi, Didn't you see it all? No, my eyesight has been quite right lately, Fang Yunqi replied, rubbing his eyes to distance himself from the situation. The girl was evidently furious, wishing to dismantle the 2 boys before her. Yet she recognized her vulnerable position and understood that this scandal could only bring her distress. Fortunately, no substantial harm had been done, and she could still endure it. Moreover, The two boys were, after all, rather appealing. Why aren't you attending class? The girl took the initiative to question. Why aren't you attending class? Zhang Jiwen attempted to retort. I'm on sick leave. I might have contracted COVID, she stated with finality. Fang Yunqi silently donned a mask, while Zhang Jiwen, as the first contact, gaped, I have brucellosis. The girl was taken aback. Their first encounter ended in a stalemate. What is your name? Fang Yunqi seized the opportunity to launch his counteroffensive. Miao Zixuan. A quintessential name for a girl born in the early 21st century. Undoubtedly chosen after her parents consulted online fortune tellers. Which bunk is Lin Yi's? Fang Yunqi continued his inquiry. Miao Zixuan pointed to the lower bunk behind her. There are only 3 of us in this dormitory, yet for some reason, Lin Yi hasn't shown up this semester. Her parents even moved her belongings in, yet we've never seen her. I've called, but no one answers. Oh. Fang Yunqi glanced at Zhang Jiwen. Mosquito, keep her steady. Miao Zixuan was puzzled. What do you mean? Let us consider this matter settled. Whoever transmits the illness to the other will suffer equally, Fang Yunqi suggested. You're ridiculous. I was peacefully sleeping when you barged in, grabbing my arm and pinning me down. Even though there was a blanket between us, it was still just a thin layer. Zhang Jiwen, I'm telling you, don't even think about evading responsibility. Don't push your luck. This sort of incident brings no benefit to anyone, he countered. I certainly stand to gain nothing. At most, I'll switch schools for my senior year. There are plenty of tutoring classes now. As long as I don't run into acquaintances, I'll be fine. Anyway, I'm not one to wallow in despair, she shot back. I've heard your father is an influential official. If I were to extort you, what could you possibly do? The two began bickering back and forth, their voices not overly loud, revealing that Miao Zixuan was indeed a formidable opponent. The outcome of their confrontation was uncertain, but Fang Yunqi was not there to argue. Rather, he was there to deftly navigate the situation, leaving the heavy lifting to those of greater stature. They approached Lin Yu's bed. The dormitory design at Chiqing One high school was notably considerate, accommodating 4 students per room with specially designed bunk beds, upper bunks for sleeping and lower ones serving as study desks. The room even featured dedicated restrooms and showers, showcasing thoughtful design in every aspect. A laptop lay on the desk, covered in dust. The tabletop was cluttered with various items, cosmetics, school supplies, and personal effects, all present, even the charging cables still plugged in. Fang Yunqi squinted, casting a strange glance at Miao Zixuan. Chapter 59, The blood-soaked battle is about to begin. I must inform you that escape is not an option. After contemplating the situation, I realize there are surveillance cameras at the entrance, making it impossible for you to evade the consequences of your entry. Therefore, do not attempt to shirk responsibility. The teachers are bound by regulations to protect students' privacy, and they will not disclose any information. If you continue to provoke me, expulsion may soon be your fate. Miao Zixuan seized upon her adversary's vulnerability. Zhang Jiwen, realizing he was at a disadvantage, prepared to unleash his most formidable skills. Do not force my hand, he warned. Miao Zixuan tightened her hold on the blanket, declaring, You dare. In such circumstances, a woman's assertion of you dare serves as the final line of defense. Should he truly dare, conflict would inevitably ensue, and the outcome would be evident to the naked eye. Just as tensions escalated, Fang Yunqi interjected, Apologies for the interruption. Fight. Zhang Jiwen retorted. The two sat on the upper bunk, exchanging fierce glares. Are you certain Lin Yi has never returned? Fang Yunqi inquired. Absolutely, Miao Zixuan affirmed. While responding to Fang Yunqi, her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Jiwen. At least during my presence, she has not returned. What of it? Nothing, Fang Yunqi replied, glancing at the dressing table. Has anyone used her belongings? Surely not. Miao Zixuan shook her head. I haven't, and neither has Xiao Yi, I presume. We've lived together for over a year without such habits. However, a new roommate arrived a few days ago, and I am not well acquainted with her. If necessary, you may inquire. I believe she belongs to class 6. What was her name? Feng. Something, I forget. She rarely returns, and I have only seen her once or twice. Her attire is quite fashionable. She likely has a boyfriend. What are these high school students thinking? Moving in together at such a young age? Fang Yunqi pondered. Though he decided it was not his concern, they were free to live as they chose. Has anyone tampered with her computer? Fang Yunqi asked. It is password protected, and neither shall you nor I know it, Miao Zixuan replied. However, it seems there is an issue with her computer. It often turns on by itself, though we are unfamiliar with it and haven't used it much. Why not take a look yourself? Without hesitation, Fang Yunqi opened her computer and connected it to his phone. Upon launching the special software developed by his company, where He immediately detected a clue. The computer remained plugged in, and indeed, it was perpetually in an active state, creating a virtual startup page. It had never truly been shut down. Someone had been manipulating the computer remotely, but just as he connected his phone, the remote access was severed. Unable to access the desktop, Fong Yunqi realized he did not possess the password. This decryption task would have to be entrusted to Lin Muzin, so he called Zhou Qiqi. "How's it going?" "That fool. He didn't save the video and locked the screen. This is the first time I've seen such nonsense." The teachers are currently focused not on tablet issues, but on the mental and physical well-being of contemporary youth. "I can't claim the tablet is mine. This idiot is to blame," Zhou Qiqi exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. "I need you to resolve this within 3 minutes," Fong Yunqi stated firmly. "I require his immediate appearance as quickly as possible." "Understood," Zhou Qiqi promptly hung up. Fong Yunqi glanced at the clock. It read 11:08. 2 minutes later, Lin Muzin called. "Boss, you are indeed impressive." When Sister Qiqi blushed and claimed the tablet was hers, I and the tablet both made our exit. Even my phone. Fong Yunqi had no intention of engaging in further conversation. He would address Lin Muzin's punishment later that evening. Lin Muzin acknowledged with a grunt and began to operate the tablet. Soon, a request to operate appeared on Fong Yunqi's phone. After he accepted, he set his phone aside and turned to the others. "I must insist, even if you wish to evade responsibility, you must face it now. I will not tolerate your escape. If you possess the courage, strike me," Miao Zixuan proclaimed defiantly. Zhang Jiwen appeared equally resolute, declaring, "If it comes to it, let us engage in battle. I fear no one. If it must end in ruin, then so be it. To oblivion with us all." The two seemed on the verge of conflict. Fong Yunqi did not intervene but casually asked, "Does Lin Yu have a partner?" "No," Miao Zixuan replied. "None of us in the dormitory do." "Ah." Fong Yunqi overlooked her subtly loaded remark and continued. "With whom does she maintain close relations?" "It would be with me," Miao Zixuan responded. "I have not seen her communicate with anyone else. We typically play games together, go out for karaoke, and enjoy some drinks." "Understood. You two may continue your quarrel. I shall step outside for a moment." Fong Yunqi seized his phone, closed Lin Ye's computer, and exited. The two continued their verbal sparring. "What is the situation?" Fong Yunqi inquired as he descended the stairs. "The location has been determined, and I have cracked the computer system. I disconnected your phone and directly accessed his computer," Lin Muzin reported. "This individual possesses certain information. I examined his monitoring software, and it appears he has been surveilling the occupants of the dormitory. However, there are no extensive video recordings stored, nor is there any remote recording device. So it does not seem to be illicit surveillance." "Surveillance," Fong Yunqi murmured, contemplating for a long while until he stepped outside through the main door. The dormitory supervisor gaped at him in astonishment and shouted, "You there, halt." Fong Yunqi turned abruptly. "What is it, Annie?" His calm demeanor caused her to question her own perception. She paused momentarily, then approached him. "You just exited from here, correct?" "No, I did not," Fong Yunqi replied, maintaining his composure. "I did see another student run out just now. I am unsure if it was him." The supervisor regarded the composed Fong Yunqi, responded with a faint "oh," and turned back, encountering Zhang Jiwen at the entrance. "It's you," she exclaimed, lunging forward. Fong Yunqi continued, "Please send me the address. I shall go there. At the Internet CAF, Xingxin Internet CAF, on Zhongshan Road. Machine 35. Do you need to breach the system?" Lin Muzin queried. "No need. I will head over shortly. Join me for lunch. I wish to discuss something with you," Fong Yunqi concluded before hanging up, unconcerned with the unfolding events, and watched as the irate head of the disciplinary office stormed towards the girls' dormitory. He was confident she could manage herself. Chapter 60. The New Roommate of Jian Courtyard, Part 1. Zhang Jiwen adeptly took care of himself, especially after he took his first step with his long legs. He could not restrain himself and swiftly dashed beyond the school gate, much to the ire of the director of the political education department, who erupted in furious expletives. The security at the entrance, naturally, did not dare to obstruct this fortunate child, as Zhang Jiwen, being one of those who had previously treated the guards, enjoyed unimpeded passage. He was also quite astute, realizing that the humiliated director would not let the matter rest. With a flash of inspiration, Zhang Jiwen cleverly scaled the wall from the side and returned to the classroom. Just minutes after Fong Yunqi had settled into his seat, Zhang reported in and entered the classroom. The final class of the day was typically of little significance, as the curriculum at the school was scientifically arranged. For instance, the last class was music, where discussions revolved around music theory, with several musically inclined students conversing about their instruments. As the head of the sophomore year group, Brother Gun naturally felt compelled to engage in the pursuit of wayward students, leading him to Class 10, interrupting the atmosphere. The Mediterranean director cleared his throat and stepped into the classroom. "Let us check the attendance, teacherly. Is this your class?" he inquired. Yes," Brother Gun quickly responded, glancing around, noting that 3 students were absent, all of whom were girls. The director nodded thoughtfully and exited. In the corner, Zhang Jiwen let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a crisis. "So, with all this effort, have we uncovered anything?" he asked, reclining in his seat and fiddling with his phone. Fang Yunqi murmured that there had been no progress as he perused the materials sent by Lao Wang. Every timeline was meticulously detailed within. Lin Yi typically arrived at the school between 2 and 3 in the morning, leaving around 4 to 5, always evading the patrolling staff by using the external stairwell to access the rooftop fire escape before jumping down. Her route mirrored his own. However, she had not been to school in recent weeks. It seemed imperative to locate Lin Yi, as she might possess valuable information. As noon approached and school let out, Zhang Jiwen followed Fang Yunqi with a sense of trepidation. Their heights were comparable, providing some cover, and given the Mediterranean director's advancing age. After over an hour of scrutinizing the student body, he was unlikely to remember Zhang's face. However, while he might forget, others would not. As Zhang Jiwen reached the milk tea shop at the school gate, he was intercepted by a girl with outstretched arms, Miao Zixuan. "This is..." Zhou Qiqi looked at Zhang Jiwen. "A heroine," Fang Yunqi explained. "She battled with a mosquito for 300 rounds this morning, and it seems the mosquito narrowly triumphed." Zhou Qiqi nodded in understanding, while Lin Muzin gazed in astonishment at the woman before him, marveling at her audacity to confront such a foe. "What is there to fear?" Miao Zixuan boasted, as she thrived in social situations. "You promised me something. Don't think you can back out. What did you say before leaving?" "Who is backing out? Who dares to back out?" Zhang Jiwen retorted loudly. "Rest assured, I won't run away. I'll honor my promise." "What did he promise?" Zhou Qiqi frowned. "Perhaps something akin to offering himself?" Lin Muzin chuckled foolishly. "Ridiculous," Zhang Jiwen shot back. "Ridiculous," Miao Zixuan echoed. "What would I want with him? A heartbreaker. A thoughtless fool. He could wear a green hat atop the Qingxing TV tower and still have his own grievances. Such a scoundrel, bah?" Zhang Jiwen protested. "How am I a scoundrel? I've never even dated." "That is nonsense. The number of people you've sought on the school forum could queue up all the way abroad, and you claim you've never dated?" Miao Zixuan's serious demeanor suggested she was stating a fact, not exaggerating. Zhang Jiwen was left speechless. You. Miao Zixuan, exuding the confidence of a victor, laughed heartily. "I've never seen a woman who could tame a mosquito like this." Zhou Qiqi exclaimed, marveling at the changing times. At last, a woman stands over him. "How delightful. Let us celebrate tonight with firecrackers." Lin Muzin joyfully patted his round belly. Fang Yunqi, oblivious to Zhang Jiwen's commitments, merely stood by, enjoying the spectacle. "A year's worth of lunches, right? Let us go," Zhang Jiwen, visibly annoyed, declared. Zhou Qiqi tilted her head at Fang Yunqi. "Oh no, this is your fault again. I can't just kick him out." Fang Yunqi chuckled helplessly. Upon returning to Jian Courtyard, Aunt May had already prepared the meal. "Wow," Miao Zixuan exclaimed. As wide as she entered the spacious living room, "This place is much larger than my home." "Oh, is this the newcomer?" Aunt May hurried to fetch slippers. "Classmate." Zhou Qiqi quickly clarified. Oh, I see." Aunt May understood. There was an unspoken rule here. This was not merely a resting place for meals after school, but a workspace, hence it was treated as an office rather than a home. Everyone was expected to adhere to a strict hierarchy. And Aunt May was well aware of this distinction, which was why Zhou Qiqi emphasized that she was a classmate. Once in slippers, Miao Zixuan entered the living room, captivated by the surroundings, and cheerfully asked, "Auntie, are you Zhang Jiwen's distant cousin?" Fang Yunqi interjected, taking a seat at the dining table. "Eat up. After you're done, Aunt May will show you to your room. From now on, you'll be having your lunches here. The food outside isn't very healthy. If you want something specific, just tell the mosquito. He'll arrange it for you." "Oh." Miao Zixuan's delight was evident as she elbowed Zhang Jiwen, her face glowing with satisfaction. Admittedly, Zhang Jiwen felt a rush of exhilaration at her smile. Yet a sense of defeat washed over him as he realized he had already made a commitment. Reluctantly, he sat beside her, picking up his bowl. Lin Muzin hesitated to sit, holding his bowl and standing aside. "What are you doing?" Zhou Qiqi was taken aback. Having laughed and joked on the way, Lin Muzin understood that within the confines of this room, it was a workspace, and he needed to maintain proper hierarchy. Having neglected his duties earlier that day, he felt it was right to punish himself. I have never resorted to corporal punishment for employees, Fang Yunqi said as he served himself. This is a first. Your salary for this month will be deducted. If I catch the same issue again, you'll be suspended for 3 months. A third infraction, and you're out. Lin Muzin looked at Zhou Qiqi, panic etched across his face, begging for mercy. Chapter 61. The New Roommate of Xian Garden, Part 2. Miao Zixuan, standing nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered and interjected. Are you filming a movie? Zhou Qiqi hurriedly shook her head, insisting, No, just eat your meal properly. Zhang Jiwen, visibly impatient, retorted. What business is it of yours? What's wrong with classmates chatting? He speaks so elegantly and confidently, unlike you. Miao Zixuan shot back, her tongue still adorned with remnants of food. Fang Yunqi could only shake his head in resignation and urge them to eat. Lin Muzin recognized his fault. Realizing there was no chance of reclaiming his salary after just being promoted, he felt a heavy weight in his heart, but Zhou Qiqi's presence was of no help. So he sat obediently to eat. After their meal, Miao Zixuan was assigned by Aunt Mei to a rather comfortable setting. Just as she was about to leave, she dashed out to find Fang Yunqi and Zhang Jiwen seated in the living room. Fang Yunqi was waiting for Brother Bao to pick him up, while Zhang Jiwen was engrossed in loading a game on his computer. Approaching Fang Yunqi, she tugged at his sleeve. Huh? He turned around suddenly, startled. Is this place rented or purchased? Miao Zixuan inquired. Fang Yunqi assessed her for a moment, but before he could respond, Zhang Jiwen jumped in, confidently stating, it's rented. He believed he was providing a foolproof answer, as Fang Yunqi was not one to flaunt and preferred a low profile. Fang Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Oh? How much is the rent per month? Miao Zixuan pressed further. Once a lie is born, it often requires 100 more to sustain it. Thus, the master of deception commenced his performance, declaring 3,000 a month. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, plus Annie, 5 people. Miao Zixuan calculated. I see there are still 2 empty bedrooms. I could occupy one. If there are 5 of you at 3,000 a month, it would be 600 each. If I join, there would be 6 of us, making it 500 per person. I'll pay you 500 to let me move in, okay? Fang Yunqi looked utterly astonished and then pointed at Zhang Jiwen, saying, he handles the rental. You should ask him. No way. Zhang Jiwen immediately halted her foolish notion. You have a free dormitory. Why would you want to move here? Plus, the food costs a lot. Can you afford it? He hesitated, contemplating the expenses. A year's worth of lunches. Can you manage that? Miao Zixuan chuckled lightly, then adopted a somewhat helpless expression. I actually intended to rent a place because it's more convenient to go out. It's quite difficult to step outside from school. Additionally, I feel something is off about the dormitory, but I can't quite articulate it. And there's that new classmate who constantly brings her boyfriend into our room. He clearly seems untrustworthy. I was planning to share a rental with Xiaoya, but her family situation isn't great, and she has no money. I can't afford to support both of us, so I thought. Fang Yunqi remained silent, while Zhang Jiwen was at a loss for words. The groundwork for their conversation had been poorly laid. Fang Yunqi had no obligation to agree nor any reason to refuse. Since the matter rested with Zhang Jiwen, he chose not to say much. Zhang Jiwen, aware of their close friendship, recognized he couldn't voice his opinions about their home in front of others. Feeling somewhat reluctant, he eventually spoke. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Is it cramped for 2 of you to share a room? Fang Yunqi interrupted Zhang Jiwen. Zhang Jiwen sensed that this brother before him was indeed a true friend. It's not that there are 2 empty rooms. Usually, only Aunt Mei stays here. We just come to rest during the day. Feel free to choose 2 rooms. The rent isn't as high as he mentioned. That's the monthly rate. Renting for a whole year is much cheaper, and we've already paid, so you can just move in. Fang Yunqi stood up and added, by the way, your roommate is named Tong Yi, right? Yes. Do you know her? Miao Zixuan asked. Fang Yunqi answered a call from Brother Bao and gestured to his phone, saying to Miao Zixuan, I have to step out for a bit. For the moving arrangements, please contact Wenzi. This mention of moving implied Fang Yunqi's tacit approval of the arrangement. However, after he left, Zhang Jiwen still felt a bit puzzled and asked, which class is Tong Yi in? Class 13, Miao Zixuan replied, her face betraying her delight. It was evident that the prospect of living here brought her joy, but she furrowed her brow and shot a suspicious look at Zhang Jiwen. But don't get any ideas about her. Tong Yi is very fragile. She's well behaved and keeps to herself, only focused on studying. I won't allow you to extend your wicked intentions towards her. Zhang Jiwen feigned disgust. Be careful, or I'll charge you rent. Miao Zixuan laughed gaily and turned to leave. Once outside, Fang Yunqi promptly entered Brother Bao's car and sent a message. What is your friend's name? Huh? Brother Bao yawned. I've been asleep all morning. I'm practically on the verge of illness. Indeed, after the chairman's disappearance, the driver's workload had significantly decreased, and the company would not dismiss him. Li Mingyuan. Her name is Tong Yi. Fang Yunqi. Got it. Have you eaten? Li Mingyuan. Yes. Fang Yunqi. Where are you staying? Li Mingyuan. At school. Fang Yunqi did not respond further and switched his phone to the location interface, showing it to Brother Bao beside him. Take me here. All right, Brother Bao replied, starting the car. As they drove, Fang Yunqi organized his thoughts. While Zhang Jiwen had not made much progress, he was aware that the criminal investigation team seemed to have established contact with the family, specifically the parents of a certain Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao had died on the road, and it was suspected to be due to cardiac failure, colloquially attributed to being frightened to death. The other two cases were more commonplace. Both could be classified as plausible accidents, but the notion of dying from fright seemed improbable. Consequently, after repeated inquiries, Zhang Hao's parents finally chose to believe the police and signed the consent for an autopsy. The examination began that morning, and results were expected by the following day, which would significantly impact the investigation. Fang Yunqi was eager and sought more opportunities and pathways. Clearly, staying ahead of the police's movements would yield more leads. However, upon arriving at the internet CAF, he was met with a row of police cars. Fang Yunqi exchanged glances with Brother Bao. The area had been cordoned off with police tape. As they exited the vehicle and approached the vicinity, their eyes met. Captain Kong Lianxing of the Criminal Investigation Team spotted Fang Yunqi, and Fang Yunqi recognized him as well. Chapter 62. Misrecognition or Intentionality, Part 1. My curiosity about your true nature has intensified. Kong Lianxing lit a cigarette, casting a gaze filled with skepticism upon Fang Yunqi. As they occupied the office of an internet CAF. As they passed through the CAF, Fang Yunqi observed his surroundings, grasping the gravity of the situation. The gruesome scene was not something one encounters frequently, and it was evident that someone had either been injured or killed. Blood had spattered onto the computers and the chandelier, indicating a brutal incident. Someone had promptly called for help. Otherwise, given the coagulation of the blood, the event must have transpired no more than an hour ago. The ambulance had already departed, and no body was in sight, suggesting that the victim had been taken away. Just a student, Fang Yunqi smiled faintly, resembling an oblivious high schooler. So, you came to surf the internet in your school uniform? Kong Lianxing inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke. Are you even of legal age? I wasn't here for the internet. I merely stopped by to purchase some necessities. With so many shops on Zhongshan Road, I happened to pass by and noticed the commotion, so I decided to take a look, Fang Yunqi explained. In this country, the urge to witness the spectacle is a common affliction. No one can resist it. Kong Lianxing chuckled, remarking on the serendipity of finding you here during class, and that you happen to be a student from the same school as the victim, who is also your classmate. Isn't it all quite coincidental? Indeed, Fang Yunqi replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. What a coincidence. Given that you have appeared at the crime scene twice, I can ascertain that this matter is indeed connected to you. According to criminal psychology, suspects often return to the scene of the crime after committing their act. To varying degrees, and at different times, Kong Lianxing asserted. I have reasonable grounds to suspect you have significant ties to 2 attempted murder cases. Attempted? Fang Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that there had been no fatalities. Merely conjecture. You possess no evidence, he mused thoughtfully. No evidence? Then let us take you back for further questioning. This world is certainly not unkind to those who are diligent, is it? Kong Lianxing smirked. You have the duration of half a cigarette to articulate your reasoning for why I should release you. Otherwise, once I finish this cigarette, you may very well experience a day in detention. Indeed, Fang Yunqi deduced, you must have already checked the surveillance footage, and since the perpetrator remains at large, you wouldn't be so leisurely in seeking me out. Upon reflection, it seems the assailant must have disguised themselves and obscured their features. Kong Lianxing remained silent. As for physical characteristics, Fang Yunqi gestured as if delivering a downward stab, estimating a height between 178 to 185 meters. After mimicking the motion of wielding a knife 3 times, he fell into contemplation, then stated, a left-handed individual? No, rather, they utilized their left hand. Yet the assailant exhibited confidence in their technique, thus delivering only a single strike. Regardless of whether she lived or died, they did not deliver a second blow. Kong Lianxing furrowed his brow. This implies that upon entering, they located their target, executed a single decisive strike, and exited with fluidity akin to a seasoned assassin. Fang Yunqi pondered aloud. Following their departure, the patrons of the CAF immediately reported the incident, summoned an ambulance, and fortuitously, a person with medical knowledge was present to perform emergency first aid, which accounts for the relatively diminished blood spatter on the floor compared to the ceiling and the computers. Fang Yunqi chuckled softly, simplifying matters significantly. The assailant is male, and I have already provided you with their height. The weight must be inferred from the wounds and their depth. Once you identify an individual matching the physical description, you will be able to apprehend the perpetrator. You are quite astute. Kang Lianxing's words were a compliment, yet his tone and gaze conveyed lingering suspicion towards Fang Yunqi. However, your analysis remains speculative. Or perhaps it is merely a convenient excuse for evading culpability. Speculation? Fang Yunqi yawned, gesturing towards the room outside. The blood spattered on the ceiling indicates the assailant stood near machine number 39. A typical person would need to shift the sofa to stand. And the current arrangement shows the sofa moved to the left while the body fell to the right. Thus, this person must have arisen from the left side. Moreover, the location where the body ultimately collapsed was near machine 41, indicating that the stabbing and the fall did not occur in the same place. The bloodstains all lean to the left, suggesting the stabbing motion was executed in that direction. Fang Yunqi mimicked the downward thrusting motion once more, accompanied by the action of drawing out the weapon. Otherwise, such a spray of blood would not have occurred. However, since the victim did not perish, the assailant employed their non-dominant hand, lacking sufficient force to deliver a fatal blow. A person approximately 180 meters tall could easily pierce the scapula with a powerful downward thrust, resulting in a lethal outcome. Kang Lianxing fell silent for a moment, then slowly inquired. It appears I must take you in for further questioning. Fang Yunqi chose not to elaborate further. He simply retrieved his phone, sent a message to Wang Zhining and Brother Bao, then switched off the screen, standing composedly to the side. Kang Lianxing acted swiftly. He was a man of his word. After completing the investigation of the scene, he escorted Fang Yunqi to the Qingsheng headquarters. Fang Yunqi was very familiar with this interrogation room, including the entire questioning process. Yet this time, he found himself seated within, a rather unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, those accompanying him were reliable. Wang Lu arrived promptly at the headquarters and knocked on Lu Jianghe's office door. Old Wang. Lu Jianghe and Wang Zhining were old acquaintances, as Qingqing's headquarters had been facilitated through Wang Zhining's connection to Fang Dong. The construction of the new bureau was also backed by Fang Dong's support, making them all friends. Such ties among municipal and provincial friends were well understood. Given their camaraderie, there was no need for pretense. Wang Zhining wasted no time in conveying the matter at hand. Lu Jianghe paused briefly, then quickly led Wang Zhining away, conversing as they walked. Old Wang, don't fret. I'll inquire and get to the bottom of this. It won't be as troublesome as you think. I hope so, Wang Zhining replied, following closely behind. Upon their arrival, they encountered Kang Lianxing, who was about to enter the interrogation room. Lu Jianghe called out to him, Lianxing. Director, Kang Lianxing greeted, standing still. What's the matter? Did you just apprehend a suspect? Lu Jianghe was already aware of the situation. Currently, the team consisted of just 2 members, and the report of the incident had only been made by Kang Lianxing himself, thus there was no need for further elaboration. Fang Yunqi was undoubtedly inside. Indeed. I suspect it to be a homicide, Kang Lianxing stated calmly. Chapter 63, Misrecognition or Deliberate, Part 2. Wang Zhining presented his attorney credentials, fully aware that upon uttering this statement, all matters were now detached from their personal relations as they pertained to a criminal case. Thus, Fang Yunkai's situation became precarious. Oh. An attorney, Kang Lianxing remarked, lacking the same respect for Wang Zhining, exhibiting a hint of flamboyance. This fellow even brought a lawyer, impressive legal awareness. Good day, officer. Attorney Wang retracted his identification. I represent the Qingshan Law Group, and my client is currently inside. I wish to partake in the inquiry. Very well. Legally speaking, such participation was permissible, especially since a criminal case had been invoked. Kang Lianxing gestured for him to enter. Upon entering, Wang Zhining spotted Fang Yunkai, who had been stripped of all his belongings. Fortunately, he had contacted Wang Zhining earlier. Otherwise, he would have been left utterly defenseless. Taking a seat beside Fang Yunkai, Wang Zhining gently patted his shoulder. Name? Kang Lianxing inquired. Fang Yunkai. Age? 17. Home address? Villa number 1, Qingqing Mansion. Kang Lianxing lifted his gaze to Fang Yunkai, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. A student? Indeed. Fang Yunkai, clad in a uniform emblazoned with Qingqing High School, refrained from responding with hostility. Although Kong may harbor a resentment towards the affluent, Fong maintained a light demeanor, recognizing they were mere strangers without cause for dispute. Which school? Qingcheng High School. Fong Yunkai replied, his calmness unwavering. It was Wang Zhening who grew somewhat irked, clearing his throat. Kong Lianxing, casting a glance at Wang, pressed on with his previous line of questioning. What grade? Second year. What class? Class 10. Who resides in your household? My father. Who is your father? Fong Zhengwei. What is his occupation? Real estate development, logistics, commerce, property management, shopping centers, urban construction, landscaping, and hospitality. Kong Lianxin's expression darkened, his disdain barely concealed. After a deep breath, he queried, your father is Fong Zhengwei? Yes, Fong Yukai replied, his countenance devoid of emotion. You are the young master of Qishan Group? To be precise. I am currently the principal shareholder of Qingshan Group, Fong Yunkai stated. My father is missing. Isn't it a crime for the principal shareholder of Qingshan Group to commit murder? I caution you, officer, without concrete evidence, such accusations border on defamation, Wang Zhening asserted with righteous indignation. I expect you to present evidence, otherwise, I shall request the cessation of this inquiry. Why were you present at both crime scenes? Kong Lianxing shifted to the core of the matter. Because they were both my classmates, my friends, and I was aware that they were in danger. Is it merely a coincidence that you sought them out precisely when the incidents occurred? Kong Lianxing's skepticism was palpable. Indeed, it is a coincidence. You are investigating. And I am investigating. I am more eager than you to uncover the truth, Fong Yukai replied, maintaining his composure. Kong Lianxing frowned. What do you intend to investigate? The 3 corpses and the 4th individual who narrowly escaped death, Fong Yunkai declared. Is this your concern? Kong Lianxing frowned further. And this does not concern you. Wang Zhening interjected. I can discern that you possess no evidence. Attorney Wang, I must insist you do not obstruct my inquiry, Kong Lianxing retorted. Officer Kong, you have no authority to pry into my client's private affairs. If you persist, I shall summon your superior, who awaits outside, to sign the necessary documents for a citizen's investigation. I believe you are not exercising your police powers appropriately. I can detain him for 24 hours. No, you misunderstand. It is a maximum of 24 hours. I have submitted a request to the prosecution for assistance in questioning. And should it be determined that there are insufficient grounds for arrest or that evidence remains stagnant, immediate release is required, along with the signing of a release certificate. Wang Zhening stood firm. Kong Lianxing glared menacingly at Wang Zhening, and at that moment, the doors swung open. Not only did Lu Jiangfe enter, but a woman accompanied him. The woman appeared remarkably composed, donned in standard uniform, and the insignia upon her shoulder belied her youth. Fong Yukai surmised that she must be highly educated, likely specializing in criminal investigation, psychology, criminal psychology. Her appearance was not entirely of traditional Chinese descent, possessing a hint of exotic allure, suggesting mixed heritage. Her eyes were a striking blue, with elegantly shaped corners reminiscent of Qiu Qi. Her features were delicate yet captivating, high cheekbones, full lips. The woman with full lips is indeed fortunate, Fong Yukai recalled Mei often saying. The woman stepped forward, presenting her credentials. Greetings, I am Liao Hong, Deputy Director of the National Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Research Institute. Hello. This time, Kong Lianxing rose and extended his hand, yet she withdrew her credentials instead, stating, this individual, Fong Yukai, is a subject of our research institute and is under our protection. His actions are within the scope of our investigation. And there is no basis for the alleged violent conduct you mentioned. His real-time coordinates are within our purview, and we can confirm he was dining at home during the time the incident occurred. Understood. Kong Lianxing's face contorted with frustration as he awkwardly exited the room. As Fong Yukai emerged from the central office, Wang Zhening tactfully engaged Lu Jianghe in conversation to express his gratitude, leaving Liao Hong standing beside him. You have been rather careless, Liao Hong remarked. Fong Yunkai found her voice oddly familiar, recalling that she might have been the eagle he encountered on the day of the Great Hippo incident. However, he refrained from making an immediate recognition, answering, I am merely a high school student. Such platitudes may suffice for others, but they are unnecessary in my presence. What do you intend to discern from Kong Lianxing? Liao Hong inquired, her sensitivity evident. What leads you to such a conclusion? Fong Yukai raised an eyebrow. A mere alibi should suffice for your release. Yet you have summoned a lawyer, a driver, and numerous officials, yet you have not presented your alibi. What is your intention? Haha. Fong Yukai chuckled. Realizing that the capital was indeed filled with remarkable individuals capable of penetrating the heart of matters with ease. But as a PhD in psychology, surely you can discern this much? How did you know? Liao Hong's expression darkened. Today, I have gleaned much information. Fang Yunkai strode toward Baoge's car, adding, I owe you and Officer Kong my gratitude. Chapter 64. Visiting the sick. Who is that woman? Bao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Fang Yunqi sat in the car, tilting his head to gaze at Liao Hong, who remained standing at the entrance of the headquarters. Indeed, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Not only did she possess striking features, but it was her unique aura that left a lasting impression. Such an aura is not easily cultivated. It emerges only in distinctive environments. She was the kind of person who appears only when capturing elusive thieves. Fang Yunqi smiled and rolled down the car window. At the moment their eyes met, he sensed something, a peculiar illusion that felt like the bond of friendship, yet also bore the weight of enmity. I propose we skip class and wander wherever we please. It would be far more enjoyable. At this rate, we won't make it back for the last period. And it's already past 4, Baoge suggested. Shall I just take you home? Let us head to the hospital, Fang Yunqi replied, his mind racing with thoughts. What's the matter? Is a friend unwell? Baoge inquired. Just some lingering matters. I need to ask a few questions, Fang Yunqi explained without elaborating further, knowing that Baoge was not part of the unfolding drama. To explain everything would require starting from the very beginning. With impressive driving skills, Baoge had them at the hospital in less than 10 minutes. Should I wait for you? Just a moment. Fang Yunqi glanced at his watch, realizing that twilight would soon engulf the sky. Being in the northern part of Qing province, nightfall arrived much earlier than in other regions, especially as winter approached. He felt a twinge of anxiety about encountering unexpected events in such a place as a hospital. All right, I'll park in the southern lot. Just let me know when you're out, Baoge remarked, feeling a bit aimless himself. Each day seemed to blend into the next. And this task of picking up and dropping off Fang Yunqi justified his meager salary, allowing him to sleep a little easier at night. Fang Yunqi did not rush to the ward, but first purchased some fruit. Following a familiar path, he made his way to the intensive care unit. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Wu Wintao had already been transferred out. After stopping a nurse, he learned that Wu was no longer in critical condition, though the exorbitant medical costs had necessitated his move to a standard ward. He then proceeded to the general ward, searching until he found Zhao Yanan, who was having her meal in a corner. As a fellow classmate, Fang Yunqi felt at ease and approached her directly. Hello. Zhao Yanan looked up, and a bright, clean smile illuminated Fang Yunqi's face, sparking a sense of affection. Oh, Fang Yunqi, Zhao Yanan exclaimed, standing up and brushing her thighs, awkwardly placing her steel bowl aside. What brings you here? Indeed, there was no formal visiting hour in the afternoon, but he cleverly concealed his intentions under the guise of his identity. I had classes during the day and came to check on you in the evening. How is your recovery? I heard a classmate from your hometown is ill. We're from the same village, Zhao Yanan replied with a cheerful smile, her innocence shining through. Though they hailed from neighboring towns around Qingqing, Fang Yunqi seemed to conflate the concepts of townships and villages. He apologetically clarified, I see. I'll go check on him. How is he doing? He woke up last night. You and Wintao seem close. Why haven't I heard him mention you? Zhao Yanan asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhao Yanan was the epitome of a rural girl, her smile pure and untainted, her eyes exuding a gentle warmth devoid of pretense. Though her voice was somewhat coarse, her tone remained polite, radiating an aura of simplicity. He's doing all right. Mainly, the teacher is concerned about you, so they sent me to check in on you. Fang Yunqi replied. Oh, I nearly forgot you are our class monitor, Zhao Yanan said, touching her forehead, her long ponytail swinging behind her, neat and tidy. Fang Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. There's really no distinction. I merely collect class fees and perform a few minor duties. As they conversed, they entered the ward, and Zhao Yanan placed the kettle of hot water aside. Wu Wintao lay on the bed, appearing extremely frail, his body trembling. You've been here all day? Fang Yunqi inquired. I took the morning off from school and borrowed some wages from my boss to pay the hospitalization fees, Zhao Yanan explained. Morning? Fang Yunqi was taken aback. Yes, I went to school this morning, she clarified. But I didn't TC Brother Gun. I went straight to the academic office. For such extended leaves, parents must communicate directly with the office, and since my parents couldn't come, I had to go myself. The teacher understood my situation and didn't give me a hard time. Fang Yunqi nodded in understanding, realizing that Zhao Yanan had not been present throughout the day. What time did you return? Just after 4. I took care of him and had some food myself, Zhao Yanan reflected. Fang Yunqi placed the fruit basket on Wu Wintao's bedside, gazing quietly at him. Wu Wintao's eyes appeared dimmer than before, lacking the initial terror he had expressed. now resembling a listless shell of a person. It was no wonder, after enduring such an ordeal, it was impossible for anyone to regain their composure immediately. He himself had once felt similarly. "Wintao, say something," Zhao Yanan urged, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Our class monitor has come to see you. Everything is fine." Fang Yunqi replied with a smile. Wu Wintao remained silent, still lying there in a daze. "Last night, he spoke a few words and asked me some questions. But this morning he just lay there, unresponsive," Zhao Yanan sighed. Fang Yunqi nodded. "Let him rest well. I hope for his swift recovery so you can return to class. Take good care of him. I won't intrude any longer." "All right, I'll walk you out," Zhao Yanan said as she stood. Fang Yunqi did not stop her, for he had questions of his own. Once outside the ward, he asked, "What did he say?" He just mentioned he was thirsty and hungry," Zhao Yanan replied. "Nothing particularly special." While eating, he also asked about Xiaoyu's situation. "Oh, and he inquired whether we had changed dormitories." "Changed dormitories?" Fang Yunqi paused, glancing back to catch a glimpse of blue and white, possibly a patient gown, though he could not discern it clearly. "Yes, we changed dormitories because we are all boarding students." He mentioned the change due to the construction of the dormitory building. "Our building for sophomores was completed later than expected, and we only just moved in these past few days." He probably feared that everyone would need to help him move his belongings. "Who helped you move into your dorm?" Fang Yunqi asked, curious. "That lady? I can't count on her. It was classmates from another class," Zhao Yanan responded. "What are their names?" Fang Yunqi pressed further. "They're also from our hometown, but not from the same village. One is named Li Mingyuan and the other Tong Yi. I don't know much about the boys' dormitory, but I asked this morning, and the teacher said someone had already helped him move in." "Understood," Fang Yunqi said as he stepped into the elevator, waving goodbye to Zhao Yanan. Chapter 65. A dreadful premonition. The night sky descended rapidly, and Fang Yunqi hastily made his way to the car. Witnessing the tumultuous changes around him, his companion, the husky, let out a sigh. The young master had always harbored a fear of the night since childhood. Yet Baoga had never understood the reason behind this apprehension from someone who could sit through horror films without flinching. "Heading home?" Baoga inquired. Fang Yunqi slumped into the seat, feeling that a hospital was not a place one should frequent. The oppressive atmosphere was not only stifling, but also chilling, most disconcertingly. The figures standing at the entrance were not animals but the deceased. He wished to disregard whether they were human or ghostly, yearning only to depart swiftly. "Let us go home," he replied. After traversing all the streets, Fang Yunqi finally arrived at his residence. After sending a message to Zhou Qiqi, he changed into comfortable attire and descended the stairs. Aunt Lin had already begun preparing dinner upon realizing his return, but it wasn't tea ready yet. So he sprawled on the living room sofa to play a game. By the time Bap completed his hat trick, the first half had just concluded, and Aunt Lin announced dinner was ready. Fang Yunqi glanced at the clock. It was past 6. The butler had yet to return, instructing him not to leave food. Aunt Lin seemed to grasp his thoughts and explained, "Oh, I see." Fang Yunqi paid no heed, pondering the peculiar nature of Shin Man, who appeared more intrigued by the prospect of killing him. However, it was no simple task. Fang Yunqi was either at home or school, both locations inconvenient for any malicious act. If he ventured out, he would likely be with Baoga, leaving no opportunity for others to strike. "Let us wait. There are classmates around," Fang Yunqi said. "All right." Aunt Lin acquiesced and stepped away. When Zhang Juwen arrived at the dining table with Zhou Qiqi and Li Mingyao, Li Mingyao looked utterly bewildered. Having previously experienced the spacious living room of over 80 square meters, she now confronted the expansive dining area of over 40 square meters, leaving her in a state of shock. Fortunately, Zhou Qiqi quickly grasped her hand beneath the table, alleviating some of her astonishment. Fang Yunqi noted her trepidation, but chose not to comment. Instead, he stated directly, "I visited the hospital this afternoon." "To see who? Is Wu Wintao awake?" Zhang Jiwen responded with unexpected alacrity. Fang Yunqi felt a twinge of awkwardness. "What is with you? Suddenly so perceptive." "Humph." Zhang Jiwen chuckled after emitting a peculiar high-pitched sound, filled with confidence. "I thought about it. Wu Wintao's interrogation must be arduous, especially since the police have intervened. When you visited, did you not see any officers? Having awakened last night, the police must have received information by then. However, encountering a new case today, it's likely that Kong Lianqing lacks sufficient energy. It may not yet be his turn to investigate," Fang Yunqi reasoned. Zhou Qiqi took a bite of the pickled vegetables. Aunt Lin's pickles are truly delicious. Aunt Lin, standing nearby, smiled gently, encouraging her to indulge more. Indeed, with such a significant incident today, resources must be stretched thin. But thankfully, Wu Wintao is awake, so clarity in the investigation is merely a matter of time. But you got ahead of the game. Any discoveries? Dream you on. Allow me to introduce Tong Yi, Fang Yunqi suddenly interjected. Li Mingyao, who had been engrossed in her meal, jolted upright, placing her chopsticks down steadily. Oh, Tong Yi. Tong Yi is a friend from my village, of the same age, but her parents have passed away, leaving only her grandparents to care for her. Li Mingyao articulated as she organized her thoughts, perhaps speaking more than she had all semester. She is in our grade, in class 6. As she recounted. Silence enveloped the table. Everyone understood that for Li Mingyao to declare she has severe depression indicated her utmost effort, revealing her respect for Fang Yunqi. Are you all from Shaoyang village? Fang Yunqi inquired suddenly. Yes. Li Mingyao nodded, her head lowered. What township do you belong to? Dalong Township. And what village does Wu Wentao hail from? Fangzhou village. Are the two villages far apart? The mountain road stretches over 30. Li Fang Yunqi nodded thoughtfully. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let us visit tonight. Ah? Li Mingyao gasped. Consider it overtime, triple pay. All right, Zhou Qiqi agreed. Always on standby to assist me with inquiries. Keep an eye on Lao Lu and wait for me at the library. Fang Yunqi organized his plans, then resumed eating. Huh? Zhang Jiwen interjected, puzzled. Huh? Fang Yunqi lifted his gaze. What about me? Zhang Jiwen tilted his head. You're not part of my company, Fang Yunqi retorted, using the public chopsticks to serve Li Mingyao a generous portion of meat. Eat. This is also work, he added. Li Mingyao lowered her head, unable to counter. Speak plainly. What do you want me to do? Zhang Jiwen frowned. Stay overnight at Xian Garden, Fang Yunqi replied with a playful smile. Absolutely not. Zhang Jiwen retorted angrily. Serious business. Fang Yunqi regained his composure. Stay overnight at Xian Garden. What does that mean? Trust me, I have a premonition that something will transpire tonight. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. I sense something is amiss, yet I cannot articulate it. When I cannot pinpoint the disturbance, I tend to keep an eye on all related individuals. Oh. Zhang Jiwen suddenly comprehended. Today, those two are moving, and the Tong Yi you just mentioned is among them. Fang Yunqi nodded, feeling satisfied after his meal, knowing he had matters to attend to that evening. Abruptly, he turned to Li Mingyao. How old are you? 10-18. Li Mingyao responded. Do you have a driver's license? And no, Fang Yunqi sighed in exasperation. Go obtain your driver's license. The expenses will be covered by public funds. I want to learn too, Zhou Qiqi chimed in. Let us go together. 2 months' time. Fang Yunqi said while retrieving his phone to send a message. Baoga, I'm heading to the village tonight. Is it convenient? Not a problem. Where to? Dalong Township, Shaoyang village. When you come down, bring the black Mercedes key. There's a silver circular emblem on the back, and it's inscribed with AMG. Let us take the SUV. It's inconvenient for a sedan to enter the village. Understood. Chapter 66. Li family of Shaoyang village. As night fell, the sky surrounding Qiqing appeared as if it had been devoured by darkness, an impenetrable blackness enveloping everything. Apart from the headlights of the car, the road on either side was shrouded in pitch black. No worries, I'm quite familiar with this area, remarked Brother Bao. Noticing Fang Yunqi's unease, he rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. The cold wind swept into the car, but Fang Yunqi paid it no mind. He was engrossed in his phone, where Lao Huang had sent him all the footage of the internet CAF murder case. Upon closer inspection, he discerned several anomalies. The internet CAF was sparsely equipped with computers, allowing him to see everything at a glance. He spotted Lin Yi, who was online, her screen displaying scenes from her dormitory. As suspected, she was engaged in surveillance. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something, shut down her computer, and rushed to the counter to log off. It was at that moment that a man clad in black entered. Clearly male, this individual had a robust physique indicative of someone who regularly exercised. This lent credence to Fang Yunqi's theory. He was using his left hand rather than his dominant right, possibly to avoid detection or perhaps because of an issue with his right hand. The man began to scan the room, inspecting each computer until he encountered Lin Yi. She appeared startled, her face a mask of terror. She screamed and took a step back, but was yanked back by the man. He gripped her shoulders tightly, shouting at her. They exchanged words, after which Lin Yi struck him across the face. In a swift motion, he drew a knife and plunged it into her neck. The action was seamless, devoid of hesitation. He seemed momentarily taken aback, cursed under his breath, and then turned to leave. This was the entirety of the recorded information. Fang Yunqi gleaned no further useful insights, only that the two were acquainted and seemingly held some animosity, but the specifics remained unknown. Next came Lao Wang's notes, young master. She was fixated on a girl in the dormitory for most of the time. Some of the footage is rather suggestive and intrusive. I will send you the photos. After receiving the images, Fang Yunqi showed them to the nearby Li Mingyuan. Who is this? Tong Yi, Li Mingyuan replied, wearing headphones as if listening to music. Bluetooth headphones? Fang Yunqi inquired. Li Mingyuan nodded. He reached out, and she handed him the plastic white case, which seemed quite ordinary, likely a purchase made only out of necessity. He extracted one of the earbuds and placed it in his ear. The scattered moonlight filtered through the clouds, evading the masses, spreading like the scales of the ocean, while the waves dampened the white dress, attempting to push you back. No time. No time. You once laughed and cried. Wait. Fang Yunqi snatched her phone. Do you typically listen to this kind of music? Yes, Li Mingyuan replied dreamily. Unlock it, he commanded. 96. Oh. She scratched her head. Let me do it. She leaned closer, tapping on her phone screen. Fang Yunqi caught a whiff of a fresh scent. A blend of shampoo and fabric softener. All right. What is this? Fang Yunqi frowned. The screen is cracked. Li Mingyuan's voice was barely above a whisper. It happened the last time I was at the hospital. I fell while climbing over a wall. Your phone doesn't seem very feminine. The wallpaper is still the default one, Fang Yunqi remarked disdainfully, casually opening her music player. All depressing songs, he noted. Select all. Delete. Li Mingyuan nearly burst into tears. He then initiated a search for rice aroma. Suddenly, the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds filled their ears. From now on, listen to this kind of music instead of those gloomy tunes, Fang Yunqi scolded. Li Mingyuan lowered her head like a child caught misbehaving. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the road. Brother Bao brought the car to a halt, and Li Mingyuan quickly said, Right leads to our Shaoyang village. Understood. Let's proceed, he replied. In no time, they reached the village. The current state of the village starkly contrasted with the description Fang Dong had given Fang Yunqi. There were no longer the treacherous ravines that would topple an off-road vehicle, nor were there villagers fetching water from the well. Each household had transitioned from kerosene lamps to electricity. Gone were the mud brick houses, replaced by solid brick structures. Where is your home? Fang Yunqi inquired. Li Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. You can't expect us to sleep in the car, can you? He said, grinning foolishly. Li Mingyuan chuckled. Just ahead, take a left. Her home appeared to be quite well off, perhaps due to recent improvements. It featured a small courtyard with a chicken coop and a sheep pen. As most of the residents were still herders, earning substantial incomes. Li Mingyuan knocked on the iron gate, and a voice called out from within. Who is it? It's me, she shouted. Mingyuan? A hurried sound followed, and a woman opened the door. Mingyuan. Oh my, the woman exclaimed joyfully, enveloping Li Mingyuan in a warm embrace and gently stroking her hair. Is this your classmate? Fang Yunqi smiled and nodded, although he couldn't speak the local dialect. He understood it. Hello, auntie. I am Li Mingyuan's class monitor, Fang Yunqi, he greeted with a smile, acknowledging the woman. The homeroom teacher was unable to conduct home visits. So here I am. This prompted Brother Bao to instinctively adjust his clothing to conceal his tattoos more effectively. Oh, the class monitor. Nice to meet you, she responded, her demeanor shifting from suspicion to respect upon hearing the title. Are you Li Mingyuan's mother? Fang Yunqi asked. Yes, Li Mama nodded. Oh dear. This child didn't inform us about the visit. How chaotic. It's already late. Come in, come in. She ushered the three inside and secured the gate, then invited them. Come in, come in. I just made some tea eggs. You must try them. They're delicious. Under her warm hospitality, they hastily gathered around the Kong, where Li Mama enthusiastically retrieved the eggs. You and your mother look nothing alike, Fang Yunqi remarked. My mom only became like this after meeting my dad, Li Mingyuan replied. So you were around when your mother met your father? Fang Yunqi laughed heartily. Yes, Li Mingyuan replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 67. A home of fracture and hope. The rural night is quite captivating, filled with the sounds of cicadas and frogs, the lowing of cattle and bleating of sheep. While dogs occasionally glance curiously at passers-by, the heated Kong, originally meant for a family, was shared by Fang Yunqi and Brother Bao after Li Mama arranged for them to stay in a side room, where another Kong awaited. After bringing in a few blankets, the night settled into a peaceful slumber. At the break of dawn, the roosters heralded the day, prompting Fang Yunqi to rise and fetch his toiletries from the car. Squatting at the village entrance to brush his teeth, the early risers in the village seemed unfamiliar with the Mercedes G63, whispering and pointing as they passed by. Just then, Li Mingyuan emerged. Her home was the third from the entrance of the village. The primary modes of transport here were electric bikes and bicycles. Yet most children relied on their own legs, so she had developed a habit of running back home. Another tea egg? Fang Yunqi inquired. Yes, Li Mingyuan replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. We don't have much else to eat. My mom went to the cooperative to get vegetables. And I told her we wouldn't leave until the afternoon. Why didn't I see your father? Fang Yunqi asked, taking the tea egg and handing it to Brother Bao, then turning back to her. My dad was at the dam yesterday, probably playing mahjong. He just got back this morning and went to bed, Li Mingyuan explained. Fang Yunqi nodded thoughtfully. Did your parents not want more children after getting married? No, she replied, standing beside him. My mom said she feared I would be bullied, and with the policies against having a second child, they were worried about fines. So they decided against it. What about your father before? My mom said he died of the plague while working in the fields. I have no memory of him. As I was still in her womb at the time, Li Mingyuan recounted. Later, she saved money for my high school education before marrying my current dad. Fang Yunqi nodded in contemplation. Where is Tong Yi's home? At the end of the village. I can take you there, she replied. The village was not large. Upon entering, one would find the village committee, followed by several well-decorated homes, and at the very end, a solitary earthen house. In the small courtyard, there was only one room, a mix of mud and weeds. An elderly man was feeding chickens while an older woman tidied up the litter in the yard. Just as Li Mingyuan was about to knock, Fang Yunqi stopped her. Are there only these two elderly people? He asked, puzzled. Yes, she confirmed. Tong Ye's parents have both passed away. I mean, are there no uncles or aunts? None, Li Mingyuan replied. I can ask my dad when he wakes up. I remember people in the village saying that their family had only one child for 9 generations, and now Tong Yi is a girl. They originally wanted to have more. But during the pandemic, what was it called, SARS? Tong Ye's mother died, and not long after, Uncle Tong passed away too. Then we shall not disturb them, Fang Yunqi decided. When investigating cases, it was prudent to gather information from the surroundings first. If they faced insurmountable obstacles, they could return. Primarily, he wished to spare the elderly from recalling painful memories concerning the loss of their son, for fear it may cause them further distress regarding Tong Yi. Who lives next door? Fang Yunqi inquired. That is Uncle Chen's house. Their son grew up quickly and moved to a big city, taking Uncle Chen and Annie with him. So now the house is vacant, Li Mingyuan explained. The village used to be bustling when I was in elementary school. Over 30 families lived here. Back then, the village had no running water or electricity, and people would have to go to the village entrance to fetch water in the morning. At night, they relied on dim yellow lamps. Every household was shrouded in darkness. Nodding, Fang Yunqi returned to Li Mingyuan's home, where her father seemed to have awakened. With a weary expression, he was squatting in the courtyard washing his face. Upon seeing the two enter, he quickly dried his face and smiled. I heard the class leader has come. Such a pleasure, Fang Yunqi replied courteously. Uncle, if you're tired, you may rest. I'm merely visiting homes. The school is looking to support impoverished students. We, as class leaders, are responsible for assessing each student's family circumstances to ensure those truly in need receive assistance. Oh, Uncle Li exclaimed, chuckling. Little class leader. We're okay here in the village, though we have some surplus. The government is diligent in their considerations, but the school need not worry. We can manage our educational expenses. This statement held a kernel of truth. The school indeed had such policies, and if Li Mingyuan's family faced severe poverty, he would discuss it with the homeroom teacher. Upon entering the room, Li Mama was busy cooking, the aroma permeating the entire house. The three of them removed their shoes and sat on the calm. Fang Yunqi felt no aversion, which eased Li Mingyuan's anxiety. After all, he was her employer. Her worries, however, proved unfounded. Fang Yunqi cheerfully remarked to Uncle Li. Just a routine visit to see if everything is in order. Mingyuan didn't apply at school, and the administration considered that students might hesitate to report their circumstances due to fear of discrimination, so they are visiting everyone personally. Ha ha ha, you've worked hard. Uncle Li responded with a hearty laugh. Although we may not have much money, I can earn a bit. I'm aware of the poverty issue. A couple of years ago, a boy from the neighboring village applied for assistance and ended up bullied to the point of injury. While we may be poor, we cannot let our daughter suffer. Nearly everyone in the village has enough to eat now. I'm also looking into education. I won a little money yesterday and am saving up 300 to 500 here and there to cover her school fees in a couple of years. Oh, university tuition is quite expensive these days, Li Mama sighed, turning to Fang Yunqi. My daughter says working in the city pays well, over 10,000 a month, and insists on not letting her father and me work. Don't be deceived by how well he seems now. He had a heart attack not long ago. If it weren't for the 80,000 she earned, he might not have made it. Fang Yunqi exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Mingyuan, who lowered her head. Ah, this girl. I tell her not to work so hard. When I was studying with my father, I knew the struggles well, rising early and working late, studying while also working. It nearly wore me out. Now that I'm feeling a bit better, I plan to farm several acres come spring, so she can live a good life. Uncle Li lamented. Don't, Li Mingyuan murmured, her head bowed. Don't farm anymore, I'll take care of you. The elderly couple exchanged glances, sighing with a mix of emotion and gratitude. Chapter 68. The results of the investigation. Everyone adores children who are considerate and filial. However, Fang Yunqi harbors no affection for those who only display filial piety after succumbing to depression. Who among us is free from pressure? Perhaps it is due to the girls. Or maybe their tender age compels them to shoulder excessive burdens. Or perhaps there are other underlying reasons that have led Li Mingyuan to her melancholia. Yet, from his perspective, such despair appears utterly unnecessary. Nevertheless, Fang Yunqi would never voice such thoughts to her. Uncle Li and Aunt Li were busily preparing a meal, and with a couple of hours to spare, the few of them exchanged pleasantries. Fang Yunqi and Li Mingyuan's parents shared their opinions. He was entirely capable of assuring this unfortunate couple that their daughter would not be bullied at school. However, he merely reassured them, rest assured, uncle and aunt. The current social security system is quite robust, and incidents of school bullying are virtually non-existent. As the principal perpetrator of bullying, Fang Yunqi refrains from tormenting ordinary students. Instead, he targets those who prided themselves on being delinquents, bullying others at whim. It was indeed amusing when he uttered those words. Uncle Li sighed. Very well. Let us enroll her. The child has endured enough. She should work less and focus on her studies. Only by excelling academically can she transform her future. Do not fret about the finances. If needed, I will find a way. Li Mingyuan nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Fang Yunqi shifted the conversation. Uncle, are you familiar with the family at the end of the village? Their child is named Tong Yi. Oh, I know of them, Uncle Li responded. On the table, several dishes were laid out, including peanuts, cucumber salad, and cold tofu skin. I am aware of the Lao Tong family. Alas, what a difficult life they lead. Lao Tong is quite unfortunate. Both he and his daughter are reticent. When we visit their house to play mahjong, we can sit there from morning till night without a word exchanged between them. Uncle Li chuckled helplessly. Lao Tong's wife passed away shortly after giving birth to their daughter, reportedly freezing to death on her way to find Lao Tong. They discovered her on the road returning from Fanjiakan during this very season, on a frigid night. Lifeless by the roadside, Uncle Li reminisced. Afterward, Lao Tong became a mere shadow of his former self, neglecting his duties and abandoning his Suona playing. He spent his days drinking at home, nearly depleting the family's savings. 5 or 6 years ago, he succumbed to the cold as well, clutching his Suona on the very path his wife had taken. Following his parents' arrival to take him away, they began raising Tong Yi, providing her with a semblance of a home. Now, the elderly couple, nearing their 80s, struggle to scrape by. Fortunately, in recent years, life in the village has improved. They have received some insurance funds, and the village committee has rallied the able-bodied to support them, allowing them to continue. Such tales are inevitably poignant. Li Mingyuan's grip on the table tightened. Fang Yunqi popped a peanut into his mouth, inquiring, does he still play the Suona? Indeed, Uncle Li nodded. Lao Tong's Suona was renowned across several villages. A decade ago, when the town was bustling with people, our Shaoyang village alone boasted 100 households. Funerals were often queued up at Lao Tong's door. Back then, he would consider whether your family was respectable before accepting a job, refusing to serve those he deemed unworthy. Times have changed, he continued. With the decline of traditional burials, few seek Lao Tong's services anymore. Moreover, those students who return from studying abroad speak of funeral services that require no Suona. They rely solely on mobile sound systems, often louder than Lao Tong's own playing, supplemented by local bands, and that suffices. Fang Yunqi nodded in silence, realizing that Tong Ye's family was truly impoverished. In fact, the impoverished students are better represented by the Tong family. They primarily survive on relief funds. This topic was one he did not pursue further, as Tong Yi was not in their class. However, having heard this, Fang Yunqi grasped who was sustaining her. He glanced at Li Mingyuan, who, recognizing the shrewdness of her companion, kept her head lowered in silence. After a sumptuous farmhouse meal, both Bao Gu and Fang Yunqi had filled their bowls thrice before they could cease. As they departed, Bao Gu placed the rice, flour, and oil from the vehicle at the corner of the house, understanding the nuances of social etiquette. Once the three settled back into the car, Fang Yunqi finally spoke. You are supporting Tong Yi? Yes, she replied. Through what means? He inquired. Via the village committee, It is facilitated through the Qingshan Charity Foundation, Li Mingyuan explained. It was suggested by Sister Zhou. This was indeed a strategy that Zhou Qi would devise. As Bao Gu started the car, preparing to return to Qingqing, Fang Yunqi opened the tablet on the back seat and connected to his social media. After initiating a video call, Zhou Qi's face appeared on the screen. "Boss," she greeted. "Where's Sixth?" he asked. "Here," Zhou Qi replied, adjusting the camera to reveal Lin Muzin. "Boss, is everything ready?" "All set," Lin Muzin confirmed. And the file transferred onto the tablet. Fang Yunqi picked up his phone as Lin Muzin began to elucidate. The recorded time of death for Zhao Wulan was October 3rd. 7 years ago, while Tong Dali's was September 28th, 5 years ago. Fang Yunqi contemplated the timelines. They aligned closely with the present date of September 27th. As he deduced, Zheng Hao's grandfather's funeral occurred in December 7 years ago, and Cui Yiji's father was interred in June 6 years ago. In December 6 years ago, Wang Ran's grandmother was laid to rest. All 3 timelines coincided. Yet these individuals were the only relatives who had passed away during that period? Yes, Lin Muzin confirmed. There were no records of any relatives of Wu Wentao who died during that time frame. The records from earlier years are too ancient. While subsequent deaths occurred only after Tong Yi's father had passed, Fang Yunqi's expression became somewhat peculiar, and beside him, Li Mingyuan gazed at him in astonishment. "Boss, are you suggesting why have you been investigating Tong Yi? She must be a crucial link," Fang Yunqi remarked, reflecting on how many matters revolved around her. However, it can be asserted that she is not the perpetrator. The individual attempting to harm Lin Yi is not her. Lin Yi has no reason to risk her life by monitoring the camera. Her behavior likely stems from suspicion, a suspicion that is quite evident, as she fears for Tong Yi's safety. Now, a myriad of threads intertwined in Fang Yunqi's mind. Initially, he believed he was investigating Wu Wentao. Yet as he delved deeper, he found discrepancies, and only now did he grasp the core issues within this village. He still held several questions. How did Zhao Wulan die? What transpired after Zhao Wulan's death? How did Tong Dali meet his end? What events followed Tong Dali's demise? Ultimately, Fang Yunqi succumbed to slumber in the car. Chapter 69. Return to Qingqing. The first piece of news that Fang Yunqi received upon his return to Qingqiang on the afternoon of September 27th was that Wu Wentao had vanished. The first person to contact Fang Yunqi was Qi Xiaoyu, who suspected police involvement and inquired about the situation. "Impossible," Fang Yunqi replied. "The police would never abduct someone without raising an alarm. I reviewed the footage. He left alone at 4:30 in the morning." "Where did he go?" Qi Xiaoyu asked. "I have no idea." Fang Yunqi sighed deeply. However, he was in excellent physical condition. After exiting the hospital, he ran for quite a while before disappearing near Remin East Road. "The surveillance cameras have lost track of him." Qi Xiaoyu sighed. "Why would he do such a thing?" "I don't know," Fang Yunqi replied, feeling a knot of uncertainty tightening in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The case, with all its complexities, became increasingly perplexing. He was at a loss as to who the true perpetrator might be, and there wasn't even a single suspect to consider. By the time Fang Yunqi returned to Qingqing, it was nearly 5 o'clock. After dropping Li Mingyuan back at school, he decided to visit Xian Garden, where Zhang Jiwen was still staying. Upon entering, he noticed the lights on the second floor were illuminated. "Hey, Xiao Tao Tao." Fang Yunqi greeted Mei Yi's daughter, Tao Tao, who was in the 4th grade and often stayed with her mother. Mei Yi's husband worked as a security guard at a factory and was frequently on duty, prompting Tao Tao to seek refuge with her mother. Once Fang Yunqi learned of this arrangement, he encouraged Mei Yi to let her stay whenever her husband was away. The usually quiet home was now bustling with activity. Zhang Jiwen was playing video games in the living room, while Miao Zixuan questioned him. "Why use the TV? Can't you use your phone? Have you ever seen a console game played on a phone?" Zhang Jiwen scoffed. "I want to watch a drama. It's such a waste to play games on such a large TV." Miao Zixuan retorted angrily. Fang Yunqi stifled a yawn and called out, "Jiwen, come here." Reluctantly, Zhang Jiwen set down his controller and tossed the remote to Fang Yunqi, grumbling, "It's over there. Adjust it yourself." As they entered the room together, Miao Zixuan gleefully picked up Tao Tao, eager to turn on the television. "What is going on?" Fang Yunqi asked as he lay down on the bed. Zhang Jiwen perched on the sofa, crossing his legs. "That guy doesn't seem to realize someone is out to kill him, yet he still runs away. Where do you think he could have gone? The school has already checked. Zhao Yanan said he had no other place to go. He usually just hangs out at the nearby internet CAF. The surveillance didn't catch him there. Running out in the middle of the night just to surf the web?" Fang Yunqi mused, perplexed by Zhang Jiwen's thought process. "I believe he has something crucial to attend to, but what could it be?" Both fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Miao Zixuan burst through the door. "Don't you knock?" Zhang Jiwen snapped. "I can't figure out the TV. Can you help me?" Miao Zixuan pouted, holding out the remote. Zhang Jiwen rolled his eyes, exasperated, and took the remote to adjust the television for her. Fang Yunqi casually inquired, "Aren't you inviting Tong Yi to watch too?" She said she needed to review something and hasn't he returned yet. Probably still at the library, Miao Zixuan shrugged. That girl is always so quiet, just focused on studying. But her grades are mediocre. She can't afford tutoring, so she has left to struggle on her own. Fang Yunqi nodded in silence. "Oh, by the way," Miao Zixuan suddenly clapped her hands. "My computer is broken and Mosquito can't fix it. He said you're quite knowledgeable about computers. Could you take a look?" "Sure," Fang Yunqi replied, rising from the bed. While he wasn't particularly skilled, he had Lin Musen to rely on. So he figured it wouldn't be too much trouble to lend a hand. Ultimately, Miao Zixuan chose to share a room with Tong Yi. The space was not cramped. With 2 beds, 2 desks, a large wardrobe, and a sizable bookshelf, the common area provided ample room for movement. Upon entering the room, Fang Yunqi remarked, "You relax. I'll grab a cup of tea for you. Let me manage," he added as he walked into the room. After opening the laptop, Fang Yunqi aimlessly browsed through the files. Not being an expert, he decided to run a virus scan first. While it was running, he enabled the sound, anticipating an alert when it finished, but as he did so, a melodious sound filled the air. It was a suona. The clear and resonant tone startled Fang Yunqi. At that moment, Miao Zixuan rushed in and promptly closed the laptop's lid. "This is Tong Ye's computer," Miao Zixuan said awkwardly. "Oh, my apologies." Fang Yunqi quickly stepped back. Curiously glancing at Tong Ye's desk, he recalled that her father, Tong Dali, played the suona, which made it seem plausible. He asked, "Does Tong Yi play the suona?" "She probably does, but I've never seen her perform. Many people tease her about it, so she rarely plays. Even when I ask her to," Miao Zixuan replied. "Why? Are you looking for someone who can play?" "Not at all." Fang Yunqi quickly waved his hands. "Has Tong Yi always been alone?" "Yes, she doesn't have many friends. If I hadn't been feeling unwell today, I would have accompanied her. But she seemed to prefer solitude. At dinner, she intentionally sat apart from me," Miao Zixuan said, pouting. "But perhaps I'm overthinking it. She is not very observant and often misplaces things." "Oh," Fang Yunqi murmured, continuing to fiddle with the unresponsive laptop. "What does she usually do? Just sit in her dorm?" "Pretty much. But she was going out a lot at night recently, claiming she got some part-time job near the hospital." "The hospital?" Fang Yunqi inquired. "Yes, she mentioned it was at the affiliated hospital. I think it was a restaurant or something. I can't recall. We saw each other during the summer. And she was indeed near the affiliated hospital." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Fang Yunqi murmured, tilting his head as he pondered over Tong Ye's desk, lost in thought. Chapter 70. Case Analysis. On the evening of September 27th, a Saturday, Fang Yunqi lay in bed connecting with Shou Qiqi and Lin Musen through a video call. The two were swiftly typing on their keyboards, the sounds resembling a beautiful melody. Zhang Jiwen sat not far from him, took a deep breath, and began. The first case involved a fatal fall. No, Fang Yunqi interrupted Zhang Jiwen. "You cannot jump to conclusions. The case must be summarized chronologically according to the timeline and development, rather than the order in which you discover the body." Zhang Jiwen nodded, acknowledging. "Then the first case should be a car accident. The deceased was Wang Ran, a sophomore from Qingcheng Experimental High School. According to the circumstances, she was struck and killed by a vehicle while crossing the road. However, given that the incident occurred on the airport expressway and the absence of any apparent external injuries, no knife wounds or other marks, her death was initially classified as accidental without further toxicology testing or autopsy. In retrospect, many doubts arise. The phone and other devices were treated as personal effects and taken away, making it impossible for us to confirm whether there was any indication of foul play through electronic means. If we do not examine the connections between these incidents holistically, one might easily conclude it was simply an accident. Wang Ran's home was located near the auxiliary road of the airport, making it understandable that she would choose a shortcut home rather than using the overpass. The entire sequence of her death appeared quite normal and did not seem to suggest a murder. Surveillance footage indicated that she was alone at the time. Zhang Jiwen lamented. "Do you truly believe she was a victim of homicide?" Indeed, as Zhang Jiwen pointed out, when considered in isolation, it did not seem like a murder case. There were no signs of foul play in any vicinity surrounding Wang Ran, and she did not display any signs of urgency or panic in the surveillance footage. Rather, She appeared somewhat dazed and was struck by an oncoming vehicle without noticing it. The speed limit on the airport expressway is 80, and the surrounding environment features tall grass, towering to a person's height. Unless one were to look closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern the presence of anyone within. However, look here. Fang Yunqi pointed to the television screen. It seems she missed her step. This is understandable. It was around 6 in the morning, and she had not slept the previous night after participating in a spirit riding test at the affiliated hospital, understandably feeling a bit frightened, which might explain her distracted state. Explained Zhang Jiwen. Where did she spend the night? Fang Yunqi inquired. Who can say? Zhang Jiwen replied, regarding the results of the footage review. The footage from the nearby urban village next to the airport is mostly inoperative. Lin Muzin added that if we attempt to trace the timeline further back, we find nothing. The affiliated hospital is quite far from the urban village, taking approximately 3 hours to walk. She must have had some means of transportation, Zhang Jiwen concluded. Indeed. Zhou Qiqi affirmed. The mode of transport was a taxi. We have contacted the driver, but the dashcam footage is only retained for a month, and that day's recording is no longer available. The driver does not recall Wang Ran. After a moment of silence, the discussion regarding Wang Ran's case seemed to reach a conclusion. The second individual was Cui Yijie. According to the timeline, she follows Wang Ran, Lin Muzin stated. Cui Yijie's time of death was after Wang Ran and before Zheng Hao. The investigation into Cui Yijie had been thorough, and the autopsy report was now available. While no significant issues were found, it was confirmed that several of her injuries occurred within a week prior to her fall. This indicates she had experienced violence. Yet we have no leads to follow. Her parents were frequently absent, and after the incident, the head of the criminal investigation team, Kang Lianxing, conducted inquiries. The case files show no evidence of domestic violence, and neighbors corroborated this finding, Zhang Jiwen sighed, noting that Cui Yijie's attire indicated she came from a wealthy family, suggesting no issues on her parents' part. Analysis of her spending records and credit history revealed that Cui Yijie had not taken on any debts. The majority of her funds in her bank and social accounts stemmed from her parents, with a negligible portion derived from gaming and other minor income, amounting to less than 100 each month, Zhou Qiqi noted. The surveillance footage from the day of her death is a blind spot. Yet there are 2 access routes to that blind spot. Upon reviewing the footage, we found no irregularities. No one passed by for 5 hours prior, save for some staff cleaning up around 5 in the morning when the cleaning crew began their shift. The street sanitation workers reported hearing a loud noise, assuming it was from renovations above, and thus paid it no mind, Lin Muzin explained. I can verify this. The criminal investigation team's records explicitly document that during that period, the KTV on the 5th floor of the shopping mall was undergoing renovations. Noises would occur at night, typically from 3 in the morning until noon the following day, as such hours are permissible in commercial areas distanced from residential zones, Zhang Jiwen added. When the body was discovered, it was inebriated. That night, she had been drinking with Zheng Hao, Wang Shua, and several classmates. The investigation team had interviewed some classmates, and the files indicated no one noted anything unusual. When Cui Yijie departed, both Wang Shua and Zheng Hao were already intoxicated and asleep in their private room. After Cui Yijie left, the remaining 5 lingered for nearly 4 more hours before staff eventually escorted them out around 7 the following morning. What caused the bruising on the body? Fang Yunqi asked. A blunt instrument, likely a small club or similar object, Zhou Qiqi replied, producing photos taken covertly by Zhang Jiwen. Although the angles were not optimal, the distinct black bruises were evident on the corpse. The third case occurred more than half a month later. The deceased was named Zheng Hao, a 20-year-old individual with an unstable lifestyle, Zhang Jiwen stated. The pivotal evidence linking these 3 cases is that they all played a game called spirit riding together in the hospital ward. Zhou Qiqi looked at Fang Yunqi, questioning whether the evidence was insufficient. They also hail from the same village, Lin Muzin remarked, suggesting that such coincidences were exceedingly rare, indicating an underlying connection. What was the parents' response? Fang Yunqi inquired. Cui Yijie's father passed away long ago, and after some persuasion, her mother consented to the autopsy, inclined to believe it was murder. Zheng Hao's parents had long been divorced. He lived with his mother, who reacted strongly upon learning of his death but did not suspect homicide, thus rejecting police outreach, Zhang Jiwen explained. His mother runs a small renovation company, primarily handling minor commercial projects, typically under 80 square meters, without involvement in residential renovations. Zhou Qiqi added that her workdays were exceedingly busy, and her relationship with her son was rather strained. It was reported that just days before the incident, Zheng Hao had been caught stealing money from his mother's company and was publicly humiliated by her, receiving several slaps in front of onlookers. In retaliation, he kicked his mother multiple times, leading to her hospitalization. Wang Ran's parents had already cremated the body, believing the death to be an accident, and thus, they wished to avoid any further police inquiries. Moreover, Wang Ran was not the only child in the family. He had two younger brothers, the youngest of whom had recently been born. Lin Muzin remarked that this information had only just come to light. Fang Yunqi nodded silently and began discussing the circumstances surrounding Zhang Hao's demise. Zhang Hao met his end in a nightclub restroom, specifically the Box nightclub where Qi Xiaoyu had been seen. Zhang Jiwen noted that there were no apparent signs of struggle on the corpse, yet various injuries were found, all inflicted prior to death. Due to the absence of an autopsy, only preliminary conclusions could be drawn. Zhou Qiqi stated that he had died from asphyxiation caused by vomit obstructing his esophagus. Following this revelation, silence enveloped the group. Their understanding of Zhang Hao's case was woefully inadequate, having never even seen the body. The traffic accident had been recorded by the police, and while they could request access to the case files and photographs of the corpse, such accidents typically lacked any autopsy reports. In fact, there were no images documenting the examination of the body, only external outline photographs confirming biological death. The body had been sent directly to the morgue and subsequently to the crematorium, bypassing the police entirely. Reflecting on the three cases, Zhou Qiqi inquired why the 5 other cases had not been included. Qi Xiaoyu had nearly been murdered in a similar manner in a restroom. Zhao Yanan had suffered a car accident. Wu Wentao had died from fright. Wang Shuo had fainted in the midst of a panic, and Lin Yi had nearly succumbed to a knife wound. All these were methods of murder, albeit ultimately unsuccessful. Had I not witnessed the act in the internet CAF, I would certainly consider them as interconnected, Fang Yunqi replied. But now, I find it unnecessary. Why? Zhang Jiwen frowned. Because investigations in Shaoyang village revealed that Wang Ran, Cui Yijia, and Zheng Hao all had connections to their hometown. Although Wu Wentao and Zhao Yanan also shared ties, neither Lin Yi nor Qi Xiaoyu had any such affiliations. Fang Yunqi explained. Zhou Qiqi appeared perplexed. No connections? What does that mean? After Qi Xiaoyu was taken away, I conducted an investigation at the scene where she had fainted. Utilizing air analysis instruments that detected ether, Zhang Jiwen remarked. This is a substance known to induce unconsciousness. And the remaining 2 men. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. Do you not find this peculiar? The group fell into contemplation. Indeed, even Wu Wentao had collapsed in their presence, and now, with Fang Yunqi's insights, they recognized the inconsistencies. Fang Yunqi had also pondered this. The girl who encountered Wang Shuo must have been truthful, implying she was assisting someone in orchestrating the events, drawing everyone into the narrative of an attempted mass murder of 8 individuals. However, that was not the case. The girl had only targeted 3 individuals. Wu Wentao's incident remained uncertain as to whether it was the girl's doing. What if it wasn't? Wasn't that too deliberate? Are you suggesting? Zhang Jiwen furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Fang Yunqi. I cannot be certain about Wang Shuo, but Wu Wentao's actions seem excessively contrived, Fang Yunqi asserted. He is likely the perpetrator. And his motives? Zhang Jiwen inquired. Perhaps they stem from grievances related to village matters. Over the years, events may have transpired that incited a desire for revenge, Fang Yunqi theorized. This notion had long occupied his thoughts. Regardless of what transpired during the Pen Ferry incident, the outcome was merely a fade he crafted to involve more individuals, leading to some deaths and others spared, all while relying on his acting skills. Confident he could deceive those around him, he aimed to utilize more victims to obscure his true intentions. The timeline clarified that when Lin Yi was attacked, Wu Wentao was indeed absent from the hospital. Although surveillance footage was lacking, careful scrutiny should reveal Wu Wentao in disguise. Furthermore, the individuals in the internet CAF surveillance bore a striking resemblance to him. He undoubtedly possessed a motive, at least based on the incident at the internet CAF. One could infer his involvement. Kong Lianqing had already been searching for him throughout the city, Zhang Jiwen stated. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Fang Yunqi stood and opened it to find 3 police officers, with the captain of the criminal investigation team, Kong Lianqing, standing front and center. What is it? Fang Yunqi inquired. Kong Lianqing promptly presented a warrant, addressing Fang Yunqi. I am here to formally arrest you in accordance with criminal law. You are implicated in financial crimes, and I must conduct an inquiry. Please cooperate. Fang Yunqi remained silent, casting a quiet glance behind him. Zhang Jiwen furrowed his brow, aware that he could not intervene at this juncture. I have the right to consult a lawyer, Fang Yunqi stated. Of course, Kang Yinshin nodded, placing handcuffs on Fang Yunqi's wrists. However, that would only occur 3 days later, as the prosecutor's office was preparing to file charges against him for financial misconduct involving the Qingshan Group, linked to assets amounting to billions. Be prepared. You have no jurisdiction over financial crimes, Fang Yunqi replied calmly. Occasionally, I do, Kang Lianxing remarked, leading him away from the room. Chapter 71. Torment. Fang Yunqi sat inside the police car, which was being driven solely by Kang Lianxing. This was their second encounter after sunset, and the Schnauzer, adorned with spectacles, was still covered in long fur, its beard capable of enveloping its entire face. Your search warrant is quite dubious. It lacks an official seal, Fang Yunqi calmly remarked from the back seat. He was entirely unaware of the intentions of the captain of the criminal investigation team sitting before him, who had not only presented a fraudulent search warrant, but had also engaged in a series of incomprehensible antics. However, given that the other party had come alone, it was reasonable to assume there were some ulterior motives at play. Kang Lianxin remained silent, driving until they reached a distant parking lot, where he gradually came to a stop. Shutting off the headlights, darkness enveloped them both within the vehicle. What sort of trick is this? Fang Yunqi slumped back in his seat, exasperated. I had initially planned to take you to the police station, Kang Lianxing replied, contemplating, but I suspect you'll be out soon, so I intend to detain you instead. Any mistake you make will be punished more severely than that of an ordinary person. You must understand what you are doing and realize how hard-won your current life and status are, Fang Yunqi stated. Kang Lianxing took a deep breath, choosing not to pursue Fang Yunqi's line of thought but instead turned to the nearby hotel, saying, I considered placing you in a budget hotel, but upon reflection, that seemed too perilous. After all, there are many things you could do there. I wouldn't underestimate your intelligence. Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. Kang Lianxing was indeed quite astute, evidently aware of his intentions. Locked in this car, I might as well be dead, Fang Yunqi jested. Not at all. I'll leave you a breathing hole and warm air in the vehicle, but I'll take the keys with me, Kang Lianxing replied. Don't underestimate the capabilities of locally produced cars. They may lack performance, but are loaded with features, easily controlled via remote. Approaching Fang Yunqi, Kang Lianxin bound his body to the back seat with plastic zip ties, then activated the heating and opened a slight gap in the window before sitting beside him. Tonight, you'll have to endure some solitude. I need to exhaust your energy so that tomorrow I can induce you into a deep slumber with just a small amount of ether. Why must you control me? If you're capturing me, just do it. Fang Yunqi could not comprehend this aspect. Once the net is cast, you'll understand. Kang Lianxing took the car keys and proclaimed, we shall meet again, and surely there will be another opportunity. Kang Lianxing strode away, leaving Fang Yunqi alone in the vast, empty parking lot of a shopping center. Well aware that at this hour, the self-service parking area would be deserted. As the captain of the criminal investigation team in Qingshan, he surely understood this very well, prompting Fang Yunqi to abandon the thought of calling for help. Fortunately, the car was not cold. He leaned back against the seat in boredom, letting out a resigned sigh. Suddenly, a hand slapped against his car window. Fang Yunqi froze. Zhang Jiwen had not been idle. He had followed the vehicle that had left. But Kang Lianxin's speed was swift, causing him to lose track of the car at a turn. Running was not an effective pursuit. He dialed Zhou Qiqi's number. Yunqi has been taken away. He didn't take his watch or phone. I can't locate him, Zhou Qiqi said anxiously. However, since it was the criminal investigation team, there should be no immediate danger. But he mentioned feeling something was off, predicting that something significant might occur today or tomorrow. Zhang Jiwen replied. What should we do now? Wang Lu has already gone to the police station. He'll inform me as soon as he has news, Zhou Qiqi reassured him. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Qiqi frowned and asked, should we notify Shinman? Shinman? Zhang Jiwen paused, recalling the name. She was the housekeeper of the Fang family, involved in the inheritance dispute. He shook his head. I'll first look for Brother Bao. He should have some leads. All right, let's split up, Zhou Qiqi concluded, hanging up. She remained seated in her somewhat larger cubicle, which had 2 extra workstations compared to others. Pushing back, she turned her swivel chair to the adjacent workstation and dialed Wang Jining. No answer. As she prepared to dial a second number, a sound came from the doorway. Come in. Zhou Qiqi continued to dial the second number, as someone entered the room. Zhou Jia, Li Mingyuan appeared behind her. What is the matter? Zhou Qiqi inquired. Li Mingyuan hung her head, trembling as she spoke. Zhou Jia, where are we with our case? I have a discovery. The case file is on the information terminal. The password is 755923. You can check it yourself, Zhou Qiqi replied, her mind racing. Fang Yunqi's safety was of utmost importance. and she could not afford to be careless. Wang Jining still had not answered, so she swiftly grabbed her coat, locked her computer with a single keystroke, and said, "If anything comes up, call me. I'll step out for a bit. Contact Mosquito if necessary." "Okay." Li Mingyuan took a deep breath and nodded. As Zhou Qiqi left, Li Mingyuan dialed a number, which displayed a name, Tong Yi. "Xiaoyi, where are you?" Li Mingyuan asked anxiously. The other end remained silent, and after a moment, the call ended. Turning to the clock, she noticed it was midnight, the date reading September 28th. Finally, she trembled as she dialed Fang Yunqi's phone. "Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off." In an instant, despair washed over Li Mingyuan. She sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In a fit of anguish, she threw her phone to the ground, collapsing against the wall. Forced into a bitter smile as tears streamed down her cheeks, lost in confusion. Dragging her weary body, she ascended to the rooftop of the Qicheng Library, where a cold wind blew, bringing with it a sense of chill, darkness, despair, and liberation. Below lay freedom. Why? Li Mingyuan knelt down, overwhelmed with frustration. So tiresome. So tiresome. This world is unbearable. Voices echoed in her mind. Who do you put on a sour face for every day? Who doesn't he have their troubles? Stop pretending to be weak. You look like a widow. What a waste. How did your parents raise you? Look at those two mutes. It's as if the sky is falling down every day in their home. What a big deal. So melodramatic. Such people are bad luck in class. Xiaoyi, it's exhausting to be alive. Tears dripped from her face, pooling at her chin, converging into an ocean that seemed on the verge of plunging into the depths, a shade of blue devoid of worry, reminiscent of a vast sky or a tranquil heart. You chose this path. Perhaps it will bring you joy. Li Mingyuan slowly closed her eyes and took a step forward. Before her lay the most bustling street in Qingcheng, illuminated by dazzling lights, the night ablaze with vibrant neon. But what did any of this mean to her? Enough. Just let it be. In this moment of tranquility, she understood. It was not about being unable to think. Rather, she had come to clarity. There was nothing to apologize for. Nothing mattered anymore. All was insignificant. A tedious world. A tiresome self. The countless fears that had once plagued her dissolved in an instant. She calmed herself, dried her tears, and opened her arms wide. At long last, she felt liberation approaching. Vivid images flickered through her mind, each frame of memory slipping away before her very eyes. Suddenly, a sound interrupted her reverie. It was her alarm clock. The chirping of insects and the melody of birds filled the air. A burst of laughter. The strumming of a guitar. Subsequently, she pondered. If one harbors excessive complaints about this world, how can one muster the courage to move forward after a fall? Why must humanity succumb to such fragility and despair? Perhaps it is time to turn on the television and witness how countless individuals bravely strive for life. Should we not be content? Abruptly, her world seemed to shatter, and she recalled that clean, handsome face. He lay languidly in the car, holding her battered old phone, and remarked, "It's all right. Whenever you're feeling down, just talk to me. With a single swing of my staff, I can dispel thousands of monsters. What challenges can we not overcome together? There's nothing insurmountable. Haven't I always been here for you? Haven't I always been here for you?" Li Mingyuan's eyes widened as she turned and raced towards the staircase with unparalleled urgency. Chapter 72. The true culprit. As the autumn equinox approached, the crisp air carried an unsettling chill, penetrating the skin and seeping into the bones, akin to a sharp blade piercing through flesh. When Li Mingyuan reached the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, she beheld Wu Wentao brandishing a long knife, with Tong Yi curled up on the ground, trembling in fear. "Take another step, and I shall take her life," Wu Wentao declared, gripping the knife tightly. It was a cleaver, commonly found in rural areas but rare in the city, making its presence in Wu Wentao's hands unsurprising. "Please, do not harm her," Li Mingyuan implored, her gaze fixed on him. "I never anticipated your arrival. What is your purpose here? To plead with me not to kill Tong Yi? Or to join Lin Yi and the others?" Rooted in place, Li Mingyuan felt as though she might collapse to her knees. "Please, do not take another life. Wentao, I know you are not this kind of person. Haraha, what do you truly know?" Wu Wentao furrowed his brow, the knife's edge so sharp that it left a crimson mark on Tong Ye's shoulder with the gentlest touch. "You were once so innocent. Why have you resorted to this? Did Uncle Wu and Auntie not always say you were a good child? Were you not exceptionally filial? What transgressions could warrant such actions?" Li Mingyuan struggled to comprehend. Though they hailed from different villages, the proximity of their homes allowed for frequent encounters, especially as they attended the same school. Parents often exchanged pleasantries and played cards together. Thus, Li Mingyuan was familiar with Wu Wentao. They had grown up alongside one another. The transformation she witnessed was utterly unfathomable. "What are you waiting for? A sudden voice interrupted. Wu Wentao cast a cold glance toward the entrance, where a figure emerged. Li Mingyuan turned to see Fang Yunqi. You, boss. She stuttered in surprise. Fang Yunqi yawned. You could have at least brought me along. Li Mingyuan, bewildered, exclaimed. Boss, I had no idea where you were. I was. Never mind, Fang Yunqi replied, rubbing his shoulders. Could you give me a massage? I'm in agony. Oh, all right, Li Mingyuan said, moving behind Fang Yunqi to help ease his discomfort. Boss, he intends to kill Tong Yi. Focus on the massage, Fang Yunqi said, displaying a hint of fatigue as he observed Wu Wentao. What are you waiting for? Wu Wentao scoffed. What do you mean? If you're not going to kill, what are you waiting for? Fang Yunqi pressed. You. Just as Wu Wentao was about to respond, a group rushed onto the rooftop, led by Captain Kong Lianxing of the Criminal Investigation Team. Upon spotting Fang Yunqi, Kong Lianxing's expression shifted to one of surprise, though he quickly suppressed it. Aware that his actions were misguided, Zhang Jiwen darted forward from the back of the group to stand beside Fang Yunqi. Are you all right? Fang Yunqi shook his head and gestured. When did they arrive? Not long ago. I followed the police car up, Zhang Jiwen replied. Old Kong is quite impressive. He has already solved the case. Fang Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement. Young man, I am arresting you on charges of having murdered 3 individuals and attempted murder. I hope you will cooperate with our actions to prevent unnecessary harm. Kong Lianxing produced his firearm, encircling Wu Wentao with officers. 3 murders or 4? Wu Wentao glanced at Tong Yi. There's little difference. But you must understand, you are currently. Kong Lianxing began, but Fang Yunqi interrupted. Then go ahead. Kill her. Kong Lianxing turned sharply, fixing a fierce gaze on Fang Yunqi. Take him away. He commanded immediately. Yes. 2 auxiliary officers began to escort Fang Yunqi and Zhang Jiwen away. Standing aside, Fang Yunqi coldly remarked, if you wish to expel me, I can easily have you join me in this case's handover. What do you intend to do? Kong Lianxing, feeling cornered, realized this was no longer an individual matter. If Fang Yunqi loudly proclaimed what happened the previous night, everything would unravel. I want to witness him kill, Fang Yunqi replied with a smile. I have never seen a murder before. One of the colleagues, unable to contain himself, seized Fang Yunqi by the collar. Kong Lianxing approached, lowering his voice threateningly. I advise you not to interfere with me. If anything goes awry, your father cannot shield you. Fine. Fang Yunqi's expression turned icy. Kong Lianxing shot a venomous glance at Fang Yunqi, still attempting to persuade him. If you lay down the knife, I will ensure leniency in court. There must be underlying reasons for this situation. I believe you were left with no choice. If you can explain, it could lead to a reduced sentence. Wu Wentao, observing Kong Lianxing, burst into laughter. Underlying reasons? What reasons? I simply dislike them. Why should they lead such good lives? Why should I be left in this miserable state? This world is unjust. They must be eliminated. Kong Lianxing was taken aback, clenching his teeth. Have you not considered your parents? Don't try to manipulate me with your rhetoric. I do not believe you. Wu Wentao hid behind Tong Yi, leaving the police with no angle to take him down. What do you desire? It was evident that Captain Kong Lianxing was not a skilled negotiator. His stance had shifted dramatically, oscillating between aggression and near supplication. Wu Wentao coldly declared, I want him dead. His finger pointed accusingly at Fang Yunqi. Chapter 73. The value of kindness. As the autumn equinox approached, the crisp winds heralded the chill of the season. The biting gusts infiltrated every corner, striking layers of skin as if attempting to suffocate delicate veins, akin to sharp blades piercing directly beneath the ribs. Fang Yunqi gazed silently at Wu Wentao. His fingers were resolute, betraying a potent hatred, yet his eyes flickered, revealing a glimmer of tenderness and supplication. In his gaze, he beheld a porcupine. Its limbs extended yet body curled, emanating a dark sheen, its back bristling with formidable quills, menacing in appearance, yet fundamentally a creature striving for self-preservation. Yet, Tong Yi too resembled a porcupine, her form radiant with a soft hue, her quills embedded within Wu Wentao's flesh. Strangely, he did not bleed. Instead, tears streamed down his cheeks. He was fragile. Even as he contemplated ending Tong Yi's life, tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Xuan Nerikang and Lian Sheng observed in bewilderment, perplexed by the connection between the two, casting quizzical glances at Fang Yunqi. Do you wish for my demise? Fang Yunqi seemed to find tranquility, his gaze fixed upon the black porcupine. Wu Wentao nodded resolutely. For Songwen? Fang Yunqi pressed. Wu Wentao hesitated. Someone harmed her. Yet you did not retaliate, did you? Fang Yunqi smiled faintly, recalling how he had heard him cry out in the hospital corridor. Yes, Wu Wentao stammered, fiercely gripping the long knife. I once posed a question to Li Mingyuan, Fang Yunqi continued, looking at the young girl behind him, a charming dolphin with round, innocent eyes fixed upon him. I asked her, on such a joyous day, why do you not smile? What do you think she replied? Wu Wintao remained silent. She asked me why I should be happy, Fang Yunqi recounted. She remarked that there are still many aggravating matters in the world. She questioned why we must remember so much suffering. She had inscribed a message on her phone's lock screen. If I die, do not blame me for my fragility, my pretentiousness, my lack of resilience, my irresponsibility, or my departure from you. I beg you, do you know what depression is? Fang Yunqi inquired, observing Wu Wintao's speechlessness. She was an ordinary girl, living a mundane life, encountering ridicule, compassion, and friendship. She was once a bright, positive child, striving to excel, singing at the graduation banquet of an elder brother in her village when she was just 6. How could such a child be afflicted with depression? Yet, she had a friend suffering from hereditary autism. A simple girl, she wished to accompany her friend through every trial, hoping to empathize. Yet she never anticipated that such suffering would only deepen her own despair. Fang Yunqi sighed. Kindness had succumbed to reality. He looked at Wu Wintao and declared, even amidst life's manifold disappointments and immense hatred, I can only allow kindness to falter once. Do you understand? The value of kindness surpasses all else. Wu Wintao stared fixedly at Fang Yunqi, his lips quivering, his eyes brimming with pleading as they blinked repeatedly. His grip on the knife trembled. Suddenly, he thrust Tongyi aside and charged at Fang Yunqi. Yet Fang Yunqi remained unmoved, standing like a proud steed, a dark horse blending into the night sky. Ah! Wu Wintao roared in fury. On the ground, several police officers restrained him, the knife confiscated, rendering him powerless to escape. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fiercely locked onto Fang Yunqi, as if he wished to devour him whole. When Fang Yunqi finally opened his eyes, he did not see Wu Wintao but rather Li Mingyuan. Her face streaked with tears yet standing before him. Zhang Jiwen, having kicked Wu Wintao away, knew that someone had been redeemed in that moment. Crouched near the dolphin, Fang Yunqi faced Wu Wintao. I can forgive you, and anyone else, but I cannot absolve the deeply sinful individual, even if you protect him. Wu Wintao knelt, weeping, head banging against the ground in silence. The tremors of the earth and the blood upon his forehead narrated a tale of desperation. Suddenly he ceased, locking eyes with Fang Yunqi, as if resolving upon a decision. Yet, Fang Yunqi seized his neck, pressing his chin down with force, his fingers breaking flesh as Wu Wintao attempted to bite his tongue. Foolish child, even in that moment, he could not bear to harm Fang Yunqi. Kong Lianxing approached Fang Yunqi, observing the scene, while Xuan Neruakang adjusted his glasses, wanting to inquire but finding himself unable to muster the courage. Is it possible that what you so adamantly pursue is fundamentally erroneous? Wu Wintao raised his tear-streaked face, his swollen eyes and trembling lips uttering those words. Fang Yunqi shook his head. Hatred would ruin everything. I implore you, Wu Wintao cried out. I beg you capture her. Fang Yunqi replied calmly, take him away. Kong Lianxing placed handcuffs on Wu Wintao. Not just him, Fang Yunqi closed his eyes. No, don't. Wu Wintao bellowed, breaking free from the officer's grasp. Rushing towards Fang Yunqi, prostrating himself on the ground, pleading, I beg you, no. Thud, flesh and blood intertwined. Brother, suddenly, time seemed to halt. The girl in white stood at the rooftop's edge, gazing tenderly at the people below, softly saying, do not speak, brother, do not say anything. She gradually closed her eyes. If you leap, you shall never uncover the truth. Fang Yunqi stared at the floor, lost in thought. Tongyi looked at him. What is the truth? I shall reveal it to you, Fang Yunqi declared, rising to approach Tongyi. Even if this world holds nothing worth clinging to, you must hear your parents' final words. Tongyi watched as Fang Yunqi sat beside her, while she remained atop the rooftop. Chapter 74. Lao Tong and Zhao Wulan. Lao Tong was uncertain of the identity of his first child, yet he was certain that it belonged to Zhao Wulan. Consequently, Zhao Wulan's child must indeed be his own. The fateful encounter occurred when Tong Dali stumbled upon Zhao Wulan on a snow-laden path. Brimming with excitement as he returned to Shaoyang village from Fanjiakan, having just concluded a deal. It was there, amidst the snow, that he discovered the woman, disheveled and ragged. She clutched a large stone beside her, mumbling, don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Upon first sight, Tong Dali felt a pang of compassion and decided to offer her a bun from his cart. However, nearby villagers warned him, ignore that woman, she's mad. Tong Dali had never encountered insanity before, but he recognized her as a human being. As he turned back, his first inquiry was, does she not have a home? Where would a madwoman have a home? Ha! Laughter erupted around him. You all go on, leave my ox, Tong Dali called out. As he approached, the woman curled into a ball, her tattered garments insufficient to shield her from the night's chill. With no retreat, she leaned against the stone. Rather than strike her, he gently pushed her hair aside. Never had he seen a woman so beautiful. He handed the bun to her, and she, taken aback, ravenously devoured it. That night, she sat atop the ox cart, perhaps for the first time in her life. The following day, word spread throughout Daliang Township that Tong Dali had brought home the most notorious madwoman in the area. Adults whispered, elders scoffed, and children congregated at Tong Dali's door to relieve themselves. Whenever he stepped outside, dung was hurled at him, and on several occasions, he returned to find his house ablaze. Old Yang next door advised him, do not keep her, she is bad luck. The village committee remained silent, yet the village head warned Tong Dali. She is not from our village. If tragedy strikes, none will bear the blame. Aunt Wang cautioned him, this woman brings misfortune. She has married 3 or 4 times. And each time, her husbands died. Now she's mad. It's ominous. Lao Tong merely remarked, let her go, and she will perish. Old Shui, who played mahjong, chuckled. What does her death concern you? Upon returning home, Lao Tong was met with a table laden with dishes. Frowning, he sat down. Where did all this come from? We don't have any pigs. I just play the swana, never raised livestock. I. The woman stammered, trembling. Soon after, old Yang rushed over. His face flushed, claiming all the food from his kitchen had vanished, which he had prepared to set outside. Lao Tong settled the matter with 10 yuan. He seized the woman by the neck and pressed her against the wall, demanding, why did you steal? Tears streamed down her face as she stuttered, you are good to me. Today is my birthday. Tong Dali wept, recalling it as the most sorrowful moment of his 20-plus years. The following March, Tong Dali married Zhao Wulan, and in April, they had a child. They had known each other for merely 6 months. Tong Dali faced ridicule from others, but anyone who dared speak ill of them would find him brandishing a hoe, declaring, regardless of who you are, I trade my life for yours. It's worth it. Anyone who dares to speak ill at my door will face dire consequences. Eventually, no one paid attention to his family, nor did anyone seek his swana playing. They deemed it bad luck. During the new year, Tong Dali's child approached the age of 1. His closest friend, Old Wu, sat on his kong, watching the family helplessly. I've been childless for 5 years. Can I take this child? Old Wu brought 2 bottles of wine in exchange for a son. Zhao Wulan was aware of her lost child. Yet she only desired to have one with Lao Tong, oblivious to the child's true parentage. Life was difficult. Lao Tong had no income, and their days grew increasingly bleak. Fortunately, they welcomed a daughter, their own. Shaoyang village boasted but 1 band, while Daliang Township had 2. That year, amidst heavy snowfall, another band lost a player due to a family emergency and sought out Lao Tong. Eagerly, he went to the township to play the swana for a generous fee of 10 yuan. However, the snowstorm blocked the mountains, preventing his return. Worried for his wife, he insisted on leaving. As he departed, the snow buried the mountain paths, delaying him for a day and a night. When he finally set out once more, he encountered Zhao Wulan again at the very spot where they had first met. This time, there was no second Lao Tong, only Zhao Wulan, frozen and lifeless. Lao Tong wept. Marking the second time in his life, he shed tears. He discovered that Zhao Wulan wore no clothing, her body covered in blood. Without uttering a word, Lao Tong buried her in the snow, unable to afford an appropriate resting place. The children still needed to be raised. From that moment on, Lao Tong spoke little and distanced himself from Old Wu. He knew who was responsible. The culprits often acted this way, boasting about it without a hint of remorse. As if the death of a madwoman meant nothing. Lao Tong's world crumbled, yet he still had a daughter, unwanted and unable to barter for 2 bottles of wine. The girl, now 12, would ask daily, where's mother? Lao Tong would reply simply, gone. Each day, she would repeat, mother? And he would respond, gone. One day, Lao Tong returned home, bringing his elderly parents back to the village. He exchanged all his possessions for 3 pigs, a brood of chickens, and a few sheep. Late at night, he walked outside with a hoe. His mother inquired, when will you return? His father replied, Old Shui has gone, playing funeral music. His daughter asked, where's mother? Lao Tong answered, gone. All of them are gone. This time, he uttered more words. When discovered, Lao Tong was found with Zhao Wulan, embracing her wooden grave marker, motionless. At the time of her death, Old Shui attempted to intervene but failed. She had run madly, causing Old Shui's wife to break her leg. Old Jung tried to help but could not stop her. fearing for Zhao Wulan's safety. He followed her and tragically fell to his death. Old Wang also tried to intervene, but was too inebriated to be effective, fortuitously surviving by sleeping in manure. When Lao Tong departed from Fanjiakan, he was drunk, pointing an accusatory finger at old Chui, cursing, "I've loathed for half my life, and yet, I can't even seek it." Old Chui laughed at him. "Can you walk home?" Lao Tong retorted, "What is the point of going home?" Lao Tong died, shrouded in mystery. No one understood why, nor did they care. When he passed, he wore a smile of contentment. Friends from the village took his swana, playing in the snow for an entire day and night, sharing 6 bottles of wine at his grave. Old Wu patted the gravestone, asking, "Is it warmer now? You don't even have manure." The two departed with laughter, each returning to their respective villages. Old Wu wept. Friends wept. The village chief wept. Old Wang wept. Old Chui wept. Even Old Zheng could no longer contain his tears. Yet this time, Old Tong did not cry. He smiled. He embraced Yang Wulan, smiling all the while. Chapter 75. That night, the flames stained the sky. Tong Yi's gaze was one of profound bewilderment and helplessness as she tilted her head, looking at Fang Yunqi with her innocent eyes, blinking a few times. The elegant white dress she wore was beautiful, a cherished garment of Zhao Wulan during her lifetime. She also donned a pair of red cloth shoes, embroidered with the character Yu. Fang Yunqi sighed, inquiring softly, "Are you satisfied with this story?" "You are deceiving me." Tong Yi replied. Human nature is difficult to alter. They could never commit such acts. While sorting through Zhao Wulan's belongings, Tong Dali discovered an inconspicuous item, a pearl pendant that seemed utterly ordinary. "Your mother always kept this close to her, didn't she? It's on you now, isn't it?" Fang Yunqi asked. Tong Yi produced it, revealing that she had transformed it into a bracelet, which she wore constantly. Fang Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement. In investigating the case, he had interviewed many individuals. Although he had only spent a day in Shaoyang village, he had directed others to return to Daliang Township to probe various residents, including those from the Fan family village where the Wu family resided. In casual inquiries, it was challenging to extract information, as no one could recall anything. And even if they did, they were reluctant to speak. However, after a few drinks, most were willing to share, making the investigation manageable as long as one knew the right questions to ask. Even if Wu Wentao were apprehended, he could only clarify the most recent case, as he was the one who injured Lin Yi in the internet CAF. Yet, he could not elucidate the 3 preceding cases, realizing the connection to Tong Yi only after the 3rd incident. By then, it was too late to turn back, and Fang Yunqi sighed once more. Tong Yi's pristine face displayed no sign of tumult. She had come to convey that if she did not speak to the police officer before her, the 3 cases would be deemed mere accidents, and she bore no guilt. Only her brother's case warranted a sentence. Fang Yunqi elaborated. "You are all adults and must bear legal responsibility." "Xiaoyi." Li Mingyuan looked at Tong Yi in astonishment. Why? Tong Yi gazed vacantly at Li Mingyuan. "There is no reason. This is simply the outcome." She was disinterested in explaining anything further, weary of uttering any words. "This is not the conclusion," Fang Yunqi remarked, observing the inky sky and the little hedgehog curled up at the edge of the rooftop, fearful of any sudden threat. "Is it hereditary autism?" "It is not." Tong Yi was taken aback. Autism entails significant communication barriers, cognitive impairments, and disconnection from the world. "You do not possess these traits," Fang Yunqi stated candidly. "You are not afflicted by depression. Rather, you are simply apathetic, blinded by hatred. Your existence is consumed by animosity, dismissing all who wish to help you as mere obstacles." "I do not," Tong Yi retorted vehemently, rising to confront him with a fierce glare. Denying the truth held no value. In this world, discourse necessitated evidence. Fang Yunqi continued undeterred by her sudden fury. "The head teacher of Class 6 is named Song Wan. Wu Wentao lacks imagination. Under such circumstances, he could not devise a plausible alias, which is why I began to suspect him when I heard that name. But you did indeed assault Song Wan. Just as she sought to assist you upon learning of your parents' demise, you attacked her at the street corner. You emerged from the shadows, enveloped her head with a sack, and struck her with a wooden stick, shattering her nasal bone and 2 ribs, leaving her abandoned in that alley. All because she wished to help, and you feared her assistance. This ignited a notion within you, to harm others, granting you the audacity to commit malevolent acts. Your first victim was Wang Ran, for she was exceedingly bothersome. Every day after school, she insisted on watching you return to the dormitory and bombarded you with motivational stories, poems, and short videos. You detested it, yet remained silent, knowing she was the daughter of Lao Wang, the man who had insulted your mother and father. You perceived her actions as penance, aware of her guilt. You called her from a distance, instructing her to look your way. From across the highway, she gazed at you, asking what was wrong. You lamented your desire to end your life, expressing your weariness of existence. You refrained from appearing on the highway, knowing the cameras would capture you, and avoided the overpass, fearing exposure. Instead, you concealed yourself in the grass, within her sight, targeting your throat with a dagger. Wang Ran was oblivious to your intentions, believing she was merely rushing to your aid. But you, in the end, caused her demise. Bluetooth headphones, when struck by a vehicle speeding on a 100-kilometer road, vanished without a trace. No one would investigate the phone records of a victim of a traffic accident. It must be admitted, you are remarkably astute, just like your mother. The second instance targeted Cui Yijia. Like Wang Ran, she was equally bothersome, yet her carefree demeanor and improved circumstances led her to take you out for entertainment, drinks, singing, and nightclubs. She sought to share her happiness with you, but your resentment only grew. Hence, you struck her with an iron rod at a street corner, albeit with restraint, fearing hospitalization. Unbeknownst to you, the resilient Cui Yijia, even after being assaulted, invited you out for drinks that very night, unaware of your involvement. Merely seeking solace in such distractions. Your plan was flawless. You had never appeared before her friends, nor had she among yours. She always reached out to you alone, concerned for your autism and depression. That day, you reveled in excess, consuming copious amounts of alcohol. While she sang with friends, you feigned fear and inquired about her whereabouts. She assured you she would come find you, prompting you to express concern for Wang Shua and instruct her to feign drunkenness to depart. She complied. Thus, you pushed her from the rooftop, 6 stories high. After her disappearance, her parents were frantic, searching everywhere. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao sensed something amiss and sought you out, asking if you knew her whereabouts. You feigned knowledge, directing him to the nightclub. There, he confronted you at the table, yet you, adorned elegantly, incessantly toasted with him until he became inebriated, excusing him to the restroom. You then followed him in and murdered him in the stall. Your cunning lay in your awareness of the surveillance at the entrance. You had Wu Wentao enter, change your clothes, and exit the premises. Due to the pandemic, everyone wore masks. Yet, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, I discovered that the individual dressed in Wu Wentao's clothes never exited the restroom, while a janitor who had not entered emerged from it after the body was discovered. Perhaps Wu Wentao never anticipated that, even if discovered, the person responsible for the act would not be you, but rather himself, correct? Having eliminated all troublesome individuals, you find solace. However, one person has uncovered your deeds. She is Lin Yi. She knows that on that fateful night at the affiliated hospital, there was no game of spirit writing. Rather, everyone wished to convey a singular truth to you. Your mother was not slain by anyone in their family. Yet, this method of revelation evidently proved ineffective. Wang Shua preferred to remain uninvolved, fabricating tales of encountering ghosts and terrifying entities, seeking to distance himself from the turmoil. But you feared he might betray you. The living are not to be trusted. Thus, you lay in wait in that corridor on that day. Had I not intervened, you would have taken his life. Would you not? What? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyuan gazed at Tong Yi with eyes brimming with despair. Xiao Yi, why would you do this? Do you understand the weight of patricide and matricide? Tong Yi replied lightly, you have no comprehension. You merely assume that I languish in futile hatred daily. No. Suddenly, she erupted in fury. What the hell do you know? They killed. They did not. Fang Yunqi sighed softly. You know better than anyone that they did not. Tong Yi was taken aback. That bracelet you opened, he continued, it contained writings from your mother. Although Zhao Wulan struggled with her words, she could pen them clearly. The crooked characters you photographed and saved on your computer surely indicate you were aware that on that snowy day, those who aided your mother were indeed their parents. And even Wang Ran's father perished outside due to his assistance to her. Nonsense. Tong Yi retorted fiercely. Do you not yearn to understand her motives? Fang Yunqi addressed Li Mingyuan. This world is not a benevolent one. Her actions stemmed from jealousy. Enough. Wu Wentao bellowed. Jealous of why her father is dead. Jealous of why her mother is such a person. Jealous of why those from her village live so well now. Jealous that they are carefree while she bears these burdens. Jealous of their academic success, their wealth, their beauty, their ability to dress well. Jealous of why they have parents by their sides every day, while her brother bears the surname Wu. Tong Yi laughed heartily at Fang Yunqi. The wind was fierce. She did not harm you, Fang Yunqi stated seriously. Because despite having parents, your life is inferior to hers. Your studies, your appearance, your height, your family circumstances, all pale in comparison. You even suffer from depression. which is why she spared you, not out of friendship. Li Mingyuan stood in shock. Please, stop, Wu Wentao shouted. She is not a scholar. After all, Teacher Song Wen penned her a lengthy letter, over 8,000 words, tucked behind her Chinese textbook, yet she never even glanced at it. She is not a vengeful person. In fact, to this day, she does not even know where her father's grave lies. Fang Yunqi chuckled. When I visited to pay my respects, the grave bore no offerings whatsoever. However, I find it curious. That year you were 11, and you could not possibly know these matters. Your grandparents were unaware as well. So who, then, informed you? Tong Yi lowered her brows slightly. The wind picked up. Her long hair swirled, and Fang Yunqi spotted a white earbud. He froze, rising abruptly, his gaze sweeping around before settling on a hotel building not far away. A towering hotel, where a figure peered through binoculars at him. A wolf. A russet wolf clad in a black coat. Fang Yunqi turned sharply to Tong Yi. Realization dawned upon him. Tong Yi tilted her head, offering him an earbud. Fang Yunqi beheld her tear-streaked visage, her once beautiful makeup now a blur from crying. Yet, the moment he donned the earbud, a voice echoed within. He has stripped you bare. Do you still have the audacity to live? Tong Yi shook her head, smiling bitterly. She leaned, and from the 6th floor, she leapt. No, Wu Wentao cried out, his voice torn with anguish. Kong Lianqing and Li Mingyuan rushed over. Meanwhile, Fang Yunqi held Li Mingyuan tightly, refusing to let go despite her struggles and tears. Who are you? Fang Yunqi demanded. I am one who assists in resolving your case, a male voice responded. You belong to UXIN. Huh. Miss Yu has finally seen the truth. You managed to deduce it. What is your purpose in all this? Fang Yunqi inquired, eyes fixed on the distant wolf. The objective, of course, is to make them realize a fundamental truth. This society is already rotten to the core. You have slain only the good. Is that so? Not at all. You see only the surface. They have committed wrongs, and thus, they deserve punishment. The wolf's voice sharpened. You cannot escape. Fang Yunqi's gaze fell upon the hotel below, where a multitude of police cars had assembled. Then you have lost, the wolf laughed. You will never prevent the flourishing and fruition of evil. You can never stop someone who wishes to die. Is that so? Fang Yunqi released Li Mingyuan. She rushed to the rooftop's edge, peering down. The rescue mat lay empty. And nearby, the police had already placed handcuffs on Tong Yi. The urgency escalated, and the wolf continued vehemently. What of her survival? What can you do? She must face the punishment that is rightfully hers. Her psychological illness is a direct result of your misguidance leading to this incident. I have deceived her and you. She suffers from severe depression. And so? Fang Yunqi chuckled. Suddenly, a gunshot cleaved the air. The hotel window shattered. The wolf collapsed in response. Fire erupted from the room, surging like a dragon. In an instant, the sky over Qingcheng was painted crimson. Chapter 76. The conclusion. The night sky was desolate and forlorn. Sitting atop the building, Fang Yunqi observed the individuals below being led away, as Kong Lianqing approached his side. Thank you, Fang Yunqi sighed. After a moment of silence, Kong Lianqing patted Fang Yunqi on the shoulder, remarking, You are still but a child. In truth, none of us can escape, Fang Yunqi replied. No matter how tightly you bind me, what is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. If I had apprehended the wrong person today, would you have brought that girl to find me? Kong Lianqing responded with resignation. Perhaps I would, perhaps not. I cannot say for certain, Fang Yunqi mused. My heart aches for my sister. Too many matters have become irrelevant to me. The situation was dire, yet it could also seem trivial, depending on Fang Yunqi's perspective. If Tong Yi could repent, if he could uncover those behind him, perhaps he would not be captured. However, the inevitability of Tong Ye's imprisonment could not be delayed. One must pay for their sins with their life. It is a matter of natural justice, regardless of the circumstances. Even if one were to be regarded as a weapon, it would be foolish to allow one's emotions to spiral out of control, leading to exploitation. Fang Yunqi had always been a cold-hearted individual, in the face of absolute truth. Everything appeared devoid of warmth. You knew all along that they were connected to him, Fang Yunqi suddenly stated, referring to the woman named UXIN. UXIN is merely one among many, Kong Lianqing replied. There are countless individuals, so numerous that you cannot fathom it. Each has been meticulously trained to exploit the most vulnerable aspects of the human heart, to pierce through the tragedies within, thereby manipulating their resentment towards society to cultivate hatred. Why have I never heard of them before? Fang Yunqi inquired. Most of the unbelievable cases you have encountered are likely connected to them. Whenever you believe that an act is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, such as urban supernatural events, they are fundamentally involved. They may possess extraordinary abilities or exceptional intelligence. Kong Lianxing exhibited a sense of relief and exhaustion typical of someone in their 30s. Undeniably. Although he had not been present at the scene, the method by which Yuxian vanished from the plane indicated they were no ordinary individuals. Whether they possessed supernatural powers remained uncertain, but their intellect was certainly beyond that of the average person. Can we at least acknowledge that they have a formidable network behind them? Have you had extensive dealings with them? Indeed, Kong Lianxing revealed with a grim smile. However, I no longer need to continue that path. I have withdrawn from the upper echelons of the organization and now serve as a captain here. Are you evading? Fang Yunqi queried. In my youth, I was filled with righteous indignation, struggling to confront my fears and combat them. Seeking to punish the wicked and proclaim that such actions were wrong, yearning to apprehend them. Yet, do you know? For 6 long years, we failed to capture a single one of their members. There was even a time we had one in our interrogation room, brought to court, yet due to insufficient evidence. They were merely detained for 5 days, with no record left. The shot just fired could have led to a capture. Indeed, Kong Lianxing replied. I have envisioned such an opportunity countless times, yet we could only apprehend a mere gunman. He would fabricate various excuses to evade responsibility, ultimately facing punishment alone. Fang Yunqi regarded the veteran who had stepped back from the battlefield. He did not perceive this as a sign of weakness. Rather, he began to reassess Kong Lianxing. The Schnauzer. What do you intend to do? Fang Yunqi asked. Follow protocol. Criminal matters are to be handed to the prosecution, while personnel issues belong to the superiors. My responsibility is merely to ensure arrests, Kong Lianxing stated. Fang Yunqi rose to his feet. I must take my leave. What do you plan to do? Kong Lianxing inquired. Shaking his head, Fang Yunqi inhaled deeply. With such classmates and circumstances, I find myself at a loss. Very well. Kong Lianxing descended the building. Fang Yunqi stood alone atop the rooftop, feeling a sense of melancholy and defeat. He gazed down at Zhang Jiwen and Li Mingyuan, who were lost in their emotions as they watched Tong Yi being taken away, her sorrow evident in her expression. Observing the child below, Fang Yunqi's mood soured. He slowly turned his head and, at some point, noticed someone crouching in the corner. Woo woo woo. The sound of weeping gradually reached him. He furrowed his brow. Such a noise had not been present earlier, indicating this person had only just appeared. No, it was a person. He turned back, only to see dogs, sheep, dolphins, and then back again to confirm it was indeed a human. Unperturbed, Fang Yunqi approached slowly. Woo woo woo. It was a boy's voice, seemingly young, clad in tattered school attire. Encountering someone in a school uniform at Qiqing No. 1 High School was not particularly surprising. As the boy remained stationary as Fang Yunqi approached, he slowly lifted his head. The crying ceased. Despite having prepared himself, Fang Yunqi was still taken aback. After all, this was the first time he had seen a normal person at night. Who are you? Fang Yunqi crouched down. The boy's gaze shifted, transforming into disbelief and surprise. You can see me? Indeed, Fang Yunqi replied, offering him a cigarette. Care for a smoke? Huh? The boy paused, shaking his head. I can't. Give it a try. Fang Yunqi extended the cigarette toward him. The boy accepted it, and Fang Yunqi lit it for him, and to his astonishment, he began to smoke. Haha. The boy laughed heartily. I've been dead for so long that I never thought I could still smoke. However, the smoke he inhaled soon escaped from his ears and nostrils. Ah, the boy sighed. What are you doing here? Fang Yunqi inquired. Watching people jump off buildings. The boy replied. Who jumped off a building? Fang Yunqi shook his head in exasperation. Someone just jumped off. The boy pointed to the rooftop. Do you enjoy watching others jump? Not really. I'm just bored and don't know what else to watch. The boy chuckled. But you're more interesting than jumping. Why is that? Because behind you, there's a little boy, a woman, an old man, and a young man, all staring intently at you. Fang Yunqi's expression contorted in horror. Chapter 77. Old Master Fang Yunqi slowly turned his head in shock, glancing back, yet there was nothing behind him. You are deceiving me, Fang Yunqi stated. I am not, the boy replied. I can see a little boy whose face appears to be scorched, weakly clinging to your back, while others surround you. However, you and these 4 individuals are not threatening in the slightest. Fang Yunqi paused, realizing at that moment the boy was likely speaking the truth, as he could not possibly know about the people he encountered in the hospital. Can you communicate with them? Fang Yunqi inquired. No, the boy replied. They seem to be extremely frail. They can hardly speak, and it would be a miracle if they can last for a while longer. I have witnessed such frailty before. Even with our teacher, and they eventually vanished. Fang Yunqi fell silent. Well then, will you remain here? I cannot go elsewhere, the boy sighed. You should go. Very well. We shall meet again. Fang Yunqi waved his hand in farewell. Descending the stairs, he noticed that most had already left, leaving behind a few onlookers and his two foolish companions. Zhang Jiwen approached, clapping Fang Yunqi on the shoulder. Wow, you actually figured out who it was. I had no idea. If you had no head, how could you have any clues? Fang Yunqi chuckled. Let us go, it's getting late. Li Mingyuan followed obediently behind Fang Yunqi, her head lowered. Oh, Fang Yunqi turned back and said, by the way, I've just remembered something. You shouldn't stay at school anymore. Come live in my house at Xian Garden. Huh. Li Mingyuan was taken aback, but nodded in a subdued manner. As the festival approached, Fang Yunqi had to pack and prepare. Even though his grandfather was no longer present, he still had to accompany his family. Every festival, Fang Yunqi would return to his grandfather's residence with his father to celebrate together, a routine he had long grown accustomed to. After a day of preparation, it was not until the evening that Fang Yunqi received a phone call. He was lying on the sofa, engrossed in the latest FIFA game when the call came in. Hello? Grandfather. Ah, I can't believe you didn't come today. I had a feast prepared, came the hearty voice from the other end. I'm on my way. Fang Yunqi yawned. All right, I'll have them set the table. His grandfather chuckled. Hurry up. I miss you dearly. I'll be there shortly. I'm just playing football. Fang Yunqi had always managed the balance well. He never felt at a loss. As he finished packing, he encountered Shin Man returning from work. Are you heading out? She asked. The festival is approaching. I'm going to see my grandfather. Fang Yunqi stretched his arm, feeling unwell lately. I have everything ready. I'll deliver it tomorrow. You're leaving today? Shin Man pouted. The items are still at the company. Wait a moment. I'll accompany you. Fang Yunqi recalled that Shin Man was the chairman's secretary and likely understood these matters well, so he nodded in agreement. My grandfather's house is in Qicheng, not within the city limits. During the land development years, he wisely purchased a plot in the suburbs, initially planning to build a club. But it was ultimately converted into a residence. If it had been a golf course club, it would have been justifiable. The issue lay in the fact that while the golf course was established, the club never materialized, resulting in a private residence that required a significant staff for lawn maintenance, costing nearly the monthly profit of Qingshan Group. One must acknowledge the old man's foresight. After founding Qingshan Group, he took only shares without holding a board position. As competition intensified, various parties began investing in Qingshan Group. The old man seized the opportunity to divide his shares in a 3-3-4 format, selling the 4 to delight small shareholders. The remaining 3 were partly sold at a high price to a shareholder destined to become chairman in the second board meeting, while the old man directly gifted the remaining shares to his son, Fang Yunqi's father. It is important to note that while the old man relinquished 30%, the transfer was entirely different. Gifts do not incur transaction taxes, allowing Fang Zhongwei to emerge as the ultimate victor. The journey was uneventful. I truly didn't expect you to dare sit in my car, Shin Man remarked. If you have the guts, come again, I'm not afraid. Fang Yunqi replied with a naive smile. In matters of life and death, the odds are quite similar, wouldn't you agree? Shin Man was left speechless. His assertiveness was consistently formidable, and she had no desire to engage in banter. It was evident that Shin Man was preoccupied, likely troubled by company affairs. Fang Yunqi refrained from interrupting her thoughts, focusing instead on the scenery outside. The landscape was perpetually enchanting, lush greenery lining the smooth roads, albeit somewhat hazy under the night sky. The proximity to Dakingshan enhanced the air quality, the sky bright and clear, with the moon hanging high above, while nearby foxes adorned in long fur added to the picturesque scene. Upon passing a scenic area, Fang Yunqi presented his pass, gaining entry. He soon encountered a straight road that marked the beginning of the private area. To the left lay the scenic mountains, while to the right was his grandfather's residence. At the end of the wide road stood an imposing iron gate adorned with 3 panels, prominently inscribed with 2 characters, Fang Residence. After a few beeps, the security personnel greeted him with a formal salute. When I first met Director Fang and visited your home, I didn't perceive your family's wealth. However, the first time I visited your grandfather's residence, I understood the distinction between Fortune 500 companies and ordinary publicly listed ones, Shin Man sighed. Upon entering, a grand fountain greeted them, flanked by corridors intricately carved from redwood. This was not merely a courtyard, it was a grand estate. Chapter 78. Resentment. The Fang residence at night is a captivating sight, with crimson lanterns adorning the surrounding corridors. The 2 individuals expertly parked their vehicle in the lot behind the house. Security personnel were abundant along the way. Both the guards and various other staff members were familiar with Fang Yunqi, Thus they neither obstructed nor engaged him in conversation. Entering through the back door, they were greeted by the family steward, Old Lu. Old Lu, several years younger than Fang Yunqi's grandfather, was still in his 50s. He looked at Fang Yunqi with a beaming smile, saying, "Young master, you have arrived." "Indeed, Old Lu, you seem to be in good health lately." Fang Yunqi replied cheerfully while changing his shoes, glancing at the goji berry tea in Old Lu's hand. "Oh, you've started drinking goji berries?" "Yes, I'm replenishing my vitality." "The master has also taken to drinking goji berry tea," Old Lu chuckled. "Would you like some?" "No, thank you." "What about grandfather?" "He's inside. The meal is ready. And he has been waiting for you." The decor of the house exuded opulence reminiscent of the Middle Ages, with intricately carved glass that must be worth a fortune. Each time Fang Yunqi visited, he was reminded of his childhood mischief, recalling how he had shattered several panes of such glass while playing football, and fortunately, the adults had not reprimanded him at the time. As they ventured further in, they encountered classical armchairs and a fragrant incense table, followed by a round table crafted from traditional Wangwali wood, which, as the story goes, had been a decorative piece in the home of a warlord from northeast China decades ago. After the warlord was killed in a train explosion, it found its way here. "Long time no see," grandfather exclaimed, quickly rising to greet Fang Yunqi. As Fang Yunqi presented his gifts to his grandfather, he guided Shin Man toward the sofa beside the dining table. The three settled down, with Fang Yunqi reclining casually, while his grandfather sat upright in the center. And Shin Man, demurely seated, resembled a little girl. Fang Yunqi's grandfather, Fang Shuirun, was a quintessential scholar, having authored numerous texts and possessing considerable knowledge of the I Ching. He often engaged in divination, finding pleasure in such pursuits. At this moment, his thick black hair was neatly arranged, and he wore a shirt and trousers even at home, exuding an air of propriety. As Fang Shuiren prepared tea, he remarked, "The fragrance of our tea is delightful. I roasted it myself." "Indeed, you roasted it." "I prepared everything, placing it all in the pot, and filled it with the ingredients. Then handed you the spatula. After a few stirs, it became your creation." A sudden crisp voice chimed in. Fang Yunqi turned in surprise. Grandma, a sprightly elderly lady, her hair completely white, yet full of vigor, appeared around the corner, watering plants with a spray bottle, followed by his grandfather's doctor. Fang Yunqi embraced his grandmother joyfully. "Aren't you abroad? How did you come back?" "I couldn't bear it any longer. Your sister's studies have improved greatly, but the pandemic abroad is severe. She stays home all day, and I grew bored. When I heard they were going to lock down the city and that Lin couldn't leave, I hurried back. That child is so disobedient, just like your third aunt." Fang Yunqi scratched his head. "It's good that you're back. She will certainly take care of herself out there. But mainly you, being older, are more susceptible to illnesses. It's better to stay indoors." "Well, I'm back now. That old man, didn't he come to fetch me after my 14-day quarantine, insisting that the pandemic abroad is serious and one must not let their guard down. Thankfully, Xiao Zhou came and had a full checkup done for me before I could return home." His grandmother replied with a frown. "That old man." Fang Shuiren, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked, "Ah, look at this tea. The color is truly beautiful. Xiaoxin, would you like to try a cup?" Feeling awkward, Shin Man accepted a cup and took a sip, nearly burning her tongue, but managing to maintain her composure, stating, "It's quite good tea. The second infusion indeed offers the finest flavor. This tea can only, it's time to eat." Xiaoxin must be tired after a long day, his grandmother interrupted, eager to serve. Once the four were seated around the dining table, Fang Shuiren revealed the purpose of Fang Yunqi's visit. "Your uncle came to plead with me today, asking that you relinquish your shares. And what do you think, grandfather?" Fang Yunqi countered, "I have no particular opinion. I stopped managing the group long ago. Your father is missing, and the police have yet to provide any updates. They frequently trouble me with such vexing matters. What are your thoughts?" Fang Shuiren inquired. "I have no strong feelings about it," Fang Yunqi explained. "It seems someone has ulterior motives. Even if I relinquish my shares, it wouldn't resolve anything regarding the group's issues." "Oh," Fang Shuiren raised an eyebrow. "There are many villains nowadays." "Yunqi, you must be cautious," his grandmother interjected. Fang Yunqi smiled and quickly changed the subject. "Every year, grandfather must go out, but with the pandemic so severe this year, it seems impossible to do so. Are you planning to stay home?" "I will stay home. If you have matters to attend to, you need not accompany me," Fang Shuiren replied, his expression one of relief. Fang Yunqi discerned that while his grandfather desired his company, he also yearned for the intimacy of his grandmother's presence. After her return, Fang Shuiren wished to enjoy their time together. thus subtly encouraging Fang Yunqi to depart. Understanding this unspoken sentiment, he said, "All right. There are indeed matters at school that require my attention. I shall return tomorrow." "Good. Whenever you're free, come over. I'll make your favorite braised pork and yellow braised lamb," his grandmother exclaimed with a smile. Fang Yunqi responded joyfully, while his casual demeanor masked it. Fang Yunqi knew he had to consider the current situation with the company. Transferring his shares was impractical. His primary focus must be locating his father. After dinner, the four gathered around a mahjong table, with Fang Shuiren donning reading glasses, scrutinizing his hand. The issues surrounding the company were indeed complicated, but they were not something Fang Yunqi could resolve alone. "Two of bamboo," Fang Yunqi declared as he played his tile. "Lost," Fang Shuiren exclaimed, pushing his tiles forward and thumping his chest, addressing Fang Yunqi. "This matter is best left to me. You need not concern yourself." His grandmother scoffed. "Are you feeling lucky?" "Not possible." Fang Shuiren jumbled the tiles. "Pure hand. Pay up." As the night wore on, and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Fang Yunqi lay in his room at his grandfather's villa, calmly reflecting on various matters. After a while, a sound indicated someone had entered. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a tall, dark figure, his grandfather, with a mane of thick hair, if not for the preconceived notion of his grandfather's identity. Fang Yunqi might have mistaken him for a robust young man, his physique well-defined beneath his shirt. "Still awake at past 11? Fang Shuiren asked, his tone calm as he settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. "I can't sleep," Fang Yunqi replied, removing his Bluetooth earphones. "What young person retires before midnight these days?" Chuckling, Fang Shuiren's expression gradually dimmed as he looked at Fang Yunqi. "Yunqi, please speak candidly with your grandfather. Have you encountered any troublesome issues recently?" "Troublesome issues?" Fang Yunqi pondered, reflecting for a moment and realizing he could not identify anything he deemed particularly troublesome. "No, not really." "Why do you ask, grandfather?" "I perceive a significant amount of resentment within you," Fang Shuiren remarked. "In the past, your father offended many during his business dealings and engaged in numerous actions that defied common sense. Although he managed to rectify most of these matters later, many individuals still suffered unfairly as a result. His resentment pales in comparison to yours." Fang Yunqi was taken aback. "Reflect deeply. Have you encountered any unusual events recently? Or perhaps encountered something unclean?" Fang Shuiren inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Fang Yunqi regained his composure and recounted everything he witnessed at the affiliated hospital, starting from the car accident to the entirety of the Tongyi case. "In other words, all the individuals I currently see are not the same," Fang Yunqi candidly articulated. A look of astonishment crossed the face of the seasoned elder who had weathered numerous storms. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "This is an occurrence I have never encountered before. What exactly is this resentment?" Fang Yunqi pressed. "It is a sensation," his grandfather replied. "Having studied the I Ching for half a lifetime, I possess some understanding, yet it appears this matter is not as straightforward as I initially believed." Fang Shuiren sighed. "Such occurrences are indeed extraordinary. I have an old friend. You should visit him tomorrow." "A friend?" Fang Yunqi inquired. "Yes. A companion with whom I have studied the I Ching for many years. His name is Chang Shuang, and we know each other well. You should spend some time with him." Fang Yunqi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, merely responding with an acknowledgement. Fang Shuiren placed a sturdy hand on his shoulder, saying, "Take good care of yourself, young man." After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Fang Yunqi reclined on his bed once more, gazing at the messages and missed calls on his phone. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to make a call. "Hello?" A sultry voice emerged, and Fang Yunqi instantly realized he had called at an inopportune moment, promptly hanging up. Barely a second passed before the phone rang back. "What are you doing? Why did you hang up?" Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed angrily. "Oh, I thought you were resting," Fang Yunqi hastily explained. "I'm not asleep. I'm binge-watching a series." Qi Xiaoyu chuckled. "What's up? I expected you would call me earlier. I didn't think you'd wait until so late. You don't seem very anxious." "Of course, I'm anxious." Fang Yunqi hesitated, "But I heard you found a partner, so I wasn't sure when it would be convenient for me to call." "I found a partner? I wasn't aware of that," Qi Xiaoyu replied, momentarily stunned. Fang Yunqi coughed lightly. "Oh, I must have misheard. Yes, a mistake. You. Why are you being so strange?" Qi Xiaoyu questioned, her tone tinged with surprise. "It's nothing." Fang Yunqi took a deep breath. "I've resolved the matter." "I understand. I felt quite sad hearing about it." "I can't imagine how you found the courage to speak of it at that time," Qi Xiaoyu remarked. But I heard that Tong Yi jumped from a building. Is she alright? She's fine, Fang Yunqi assured her. I arranged for someone to catch her from below. She only sustained minor injuries. Was that gunshot real? Did someone actually fire a gun in the city? Qi Xiaoyu inquired. No, it was merely fireworks, he clarified. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu had not returned to the company, and whether she would return was a separate issue. Given her father's situation, Fang Yunqi did not wish for her to continue working at his company, primarily for confidentiality reasons. Additionally, as a partner, it was not ideal to have her around. So he thought it best to prevent her from coming altogether. This was a professional matter, whereas his request was personal. Although Fang Yunqi was acutely aware of the distinction, Qi Xiaoyu might not grasp it fully, so he opted to avoid mentioning it, and instead engaged her in personal conversation. Now that the matter is settled, you have fulfilled your promise, haven't you? Fang Yunqi inquired. Of course. Come over to my place tomorrow evening, Qi Xiaoyu replied. As for the remaining matters, I will certainly see to them. Your place. Fang Yunqi felt somewhat awkward about it. Perhaps it's best if we don't meet there. Tomorrow. I'm quite far from you in the east. Shall we arrange to meet somewhere in the eastern vicinity? That works for me. I'll choose the location and let you know by tomorrow afternoon. Qi Xiaoyu confirmed Fang Yunqi's suggestion. After they concluded the call, Fang Yunqi's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Many events had transpired recently, prompting him to think at a rapid pace. He recognized it was time for a break. Coincidentally, this holiday was an opportune moment to relax at home, even if he couldn't go out to play. After some consideration, he sent a message to Zhou Qiqi. I would like to take a few days off. A short while later, he received a reply. Okay. He sighed with relief and sank back onto his bed. Are we playing soccer tomorrow? Fang Yunqi inquired in a message. Moments later, he received a response from Zhang Zhuan. I'm afraid not. I must continue investigating the case. Are you addicted? Not exactly. Sister Rong is still investigating the case regarding your injury at Qingshan Group. She took it on because of me, and she can't just leave it unattended now. That's fair enough. Let me know when there are any developments. Right now, we are sifting through personnel, which is quite cumbersome. However, I've made a few interesting discoveries that I can share with you tomorrow. Where are you playing soccer? At my home. Seriously, FIFA? Chapter 79. The fortune teller. The sky was brilliantly clear, and the atmosphere languorous. By the time the young master, Fang Yunqi, finally rose from his slumber, the sun had already reached its zenith. Shin Man had long since returned to the office. For the secretary of the chairman, the 11-day holiday was merely a workday with fewer colleagues around. Stretching lazily, Fang Yunqi yawned as he donned his clothes. His grandmother had prepared a sumptuous feast of braised pork and yellow braised lamb, along with an array of delectable dishes that he had cherished since childhood. Fortuitously, he had not succumbed to becoming overweight, while Lin Musin, who seldom indulged in meat, had become quite portly. After savoring a satisfying meal, Fang Yunqi was picked up by his friend, Brother Bao. Did you not plan to take your family out for a trip during this holiday? Fang Yunqi inquired. Brother Bao yawned. My sister-in-law has already gone on a trip. She took the kids to Yadao in mid-September and, having been cut off from communication, ended up finding a hotel by the coast where they have been enjoying themselves, sailing and fishing together. That sounds lovely, Fang Yunqi nodded. As long as they are having a good time, it matters little to you, right? Of course, Brother Bao chuckled. Men will always seek their own pleasures. Fang Yunqi chose not to respond further. Instead, he transferred a navigation map to Brother Bao's phone and asked, have you ever encountered this person? What's his surname? Chong. No, I've never taken Chairman Fang to that place, Brother Bao replied, but there is a renowned master residing nearby, said to be more accurate than the living Buddha of Zhao Temple. That must be him, Fang Yunqi concluded. He is reputed to have a profound understanding of the I Ching. My grandfather mentioned him. What's the matter? Are you considering a fortune reading? Brother Bao asked. I have a friend who frequently visits him and speaks very highly of his skills. If you're looking to have your fortune told, I suspect your grandfather has already made arrangements. Fang Yunqi nodded. He must be an old acquaintance. I ought to inquire about my romantic prospects. Romantic prospects? Brother Bao exclaimed in surprise. What made you think of that? Is there a girl you fancy? Not quite. Fang Yunqi scratched his head, realizing he could not divulge to Brother Bao that he was being pursued by 4 spirits. Instead, he said, someone is coercing me into becoming her boyfriend. I wish to ascertain if she is the one. If so, I might as well acquiesce. Brother Bao burst into laughter. What kind of taste do you have that you can't find someone? Just enjoy the moment. If it doesn't work out, part ways. There's no need for fortune-telling. Chairman Fang would surely find it amusing. Fang Yunqi chuckled, the daughter of the deputy director of the Ministry of Public Security. Well then, let us see what the master has to say. Brother Bao's demeanor became slightly more serious. They arrived at a narrow alley rather than an expansive boulevard, having parked nearby. Such old towns are often like this, Brother Bao said, searching for a cigarette. Fang Yunqi retrieved a pack from his pocket and handed it to him. My cigarettes were left in the car. I'll take yours for now, and I'll buy you another pack later, Brother Bao said without hesitation. As he had watched Fang Yunqi grow up, and their bond was quite strong. This place is quite famous? Fang Yunqi inquired. Indeed, it has a great reputation. He only sees 50 people a day, not one more. You arrived a bit late today. I wonder if he can still accommodate you. Brother Bao lit his cigarette as they approached the entrance. People like him often have peculiar temperaments. You must be cautious with your words. For a misstep might earn you a scowl. They lacked neither money nor status. Upon reaching the grand red door, they found many individuals seated on small stools outside. Some ordinary families with children, while others were well-dressed in suits, accompanied by socialites with designer handbags. Regardless of their background, they all stood orderly in line. Before long, a group emerged from within, and a young girl peered out, calling, Rinwu, 32. Here, a young man, clad in bell-bottom trousers and loafers, stood up, clutching his handbag tightly. After lighting a cigarette, he entered through the door. Others were busy on their phones or engaged in casual conversation. Fang Yunqi exchanged glances with Brother Bao as they approached the imposing red entrance. Brother Bao knocked on the door knocker, and footsteps echoed from within. The young girl opened the door, appearing no older than 12, gazing up at the unexpected visitors with evident reluctance. What do you want? We are here to pay a visit to Master Chong, an acquaintance from the past, Fang Yunqi replied politely. There are no more numbers today. Please come back tomorrow. The girl stated, attempting to close the door. Fang Yunqi, taken aback, replied, I am not here for fortune-telling. Then what do you want? The girl frowned, her impatience evident. I have already explained. We are here to visit Master Chong, an acquaintance from the past, Fang Yunqi reiterated patiently. Which acquaintance? Tell me more so I can inform my grandfather. If he invited you, you may enter. If not, you must wait, the girl scoffed. I am Fang Yunqi, the grandson of Fang Xueren. Wait here, the girl said, securing the door before retreating into the iron gate. The two exchanged glances, and Brother Bao chuckled. See? I told you she has a bad temper. If one possesses genuine skills, it is only fitting to maintain certain standards for visitors. Otherwise, how would they differ from street con artists? Fang Yunqi mused. That's true, but isn't it just a street fortune teller? Brother Bao pondered, unable to recall a name. Li Bui. He started from humble beginnings, but was later summoned to the palace by Emperor Huizong to serve as the national master. Do you think a national master would stoop to set up shop for fortune-telling? Fang Yunqi smiled. That's a valid point. After a short while, the red iron door swung open once more, and the young girl peeked out. My grandfather says you can come tonight. He mentioned his eyesight is poor, and he may not recognize you during the day. However, he will surely recognize you at night. What time should I come? Fang Yunqi inquired, intrigued. Any time after sunset will do, the girl replied with a noticeable change in demeanor. After a moment's thought, she added, Oh, my grandfather also mentioned that it would be best if you were alive when you arrive. If you cannot come alive, just have someone bring your corpse. Recognizing the entrance is still a good thing, after all. Seeing the girl's perplexed expression, Fang Yunqi was left bewildered. What do you mean? Nothing much. Just come tonight and we'll see. If you can't make it, write down what you wish to say on a piece of paper. My grandfather will be able to read it. Chapter 80. Qi Xiaoyu Fang Yunqi. What do you mean by this? This was the opening of a 60-second voice message from Qi Xiaoyu. Fang Yunqi hurriedly silenced the wretched voice clip and called Shou Qiqi instead. Did I not say I would inform you tomorrow? Fang Yunqi inquired. She happened to come today, so I told her to tidy up her things. What happened? Zhou Qiqi asked awkwardly. Holding his forehead, Fang Yunqi felt as if his brain had split open, the sound ringing in his ears like a clap of thunder. After hastily ending the call, he noticed 3 more 60-second voice messages, followed by an address for a restaurant. It was undoubtedly for a discussion. Women enjoy discussing matters. He was unsure why, but it seemed that whenever a woman requested a conversation, it was rarely for genuine dialogue. Yet, he could not avoid it. He might as well muster the courage to face it, as it wouldn't be fatal. After Brother Bao dropped Fang Yunqi off at the restaurant, he went off in search of food, adhering to his principle of not dining in the same restaurant as the boss. Upon entering the restaurant, Fang Yunqi immediately spotted Qi Xiaoyu sitting there, holding a small mirror and fussing with her lips, presumably applying lipstick. Have you eaten? Fang Yunqi asked as he took a seat. Not at all. How could I have eaten? Qi Xiaoyu pouted. but I saw the front desk bill was already over 800. Fong Yunqi yawned. You've already ordered? Haven't you? Who checks the front desk before coming to eat? Chi Xiaoyu responded incredulously. I just happened to glance. Fong Yunqi said no more. Are you still going to eat? Of course. Chi Xiaoyu replied, visibly displeased. It's so annoying. Dining with you is truly frustrating. Shall I leave then? You're asking for it. Fong Yunqi was not adept at ordering food. He had never done so before. Thus, once Chi Xiaoyu confirmed the dishes with the server. She cast a suspicious glance at Fong Yunqi, about to say something when he, glancing at the magazine in hand, remarked, It's nothing. I won't mention it to anyone. Mention what? Chi Xiaoyu leaned over the table, her curiosity piqued. That we ordered over 600. And you alone consumed over 800. You. Chi Xiaoyu retorted angrily. Who was that earlier? Fong Yunqi asked. Let us discuss something serious. You're quite clever. Chi Xiaoyu frowned. But I have no intention of telling you unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation. Explain what? Explain why you laid me off. The company is facing difficulties, and with internal issues arising within the group, layoffs are inevitable due to insufficient cash flow. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me go bankrupt, would you? Fong Yunqi concocted a temporary excuse. Are you trying to fool a fool? Chi Xiaoyu tilted her head. Why do you always have to dig deeper? This is simply the outcome. Fong Yunqi indeed struggled with communicating with women. He felt there was no need to debate something already known, as knowing the reason wouldn't change a thing. Is there truly no way for me to return? Chi Xiaoyu's expression darkened, a hint of despondency in her demeanor. Are you really that heartless? This has nothing to do with being heartless. It's merely. Fong Yunqi was at a loss for words. I understand. Chi Xiaoyu lowered her head. Let us eat. The dishes had already arrived. As Fong Yunqi observed the tears cascading down Chi Xiaoyu's face, he hesitated to mention what they had previously agreed upon. Given her emotional instability, if he broached the subject and she rejected it, it would sever their connection entirely. Is it because of my father? Chi Xiaoyu's voice was eerily calm, her melancholy and sorrow evident. Not entirely. Fong Yunqi was an honest soul, just as I thought. Chi Xiaoyu slammed her chopsticks onto the table and slumped back in her chair. No matter how I try to escape, I still can't shake him off, can I? Why must you seek to escape from him? Fong Yunqi, having lost his appetite, set down his chopsticks and poured Chi Xiaoyu a cup of tea. Because I can't stand him. But he's your father, Fong Yunqi remarked with a sigh. You cannot change that fact, can you? I can choose to ignore him. To disengage, to flee from him. What good does that to you? Fong Yunqi tilted his head. Ignoring him brings you no benefit. Aside from that fleeting sense of satisfaction when you annoy him. You initially had his companionship in your childhood, and now that you possess your own agency, why not seize the opportunity to spend more time with him? Perhaps you would gain more than simply irritating him. Fong Yunqi inhaled deeply. My father has been missing. Should I be glad? What about you? If your father, engaged in a perilous occupation, were to vanish one day, would you rejoice? Would you revel in his misfortune? Would you rush to the police station to obtain a death certificate? Chi Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. The work here is dangerous, and the people I face are perilous too. If exposed, each of your identities will be known to the adversary, and then you would become the leverage they hold over your father. I do not wish for you to bear such anguish, nor do I want my current predicament to affect you. You are under no obligation to risk your life for my sake. You lack nothing, be it wealth, power, or social resources. You only need to focus on your studies to secure a bright future, even if it means spending a lifetime in an office. You could have a good family, a wonderful husband, and a fulfilling life. Thus, you should not shoulder risks that are entirely unnecessary. Look at my company's employees. Lin Muzin comes from an ordinary family. His father is a regular bank employee, and his mother is a rural woman with a high school education. His future hinges on Lin Muzin. I can provide him with a promising future. As long as he studies diligently, I will support him in attending the best university. Yet, you do not require such assistance. Shou Qiqi has 4 siblings. Her parents run a small business. Due to the pandemic, their store barely opened these past few years, racking up losses of over 600,000 a year, plus the expenses of rented properties, totaling $1 million. They're over $1 million in debt. Among her siblings, her eldest brother has succeeded, now a chief physician at a public hospital. Her second brother works an office job earning over $4,000 a month. And her younger sister is still in elementary school. If she does not strive, the family will struggle to stay afloat. They are the ones who can work tirelessly for me, but you are not. Fong Yunqi took a deep breath and stood up, putting on his jacket. He had abandoned the thought of inquiring anything further from this woman. You have your future. As he turned to leave, Chi Xiaoyu stood up and, with a fragile voice, asked, In my future, is there no place for you? Perhaps there is not, but I do not wish for it to be because of this relationship. Fang Yunqi lamented. You. Qi Xiaoyu shook her head with a bitter smile. Come with me. What? Did you not know I had dinner with someone before? He's the one who can help you resolve this matter. Fang Yunqi laughed heartily, cunning as ever. Chapter 81. Buddhism. Every restaurant possesses private rooms. And this one is no exception. When Qi Xiaoyu entered the private room with Fang Yunqi, a young boy was already seated inside. He was engrossed in a mobile game, and the sounds of a spirited female voice echoed, exclaiming, "Triple kill." Moments later, another voice chimed in, "Wow, you're amazing." The boy appeared to be no older than a middle school student, with a backpack casually placed beside him, likely brought out by his parents for additional tutoring. Fang Yunqi paid little mind to the boy, suspecting that his parents were the individuals he was meant to meet. He settled into the seat across from him and took out his phone. Qi Xiaoyu was the last to enter, upon her arrival. She noticed one person in a killing spree while another was poring over the book of changes. Leaning in, she tilted her head and rested it on Fang Yunqi's shoulder. He was momentarily taken aback but chose not to push her away, casting a sidelong glance at her, questioning her motives. I'm tired. Managing your affairs is exhausting. And I deserve a moment's respite. Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed playfully. I'm borrowing your shoulder for a bit, so don't move. Who is coming? Fang Yunqi wondered aloud, his mind swirling with the complexities of the 64 hexagrams displayed before him. That's him, Qi Xiaoyu replied with a slight smile, indicating the boy, who was indeed the one capable of assisting him. Fang Yunqi stole a glance at the child, feeling a sudden wave of uncertainty. Yet, the boy remained silent, fully immersed in his game, having just achieved a remarkable 4 kills, seemingly nearing the end of his session. Fang Yunqi wasn't in a hurry. He could wait for the boy to finish before posing his questions. Amidst the sounds of victory and the girl's enthusiastic admiration, the boy locked his phone screen and tucked it into his pocket. He leaned forward, hands crossed, exuding an air of maturity as he regarded the two before him. Is it him? Yes, Qi Xiaoyu confirmed, still nestled against Fang Yunqi and playfully intertwining her arm with his. Your boyfriend? The boy inquired. Indeed, she affirmed. Fang Yunqi found himself unable to interject, as the two seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. I cannot assist you with your matters, the boy remarked. Casting a meaningful glance at Fang Yunqi, he extended his hand, closed his eyes, and, resembling a fortune teller, tapped his thumb on his fingertips before opening his eyes and shaking his head in resignation. The cost is too great. It's not worth it. Fang Yunqi was all too familiar with that sentiment. A faint smile crossed his lips as he contemplated that the concept of cost must always be relative, without comparison. How could one truly define a cost? I'm not lacking in money, the boy declared, spreading his hands with a grin. So, you cannot sway me with cash. Wait, what? Fang Yunqi retrieved another phone from his pocket. I don't really understand the game. This account is merely a pastime for me. I enjoy collecting and drawing prizes. I haven't played much, and it's not even registered under my name, just linked to a phone number. I've heard this honor crystal is quite valuable. Do you know the price? Over 2,000 for one, the boy gulped. Then what use is my 170? Fang Yunqi sighed, shaking his head as he put the phone away and glanced at Qi Xiaoyu. My phone storage is running low, so I thought of quitting this game. Would you like to take this account? I'm taking charge of this. The boy exclaimed, rising abruptly. He fixed his gaze on Fang Yunqi. The situation isn't dire yet, but I can sense some negative energy surrounding you. Let's make this clear, Fang Yunqi interjected, tossing his phone to Qi Xiaoyu. This phone is yours, unlocked, but you must keep it safe. After this is settled, I'll add to your compensation. He extended 5 fingers. 500? The boy blinked in surprise. Fang Yunqi shook his head. 5,000? The boy's eyes brightened. Fang Yunqi again shook his head. 50,000? The boy seemed on the verge of tears. This time, Fang Yunqi nodded. He was uncertain if cheap goods were good, but it was evidently a substantial saving compared to his initial thoughts. Moreover, he was eager to test the person Qi Xiaoyu would bring. Inhaling deeply, the boy approached Fang Yunqi's side while Qi Xiaoyu finally relinquished her hold and stepped aside. You're not attempting to perform some kind of sorcery, are you? I'm not that lowly, the boy chuckled, settling into the seat beside Fang Yunqi with a deep breath. Let me clarify, I do not practice fortune-telling or divination. Closing his eyes, his voice grew deeper as he continued. I can only discern your karmic threads. Whether you can comprehend them is up to you. Fang Yunqi remained silent, still somewhat bewildered. The boy gently placed his right hand upon Fang Yunqi's arm, murmuring softly. Fang Yunqi listened intently, catching snippets of something akin to a Buddhist sutra. After a while, The boy slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on a blank space behind Fang Yunqi before he smiled and closed his eyes once more. How mystical. Fang Yunqi mused. You are quite unique. I know. Very unique, not merely distinct. I know. Humans are inherently mortal. This grand world is already mired in muck. Fang Yunqi found himself lost in thought at this statement. Do you know that Buddha possesses 5 eyes? I do not. They are the flesh eye, the heavenly eye, the wisdom eye, the law eye, and the Buddha eye. What about mine? The flesh eye is the foremost of the 6 senses. We are both flesh eyes. Yet neither of us is merely a flesh eye. The flesh eye is insubstantial and cannot perceive the truth. It is the root of ignorance. I can see the truth but not its principles, perceive causality but not emptiness. And I? You can grasp the principles but not the truth. See the fundamentals yet not the Buddha's teachings. You do not belong to my realm, yet you possess the Buddha. What can you see about me? The karmic ties upon you are numerous, yet your longevity stems from those around you. You have accumulated too much worldly entanglement, and shedding it is no simple task. You carry a heavy burden of resentment, which, while not your cause, is indeed your consequence. How can I resolve this? There is no resolution. You will succumb to this fate, forever trapped. That is your consequence. Fang Yunqi stood. His immediate reaction was to address Qi Xiaoyu beside him. Did you hear that? I'm a harbinger of misfortune. Qi Xiaoyu looked at him in astonishment. Thank you. Since the conversation had escalated to this point, Fang Yunqi had no intention of pressing further. The Dharma is boundless. He believed he could not grasp its deeper meanings, yet he understood the plain meaning behind the words. The deeper your karmic afflictions, the shallower your connection to the Buddha. You have been blinded by hatred. Turning back is the path to salvation. Hatred without roots is the deepest kind. In an instant, Fang Yunqi's brow furrowed. A memory seemed to surface, and he regarded the boy with a changed gaze. Mother, it appears you have realized. I understand now. I will not urge you to abandon your quest, because I will not give up. Your lineage was once a blessing. But blessings come with conditions, and calamities have roots. When fortune arrives, misfortune follows. You must consider carefully. Hatred is the root of calamity. I recall my father once saying something that resonated with me. Fang Yunqi smiled faintly. Even if I were to lose everything, should I ever uncover the truth behind my mother's death, I would sacrifice my life to ensure that the one responsible faces justice. Ah, how commendable, sighed the young boy. I am not to engage with you too frequently, yet the mundane rewards you have bestowed upon me are abundant. I shall assist you this once. Remember, it is but a singular occasion. Should I find myself in need, I shall certainly seek you out. Fang Yunqi expressed his heartfelt gratitude and turned to exit the room. Chapter 82. Conspiracy. The opulent hotel is perched atop a sandbar, an area seldom frequented by visitors. The enchanting poplar forest lies just beyond, visible upon drawing back the curtains. This is the only hotel situated within the scenic area, amidst the vast expanse of the northern desert, where nearly 50,000 square kilometers of golden sand can obscure all that is vile. UXN stands before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the intoxicatingly red poplar trees to her left and the distant desert reflecting golden hues. Sipping from her glass of wine. Today, she exudes an alluring charm. As a professional lawyer frequently gracing elite events, she possesses an extraordinary physique and the most impeccable form. Her height of 1.68 meters adds an air of icy elegance. Dressed in a black short skirt and a low-cut silk blouse, a crystal-clear necklace grazes her delicate neck, accentuating her slightly protruding fair shoulders and collarbone, forming a standard M shape reminiscent of angelic wings or a demon's scythe. As her seductive gaze drifts backward, a young man appears on the sofa. Barely in his 20s, his demeanor is shrouded in darkness, with deep-set dark circles, an unkempt long hair, curled legs, and a chin resting upon his hand. He resembles a beggar on the street who has recently donned a new outfit after days of hunger. His bare feet reveal prominent veins. Not yet found. UXIN's voice remains calm as she swirls her glass of red wine, the vibrant lipstick softly touching the rim, as if she were a phantom dissipating into thin air. It won't happen, the young man replies, his gaze vacant, as if it contains the weight of everything. Someone will guide us to him. Are you referring to his son? Indeed. I believe you are overthinking it. He possesses nothing but money, and we are not lacking in that regard. UXIN moves closer to the sofa, unperturbed by her skirt as she raises her leg, revealing an enticing glimpse, a sight any man would steal a glance at, even if just for a moment. Yet, the young man remains oblivious, his gaze still unfocused, his pupils devoid of movement. You underestimate him. That will lead to failure. He has yet to confront the woman vying for the inheritance. I believe he lacks the capability and is fundamentally not one of us. His abilities remain uncertain. He is not someone who can aid us. Uxian shakes her head, perceiving his views as overly radical. His assistance does not necessitate him being one of us, the young man asserts. What do you mean? Uxian furrows her brow. Woman are foolish, he scoffs disdainfully. Uxian's expression shifts, but she quickly regains her composure, leaning back against the plush sofa. I understand. Then act on it. The young man inhales deeply, his gaze fixed on Uxian. He is not one to take the initiative. Thus, he must be prompted to do so. I have dispatched someone. That endeavor is foolish, utterly foolish. The young man's head lifts, revealing deep scars on his neck, as if 6 or 7. A sight that is harrowing. I do not wish to see such a foolish plan again. Driving on the cliff will alienate them. What I need is for them to be together to understand his reasoning. Reasoning? Uxian raises an eyebrow. These 2 cases are designed to ascertain whether he is suitable for reasoning. And what is your conclusion? He is. The young man instructs Uxian like an elderly professor. A hint of disdain flickers in Uxian's eyes, yet she remains silent. Do you know what reasoning is? He inquires. Uxian does not respond. Reasoning is the cognitive process of deriving an unknown conclusion from known clues. The more clues one possesses, the closer one can approach the truth. I comprehend, she replies. You do not. His tone sharpens, slowly turning to regard her with an assessing gaze. Do you know why the previous car accident failed? It nearly cost him his life. Yet he did not confront Shin Man directly. Uxian squints, her fair forehead creasing. Because making assumptions without sufficient evidence and details is a profoundly foolish act. He is not that kind of person. He would not engage in such folly. Humans lack true thought, for thought is uncontrollable. One can only guide their thought along a path. It is the accumulation of knowledge and common sense that determines the route chosen. If one hastily makes assumptions, they will find their thoughts gravitating toward those assumptions, resulting in significant deviations and errors. The young man's gaze is as deep as the ocean floor. He is not one to indulge in assumptions. Until he gathers evidence, he will not hastily judge any situation. What you require is not conflict, but evidence. This time I understand. Uxian nods solemnly. Proceed. If you fail, do not return. The young man closes his eyes, reclining backward. His mode of thinking prioritizes facts above all, devoid of evidence. He will not entertain baseless conjectures. Then I shall provide him with evidence. Gazing out the window, Uxian smiles, her lips small and cat-like in her mirth, like a ragdoll cat. The slanted sunlight spills onto the floor, prompting the young man to suddenly inquire. Is Chi Xiaoyu still by his side? Yes, it seems she has fallen for him. Love is blind and the most unreliable, yet paradoxically, it can be so easily manipulated when needed. But there is nothing to fear. The young man chuckles. The most intriguing aspect of a dog jumping over a wall is not the desperation of the dog, but the act of jumping itself. I find great amusement in watching dogs leap. I comprehend, Uxian acknowledges. Everything must be executed flawlessly, yet some aspects must remain casual. Shin Man is someone who must engage with others. How to proceed is for you to discern. However, time is of the essence. I have a premonition that many matters will arise at the end of the year. Uxian nods. I shall attend to it. As she exits the room, the young man's gaze grows vacant once more. Fang Yunqi, what good is your intelligence? You are merely a victim of the system. What can you truly do? You are neither Sherlock Holmes nor a savior. Chapter 83. The corpse at Huishang Plaza. Zhou Qiqi and Lin Muzin had yet to locate the young boy who matched his description. The hospital had almost conclusively verified that all boys of similar age who had died at the same time and place had been thoroughly investigated, and none were the elusive Xiaoqi he sought. He also attempted to search for the other 3 individuals that mirrored the image in his mind. But upon encountering the screening results that yielded thousands of names, he had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. After all, even if he had access to the list, recognizing them was implausible, for his memories of the other 3 were rather vague. The entire day, upon returning from the hotel, Fang Yunqi had been at Xian Garden, partly to check on the 2 young women residing in his home, and partly because Master Chang's residence was a mere 10-minute walk away. By 5 in the afternoon, a blush of crimson appeared on the horizon. Fang Yunqi set aside the book in his hands, donned a light blue jacket, and stepped out of his room, only to find Miao Zishuan assisting Aunt Mei in the kitchen while Xiao Taodao was diligently working on her homework at the table, with Li Mingyuan offering guidance beside her. The library's official hours were from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. while Fang Yunqi had dictated that students at the school must adhere to a schedule from 6 in the evening until 6 the following morning. Within these 12 hours, they could sleep, rest, or tackle their assignments, but they were required to complete their work. During holidays, they had the liberty to adjust their schedules, ensuring that in groups of 10, 3 individuals would cover each 8-hour shift, with the group leader working from 6 in the evening until midnight, ensuring 4 members were present. As this was when Fang Yunqi was most occupied. Back already? Fang Yunqi inquired. Yes, I'm on the morning shift, Li Mingyuan promptly clarified. There were some financial issues at the company today. Chi-Chi mentioned it to me. Fang Yunqi took a sip of water and asked, do you have plans for tonight? Huh. I have nothing planned. Since that incident, Fang Yunqi had entrusted Li Mingyuan to Zhou Cheng, where she reported to his studio at a fixed time each day. This attending physician possessed a particular temperament and character. Apart from the regular working hours, he also maintained a psychological studio near the hospital. In truth, it was not a place for consultations and never hosted various patients. It was solely a research facility for psychological issues. However, given that Li Mingyuan was under Fang Yunqi's commission, Zhou Cheng naturally welcomed her with a smile. What can one do when a younger sister is in someone else's hands? Zhou Cheng had called in the afternoon, for previously, Tong Ye's covert attacks had indeed inflicted a certain degree of harm on Li Mingyuan, exacerbating her condition. Yet it also propelled her thoughts into a specific state, one that required Fang Yunqi's support. It seemed she had found in him a form of emotional reliance. Is it not love? Upon hearing this news, Fang Yunqi could not help but inquire, as the impact from Qi Xiaoyu at noon had been substantial. Whenever you bring up love, I feel compelled to discuss it with you. Zhou Cheng coughed lightly. I believe your emotional deficiencies are the most pronounced I have encountered. How could I possibly have deficiencies? Fang Yunqi questioned, perplexed. Every individual possesses flaws. Li Mingyuan suffers from depression. Her communication with me is fraught with noticeable issues, often marked by irritability and helplessness. However, your interactions with her, from my observations, appear to be devoid of any problems. In contrast, Zhang Jiwen was quite loquacious and impulsive, struggling to control his emotions. My sister Chi-Chi, on the other hand, tends to be more sentimental. She has a vivid imagination. Yet having met you during such a crucial period of her worldview formation, she has developed a sense of admiration for you, often mimicking you, albeit superficially. When faced with adversity, the impact of such imitation will falter, and as her psychological defenses collapse, she will revert to her emotional nature. What will happen then? Fang Yunqi inquired, intrigued. Let me illustrate with a simple analogy. If the 4 of you were confronted by a robber intent on killing you, you would instinctively assess the assailant's capabilities, methods, and motives, subsequently maneuvering to lead him into a familiar territory where you could defeat him. Conversely, Zhang Jiwen would charge headlong into the fray, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Zhou Qiqi, to some extent, might hope to negotiate. But if met with a forceful blow that shatters her mental defenses, her only recourse might be to seek help, relinquishing the thought of confrontation. While she possesses strength, it is often only manifested post-crisis, swiftly mitigating her psychological scars and employing lawful means to ensure the aggressor faces consequences. Li Mingyuan, however, may find herself unable to cope, resorting to self-destructive behaviors as a means of seeking solace. Returning to you, Zhou Cheng lit a cigarette. Your emotional deficiencies are unparalleled in my experience. Perhaps it is because you lack a true understanding of love, unaware of how to cherish another and the shifts within your own heart. Is it due to a deficiency of maternal love? Fang Yunqi speculated. I have examined all the medical records and life circumstances you provided. I uncovered a significant detail that you seem to have overlooked. What detail? Your memories prior to the age of 6 are entirely blank. You possess no medical records. And apart from your birth certificate, your first hospitalization was at 6. I have inquired several times, even in your unawareness, and confirmed that you lack any recollection from that period. According to the case report provided by the police, you lost your mother at that time. Fang Yunqi remained remarkably calm. Does it matter greatly? Significantly, Zhou Cheng took a deep drag from his cigarette. The vast majority of human love originates from women. A man's early understanding of love is shaped by interactions with his mother and father, or even his stepmother. Yet, you lack that memory, which has resulted in your insensitivity towards love. Furthermore, your father did not remarry, which exacerbated your understanding of love. At least, this is my current hypothesis. And what of the rest? Fang Yunqi frowned. The remainder appears relatively sound, but I do not discount the possibility that you are unconsciously performing. Many individuals with mental illnesses or hereditary psychiatric disorders exhibit strong performative tendencies, mimicking emotional expressions based on their experiences or observations. For instance, you and Zhang Jiwen have been friends for over a decade. Should one of you shield the other from an impending threat? Zhang Jiwen's instinct would be to protect his brother, while your thought process might be that Zhang Jiwen is likely to perish next. Yet you could endure with far less cost than he would incur. You wouldn't wish for him to become a cold corpse. If you were to die next, you would retreat or seek alternative solutions, rather than impulsively sacrificing yourself. Sacrifice. Fang Yunqi hesitated. Yes. All your current acts of kindness may very well be subconscious expressions arising from your formidable economic power. Yet your true inner thoughts are not rooted in selflessness, but rather in absolute rationality. Research indicates that about 3% of individuals with hereditary psychiatric disorders exhibit significant emotional impairments, and within that 3%, there exists another 3% who are geniuses. And the remainder? 20% are mediocre individuals, while 77% are. Zhou Cheng exhaled the last puff of his cigarette. Deranged murderers, cannibals. Individuals with exceptionally high intelligence who engage in criminal logic, and those who derive pleasure from cruelty. Fang Yunqi's eyes brightened. The conspirator emerged with Li Mingyuan just before 5:30, with ample time remaining before sunset. Fang Yunqi's attire was rather unremarkable. A simple pair of sneakers paired with casual trousers and a hoodie rendered him quite ordinary, save for his clean and delicate face, which bore a hint of austerity. In contrast, Li Mingyuan's appearance was somewhat lackluster. Her fabric shoes, although clean, had begun to yellow, the black star insignia now a faded green, with misspellings evident on the label. Her jeans, snugly hugging her figure, were marred by an offensive bleached hue, and a large logo on her thigh only added to Fang Yunqi's discomfort. Lastly, she donned a silver down jacket, reminiscent of a space astronaut. Who wears a down jacket in October? I was planning to wear my school uniform. I have no other clothes, Li Mingyuan exclaimed, clutching a water bottle wrapped in a mesh strap with wide eyes. Fang Yunqi sighed. Dining with others made him apprehensive about what Li Mingyuan might reveal beneath her jacket. He tactfully diverted their path toward Huishang Plaza, a mere 10-minute stroll away. The plaza is divided into two sections, Huishang Tianxia, which caters to the masses with dining and entertainment options, and Huishang International, which features high-end brands and a rooftop cinema. The crowd was overwhelming, prompting both to don masks. Upon entering Huishang International, Li Mingyuan felt the atmosphere was significantly less populated, filled instead with upscale brands that left her bewildered. Fang Yunqi had never purchased clothing for a woman, let alone had any familiarity with these brands. They casually browsed a few stores, but the styles were predominantly suited for a much more mature audience. Li Mingyuan was dumbfounded by the price tags. Is this robbery? Is it really that expensive? I saw a coat for 80,000. She whispered. Unable to explain, Fang Yunqi simply told her to wait. Within minutes, a woman in professional attire and high heels appeared at the elevator, waving as she descended. Yunqi, she called out. Fang Yunqi waved back, Aunt. She was a relative from his mother's side, though she was only 4 or 5 years older, having just graduated from university and been promptly placed as operations manager at Huishang Plaza by her father. Oh, is this your classmate? She inquired, and given his status, it was evident that relatives would not easily consider placing a girl as his girlfriend, leading to cautious conversation. Yes, I'm helping her pick out some clothes. I've looked around but found few suitable options. Can you guide us? Not a problem, his aunt replied, linking arms with him as they headed to the 4th floor, where they found a selection of young women's clothing. Despite Li Mingyuan's reluctance, Fang Yunqi ended up purchasing her 2 outfits, insisting she must wear them, using his position as the company owner to justify the expense. One outfit consisted of a pink hoodie, leggings, and a plaid skirt, while the other was a long white hoodie, black undershirt, and fitted trousers. Is she a submissive type? His aunt questioned. I am PUAing her. Fang Yunqi replied with utmost seriousness. How brazen of you, his aunt retorted. You were the one being so overt. Fang Yunqi replied with a calm smile. You know, high school girls really do have great figures, even if they're not particularly endowed above. What use is that? To bear children, do you understand? Are you pregnant? Fang Yunqi asked, slightly taken aback. Your aunt doesn't even have a boyfriend. How could she be pregnant? He was further astonished. She pinched him playfully, placing the clothes into a shopping bag, which Fang Yunqi then handed to his aunt, instructing her to send them to Xian Garden where Li Mingyuan was staying. After a drawn-out "oh," Li Mingyuan's face flushed crimson as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they noticed a crowd gathered near the restroom. An event? Fang Yunqi speculated. But this isn't an event area. What's going on? His aunt queried, equally perplexed. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted in chaos, with someone screaming as they fled, violently retching, "Murder! Murder!" Instantly, Fang Yunqi's expression shifted drastically. He pressed Li Mingyuan's shoulder, called the police, summoned an ambulance. As she fumbled for her phone, Fang Yunqi dashed forward, striding into the corridor. The restroom lay to the left, where a trail of vivid crimson led into the door across the way. An escape route. Had someone not fled? Fang Yunqi hesitated initially, swallowing hard, advancing quietly. He was not in a rush, proceeding slowly, even amidst the bustling mall, assessing whether anyone lurked behind that door. If the perpetrator had not yet escaped, a sudden attack would be disastrous. Yet, what if the victim still needed help? He could neither afford to be slow nor complacent. As he turned the door handle, he had overthought the situation. The assailant had surely departed. Bloodstains on the wall had already dried. But the fresh crimson liquid continued to flow from the corpse, seeping through the door crack. Nearby, a trembling young man cradled an unconscious girl, a dark yellow fluid pooling beneath them that mingled with blood. A woman was kneeling against the wall, her body adorned with yellow talismans, most of which were soaked with blood. Thick wooden spikes had impaled her body against the wall, blood gushing from her abdomen, while a nail had pierced her neck, now stained crimson. Her arms were raised high, each wrist impaled, and above them, she held her own severed head. Words were scrawled on the wall. "Heaven is dead. The yellow sky shall rise." Alongside an eerie talisman, blood red. The scent of blood was overwhelmingly potent, yet Fang Yunqi's expression remained unchanged as he navigated around the pooling blood. Reaching out to touch the still warm body, he gazed upon the downturned face, which bore an enormous Bagua symbol. Chapter 84. Focus on the case. When Kang Yinxing arrived, over 20 minutes had elapsed. The couple who had discovered the body had been escorted away, and Fang Yunqi was seated on a chair outside. The crime scene was cordoned off by nearby officers, alleviating any concerns of contamination. As the first individual to enter the scene, he was naturally subject to questioning, and a police officer stood beside him. "What is going on? Is it particularly horrific inside?" Ant looked at Fang Yunqi. He remained silent, crossed his legs, and was engrossed in searching for information on his phone. While Li Mingyuan busily tinkered with a newly purchased laptop, he needed immediate access to a plethora of data for transmission and analysis. So he had procured a laptop for Li Mingyuan from next door and contacted Chu Chichi and Lin Muzin. A significant volume of documents was currently being filtered, which would ultimately appear on her computer. After more than half an hour of scrutinizing the scene, Kang Lianxing approached Fang Yunqi with a sigh. "You're acting like a certain country's elementary school student," he remarked, provokingly. "What?" Kang Lianxing furrowed his brow at Fang Yunqi. "Provocation? He is provoking me." Fang Yunqi concluded with a nod. "But this is merely my conjecture. I cannot substantiate it yet. Further investigation of the scene is necessary." "This case does not require your involvement," Kang Yinxing stated firmly. "I do not wish for you to be involved." "This individual exhibits an unsettling calmness," Fang Yunqi noted. "It borders on abnormal. You cannot apprehend him in a short period. This is his first crime, but it will not be his last. This is not a crime of passion. It is a sadistic execution, a blatant judgment." Kang Lianxing was taken aback. "He is a psychopath, a serial killer," Fang Yunqi said through gritted teeth. "And the reason? Firstly, when I encountered the victim, they had only recently perished. In other words," Fang Yunqi stood, addressing the scene around him. In front of all these witnesses, beside a bustling restroom, he committed murder calmly and quietly. The incisions on the corpse were remarkably precise. Even the final decapitation showed no signs of tremor. Kang Lianxing understood that such an act required immense composure and a formidable mindset, far beyond what an ordinary individual could muster. Even someone consumed by deep-seated hatred could not maintain such tranquility. He had seen the wounds, identical to Fang Yunqi's assessment. Secondly, based on the volume of blood loss, he must have impaled the victim against the wall while they were still alive. From such torment, one could derive a perverse pleasure. Fang Yunqi continued, an expression of barely concealed horror etched on his face. "The order of the strikes is crucial, typically. We would restrain a potential escapee by targeting their legs, yet his first strike was aimed at the hands." Kang Yinxing appeared puzzled. "The stakes were crafted by hand. Although stained with blood, they are clearly the product of a tool, with uniform size and shape. We discovered 5 stakes on the hands, abdomen, and feet, varying in depth, with the deepest found on the feet. It could also be due to a lack of skill." Kang Lianxing pondered for a moment, or perhaps from struggling. 17 strikes, perhaps more. Yet I can assert that at that moment, the victim had lost the capacity for action. His initial strike seemed cautious, as if fearing a broken arm or other consequences. However, after the first blow, He experienced exhilaration. He reveled in it. Thus, the second, third, and increasingly fatal strikes followed. Thirdly, during the decapitation, the individual was still alive. Fang Yunqi stated with calm resolve. The spray of blood was extensive. The corridor is merely 3 meters wide. Had the decapitation occurred directly from the stairwell, blood would have splattered significantly behind. We found traces of blood all around, yet none obstructing the way. This indicates that the assailant completed the decapitation while the victim was still watching him, then left the scene, drenched in blood. Fang Yunqi raised his gaze to Kong Lianqing. If he is not a psychopath, then what is he? Kong Lianqing stood frozen, unyielding. The talismans represent judgment. He acts as a representative of himself, or perhaps some deity. Conducting a trial, he believes he possesses the authority to undertake such an act, which has surpassed the bounds of law enforcement. He is challenging you. The words he inscribed are a provocation towards you, the Qicheng police, and everyone. Kong Lianqing recalled those inscribed words. Heaven has perished, the yellow sky shall rise. This is not the act of an ordinary individual. This is a quintessential murderer, a highly intelligent criminal. He can execute such horrendous acts in broad daylight amidst crowds. His psychological resilience and capabilities far exceed that of the average person. This is no trivial matter. The shopping mall swiftly closed its doors, evacuating all customers. Qingqing was in an uproar. While Kong Lianqing reviewed the mall's surveillance footage, both Lu Juanrong and Lu Jianghe had already arrived at the scene. How are you? Lu Juanrong immediately spotted Fang Yunqi. As she approached, she noticed him reclining on a long bench, wearing an eye mask. Slowly lifting his head, he was greeted by an alpaca. It is already dark, he sighed. What brings you here? The whole city is in an uproar. If I didn't come, I would have been dismissed. What happened? The alpaca, Lu Juanrong frowned, donned in a lightweight red jacket, paired with jeans and knee-high boots. I thought about it. Fang Yunqi pursed his lips. Just then, Lu Jianghe inquired, what have you discovered? Kong Lianqing adjusted his glasses, slightly lowering his head. I found a doll. A doll? Lu Jianghe urged Kong Lianqing to display the surveillance footage on the nearby television. A white bear-shaped doll, roughly 2 meters tall, was captured on camera, struggling as it made its way into the corridor adjoining the restroom. After switching cameras, they observed the toy bear entering an emergency exit. What about the corridor's camera? The surveillance footage revealed simply that after the bear entered, it raised its hand and shattered the camera into pieces. And then, it must have exited. Lu Jianghe pressed. Nearly 30 minutes later, a couple entered the restroom, followed by screams. Moments later, the bear emerged, strolling out of the mall's main entrance nonchalantly, before Fang Yunqi rushed inside. Chapter 85. The White Lotus Society and History immediately gather surveillance footage from the vicinity of the mall to trace his whereabouts. Director Kong Lianqing sighed and adjusted several videos once more. The first showed a bear-shaped figure exiting through the east gate, strolling past several shops before turning onto a narrow street. The second was footage of that very street, and the third captured a narrow alley. What happened next? Lu Jianghe inquired. The subsequent cameras had their lines severed and were directly bound. We've already dispatched personnel to investigate. This was the case a month ago, Kong Lianqing replied. So, this case has been meticulously planned for over a month? Lu Jianghe expressed his astonishment. Kong Lianqing nodded, indicating that this was the current hypothesis. Have you identified the victim? Lu Jianghe asked. There are no identification documents or means of confirming his identity. His phone has been sent to the information department for unlocking. Kong Lianqing responded. Have facial comparisons been conducted? They are currently underway, Kong Lianqing said. What about other findings? What does the on-site investigation reveal? Lu Jianghe seemed increasingly dissatisfied with the current situation. Kong Lianqing swallowed hard. No DNA from a fourth individual was detected. A couple was present at the scene. They discovered the body. The woman initially vomited before fainting, while the man wet his pants. He has since been taken to the police station for questioning. And the woman is in the hospital. Who are they? Lu Jianghe's frustration was palpable. In today's society, such incidents evoke profound terror, both for the public and the community. Furthermore, to commit murder under these circumstances, today, short video platforms are ablaze with discussions. This is undoubtedly a provocation against authority and law enforcement. In such an environment, to execute a beheading and dismemberment with insufficient preparation is tantamount to a large-scale societal assault. This is a horrific crime. The perpetrator must be apprehended swiftly. The indelible harm inflicted upon Qingqing cannot be overlooked. Lu Jianghe paced back and forth, hands on hips, while those around him kept their heads bowed. Is it truly possible that there are no traces at the scene? This is inconceivable. Have you overlooked something? Search again. Go now. We cannot have no leads whatsoever. However, before Kang Yinchen could respond, he was interrupted by a composed voice. Fang Yunqi turned to see an elderly man, a seasoned investigator he recognized from the previous Wang Shua case. The old investigator cleared his throat twice, positioning himself beside Fang Yunqi. He shifted slightly to create space, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and interrupted Kang Lianxing, who was about to speak. The deceased stood between 178 and 184 meters tall, the elderly investigator stated, peering through gold-rimmed glasses at his well-worn notebook. Fang Yunqi tilted his head to observe. The notebook was aged and nearly full, weighing between 80 and 85 kilograms. And based on the scene investigation, it can be concluded that he was right-handed. Lu Jiangke regarded the old investigator with a furrowed brow. What other discoveries have you made? An adult male, aged 20 to 32, with a height of 178 to 184 meters, and a weight of 80 to 85 kilograms. Has that not sufficed? The elderly investigator lifted his gaze. For forensic experts, this is adequate. However, for Fang Yunqi, it falls short. Right-handed, Fang Yunqi supplemented, having undergone medical training. It can be reasonably inferred that he graduated from a medical university. Such specialized knowledge of surgical anatomy cannot be acquired from a vocational school. Leaning back in his chair, he inhaled deeply. He belongs to the normal population, perhaps even an exceptional one, coming from a well-off family, living alone, a highly educated individual. Possibly a medical doctor or master's degree holder, possessing significant self-discipline and a strong inner resolve. It is quite plausible he may have obsessive-compulsive tendencies or a penchant for cleanliness. Lu Jianghe gazed at Fang Yunqi. This is all. Basic assessment, Fang Yunqi replied, observing the somewhat portly investigator. However, these insights are only applicable once a suspect is identified. The immediate priority is to locate the physical characteristics described by the elder. I was the first to arrive at the scene and have made an estimation. Fang Yunqi produced his smartphone. The blood had already congealed into a viscous state. But before it could fully set, I captured a comparative photograph next to a 100 yuan note and a shoe imprint. Based on this proportion, the suspect's shoe size is 43. Time is of the essence. He will undoubtedly strike again. Which hospital is nearby? Lu Jianghe suddenly asked. The First People's Hospital of Niaiqing Province. Go conduct a screening. As Fang Yunqi and Li Mingyuan exited, it was already past 11 at night. Baoga's car awaited them outside. Upon seeing Fang Yunqi emerge, he hurried over. Yunqi, are you all right? I heard there was some sudden incident. What happened? Let's talk in the car. Fang Yunqi shivered from hunger, searching the vehicle for food, but found none. Li Mingyuan retrieved a chocolate bar from her backpack. Hungry? Without hesitation, Fang Yunqi accepted it, devouring a large portion. Let's head to Master Chong. All right. Baoga started the engine. What you've asked me to investigate, Li Mingyuan folded her laptop to present to Fang Yunqi. Heaven has perished, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, all under heaven will be auspicious. The Yellow Turban Rebellion? Fang Yunqi pondered, perplexed. What is this? Are there still people like that today? Li Mingyuan shook her head. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems related to that period. I remember Zhang Jiao was associated with the Taiping Dao. Indeed, the Taiping Dao. Fang Yunqi affirmed. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Taiping Dao emerged officially. But what is he trying to convey? It holds little relevance to that era. Li Mingyuan pouted. However, I sensed something amiss about those talismans. Talismans. Taoism. Fang Yunqi squinted, deep in thought. Oh, Li Mingyuan continued. I recall my teacher mentioning these matters in class. Zhang Jiao established a cult that propagated many dubious teachings. Fang Yunqi frowned. His ideology persisted for quite some time, influencing not just the late Eastern Han period but extending to subsequent dynasties, and even leading to large-scale self-immolation incidents in the 1990s. What was it called? Fang Yunqi asked. I believe it was, the White Lotus Society. Chapter 86. A new case when the trio arrived at the entrance. It was nearly midnight. Within Master Chang's courtyard, faint rustling sounds could be heard. Upon closer inspection, they were not the sounds of animals but rather the footsteps of humans. I'm scared. Can we wait in the car? Li Mingyuan's face was pale, her intelligence undeniable, yet her timidity was equally apparent. The last visit to the abandoned building of the affiliated hospital had nearly cost her life. Now, being summoned here at such an hour. Even with Fang Yunqi by her side, she was still overwhelmed by fear. All right then, Fang Yunqi conceded, gesturing towards the car, where bright lights illuminated the darkness. Accompanied by the reassuring presence of Baoge, Li Mingyuan hurriedly turned and dashed back to the vehicle, flinging open the door and plopping down in the rear seat. A deep bass sound resonated in her ears, prompting her to look forward sharply. A woman in red. The car's radio blared incessantly, followed by the clear sound of high heels clicking as the woman approached, her shoes stained with blood. Ah! Li Mingyuan screamed and immediately bolted from the car, leaving Bao Gu bewildered, staring at this peculiar girl. Had she never heard a ghost story? What a fuss! Li Mingyuan stumbled out, clutching her thermos as she rushed to Fang Yunqi's side, lowering her head in silence. Fang Yunqi, perplexed by her antics, cast a reluctant glance her way before knocking on the imposing door before them. The crimson entrance slowly creaked open to reveal a courtyard featuring a large tree, a dry well, and a rocking chair, which suggested a rather comfortable existence. As the door swung wide, a little girl peered out from behind it, a small panda. Not a juvenile version of a bear, but an actual species of red panda. She resembled a raccoon yet was distinctly not one, her long brown tail swaying behind her. "Did you not bring me any food?" the little girl inquired. "What food?" Fang Yunqi was taken aback. "Then you owe me a meal," the girl laughed heartily. "Everyone else brings me something delicious, and if you don't, then you owe me, and you must repay me, right?" Indeed, it was just a meal. Fang Yunqi had no time to argue with the child. Setting aside notions of beauty and gender, he found the little creature quite endearing. "Grandpa is waiting inside. He says you should sit outside the room," the girl said, bouncing into the courtyard. "Don't be scared. There are no ghosts in this room." Li Mingyuan's face flushed at her words. She cleared her throat twice, trying to stand tall. Fang Yunqi stepped into the courtyard, where the architecture was archaic, clearly aged, with walls exhibiting various degrees of cracking and debris littering the ground from fallen bricks. "Just sit here," the little girl indicated, placing a small stool for Fang Yunqi. She then squatted nearby, idly drawing circles in the dirt with a bamboo stick. A voice emerged from within. "Ah, it's you." The voice was old, reminiscent of a grandfather's, prompting Fang Yunqi to respond respectfully, "Yes, sir. Do not dwell on it. It is fortune, not misfortune. Fulfill your promise. For should you wish to renege, even a celestial being could not intervene in such an agreement." Fang Yunqi sighed. "Master, it is not that I am unwilling, but after making the promise, I lost contact with the other party due to unforeseen circumstances, and I am now unaware of their demands." "So you wish to see them?" the master inquired. Fang Yunqi nodded. "Yes. You have seen them. Pay attention, and you shall not miss them." The master's voice echoed. At this, Fang Yunqi was taken aback. "Thank you, master." In truth, he was perplexed, uncertain if this master was genuine or deceptive. However, such matters could not be confirmed until proven. After bestowing an offering, Fang Yunqi exited with Li Mingyuan. "Why so cryptic?" Li Mingyuan frowned. "This place is inherently enigmatic. Why concern yourself so?" Fang Yunqi retorted. "Just refrain from being overly superstitious." Li Mingyuan pouted, offering no explanation. As they approached the car, she instinctively flinched and took a step back. Fang Yunqi opened the door, and soothing melodies emanated from within, easing her anxiety. After returning Li Mingyuan home, the two shared a quick dinner before heading back. Exhausted, Fang Yunqi collapsed onto his bed, only to find himself plagued by insomnia. Closing his eyes, he could envision nothing but the gruesome corpse, bloodied and lifeless, arms raised in judgment, her head severed. Who could possibly sleep through such horrors? When Fang Yunqi finally opened his eyes again, it was already past 5 in the morning. The dawn was dim, with both the moon and sun visible in the sky. Grabbing his phone, he yawned and opened it to check the news, only to find a slew of missed calls and 2 messages. Among the numerous calls, 3 were from Zhou Qiqi, while the rest were from Zhang Jiwen. Were they truly awake at such an hour? Fang Yunqi pondered, bewildered, before opening the messages to read their notes. Zhou Qiqi's read, "This is serious. 2 corpses were discovered tonight." Zhang Jiwen's message simply stated, "Call back when you wake up." Returning the call, he was met with Zhang Jiwen's breathless voice, "Hurry. Something big has happened." "2 corpses? Fang Yunqi queried, confused. "What do you mean?" His confusion stemmed from the urgency displayed by both Zhang Jiwen and Zhou Qiqi. "The police are treating Zhou Cheng as the murderer. You need to come quickly. It happened in his studio, and 2 people are dead," Zhang Jiwen explained. "Right now, I can't even get in. The police have cordoned off the area and are refusing entry to anyone." "What can I do by going there?" Fang Yunqi asked, perplexed. "You should at least come see for yourself," Zhang Jiwen sighed. "I can barely manage to get you a glimpse of the situation inside." Fang Yunqi acknowledged with a simple "oh" before hanging up. He then hailed a taxi and set off, searching for news on the incident, but found nothing yet. He quickly called Lin Musen. "Hello? Fatty. Huh. Ugh." Lin Musen groggily opened his eyes. "What's up, boss?" "Look into the case that happened tonight at the apartment building across from the affiliated hospital." "Got it." By the time Fang Yunqi arrived, the area was a hive of police activity, completely sealed off. Officers were managing the perimeter while firefighters and medical personnel moved about. The gravity of the situation etched on every face. What baffled Fang Yunqi most was the simultaneous discovery of 2 corpses, both found in the same location, a rare occurrence. Even for a serial killer, it was imperative to see the bodies, yet Lin Muzin's efforts had borne no fruit. The police files contained no record of the incident. Presently, the analytical capabilities of the records were highly advanced, evidently due to the significance placed on the case, which had already been tagged. Such high-privilege cases were difficult to penetrate without drawing severe consequences. Zhou Qiqi sat by the roadside, her hands clasped around her knees, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Fang Yunqi approached her side and handed her a bottle of water. Don't rush, don't overthink. It's not him. Zhou Qiqi lifted her head to meet Fang Yunqi's eyes, tears glistening within her gaze. It's not him, not my brother. I know that. Knowing does little good, Fang Yunqi replied candidly. They must be made aware. And we must act accordingly instead of sitting here in tears. What about the mosquitoes? Over there. Zhou Qiqi was at a loss for words. Her sorrow had struck her like a tidal wave, leaving her in a state of bewilderment since the very beginning. Fang Yunqi's arrival alleviated some of her worries. Yet her heart remained heavy with grief, difficult to assuage in the moment. Fang Yunqi moved away, making a phone call to Zhang Jiwen before rejoining the conversation. Listen, this is partially my fault. When I received the call in the middle of the night, it was my father on the line, saying his driver had fallen ill and needed me to come. Upon my arrival, I was completely disoriented. The suspect is Zhou Cheng. The moment I laid eyes on him, I frantically tried to reach you, but you didn't pick up. Fang Yunqi spoke rapidly, like a barrage of gunfire. If you had answered, we might have crossed paths. But it was unavoidable. As soon as that crowd saw my father, they summoned reinforcements. Initially, there were just over 30 detectives, but within 20 minutes, even the chief had arrived. As Zhang Jiwen rambled on, Fang Yunqi stifled a yawn. Where is he? Taken away, came the response. The murder had occurred in Zhou Cheng's studio, and both victims were former classmates of his, with whom he had contentious relationships. If no one could be found to frame him, it was highly probable that he would be convicted. There was no doubt that Zhou Cheng's DNA would be detected at the scene. After all, it was a frequented location, thus leaving behind irrefutable traces of evidence. The situation was indeed dire, and the scene had already been cordoned off, making it impossible for Fang Yunqi to conduct an investigation. We need to think of a solution. Zhou Qiqi urged, gripping Fang Yunqi's arm. He inhaled deeply, acknowledging that while there were options, haste was not advisable. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number,